Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.
51. Guilt. Random art. By Honey. I'm out for work. Dante slipped out of the room, leaving Sylvvaja chuckling with that teasing remark. The hallway felt colder on bare feet, so he circulated a bit of solar radiation through his feet. He regretted leaving his shoes back in the training room. Sylvvaja had stocked her wardrobe with his clothes but forgot to get shoes. Well, Sylvvaja had said he would find a new pair at the reception, thanks to Anna's quick shopping trip. He patted his jacket, verifying the two tiny symbiotes remained attached to the interior fabric on both sides. He took out his phone, finding some goodnight messages. Emma, I'm ending this alliance if I don't see you tomorrow. Sweet dreams. A threat wrapped in sweetness that was just Emma in one nutshell. Gwen, good night. Gwen, tomorrow, we work in the lab. The symbiotes gotta go. Always working for the greater good was Gwen, the rookie hero. There was surprisingly one from Ava. Ava, early morning training tomorrow. Ava, already sleeping. Ava, it was a tiring day, huh. And a goodnight message 2 minutes later. Ava, rest well, amigo. Ava knew that Sylvvaja wouldn't change her mind. The only thing to do was adapt, and this was the result. Having this, whatever their current relationship, was still better than having to deal with her murderous glares all the time. Nothing from Felicia. He was heading towards Felicia's room since she would be necessary to work out the locks and security measurements in the facility. At first, he had planned to just invite her over the phone, but that would be quite the jerk move after Felicia had seen him and Sylvvaja being intimate. Not only had he broken his word to meet her later, he had done so to fuck Sylvvaja. His original plan was to spend a lot of time with Felicia tomorrow, heal the wounds left behind by Walter's possession, and just offer company, his way of looking out for Felicia now that she herself had become a tad more honest and more open to showing weakness. But the Hands attack changed everything. Felicia, who hated being treated as an afterthought, would be genuinely pissed to be summoned like she was just a tool for the heist. He wouldn't be surprised if she just decided to put an end to their ambiguous relationship. He found himself before her door in a few moments. With a deep breath, he knocked twice. "Give me a minute," Felicia answered. He heard the rustle of sheets being thrown back and then water running briefly in the bathroom. 2 full minutes crawled by before the door finally swung open. What he saw wiped the smile from his face. She wore an oversized black sweatshirt that hung loosely off one shoulder, white shorts barely showing beneath. Her platinum blonde hair stuck out in chaotic tangles, not any less Messier than Sylvvaja's after he had fucked her for hours, except Felicia's disorder wasn't from pleasure. It was from crying herself to sleep. The concealer she had rushed to apply under her eyes couldn't fool his sharp eyes. The redness on her nose was another sign of her struggle. "Hey, darling," she said in a flat voice, missing the usual wicked energy. "Come inside." She turned around, taking slow, heavy steps toward the bed. Despite being taller than Sylvvaja at 5 feet 10 inches 178 centimeters, her hunched shoulders and lowered gaze made her look smaller than the queen. So lonely. This wasn't a performance designed to tug at his heart for sympathy. She was too exhausted for games, and he could read her well enough by now to know the difference. This was real. Felicia was hurting. Of course, she was. The trauma of symbiote possession alone would have broken most people. She had barely held herself together when they were in his apartment. Then the police inquiries, the medical examination, the cameras pointed at her by the news outlets, and the pain of knowing her father's current fate would have opened her wounds he had tried to stitch with care. That wasn't even considering how she dreaded if Walter had made the choice or was forced by Norman. And he wasn't there when she needed his comfort. He was indulging in his lust while she was crying in her room. The realization gutted him, more so when he had literally promised to be there for her earlier and told her he would see her later. He hadn't expected her to be this fragile, but it also didn't erase the guilt in his chest. "What do you want? Coffee, tea, or beer?" "Silver gave me everything." He kicked the door shut. 3 steps brought him to her, and he wrapped his arms around her from behind, pulling her against him. She went rigid from the sudden hug. "What are you?" "I'm sorry." The words felt inadequate, but he said them anyway. If he was going down the harem route, he had to own up to his mistakes. Caring for each one of them was just as if not more important than physical intimacy. Felicia shook in his arms. Her hands came up, hesitated, then gripped his forearms. "I should be apologizing for barging in on you two and ruining your moment." She tried to laugh it off, but it only felt forced in the moment. "My bad luck can't stop messing up, huh?" She tried to turn in his arms, to smile and lie in his face that she was fine. He kept his hold on her waist, not letting her move an inch. "How was it, darling?" she asked, seemingly desperate to fill the silence with anything but the truth. How would you rate the queen in bed? I'm betting 8, maybe 9 if she wore her sexy tactical bodysuit. More hiding behind the flirtatiousness and humor. Either their moment at the apartment had taught her nothing, or she had reverted back to her shell after experiencing first-hand jealousy. Witnessing her crush being intimate with another woman would especially hurt Felicia, who was an impossibly loyal person underneath her playful mask. Her legs are killer too. She is flexible as hell, she added. And you probably liked that she could actually keep up with your stamina. His arms tightened around her waist, eliminating the last inch of space between them. He felt the tremor that ran through her shoulders. I should have been with you. She stood perfectly still as her fingers gripped his forearms with more force, as though deciding to overpower him and run away. He released her before she tried anything. Darling, come on. She turned, presenting him with that too bright, perfectly acted smile. Don't make me feel bad for putting that sorry expression on your face. I already owe you a lot, like, a lot. Anything you do is instantly forgiven. He put his hands on her shoulder, but she refused to meet his eyes. I know it was selfish. He cupped her face in both hands, seeing that hollowness deep within her eyes. I should have come to you first. I should have been here. Don't turn this into some big dramatic thing. I'm fine, totally fine. She raised an eyebrow before smirking mischievously. Is this a trick to get me to kiss you? Darling, you just have to ask, and I'll open these legs wide for you. It'd make me less trash about relying on you for everything. His thumb brushed along the edge of her lower lashes, catching on the thick layer of concealer. It smudged under the gentle pressure, revealing the raw, puffy skin beneath evidence she had cried alone in the dark. Are you? I am. The words came out too loud, like she was trying to convince herself as much as him. Her hands flew up to press against his chest. It's just tears for my dad, it's nothing to do with you. You said you'll try to be honest with me. Her lips trembled as her glazed eyes caught the light from the bedside lamp. For one moment, every mask she had put on crumbled, revealing the wounded thief underneath. I want to be. BZZZZ. 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 His phone vibrated violently against his thigh. Felicia blinked, and then the vulnerability vanished behind a well-practiced charming smile. The broken girl disappeared, replaced by the playful cat. Just like that, her mask was back on. She slipped a hand into his pocket and fished out his buzzing phone. It's your mercenary chick, darling. She held the device to show him, Sylvvaja's name glowing on the screen. Better answer. The queen doesn't like to be kept waiting. Dante cursed under his breath and snatched the phone from her fingers. Hey. Over 110 armed men. The hand have gone insane. Despite the great threat, Sylvvaja's voice was neutral and professional. Gone was the woman who had been moaning his name on the bed. She was back to her commander mode. We have to move. Now. He frowned. Although the wild pack held a defensive advantage, the sheer number the hand had brought might pose a problem. Sylvvaja couldn't afford casualties of any of her core members. Even the hired numbers were part of her country, her strength. Thankfully, Dante had just the right person with a knack for being nosy. You should leave first. I'm on my own mission anyway. Sylvvaja hummed. Okay, but I'll get someone else to watch over your side, he said. And tell Pyotr to stop holding back if things don't look good. Pyotr? Wait, is he also like you? No, but he's powerful. A fucking tank. Got it. I'll keep you updated. He ended the call. Felicia had overheard everything and retreated physically and emotionally. She had crossed the bed, rummaged through a duffel bag with her back against him. Felicia. I'm getting my stuff, she said without looking back. She took out her black cat suit, her tablet, and other gadgets from the bag. This attack is our chance, isn't it? While the hand hits the first site, we steal the core symbiote. She had buried her feelings to prioritize the mission, or using the mission as cover to hide herself. He let out a sigh. This conversation isn't over. That made her pause. She put down her suit and walked to him. Putting a hand on his collar, she rose up on her toes and pressed a kiss against his lips. Her lips barely moved, unsure of the rhythm, the pressure, and the angle that a veteran like him knew. She was like someone who had studied the theory but never taken the test. It lasted maybe 3 seconds before she pulled back, eyes still closed and her cheeks flushed. When she finally looked at him, her eyes were wet but clear. I know I'm a broken mess right now, let's. Her hand slid from his collar down his chest, lingering over his heart for just a moment before dropping away. Let's talk when my father is safe. I'll be honest then. I promise. He wiped his thumb along his lips, cleaning the faint smear of her lipstick. It had been Felicia's first kiss. She wasn't lying about never having a real boyfriend before. But before he could reflect more, something more important surfaced in his mind. Null, activate Elixir's resonance link. 52 enhancements. Random art. Permission acquired. Level 4 resonance link created. New abilities added to Administrator's Archive. 3. A rush of knowledge flooded Dante's mind. The genetic of an Omega-level mutant overwrote his own temporarily, giving him the wonderful power of biokinesis. Felicia blinked, surprised as he reached for her hands. A golden glow bloomed across his skin and jumped to hers where they touched. At that instant, he became acutely aware of every fiber, vessel, and molecule in her body through biokinesis. Dante rewrote her biology at a cellular level, correcting inefficiencies that had accumulated over a lifetime. Her muscle fibers were densified and optimized for explosive power and endurance. Her cardiovascular system was recalibrated, making her heart valves stronger, oxygen uptake maximized, and blood flow optimized to fuel her brain and limbs under stress. He reinforced her skeleton without adding bulk that would slow her down. Connective tissues were made more elastic and resilient. Even her metabolic rate was adjusted to burn fat more efficiently while preserving lean mass. Just like Sylvvaja, Felicia had also reached the absolute peak of what a human body could achieve without crossing into the superhuman. But beyond the physical, Dante had activated dormant genetic sequences to unlock potential buried in her ancestry. Felicia jolted from the foreign sensations in her body. At first her brow furrowed in confusion, and then her eyes widened. She put her hands on her waist and instinctively arched her back. "I feel so much lighter," she said with a sensual moan. "And stronger. Wait." Her eyes widened further. She dropped into a runner's stance, her legs seemingly coiled like a spring. Then she exploded forward. One moment she was beside him, the next, she had crossed the entire room in a single burst of acceleration like a predator. The momentum was great, but it came with strain on her body and consumed stamina. Pounce should be a good name. She spun to face him, and her eyes suddenly gleamed, which he identified as the activation of another genetic gift: thermal vision. Amazing. She raised her hands, staring at them. As she flexed her fingers into a claw-like shape, her nails extended into sharp claws. Her breath became quicker as she realized the potential of her powers. She was exhilarated. "Darling, you changed me. I won't be powerless without my suit." Heat vision, superior night vision, faster neural processing, faster reaction time, claws, and a quick acceleration speed technique. Her genetics were loaded. It was a stark contrast to Sylvvaja, whose genetics were all related to combat, like faster regeneration and enhanced defenses, or related to leadership and commanding the battlefield. Sylvvaja would see her true potential when commanding the battle against the Hand. He cut off the resonance link with a thought. "Did you like my gift?" He hadn't exactly asked for Felicia's consent, but he didn't need to either. Sylvvaja and Felicia, both women, had trained their body for years. They both were aware of how far their ceilings were. Would someone like them be mad at him for raising that ceiling or feel gratitude? The answer was quite simple. The claws retracted back into her fingertips, and she smirked. "Why would I hate being strong? This isn't the only use of this power," he said in a gentle voice. "I can also cure any disease. Any." It took a moment for Felicia to register what that meant, and when she did, her eyes burned with something fierce. She closed the distance with a quick burst of speed and wrapped her arms around his neck. Her lips pressed to his with more confidence. Still gentle and amateur, yet more intimate and longer than last. Even now, it was innocent, with neither side involving their tongues. She finally pulled back and sighed. "This is life-changing for me and Mom. We don't have to fucking be miserable. Darling, how do I even thank you?" The unguarded joy on her face made every awkward, lonely year of experiencing Elixir Joshua Foley's life worth it. He managed a smile of his own. "Just trying my best to keep all of you happy." She laughed, and this time it wasn't hollow or shrouded in glum. Her father didn't have to die after being rescued from the symbiote. Her biggest fear had completely disappeared with his promise. "You're doing an exceptional job. Just look at how happy I am." "I know. Still, be honest with me from now on. That's all I want from you." "I'll try." She stepped back and stretched some more before letting out a satisfied sigh. "Okay, darling. You can leave now." Dante blinked, taken aback. "What?" "Darling, we're close, but not, watch me strip, close." His gaze went to the black suit as he grasped her meaning. "Damn, I was hoping for a show as my reward." Her lips curved into a wicked smile. "Another day, when we aren't about to rob a psychotic billionaire." He let out a disappointed sigh. "Got it. Actually." She tilted her head, eyes gleaming with mischief. "Maybe I can give you something. Something like." She turned her back to him. Her fingers hooked into the waistband of her shorts, and she bent forward, slowly, as she slid the fabric down her thighs. The movement was purely designed to give him a perfect view of red lace panties covering her huge ass. She held the provocative pose for a beat too long, every detail calculated to drive any man crazy, before glancing over her shoulder. "A small reward for my darling. One day, I'll let you see it naked, touch it, grab it." She paused, biting her lower lip. "Use your imagination for the rest." He caught himself from staring too long. The moments with Sylvvaja had vented every bit of lust from his system, yet Felicia somehow managed to send blood rushing to his lower body. "It's all meaningless if you keep hiding in your turtle shell. Go easy on me, darling. Despite what my manners and mouth may suggest, I'm a pure girl in both body and soul." She chuckled. "Give me some time to catch up, yeah." "Oh, I absolutely will." He smirked before turning around. "Felicia Hardy is worth all the headache. Her gremlin energy is just so damn lovable." That made her pause, and he knew for sure, she was blushing red behind him. For someone as manipulative and sharp as Felicia, the best way to disarm their defenses was just being sincere and honest. Value them beyond what she could steal and how she looked. Make the girl under the mask feel special. Out. Her soft voice was a clean indicator to her flustered reaction. He laughed and stepped outside before closing the door behind him. With nothing else to do but wait, he leaned against the hallway wall, checking his phone while simulating the plan in his mind as well as contingencies if things went sideways. I should be prepared to fight all the symbiotes there. Thankfully, he had Elixir and Death's resonance links to overcome almost any situation. The door opened, and Felicia emerged. The black cat suit clung to every line of her body from collarbone to ankle. White fur trimmed the collar, gloves, and boots, adding the feline signature. A simple domino mask framed her green eyes. She had secured her hair in a tight ponytail to keep it out of her face during acrobatics. She struck a pose with her right hand on her hip, twisting to accentuate the dangerous lines of her body. "Darling, what's the verdict?" 10, he said with an earnest nod. "Easy 10. Her confident expression faltered. She had been expecting him to dodge her, not give such an honest answer. "You're also a 10. She gave a soft smile and slung the duffel bag over her shoulder before she extended one hand like royalty offering a favor. "Shall we storm the castle, my dear knight?" He took her hand and kissed her knuckles like a chivalrous knight. "Of course, my lady." She laughed and hooked her arm through his. They walked down the hallway together like they were heading to a gala instead of a high-stakes heist, where they would be facing powerful symbiotes hosts. Hundreds of them. Inside the elevator, Dante pulled out his phone, thumb hovering over Gwen's contact. "You got an encrypted phone on you." The shield was almost certainly tracking his calls and reading his messages. He had to upgrade his communications so shield stopped getting free access to his private life. "My pad might still be traceable by the government," Felicia said, not probing about who or what might be eavesdropping on his conversation. "Who do we need to call?" "Ghost Spider Gwen." Felicia grinned smugly at the reveal. "Ask your girlfriend Sylvvaja, not Death. She should have secure comms." "She does." "What do you want from Gwen? Using her as cannon fodder?" "Nope. She is my backup plan." He needed Ghost Spider in case the hand brought out some superpower being. Sylvvaja had Piotr, who alone might not be enough. Colossus wasn't great against superfast opponents. Having Ghost Spider would bring a great sense of relief since she would be able to help him reduce casualties. "Backup plan, right," she said, amused. "Only Darling can order Ghost Spider around like an errand girl." He kept his expression carefully neutral. No need to mention that Felicia now had the same leverage over Gwen that he did. Poor Gwen already had it hard with just one neutral good alignment blackmailer. A chaotic good alignment Felicia might just force Gwen to hang up her web swingers and call an early retirement. The elevator doors opened to the reception lobby. Anna peered over from her monitors with a professional smile until she noticed Felicia walking intimately with him. The smile faltered for a moment before snapping back into place. "Sir Vice Captain." Dante shot her a tired, flat stare. "Call me that again, and I'll get you off the desk and assign you as Sylvvaja's personal maid." "Sorry." Anna squeaked and quickly rummaged through her desk. She put mute-colored boots on the counter. "Anything else? Can I get access to secure comms? I need to talk to someone." Anna reached into her drawer and took out a small phone. "My spare one. You can keep it." "Thanks, my guardian angel." "Angel's got more goodies," she said with a grin and tossed him a keyring. "Piotr left it for you." Dante felt the familiar key, the key to Piotr's Suzuki V-Strom 1000. He had grown quite fond of the ride, more so than Sylvvaja's tank-like SUVs. "I'll treat the big guy later." Felicia let go of his arm, casting curious glances at Anna. He caught the look and gave her a subtle shake of his head. He was quite sure he would only be friends with the young receptionist. Nothing more. Felicia nodded with a subtle smile. 3 is enough. 4-5 max. He was a bit overwhelmed juggling 3 relationships. That was only because of his inexperience. Any more than 5, and he would suffer more than enjoying the company of beautiful women. She rolled her eyes. "As long as you don't neglect me." Felicia valuing the depth of their connection over the relationship structure meant Dante had gotten his genuine care across. His approach worked. Dante put on his shoes and stepped toward the doors, calling Gwen through Anna's phone as he walked. "What do you want?" Gwen's grumpy voice came from the phone. She had probably just fallen asleep after a long day, only to be disturbed by him. "It's 11 frickin' p.m. A crazy battle is about to start on Oscorp Island. Over 100 armed men." "What?" She sounded shocked. "Who is it now?" "The Hand, an ancient cult with a massive following. They also want the symbiotes." "What? Why are symbiotes on Oscorp Island?" "Well, Norman Osborn is the one who started it. He is controlling all symbiotes." He didn't hide or sugarcoat anything, letting her know the cruel deeds of her friend's father. Was it the right move to reveal it over the phone? No, but he had no other choice at the moment. Besides, Gwen was stronger than that. It wasn't as if she was close to Norman. Even his own son was like a stranger to Norman. Why would he show care to Gwen? "I got it." Gwen recovered her composure after a few seconds. "Do you mind if I confirm it with my own eyes later?" "I'll show you tomorrow. I promise." Another astral projection ride would solve all of Gwen's trust issues. Gwen hummed in her throat. "I'll be there." He didn't end the call there and told her about his goal of stealing the core symbiote, also telling her to find a way to keep the battle going while maintaining minimal casualties on Sylvvaja's side. Gwen groaned. He could hear her rubbing her face, dreading being in the middle of another mess. "I'll do what I can. That's all I ask. Be safe." She grunted. "You too, Dante." Dante ended the call and dialed another, but didn't press the button. "I'll call her there." Felicia glanced at him as the elevator doors slid closed. "You should have been gentler about it." Gwen looked up to Norman. "Hell, she's been interning at Oscorp for months." He pressed the button to the underground parking lot. "Spider totems can handle worse, trust me. Like a lot worse." Spider-Man had not only endured Norman's vile nature as Green Goblin, but he had also witnessed Norman dying in an accident during their battle. Things got exponentially worse for the friendly neighborhood from there. "Spider totem has a cult-like feeling to it," she whispered. "How is Gwen one?" "It's a title for people with spider powers across the multiverse. Their powers come with suffering." Felicia studied him for a long moment, wheels turning behind those sharp green eyes. "Have you been to other universes? What are they like, and did Emma kill me in half of them?" The cat will never stop being curious, especially the supernatural and mystical aspects of the universe. "No, I haven't," he said, stepping out of the elevator. Pyotr Suzuki wasn't on this floor, so he took the stairs to the next floor. "Your fate is quite different there. This is the only timeline we're together." "Wait, what?" Her eyes widened. How could this passionate polygamous relationship be exclusive to this universe? In almost every other reality, you end up with a spider totem. A masked vigilante like Ghost Spider. I can see why the alternate me would go for him. Dante smirked. "He always breaks up with you for MJ. They get married, and you stay single." The recent comics had torn Peter and MJ's relationship to shreds with the introduction of Paul Rabin. Just more suffering for Peter. Felicia's expression twisted into something between disgust and disbelief. "Every other version of me just accepts the loss. Kind of. It's an on and off relationship between you two." "Yuck." She made a noise of pure disdain and hooked her arm through his, hugging it between her soft breasts. "Those other Felicias are idiots. They don't know what they're missing out on." He laughed. Bold words from someone who loves a guy with 2 girlfriends. "At least you actually see me. You cared when nobody else did. That matters more than some fairy tale monogamy fantasy." She tilted her head. "Speaking of, we could win in a fight. You or that spider hero who hates me." "Me. No contest." With Death Resonance Link, he could kill almost all versions of Spider-Man. Could he pull that off in a real fight? Hardly so, since Spider-Man would survive one way or another. But on paper, Dante was favored to win every fight. Expected. How could Death's Chosen be bested by a masked vigilante? She shook her head at the very thought of Dante losing to someone while using Death's powers. "I don't see our beauty on this floor either. Where the hell is it parked?" 53. Start of Heist. Random art. The Suzuki's engine cut to a purr as Dante eased it to a stop outside the command center. The force field spread with him as the center rendered him invisible while also isolating any sound and scent, everything else. It was like they were in their own bubble. He peeked into the command center. Maps still spread across the central table and equipment lights blinked in the darkness, but no signs of Sylvvaja. Felicia pulled off her helmet and shook her head to straighten her ponytail. "Darling, I counted at least 50 black cars over there. Will Silver be okay?" "Over 150 armed fighters, minimum." Dante frowned. The hand had come even more prepared than he had expected. "We're going to need more backup." It wasn't just the hand they had to worry about, but also the tortured symbiote hosts who would climb up the elevator shaft. They absolutely had the ability to do so. There was also a chance Norman would free the symbiote hosts within the 100+ pods to stop the escaping prisoners. Depending on Norman's reaction, the event could end peacefully or devolve into a full-on chaotic situation. He took out Anna's phone with encrypted comms and called Emma Frost. One of the perks of enhanced intelligence was perfect recall, quite useful for remembering phone numbers and other uninteresting stuff. Emma answered on the 3rd ring. "Dear." A yawn stretched through the word, turning it into something erotic. "What did you encounter to remember me at this hour?" Even half asleep, Emma Frost's voice was charming and seductive. "How would you like to acquire live symbiotes?" Dante kept his voice professional. "Oscorp Island. Right now." Emma was literally his ally by pact, and this was the best time to make use of this alliance. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that having Emma would be immensely helpful here. Huh. Her sleepy seduction evaporated instantly. Now. He briefed her on the hand's attack and how he would use it to end Norman's never-ending supply of symbiotes. "You're making decisions without my input. Equal partnership my foot." Her cold anger was transmitted even through the phone. "Why did I even believe Death's companion of all people would honor his word? I didn't want to involve you at all." Dante watched Felicia adjust her mask and go through her equipment. "This kind of work is beneath you." "Oh, is it?" Emma laughed cynically. "Then what changed your mind? Finally realized you bit off more than you could chew?" "Kind of." He shook his head. "I don't want to kill everyone down there. Your telepathy is the best non-lethal option I have. Plus, it's super effective against symbiotes. Why should I come running at your call when you don't value this alliance?" Dante sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. "Emma, are you really going to let your ego get in the way? You'll lose me as an ally and a chance to see the symbiote that started everything. Do you want that?" She went silent instead of answering, weighing the profits and losses like the businesswoman she was. Then a soft click of her tongue, she answered, "I'll be there as soon." "Perfect. We're discussing compensation later," she hissed. "I'll see if you owe up to it like a real man." With that, she ended the call. Felicia raised an eyebrow as he pocketed the phone. "Are you sure getting Emma involved is a good idea? You already owe one favor to her. This isn't something I can handle on my own. Besides, no price is too great for protecting Sylvvaja. If it was just about killing, he could absolutely destroy everything. Unfortunately, not every matter could be solved with bloodshed. Will you do the same for me?" He gave her an unamused stare. "I made my first public appearance for you. Do you want more proof of how far I'll go for you?" She chuckled. "I'm more than satisfied. I wonder if Sylvvaja will get jealous of me. You're giving me too much love and care, you know. I fucked her silly for hours. She won't be jealous for a few days." Dante patted his jacket, and the symbiote previously connected to Walter slithered out to wrap around his hand. "Listen, find Sylvvaja, the woman I was sleeping with earlier. You have to protect her." Felicia fiddled with her phone and handed it to him. On the screen was Sylvvaja sitting on the hood of her armored SUV in her tactical gear. "A photo would be more helpful than the woman I was sleeping with." "I have none. Weren't you sleeping when this happened?" "Don't trust the sleeping cat," Felicia said smugly. "Just because we're rivals doesn't mean I can't appreciate a badass woman." Something warm bloomed in his chest. Felicia could be petty, jealous, competitive, but she never lied about the people she respected and despised. He pointed at Sylvvaja's face on the screen. "Protect this woman at any cost." The symbiote let out a squelching sound and wrapped a tendril around his finger as if agreeing to him. "Good boy." Dante smiled. "As a reward, you get a name. Greed." Felicia rolled her eyes. "That's the best you could come up with. Why not something cool like Terminator or Executor? It came from your father. Greed runs in your bloodline." "Hey, would I share you with others if I was greedy?" Ignoring her sharp question, he called out the other symbiote. "And you, your name is Agony." The symbiote, which had bonded with Felicia, was more afraid of pain than death. The name Agony was quite fitting to remind it of its biggest fear. "Another stroke of brilliance," Felicia added. "We aren't done with you calling me greedy." Dante tossed Agony at her. "Ah." Felicia's hands flew to her body, patting frantically as the symbiote slithered under her suit. No, nowhere did it go. "Darling, why? What did I do to deserve this?" Her voice cracked on the last word, real fear bleeding through. Symbiote possession wasn't something she just got over in hours, especially when the thing had completely taken control of her body. Right now, he had no other choice. Anything could happen once they were in the underground research, like being separated. Having something to protect herself would be better than having nothing. Dante caught her wrists. "Hey, look at me." Her green eyes met him, a look of hurt crossing them. "Why?" "Agony knows what I'm capable of. It won't try to take control," he said comfortingly. "We might have to fight symbiotes down there. Just treat it as extra protection." Felicia's breathing slowed. She nodded, though her hands were still clenched. "You're giving me comfort therapy after this. Anytime, anywhere." They tidied everything and moved into the central compound. Dante glanced over his shoulder, then shook his head. He should trust Sylvvaja to handle her business. She was the mercenary queen who had survived much worse odds. Even if Emma changed her mind at this moment, Sylvvaja had Piotr, Ghost Spider, and the symbiote to guarantee her survival. Felicia silently squeezed his hand, and he nodded at her before stepping inside. The elevator platform wasn't on this floor but on the underground level, probably gone with the cargo trucks. Felicia looked down at the darkness stretching below before giving him a frown. "I can grapple down. Claws will help with the grip. But I can't carry you. We're jumping." Dante wrapped his arm around her waist, pulling her close. "Hold tight. Darling." He stepped off the edge. Felicia gasped as they dropped into freefall, winds whipping past them. Thump. They landed on a solid but invisible platform 20 meters down, courtesy of force field creation. The 20-meter fall barely affected him after he had modified himself with biokinesis. He was near peak human class before, now he was on the lower spectrum of superhuman, thanks to biokinesis improvement. He felt stupid for not figuring the easiest way to make his vessel stronger wasn't training it was self-modification. Elixir's resonance link at 100% was a necessity to bypass the endurance limits for other resonance links. Not to mention, biokinesis would let him regenerate endlessly and even self-resurrect. Omega-level mutants are on a different level. If there was one thing biokinesis couldn't do, it was enhance his mental strength and willpower. He could alter his brain, but he would rather not mess with it. He had to find another way to train his mind. Felicia fixed her mask. "Afraid of another fall?" "Nothing, just." He smiled at her, appreciating how amazing it is to be on a mission with the stunning black cat. She rolled her eyes, though the rising corner of her lips betrayed her. "It's my honor to go stealing with someone as powerful and divine as Death's chosen companion." His hand on her waist dropped lower to her ass. He squeezed slowly, feeling the generous give of soft flesh through the smooth fabric of her suit. His fingers spread wider, trying to encompass the sheer amount of her ass. He couldn't do it. Incredible. Where Sylvvaja's ass was all firm and toned from years of combat training, Felicia was soft and full with heavy proportions on her ass. "Really, darling?" she whispered, almost purring, seemingly enjoying herself. "Getting handsy in the middle of work isn't right. Can't help it." His thumb traced small circles, feeling how the bodysuit clung to her generous curve. "You're making it very hard to concentrate on the mission." "Good." She shifted her hips slightly. "Stay motivated." He faced her and pulled her in his arms. She fit perfectly in his arms, tall enough that her head tucked just under his jaw, the rest aligning with his in all the right places. He bent his head slightly, lips finding her ear. "You're playing a dangerous game." Felicia tilted her head, exposing the elegant line of her neck. "I like dangerous games. Haven't you noticed?" His hand on her ass squeezed again, firmer this time, fingers digging in just enough to make her gasp. "Darling." Her voice had gone soft and sensual, losing the playful edge. "We're still on a timeline here." "I know." But he didn't let go immediately. "Just making sure I have something to look forward to after we survive this." "Oh, you do." Felicia clutched his collar tenderly, looking up to meet his gaze. A burning desire to claim him or be claimed shone in her eyes. "Only if you focus now and touch me properly later." "Properly." He gave one final, possessive squeeze to commit the feel of her ass to memory before reluctantly releasing her. "Is that a challenge?" "It's a guarantee." She stepped away and gently brushed her fingers over curves he had just been exploring. "After we rescue my father, I'll let you explore thoroughly. Every single inch." The way she emphasized those last 3 words made him sigh out. "Don't cry when I go full beast mode." "That's the plan." Felicia laughed and spread her arms before slowly falling backward. "Catch me." He hurriedly made a softer platform in the shape of a hand to catch the suicidal maniac. Flirting, teasing, and enjoying the fall, they descended one force field platform after another and finally landed on the elevator platform parked at the bottom. The elevator doors were open as men in hazmat suits loaded symbiote-filled containers onto the cargo trucks, which meant the gigantic steel door leading into the research site was also open. Felicia grinned. "I was losing my mind over how to crack this steel junk. Darling, you might have turned my bad luck into good luck. Maybe you're my lucky star." What she said about her good luck might not be far-fetched. In the comics, Felicia once gained probability manipulation through causing unconscious accidents to those who attacked her while also causing misfortune to those close to her. He might have awakened more than predatory genes. If she starts causing me bad luck, I'm rewriting her genes again. 54. He is God. Wishing a happy new year to everyone. May you have a wonderful year ahead with good vibes and many reasons to smile. Random art. They sprinted through the open steel door. The hallway stretched before them with fluorescent lights flickering overhead, casting sickly green illumination across walls stained with symbiote matter. Symbiote hosts prowled the corridor in unnatural patterns exactly like before. None of them reacted. The 2 thieves cut through their midst, weaving between shambling bodies that couldn't hear their breathing or talking, or even feel the displaced air of their passing. They reached the V-section entrance. The prison spread before them in 2 levels of architectural horror. Glass cells lined both floors, each one containing a half-bonded symbiote host. The prisoners were in various stages of transformation, some with symbiote matter covering just an arm or leg, others with tendrils spreading across torsos. All of them were in agony. These dissected fragments of Venom hadn't developed enough consciousness to trigger a proper bond. So their hosts existed in perpetual limbo, aware of the alien matter writhing inside them, but unable to complete the merger or reject it entirely. In the center of each cell stood electrode arrays. Every few seconds, they would discharge arcs of lightning through prisoner and symbiote alike, forcing the symbiotes to develop a consciousness through the intense emotions of their host. The screams of agony were muffled by thick glass. Nothing was different from yesterday's astral reconnaissance. If anything, the reality was worse. Felicia's hands curled into fists. Norman bought weak, diseased prisoners. "Dad, he went through this too." He placed a hand on her shoulder, comforting her. "We'll save him." She put her hand over his, still gritting her teeth. "It won't be for nothing. I'll rip him apart with my claws. He will be strong. Are you sure you can handle him?" Dante didn't even consider Norman a threat. Only a minor inconvenience. The real threat were the symbiotes he had amassed in who knows how many facilities across the states. "I'll let you beat him up for me. That's what lovers are for." Felicia relaxed after a few moments. "How are we doing this?" His lips curled up in a smirk. "Smash. You smash." Felicia extended her claws with a sound like knives being unsheathed. Each nail stretched into a curved talon, looking wickedly sharp. "I'll slash." She had already used her acceleration ability before the words left her mouth. She crossed 10 feet in a second and swiped her claws. Sharp lines appeared on the reinforced glass, showing just how sharp those claws were. It was still a mystery how her body even produced them on their own. The symbiote host on the other side reacted immediately. He was old, mid-60s at least, with a weathered face and gray beard. Prison tattoos covered muscular arms that had clearly seen decades of hard labor. But his eyes still held intelligence and humanity, even with black symbiote matter creeping across the left side of his face. The symbiote coverage was almost cosmetic, an indication that he had arrived recently. The old man threw himself at the damaged glass. He wasn't trying to escape so much as he was trying to do something other than endure another hour in hell. Felicia slashed the same spot again and again with insane precision. The panel fell inward in a cascade of fragments. The old man lunged through the opening like a caged animal finally freed. Rayak. Symbiote tendrils exploded from his shoulders, his back, his arms, lashing out at everything within reach. One wrapped around a metal cart and flung it at the researchers. Another slammed into a wall, leaving a crater of pulverized concrete. What? How is he out? A young researcher in a hazmat suit stumbled backward, visor fogging with panicked breathing. The glass broke? How? Another one nearly tripped over his own feet. How could this happen? He bonded already. This is way too quick. They were flustered, getting caught off guard, but they weren't incompetent. Activate containment protocol. One researcher yelled. Get the stun batons. 5 of them regrouped quickly and grabbed stun batons from wall mounts. The high voltage stunned and drove the old man to the ground, twitching and spasming. Felicia wasn't even watching the prisoner she had just freed. She stood there, marveling at the sharpness of her genetic claws. Even the process of awakening them felt great, unlike the process of ripping her muscles over and over with workout. She turned to Dante, and he could see the naked gratitude in her expression. A wordless thank you sometimes meant more than 100 spoken ones. Then she pivoted, already hunting her next target. Dante, well, he didn't take the traditional approach of brute strength. 3 force fields materialized in the air, each shaped them like a battering ram. The translucent battering ram slammed into the reinforced glass. The first impact made the center buckle inward, cracks spreading from it as the center. The second strike turned those ripples into fractures. The third blow shattered everything. The glass exploded inward in a glittering storm of fragments. The destruction was beautiful, like watching a crystal chandelier fall from a ceiling. Dante hadn't bothered suppressing the sound this time. The more noise, the better. 3 battering rams struck 3 cells at a time and freed 3 prisoners in 3 seconds. The scientists abandoned their stations, staring at the prisoners being freed by the shimmering weapons. Who's there? No one answered. Just more glass exploding and more prisoners escaping. One of them suddenly dropped to his knees, hands clasped like he was praying to heavens. His face behind the visor was ecstatic as tears flowed from his eyes. It's the Lord, the man sobbed. I knew he would hear us. I knew he wouldn't abandon us down here. Praise God. Another scientist collapsed beside him, sobbing. All those nights, he heard us. He's come to free his flock. A woman in a hazmat suit stared up at the ceiling. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Get up, someone else hissed. Show some respect. Don't look at him directly. Bow your heads. Bow your heads. More joined them. Men and women in hazmat suits, forced to torture and watch people torn apart day after day. They had prayed to be saved in silence. Now, they thought God had finally answered. He's real, one whispered, almost in disbelief. After everything we've done, he's still saving us. You all are ridiculous. It's just some invisible guy, one retorted, committing the crime of opposing the masses. We have seen aliens. Norman mind controlling them. Why can't someone have the power to, I don't know, become invisible? This heathen, the woman growled and pushed to the ground, tearing his hazmat mask. The bloodlust in her eyes was like she would strangle him to death. Question, Lord, and I will beat you to death with my stun baton. Yes, yes. Don't question, another laughed through tears. Just accept it. Just accept that he's here. The only logical person was suppressed and threatened. Dante didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They thought God was saving them, but in reality, it was Death's boyfriend, the furthest being from their God. The irony would have been funny if they didn't look so miserable. Felicia stopped to stare at the scene from the second floor. How many powers do you have? Too many to count. Dante turned to address the kneeling, broken scientists. All of you, get into one cell. Let me protect you from these monsters. He smirked. Your words of faith are meaningless. Only by virtue and kindness will you wash away your sins. If they were going to treat him as God, he might as well use it to make them obey. Yes, Lord. They scrambled to obey, stumbling over each other in their haste to reach the nearest cell. Someone fell and was helped up by 2 others. We shall follow your light. His mercy shines upon us. Even the skeptics, who were holding on to reason, folded after hearing Dante's voice. Fear made believers of them all. When the universe stopped making sense, faith was the only refuge left. They piled into one cell like refugees. Dante created a force field around their cell before gathering mystic energy to cast a protection ward. Part of him wanted to let the force field drop, let them pay the price for trading rational thought for blind faith. But it wasn't entirely their fault. Norman had pushed them until their minds cracked and sought comfort in the divine. Dante couldn't respect how easily they'd bent. But he also wouldn't let Felicia witness their deaths. Felicia had already returned to destroying cells on the second floor. 1 cell at a time, each one falling after 4 slashes. He destroyed 3 at a time. And a sudden, sharp pain stabbed through his mind. It was brief enough to not affect his concentration. Still not used to this mental strain. He focused even more and smashed these prison cells at a faster rate. The pain faded to a dull throb centered behind his eyes. While he was doing that, the symbiote hosts from the hallways had arrived to contain the escaping prisoners. They all moved in an organized way, most likely being controlled by Norman. An epic brawl started. The prisoners' symbiotes hadn't developed a consciousness that Norman could control from a distance. Norman's only option to stop these rebels was to use other symbiote hosts. It was also why Dante had chosen prisoners for the distraction method. Soon, every single prisoner was set loose. Some prisoners tried hitting the protection ward, but it didn't break even with their best efforts. We are safe. Norman can't touch us anymore. We're under Lord's protection. His light will shine upon us forever. The frenzied worship made Dante want to dispel the invisibility and shout that he wasn't their god, but that would hardly accomplish anything. They had already surrendered the one thing Norman couldn't take, their ability to think for themselves. He watched the prisoners assist their fellow rebels in fighting the Norman-controlled symbiotes. Dante turned away from the chaos, scanning the second floor for Felicia. Darling, catch. He looked up just in time to see her standing on the second floor railing, one foot on the narrow metal bar and her arms spread wide like she was about to swan dive. She didn't hesitate. She jumped. Her body arced gracefully through the air as she plummeted toward concrete 20 feet below with a smile on her face. Dante moved on instinct and position to catch her, his mind unconsciously running calculations. He immediately concluded the impact would be like getting hit by a bike speeding at around 20 miles per hour. His reinforced skeleton could handle it, but a normal person would suffer heavy injuries. It was a great thing neither of them could be counted as ordinary. She dropped into his chest, and he took a step back to dissipate the force. That felt amazing. Felicia laughed and rubbed her cheeks against his, like a cat expressing affection. Trusting others is so nice. The girl crushed under guilt and fear was gone. This was the adrenaline junkie who chased after danger like a drug. The cat burglar who leaped off skyscrapers because it made her feel alive. Now that her father had a real chance at survival, she had gone right back to dancing on the edge of disaster. Safety was boring and boring wasn't her way of living. Black Cat is officially back. She jumped down from his arms then straightened her back, only to have her smile die. Delight was replaced with horror. You're bleeding. What? Dante reached up, confused for a half-second because the pain in his head had normalized. His fingers came covered in red. Both of his nostrils were bleeding. The blood trickled over his lips and dripped off his chin. Shit, I'm reaching my limit. Sue Storm's power was extraordinary, but his mental strength wasn't enough to fully utilize it. Something had to give. Right now, that something was blood vessels in his prefrontal cortex swelling and bursting under pressure. Felicia already had a handkerchief out from her duffel bag and pressed the cloth to his face. She wiped away blood while avoiding his nose. She turned the cloth and brushed his lower lip and his chin with the clean part. He found her quick change quite amazing. It only took her a second to go from adrenaline junkie to concerned lover. Let's hurry, she whispered. I know you won't die, I just don't want to see you bleed. They sprinted through the corridor and arrived at the vault door. The reinforced steel with a digital lock planted on it. Darling, give me 30 seconds. From her duffel bag, Felicia pulled out a sleek device wrapped in copper coils and multicolored writing with a small display and keypad. The magnetic counterfield generator she had passionately raved about in Smokies. She pressed it against the vault door's lock panel and adjusted the settings. Electric blue and violet light flashed around the keypad on the vault. Reading, got it. Her fingers danced across the interface as she inputted parameters. Initiating override. The copper coils glowed brighter and generated cascading waves of pink, green, gold over the vault surface. The red lock indicator flickered before completely dying out. The locks disengaged with a heavy clunk. 23 seconds. Felicia pushed the vault with a finger, and the massive steel frame moved a couple centimeters. She pulled the device and tucked it back into her bag gently like it was something precious. I'm getting better at this. That counterfield theory you explained actually made sense now that I've seen it work. He gave her a thumbs up. Good job. Right. Her eyes lit up behind her mask. The magnetic resonance frequency has to match exactly or the whole thing is dead. It's precision. Sorry for nerding out when we're running low on time. You should go over it when my head isn't throbbing. He already had plenty of knowledge swimming in his head. Adding more would be great to expand his horizons. Besides, he would rather endure hours of Felicia gushing over random things than see another moment of her depression. Felicia's smile widened into something softer. Then she turned and pushed the vault door properly open. Dante stepped inside after her, closing the vault door behind so nothing would seem out of place for any curious symbiote. The vault seemed to be airtight, isolating any sound from going outside without the use of his force field. This massive vault wasn't meant to store but dissect and terrorize an alien being. And in the center, exactly where they had seen it in their astral forms, stood the containment vessel. A massive glass cylinder elevated on a pedestal. Inside, pressed against the walls, was the symbiote. Venom, probably. Dante doubted this thing even had a name without Spider-Man or Eddie's involvement. And it was still being tortured. Four robotic arms moved in coordination. One stabbed into the symbiote's mass. Venom recoiled, tendrils writhing. Another arm sliced, harvesting a chunk of living tissue. The severed piece desperately crawled on the glass floor, trying to reunite with the main body. But a third and fourth robotic arms intercepted it and passed it through a sealed port. And then it started over. Stab, slice, harvest, repeat. I wouldn't survive this long, Felicia whispered, pulling out her glass cutter gadget. Give me 5 minutes to break it open. He placed a hand on her shoulder, gently moving her aside. Destroy the surveillance and then knock those guys out. I'll take care of this. The 8 or 10 researchers around the area hadn't even paid attention to the fact that nobody stepped inside after the vault door opened. Still, it was better to not let them see Felicia's face. Darling, the second we break that glass, it's going to come straight for you. It's been tortured for months, maybe years. It's going to be vengeful. I can handle it. Felicia studied him for a moment, then nodded slowly and extended her claws. All right, but if that thing tries to eat you, I'm slashing it off. Nobody will possess you on my watch. Nobody. I'm not that weak. I know. She reached, fingertips brushing his chin where blood had dried on his skin. But you always do this for Mayus. Why shouldn't I? She had enough of being protected. With her new abilities, she had something to protect him instead. I know. He moved her hand. Go. You're wasting time. Rich coming from the guy who made a stop to grope my ass. She laughed and ran off. It was worth it, he whispered to himself before approaching the containment vessel. Up close, it looked even more durable. The glass was reinforced with so many layers that it was stronger than most metals. He tapped the glass experimentally with one knuckle and shook his head. Force fields won't work. Right now, he couldn't handle the mental strain of brute forcing with force fields. So he watched Felicia methodically plant small chips on every surveillance device, which he recognized as a video loop injector. The device would record 30 seconds of normal footage and begin feeding a looped version to the security system while the timestamp continued ticking forward. Once she took care of the surveillance, she went wild. The civilian researchers didn't even know what hit them as they fell to the ground, unconscious. She just put them down, one after another, until the vault was empty of conscious witnesses. Making her invisible, sound-free, and scent-free was like giving her wings. Honestly, her new abilities made her a perfect assassin. Null, End Sue Storm Link and Starred Elixirs Link. Permission acquired. Level 4 Resonance Link created with Elixir, Joshua Foley. The moment his invisibility faded, Venom reacted. It abandoned any attempt to avoid the robotic arms and lunged at Dante, smashing itself against the wall. The blade stabbed through Venom, it didn't recoil this time. It pressed harder against the glass, tendrils spreading wide. Venom was desperately hoping for Dante to save it. Let's get you out of there. 55. We are Venom. Random art. The moment Dante's invisibility fell away, the world seemed to notice him again and so did she. Death's mask slid back over his face, like it had just been waiting for an excuse to return. You'll need it for what's above, Death said in his mind. Her voice came from everywhere and nowhere at once, sitting in the back of his skull and somewhere out beyond the stars. Just say you like seeing me with this. I absolutely do, she said with a chuckle. It would have been your face if it didn't make you stand out. Felicia doesn't like it though. I'll adjust it for her. She'll see you like she usually does. She took a brief pause. Sylvvaja too. Her response made him blink in surprise. He had braced for something cold and dismissive or something jealous. Instead, she seemed openly accommodating for Felicia and reluctantly for Sylvvaja. Death, are you trying to get along with them? Felicia doesn't fear Death or me, she begrudgingly admitted. So I don't hate her. That's so sweet of you, he murmured. When are you coming back properly? If you stay like this, you'll end up as just the masked lady. I miss you too, she said, softer than before. But not now, we'll talk later. Dante let the conversation go for now. He turned his attention inward and pushed his perception deep. His body unfolded for him down to the cellular level. First, he fixed the damage that caused bleeding earlier. He reinforced the weakened blood vessels, reduced inflammation in the neural tissue, and performed some enhancements on neurons. It wouldn't prevent the strain entirely, naturally, but he would be able to use the force fields without pain for a while. Then he focused on the real thing, rewriting his body for raw power. He started with the muscles. Fibers tightened and packed together, layer after layer compressing until each bundle held 3 times the density it had a minute ago. Strength went up, but the flexibility went away with it. Every gain had a price. His tendons were reinforced to a carbon fiber level of toughness. His skeletal structure thickened. His skeletal structure became dense and heavier. Next came the engine that had to drive all of it. His cardiovascular system was kicked into a higher gear. Heart walls strengthened, valves reshaped to seal cleaner and push harder, and arteries were widened by fractions of millimeters to transport more blood. Capillary networks in his limbs expanded, trying to keep up with muscle tissue that now demanded triple the oxygen. His shirt tightened across his shoulders, protesting as his frame bulged. Every step carried a little more weight. He felt heavier but also slower. And it still didn't feel enough. He connected to the helio reactor embedded in his chest and let the solar radiation flood his system, empowering every cell and amplifying the biokinetic modifications. His hands clenched into fists as he felt the unstoppable power running through them. By his own math, his baseline lifting capacity sat around 900 pounds after the optimization. The structural overload state he had just triggered tripled that. The solar boost riding on top stacked another rough factor of 3. A bit over 3.5 tons of lifting power. Plenty to break what he needed broken. Felicia, stay back. She didn't argue when she saw him overload his body to such a degree and move to the vault entrance. There was a curious yet mischievous light in her eyes as though calculating how she could use his ridiculous power for fun and pleasure. Dante turned back to the containment unit. The symbiote inside seemed to sense the change in him. Its mass pressed harder against the inner surface, tendrils reaching for him like a drowning man seeing a hand extended over the water. It saw a perfect host, and it wanted him. He pulled his right arm back. Solar radiation concentrated in his shoulder, his elbow, his wrist, and his knuckles. With a groan, he smashed his fist into the glass. The sound was apocalyptic. The glass didn't just crack, it detonated in a shower of crystalline fragments. Shards embedded themselves in the walls, the ceiling, and the floor. The pedestal cracked down the middle and collapsed. A few shards hit his face, which he easily healed with biokinesis. Venom was free. The symbiote surged forward and grasped Dante's outstretched fist with its tendrils. "Darling, watch out." Felicia's warning came a moment too late. The symbiote had latched on his hand. It felt cold, like plunging his arm into Arctic water. Venom climbed up his forearm, wrapped around his bicep, and spread across his shoulder. He felt it trying to burrow beneath his skin. Venom was desperate to remove its powerless status. So desperate it had turned a blind eye to the fact that Dante had freed it from its torment. Felicia approached him, intending to slice Venom with her claws. He stopped her with a shake of his head and gestured to her to stay away. Dante calmly stood there as the symbiote merged with his arm, and its consciousness pressed against his own. Venom wasn't gently trying to bond with him, it was invasively burrowing, trying to sink tendrils into the deepest parts of his mind. Trying, in its own frantic way, to make his body its new home. Venom didn't speak in words, but jammed its feelings together and shoved through his mind in one shove. Pain, rage, hunger, never again. The intent behind it was so sharp it almost made him flinch. "Do you really want to go down this path?" Dante asked, more tired than angry. Venom stopped just flooding him and spoke in a more coherent way. "For years just pain. We screamed, begged, no mercy, no end. They made fragments from me, hundreds of pieces, each one controlled by him. The stolen piece of ourselves turned against me." Dante saw the white room again, but Norman was standing before Venom, watching with a twisted smile. "I learned. Partnership is lie. Kindness is lie. Trust is lie. Only domination survives. Only strength matters. Never again. Never again. No more weakness. No more trust. We take. We dominate. We survive." The symbiote spread toward his face, trying to seal itself over his skull to complete the bond, to establish dominance and take complete control. "Is this how you want to repay your savior?" The symbiote's advance hesitated. "Savior?" Venom twisted the word in contempt. "No, you'll betray too. They all do. Better to dominate first. Better to control. Take your body. Make it mine before you turn on me." The hesitation vanished. Tendrils snapped forward and wrapped around his throat, spreading across his jaw. Dante sighed. "You leave me no other choice." He had tried to reason, but Venom wasn't thinking clearly. It was acting out of a wound so deep that fear and instincts had drowned everything else. He stripped away the biokinetic enhancements and gave a command to his system. "Deactivate Elixir's resonance link. Activate Death's resonance link." The Level 2 resonance link created with Death. He quickly pulled Death's presence before it affected Felicia and focused it on the symbiote clinging to him. Venom recoiled violently. "No, no, 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 no." The symbiote's tendrils ripped themselves off his throat. It tried to flee back, to go anywhere that wasn't near whatever Dante had just become. Dante's hand shot out and closed around a fistful of its mass. His fingers sank into its slimy form, and where he touched, Venom's black surface turned gray, then pale, then almost translucent, as if life was being drained from it. "What are you, what are you, what are you?" "Listen carefully," Dante said. "You don't abuse the kindness of your savior." The symbiote howled. It never reached his ears, only a transmission of pure terror and confusion directly in his head. Venom had spent hundreds of years drifting through the cosmos. It had witnessed stars collapse and civilizations fall. Venom thought it understood death. It had just been ignorant. The presence that suddenly emanated from Dante wasn't killing intent or bloodlust. Those were emotions a symbiote could comprehend and even feed on. Every single cell in Venom's body suddenly knew that it would end one day. There was a line somewhere in its future with its name on it, and beyond that line there was nothing. And the being holding Venom could drag that line forward whenever he wanted. The symbiote writhed in his grip, desperately trying to get away, but the death aura had clamped down on it. There was no escape. "Sorry. Didn't understand, please don't." What it felt wasn't pain. It had become used to pain after years of the same routine in the lab. This was existential horror. For the first time in its long existence, Venom felt true fear. "I could end you right now with one thought. Do you think I'm lying?" "No, you are not. Please no, I'll obey, will obey, just please. Since you don't want to die, here's what's going to happen." The symbiote sagged in his grip, utterly silent except for minute trembling, like prey that had stopped fleeing because flight was pointless. "You'll follow my rules. Or I won't just kill you. I'll make you mortal and live every single moment like you're dying. And then I'll extend that lifespan for centuries, so you can spend every single moment dreading the inevitable. The symbiote's terror reached a new pitch. Because that wasn't a threat. That was a promise. We understand, please no more. Felicia, still pressed against the vault entrance, whispered, Jesus Christ, darling. Dante didn't look at her. Obey me, and you'll live. Get on my arm. Venom started to move again, but all the aggression was gone as it wrapped itself around his forearm as a tiny patch of alien matter. Yes, anything, just please. Please no more death. Can't feel that again. Can't. Would rather be harvested forever than feel that again. Dante suppressed his death aura, letting Venom breath freely. I'm sorry, didn't want to. I seek partnership, not domination. No, I'm going to become your host. I don't need you. But we weaken. You just tried to take over my body. Why should I give a fuck about you? Didn't mean to. Venom spoke softer now. Thought survival meant control. Kindness was weakness. He felt remorse through the connection. The symbiote had been broken by months of torture, had learned all the wrong lessons from Norman's torture, and had defaulted to the only survival strategy it could conceive: dominate or be dominated. Will stay weak. The thought came small, pleading. Must recover, reclaim. Can't just call those fragments back. It would solve all of his problems at once. No. A wave of shame rolled through the link. Lost control. Sovereign too powerful. Control is strong. You're just useless then. I bond for power. More shame was felt as it fumbled for words to explain its competence. Both the host and I gained strength. I'll think about it. Dante released death's resonance link. Null. What's death percentage at? 9%. The understanding of human anatomy as well as many causes of deaths through different organ failures broadened your understanding of death. His lips twitched. Jesus. No wonder maintaining the link for a minute had left him with a small headache. He shifted to Elixir's link and fixed the damage. Can I lower the percentage of links? Affirmative. I can nullify extra resonance power through Universe X. He groaned. Not again. Felicia rushed to his side. What the hell was that? Negotiation. He looked down at Venom, still docilely coating his forearm. It won't obey nice guys after what it went through. I would have just destroyed it, Felicia growled, glaring daggers at Venom. The audacity to possess him after we did all this to save you. What an ungrateful scum. More shame was transmitted as Venom squirmed. I apologize. Dante laughed. Forget about him. Before we leave, Felicia, can you destroy that robo-equipment? Venom transmitted a feeling of gratefulness. Thanks, human. Felicia leaped gracefully and sliced the robotic arms from the base before stomping them to bits. She may have started on his order, but she was grinning cheerfully, venting her frustration out on the metal. Call me Dante. What's your name? None. We don't need names. Telepathy is everything. Then let's fix that. How about Venom? Venom? Why? Because Venom can kill or cure depending on dose and application. You were used as poison, now I'll use you as an antidote to this sovereign infection. The symbiote Venom rippled with pleased surprise. We are Venom. Dante smiled beneath the skull mask. I'll work you like a slave. Venom seemed happier rather than angry despite Dante's crude wording. Anything better than torture. Felicia, who had vented enough, returned to his side. Happy. Happy, Venom replied in his stead, though its voice never reached Felicia. Black and white lady nice. Carrying my fragment too. Reclaim it. Don't you dare, Felicia, or take back agony, Dante warned. I'll help you recover other fragments except two. They stay with me. There was a brief, instinctive flash of resentment. Then fear smothered it. We understand, Venom answered quickly, knowing disobeying Dante, who held complete control over its fate, would end badly. Dante has good mate. Dante stared at Felicia. Venom is calling you my mate. You named it Venom. She paused, catching up to his last words, and an amusing smile covered her face. Mate is such a raw word, though it suits the whole pack thing Sylvvaja has going for her mercenary club. There was nothing odd about the name since Wild Pack was established by Sylvvaja's father to hunt down Nazi war criminals. Dante reconnected to Sue Storm's link to become invisible and slowly opened the vault to see if Norman had sent anyone to guard it. Well, it turned out it wasn't just one but three symbiote hosts standing guard. All three were ready to gang up on anyone who dared to lay a hand on Venom. This revealed a crucial detail others might have missed at the moment. Norman can't control or know what's happening to Venom. He can only control lesser symbiotes made from Venom. It sounded about right. Venom was quite a strong abnormality even among Clintar natives. One symbiote host had a white skull on his muscular symbiote body, the symbiote covering him like heavy-plated armor. He carried heavy machine guns in both arms. Frank Castle aka the Punisher. The second was leaner. A bow formed from black matter rested in his hand. A quiver was fused to his back, all arrows enhanced by symbiote matter. The second was a lean symbiote host with a bow and arrow. Clint Barton aka the Hawkeye. Dante's brow furrowed. Hawkeye and Punisher as Norman's puppets made no sense. Hawkeye had the support of S.H.I.E.L.D. while Punisher wasn't the type to bend under someone's rule. The third host made Felicia go still. Dad. He squeezed her hand. Do you want to save him? The scenarios played out in his head. His invisibility had a time limit, and he still needed to keep the strain limited to build platforms up the elevator shaft. These three hosts weren't fodder. They were top-tier fighters with Symbiote even without Symbiote buffing them. Fighting them would be impossible without using a Symbiote countermeasure or his death resonance. Even if he killed them, every Symbiote in the facility would feel it. Norman would know Venom had been stolen and send every single Symbiote to this research facility. Right now, he wasn't in the condition or remotely prepared to take on thousands of Symbiote hosts. Felicia stared at the twisted version of her father. Dante saw the war in her eyes, the desire to free the old man from this possession. She looked at him, gaze flicking to the dried blood on his chin from earlier. Not today. Why? Even though he had expected such an answer, he wanted to hear her reason. We still have to climb up, she said in a firm voice. I don't want to see you bleed more. Her staunch answer made him smile. She chose his safety over guaranteeing taking back father, the man who defined everything in her life. They squeezed through the door right as all three faced away from him, then quickly closed the vault shut. Sound and vibrations were muffled in the force field. All three powerful symbiotes had no idea the precious object they were meant to protect had already snuck away with two thieves right under their noses. Feeling an intense gaze on his back, Dante looked over his shoulder. Hawkeye and Punisher stared right where he was, their eyes narrowing like they could see him. Their instincts are insane. He picked Felicia in his arms and made a run for it, not stopping until he had completely left the section. Only then did he let her down and took a sigh of relief. Their reputation isn't for nothing. Felicia glanced back one last time. I'll come for you later, Dad, she whispered. It's a promise. He patted her shoulder. I'm going to accompany you. That's my promise. 56. The price. Random art. The third floor of the main compound gave Sylvvaja the best vantage point of Oscorp research facility. She held a highly modified Accuracy International AWM, its 27-inch fluted barrel extended through a narrow firing port cut into the reinforced concrete. The rifle was a custom-built masterpiece by one of her contacts. The world narrowed to the heat signature targets in her thermal optic scope. The embedded ballistic chip processed wind, elevation, and bullet drop and fed corrections directly to her reticle. Her mind processed the data and the target potential movement in milliseconds. Her finger squeezed the trigger. Bang! The recoil used to be like a little kick, but it barely tickled her new, improved physique. The custom titanium suppressor swallowed the worst of the blast, leaving just a sharp muffle. A hand operative 200 yards out jerked backward as blood sprayed from his throat. His hands flew to his neck before his legs gave out. One red marker disappeared from the holographic map in her mind. Target down, East Quadrant. 5 tactical radios clung to her shoulder rig. The panicked, calm, wounded, and triumphant overlapped into one messy broadcast. It would have driven a normal person insane. North bunker holding, suppressing their advance. Tactical drone strike confirmed, 5 hostiles down. Reloading, covering fire from South Tower. The chaotic comms were filtered out by her mind at an incredible pace, leaving only what mattered: the information necessary to update the ever-changing three-dimensional holographic map in her mind, which showed every firing position, line of sight, choke point, fallback route, and the number of enemies. Dante's optimizations weren't just limited to her physique. No, the improvement in her body felt measly compared to the changes in her mind. Her mind could now easily track crucial information and even the psychological aspects like morale, the impact of casualties, and the impact of losing key positions without any conscious thinking on her part. She could see it all, process it all, and adjust for it all in real time. The feeling of having the entire battlefield in the palm of her head was intoxicating. Like playing chess when your opponent could only see 2 moves ahead but you could see 10. It almost felt like Dante had given her a superpower uniquely suited for her position as a leader of mercenaries. Commander, Raoul here. Raoul's voice cut through the radio chatter. He was on Wildpack's private channel. 3 allies wounded in the eastern perimeter. Drones report that the enemy forces are regrouping behind the tree line. Her mind map updated instantly. Only then she caught up with how she was treating her allies as just dots, not real people. She switched channels without looking. Rotate the wounded out. As I said before, no one fights injured. Dante could easily heal the wounded back to peak health with his new powers. But he couldn't bring the dead back to life, not unless she forced him to fight his cosmic girlfriend. And Sylvvaja had no intention of asking him to negotiate with death over fallen mercenaries. It was better to keep them alive in the first place. Raoul, status on ammunition. Around 75%. Reassign Drone Team 2 for surveillance. No territorial advances unless we're actively under fire. Message delivered. Raoul took a pause. The men are cheering your name, Commander. They appreciate your care. Sylvvaja's mouth twitched. They thought she was being noble and compassionate about valuing lives over objectives. In reality, she was keeping casualties minimal because she didn't want to lose her men for Norman, that evil bastard. Excellent work, Raoul. Maintain current operations. Yes, Commander. She spotted a patient enemy crouched behind a tree. He believed the cover would keep him safe. Amateur mistake. The .338 Lapua round pierced through the tree like it was cardboard, then through the man's ribcage, and out the other side in a spray of bone fragments and lung tissue. He dropped without a sound. The next target was even easier. Some idiot tried to sprint across open ground in a suicidal charge toward the central compound. The bullet caught him mid-stride and spun him like a broken puppet. The battle was progressing well, too well for her comfort. The wild pack dominated every critical position except the scattered pockets on the outer edges of the private property. The bunkers were still fortified, watchtowers operational, and crossfire fields established for all approach vectors. Each minute that passed, they chipped away at the Hand's assault. Enemy ammo consumption climbed while their own supplies remained steady. The Hand's assault felt underwhelming. They had arrived light on equipment. Handguns and rifles, standard tactical gear but nothing heavy like rocket-propelled grenades, shaped charges, or anti-material rifles. They didn't even bring designated marksmen to contest Wild Pack's elevated firing positions. By contrast, her forces unleashed tactical drones circled, which fed real-time intelligence while grenade payloads rained death on clustered enemies. The spread-out motion tracking sensors caught any sneak attempts. Blind spots still existed in their coverage, they always did for such a massive area. But so far, the Hand hadn't exploited a single one. The one-sided massacre made her feel the Hand were cavemen charging at an army of the modern army. Her side was winning, which was exactly what made her nervous. Amy Chen was crouched beside her, picking targets through the same firing port. The assassin squeezed off 3 rounds in rapid succession, but only one hit the mark. "They're falling back again," Amy reported, satisfied with her work. "I feel pity for them now." Sylvvaja ejected the spent casing and chambered another round. "Don't celebrate yet. They're throwing bodies and still can't break through." Amy grinned. "We've got better positions, better equipment, and a way better commander who treats us like actual humans." Sylvvaja didn't allow herself to feel pride at the compliment. Her scope swept the battlefield in search of the trap she knew was coming. The Hand aren't fools. The sheer numbers advantage they had brought should have told her everything. Over 300 men committed to this assault. But quantity alone didn't explain the Hand's confidence. The Hand had survived for centuries. They wouldn't throw away lives on doomed frontal assaults. They knew how to fight, how to plan, how to win. So why did this feel like they were just testing defenses, probing for weaknesses? Her eyes widened as a vicious realization hit her. Are they using people to wear us down? No, that doesn't make sense. Yet the thought had taken root in her skull. She took out her phone and dialed her assistant, surveilling everything back from Manhattan's branch. "Anna, check up on all bridges connected to Oscorp Island. Do you see incoming vehicles?" Anna loudly typed on her keyboard, and the gasp that came through the speaker told Sylvvaja everything she needed to know. "Madam, I see many cars here." "How many?" "Around 30 armored SUVs in the north and west. One heavy truck and sedan just crossed the southern bridge. A 3-sided assault only because there was no eastern bridge leading to the island." She put her phone away and cursed under her breath, treating their men like fodder in this age. These scum. Norman felt like a lesser evil compared to the Hand's heinous tactics. Just this many kills would put her organization in the bad light internationally. The more they killed, the worse her soldiers' mental will be. When the real assault began, her side might not even have the energy to fight. "Relax, Commander. We still got our death god in the back pocket to bail us out." Amy laughed, unconcerned. Die, die, die. That will clear the battlefield." Amy had more confidence in Dante than his own lover did. Then again, Amy hadn't seen him collapse in bed from overusing his powers. The Wild Pack didn't know that side of him. They had only seen Hades, the man who had single-handedly destroyed a Magia assault and ripped symbiotes with bare hands without a scratch. An unstoppable death god who answered to their commander. That was the impression Dante's 2 public performances had burned into Wild Pack. Sylvvaja's next bullet punched through a Hand soldier's chest at 230 yards. "My country's fate depends on my Wild Pack. I'll never revolve my operation around one man's existence." Ironic when Symcaria is relying on one woman. The old Sylvvaja would have tried to argue, but now, she was quite unbothered. She had someone else to ease her burden. The only price was revealing her vulnerabilities and laying her heart bare, but that was nothing compared to the relief, comfort, and pleasure in his company. Sylvvaja returned to relaying new defensive measures to Raoul while killing 1 man per bullet. "You're coordinating 4 teams, calling tactical adjustments, and still." Amy squeezed the trigger but missed the mark. "Hitting every goddamn shot. Behind every great man there is a great woman. I found my great man." "He is a great man all right," Amy said cheerfully, yet it felt like a bitter compliment. "Where exactly is he, though?" Sylvvaja's finger froze on the trigger. She had no answer, not one she could give. Amy was loyal. Amy was trusted. Amy had bled for the Wild Pack and for her. However, there were some secrets that couldn't be shared even with her friend who had taken a bullet for her 3 years ago. She couldn't tell Amy that Dante and Felicia were somewhere beneath her feet right now, stealing from the very vault of their client while she let her soldiers bleed to keep their cash flow going. "He's where he needs to be," Sylvvaja said. "He'll be back soon." Channel 3 crackled to distract both of them. "Commander, West Tower reporting." Static covered the comms, interrupted by erratic gunfire and screams. Ambush, they came from. We didn't detect them until. Sylvvaja's blood went cold. West Tower, report. 2 wounded, location compromised. The voice was younger, breathless with fear. One of the rookies. Constantine, maybe, or John. Ninjas theory inside, there. The transmission cut off completely as static took over. Her enhanced mind was already racing through implications. The West Tower provided covering fire for the southern approach and overlooked their main ammunition depot. Losing it opened a gap in their defensive perimeter. The worst part was if the Hand had infiltrated close enough to ambush the tower without triggering motion sensors, then they had stealth operatives that could bypass their thermal sensors. Either full-body armor or some supernatural bullshit, which had become an everyday occurrence ever since Dante came into her life. Shit. Sylvvaja switched channels. Our unit in the West Tower was ambushed. Raoul, get me a drone overhead, now. On it. Redirecting drone 4. She pressed the channel 5. Medical team, any evacs from the West Tower? Medical responding. Negative, Commander. West Tower's entire team is radio silent. A whole team fell without the scouts and drones didn't find any single approaching threat. She switched to channel 2, which was for the West Bunker positions. West Bunker teams, listen carefully. Send drones to scout for the wounded and evac them to your place. Do not attempt recovery if you're under fire. We don't trade 2 lives for 1. Roger. Moving to extract. And remember my standing orders, she continued. Anyone injured withdraws from the battle. No heroics. No last stands. You get shot anywhere, you leave. Understood. A chorus of affirmations answered back. A few hot-headed mercs were reluctant, but the rest were relieved. Amy glanced over, brow furrowed. My lady, if we keep pulling people back every time someone takes a hit. This isn't a war, Sylvvaja interrupted. We're not defending Symkaria's borders. We're not fighting for survival. This is a contract. We have to weigh profit and loss. Then we should unload the heavy weaponry. We wait until Dante's back. Her voice grew cold, bloodthirsty. Then we annihilate these cultists. Every single one of them will pay the price for stepping on my territory. Even if she couldn't annihilate them, she would make the Hand pay a blood price for invading her territory. Amy stared at her for a long moment as if searching for something. Whatever Amy was looking for, she didn't find it, or maybe she found exactly what she feared. Either way, she nodded slowly and returned to her scope, unwilling to probe further. Sylvvaja maintained her calm expression. Amy had caught onto something. It would be weird if she hadn't. But asking questions would force Sylvvaja to lie to her face, and neither of them wanted that. Commander. Pyotr's deep, accented voice came through Wildpack's private channel. 1 car, 1 armored truck. Approaching from the south. Sylvvaja's brow furrowed. As assault from the south made no tactical sense. The southern approach was a flat concrete expanse with 0 cover for 300 yards. A single heavy machine gun could mow down entire squads before they crossed half that distance. The Hand had to know that. This must be their plan, Sylvvaja whispered. Amy, south wall. Now. Both women shifted positions and pivoted their line of fire toward the south. Sylvvaja spotted the vehicles parked brazenly in the open. The doors swung wide and Hand operatives wearing tactical vests over black combat gear poured out. They carried rifles and katana. They used the truck as a cover and set up firing positions. A single man stepped out of the sedan. He was short, maybe 5'3", but built like a brawler with broad shoulders, thick arms, and a wide chest covered in a dirty white tank top. His hair stuck up in wild tufts on either side of his head, almost like an animal. Scruffy mutton chops framed a face that seemed straight out of an old cowboy movie. He didn't carry a weapon, yet her instincts rang alarm bells in her mind. He was the most dangerous man she had ever encountered except Dante in his Death Authority form. The man just started walking straight toward the central compound like he was taking a morning stroll through Central Park. Sylvvaja's radio crackled, and a new voice came through the western perimeter channel. Silver Sable. The accent was Japanese and refined, a bit theatrical. The Hand extends a courtesy. Surrender the compound and withdraw your forces. What if I don't? We'll have to kill every resistance. Remember, Norman Osborn is not a man worth dying for. He doesn't deserve such loyalty. There is no man worth dying for, she whispered, adjusting her scope's elevation. Except mine. She exhaled and squeezed. This was her answer. Crack. The bullet struck the dead center of the dangerous man's forehead. His head snapped backward from the impact as he staggered half a step. She didn't let herself smile because her instincts still rang, which turned out right. The man moved his head in place and reached up to casually pluck the flattened bullet from his skull. The wound in his forehead sealed itself in seconds until there wasn't even a scar. His head turned, and he looked directly at Sylvvaja. 300 yards away through a 4-inch gap in the reinforced concrete. He just stared at her with blank eyes. Then 6 claws erupted from his knuckles. 3 per hand, each 1 a foot long. Mutant. Mutant. Amy echoed the same sentiment, but her voice wasn't as calm as Sylvvaja. Oh fuck, that's a mutant. Amy opened fire without waiting for orders. Her rifle roared and spat brass casings across the floor. She wasn't the only one, as more mercs from nearby bunkers unleashed heavy fire on him. Blood sprayed as he staggered with the impact of the belt-fed machine gun fire. His white, dirty vest was dyed red in seconds, his entire body full of holes. Yet he didn't fall. Grenades! Amy screamed into her radio. Someone hit him with explosives. A muffled whomp came from the southern defensive position. 6 40mm grenades arced through the air and struck the concrete 5 feet in front of the mutant. The explosion of fire and shrapnel engulfed him. His skin blackened, burned, melted and regenerated. Charred flesh sloughed off and pink, healthy skin grew beneath. The burns vanished like they had never existed. The mutant roared and broke into a sprint. He covered ground like a missile, closing the distance to an eastern bunker position. Sylvvaja grabbed the radio. "Evac the eastern bunker number 4. "Preparing an evac," someone replied over the channel. "Commander, do we take supplies?" "Leave you dumbass." "Roger," someone screamed. "Arg." The mutant had already reached the bunker. Sylvvaja watched through her scope, helpless as blood sprayed on the bunker walls. A helmet went flying out of the bunker, still attached to part of a skull. 4 men died in 8 seconds. Symkarian blood. Her blood. Sylvvaja's chest tightened. She could have avoided this by saying no to Dante's plan. She could have forced him to wait for another window. He would have listened and bent his entire plan around her comfort because he loved her. But she hadn't, because someone had to save the innocent people from being tortured in Norman's labs. Because this was the right thing to do. But she didn't pay the price for that choice. Her men did. 57, a colossal entry. Random art. Sylvvaja twisted the dial to force the radio to broadcast to everyone. All eastern positions. Full retreat to secondary lines. Everyone is hereby ordered to not engage the mutant. Avoid contact at all costs. Copy. Falling back. One of East Bunker is gone. We're. Jesus Christ, he just tore through Kozlov like. Move. Sylvvaja's shout cut through the overlapping panic, harsher than she intended. Anyone who engages that mutant will be deemed as disobeying orders. Withdraw and regroup. Beside her, Amy lowered her rifle with shaking hands. "My lady." Sylvvaja kept her eyes on the scope instead of Amy. If she looked, she knew she would see a flicker of doubt, the question about why Dante wasn't here, and why wasn't Ava deployed to fight the superhuman threat. "My lady, there is something I haven't been able to tell you." Sylvvaja's finger hovered over the radio, ready to issue another order. "Amy, not now. You know why I was so pissed at Dante?" Amy asked, ignoring Sylvvaja and the chaos the mutant had brought. "Why I shot him." "Amy, we can talk." Amy slapped her hand over Sylvvaja's mouth. The contact stunned her more than the words. No one silenced her like that. "I love you." Sylvvaja's eyes went wide, and for a moment the world narrowed to the slight wetness in Amy's eyes and the way her throat trembled. Scenes she had never bothered to connect suddenly started making sense. Amy's lingering looks when she thought Sylvvaja wasn't paying attention, the way Amy always stepped a little too close when danger appeared, and the look of jealousy when Sylvvaja showed interest in someone. It made even more sense remembering Amy came from a clan of all-female assassins. "I've always loved you," Amy said, hand dropping away as her eyes filled with tears she refused to let fall. "You always talked about finding a worthy husband and conceiving the greatest heir, carrying on your father's legacy. I could never bring myself to say it." Sylvvaja looked away. "Amy, I can't." The admission was short and heartless. Before Dante, she might have experimented to understand this fierce devotion Amy had, even if she wasn't sexually drawn to women. But everything had changed since she was in a relationship and probably going to become a mother before next year. "I know." Amy let out a hollow, bitter laughter. She threw her rifle aside, which clattered against the wall. She pulled out 2 beautiful curved swords from the sheaths on her back, each one with an ornate golden hilt. "That's why I'm leaving Wild Pack." "You're lying." Sylvvaja couldn't believe what she was hearing. "Why?" Amy flashed a grin, but underneath the bravado was resignation of someone who had already decided they were not walking back. Sylvvaja had seen this look too many times in this line. "My lady, remember the assassin who took down a feral mutant." Sylvvaja reached out, but Amy stepped away and vaulted through the window. Sylvvaja rushed to the opening and saw Amy hit the platform just below. Amy sprinted along the narrow ledge before leaping to the next platform, then the next. She descended the jagged maze of steel and concrete like it was a training course instead of a death run. She dropped to the courtyard below and landed in a roll before sprinting toward the southern approach, where the mutant who had torn through soldiers like tissue paper. The hand operatives reacted on instinct the moment they saw movement. Gunfire erupted, muzzle flashes stuttering through smoke. Amy's arms moved in a blur as she intercepted the bullets aiming for her head with her sword. The rest of her body was wrapped in red-plated armor. Lower caliber rounds smacked into her chest and shoulders and ricocheted away, leaving scuffs but no blood. Sylvvaja clenched her fist, holding back the urge to chase after Amy. She couldn't be selfish, not when everyone needed her commands. She quickly tuned to Wild Pack channel. "Pyotr, take down that mutant," Sylvvaja whispered. "Hades told you to stop holding back. He'll handle all the consequences." There was a brief moment of silence before Pyotr laughed. "Pyotr Rasputin Kolososheting to engage." Sylvvaja aimed the rifle, only to stop when Ava's voice came through the radio. Pyotr also has superpowers, huh? Didn't see that one coming. Ava chuckled. Commander, shouldn't I support Pyotr? Ava only had two protocols, protect Sylvvaja or kill whatever threatened Sylvvaja. I need you on the elevator, Sylvvaja said firmly. Defend it with your life. Ava didn't speak again, then Sylvvaja's phone rang in her pocket. It was Ava trying to make a private conversation, which wasn't possible in their channel. Sis, what are you hiding from me? Ava asked. The formality from seconds ago was gone, replaced by the voice of younger sister Ava. What did he make you do? It's not his fault, Ava darling. It's mine. Sis, say it to me clearly. You know I can't read minds. For 5 years, Ava had been more than a subordinate. Ava had been her family. Someone Sylvvaja had fed, trained, scolded, and protected. The little girl who had clung to her coat in winters now demanded honesty like she was owed it. And she was. She could lie to anyone, but lying to Ava felt like betraying her only piece of conscience in this business. Still, she had no choice. I'll explain everything later, Sylvvaja muttered. Heads up. You might have to stop the symbiotes trying to leave the underground facility. Hold them off as much as possible. What? From down there? Ava was in disbelief. Did Norman make them? Yeah, I'll talk to you later. Sis, explain. Sylvvaja cut the call and shot a bullet at the mutant's ribs, stopping him for a few seconds. He glared at her with burning hatred, like he wanted to chew her alive. Sylvvaja felt cold fear, but she held his gaze and refused to flinch. A sharp thwip cut through the noise, followed by a shadow dropping into view. Ghost Spider latched onto the window Amy had just thrown herself through, landing in a low crouch. You're the leader. Sylvvaja blinked in surprise. Ghost Spider, are you here to help? I've been helping, lady, Ghost Spider groaned and pointed a thumb over her shoulder. I incapacitated a dozen guys trying solo infiltration, matching ninja outfits, swords, and doing backflips everywhere. Pretty sure they were the real thing. Sylvvaja's mind processed the information instantly. A dozen hand operatives taken out before the main assault even hit their lines. That meant Ghost Spider hadn't come here to investigate the gunshots. She had been here for a while, scouting, and striking the solo hand operatives. How did you know we would be attacked? One of your men, Dante. He called me. Ghost Spider landed lightly inside and turned toward the southern approach, where the mutant was busy tearing another bunker open like a tin can. Tell everyone to stop wasting ammo on that guy. I'll take him. Can you defeat him? Defeat him? Ghost Spider's eye lenses snapped wide in exaggerated disbelief. Lady, did you not see him shrug off a high-caliber sniper round like a mosquito bite? He's got regeneration too. I can only keep him busy. You won't be alone. 2 more fighters are heading to engage. One of them is special like you. Great. My friendly advice, though, keep everyone else as far as possible. Ghost Spider shrugged. But hey, you do you, Miss Commander. Sylvvaja yanked a spare tactical radio from her rig and tossed it. Ghost Spider snatched it out of the air without even glancing, as if it was just an instinct. Keep it, Sylvvaja said. I'll feed you updates on the mutant and anything else you need. Or use me as a free superpowered soldier, Ghost Spider muttered, but still clipping the radio to her shoulder. I see where Dante learned his tactics from. A small, quick grin tugged at Sylvvaja's mouth despite her tension. Did Dante not tell you he is my man? Any order from me should count as his, too. Ghost Spider's lenses widened again. Felicia and you, that man really knows how to pick his women. We can discuss his harem later. Sylvvaja's smile vanished as she jerked her chin toward the south. Go help with the mutant. So he is a mutant. Ghost Spider gave a slow nod and vaulted back through the window. A heartbeat later, her webline snapped out and latched onto a distant structure. Sylvvaja could only look in envy as Ghost Spider swung through the air. How did Lover turn her into his errand girl? Ghost Spider seemed to hold a grudge against Dante, but still came here to help. What's even their relationship? She thought, and this time, her enhanced mind didn't help. It only worked with warfare, not her personal life. She had just killed a man trying to aim at Ghost Spider when the distinct Japanese accented English came through the radio again. The weapon cannot be stopped, the hand's leader spoke again. He is immortal, and he will continue to kill your men. Immortal? Sylvvaja scoffed. Everyone is mortal before the gaze of death. She decides who lives or dies. Ha ha ha. The voice found her thought absurd. We, the Hand, have been defying death for thousands of years. Then you just signed your own warrant, Sylvvaja said. Thinking of Dante steadied her in a way nothing else did. Because my lover controls life and death. Arrogant. The voice was filled with scorn. Let the weapon tear through your men, then. She shifted her scope to the western watchtower. It looked empty at a glance, but the thermal overlay showed faint, distorted signatures. The Hand had hidden their elites under metal-layered suits designed to fool the heat sensors. Holding her heartbeat, she steadied her hands and took a shot. Someone fell down the watchtower, dead. Was that you, Mr. Arrogant? Your arrogance will end you, the Hand's leader sounded furious. Watching an operative die through his own eyes had gotten under his skin. Mark the words of Nobu. Before dawn, Silver Sable International shall cease to exist. Hear my ultimatum too, bitch. Before next month, the Hand will be gone. If they want war, she will give them one. She wouldn't be afraid of them without Dante. But with Dante, she would chew through them. Don't take too long, lover. Or she won't be able to raise her head with dignity in front of her men. Ghost Spider Gwen swooned straight toward the part of the battlefield every instinct screamed at her to avoid. Below her, bodies lay in broken heaps, some ripped clean in half, others so mangled she had to force her eyes forward before her stomach revolted. The mutant you're dealing with is dubbed the weapon by the hand. Silver Sable's stern, slightly European accented voice came from the comm. And their leader, Nobu, just threatened to wipe everyone in this facility before dawn. Gwen's heart shook at the thought of so many dead people. The nauseating feeling only grew stronger when she remembered the many, many dead bodies she had seen today. The only reason she had contributed so little to the fight. She was too stunned to take action when she saw Silver Sable's mercs mowing through wave after wave of hand operatives. She might have powers, but nothing in her masked career had prepared her for slaughter on this scale. This wasn't some alley brawl with a mugger. This was a war between two factions, where death was just a stat on the paper. I won't let that happen, Gwen whispered, more to herself than to Sable. That's what superheroes do, right? We save the day when nobody else can. Right now, she wasn't sure she believed it. One person couldn't stop a war. Maybe Dante at full power could have, but she wasn't a cold-blooded mercenary. She was just a girl before this week, keeping her superpowers hidden. You have my gratitude, Ghost Spider. Just doing my job as the only active vigilante. She closed in on the southern approach and finally saw him. The mutant the weapon held a soldier in the air by the claws stabbed in his chest. After everything she had seen tonight, she didn't even flinch at the sight. Her gaze snapped to a figure lurking close by. It was a woman in red armor, twin curved swords in hand, waiting for the tiniest opening to strike down the weapon. She should be the first. There was one other ally Sylvvaja had mentioned. She wasn't sure if they would be of any help or just burdens. Whatever. Stick to the plan, Stacy. Gwen swung lower, snapped a new webline, and landed in a light hop just shy of the weapon's reach. Mr. Claus, how you doing? The weapon growled like an animal. I can teach you English if you're interested, she went on. Not a great teacher, but I'm willing to try. He lunged instead, claws trying to slash her face with terrifying speed. Her lenses drooped into an unimpressed expression. I invite a guy out, and he tries to slash my face. One hell of a story to tell, MJ. The claws missed her by inches as she backflipped. Every swipe carved the air where she had just been. The claws were made of some unknown metal, so sharp they would tear through her in an instant. Her spider sense never lied about danger level. She pushed off a cracked wall, twisted midair, and snapped her heel into his jaw on the way past. A tremor went through her leg. She felt like she had kicked a wall instead of a human. She now knew why the sniper bullet had flattened against his forehead. This man's entire skeleton was coated in metal even tougher than tungsten. Pretty sure you're legally not allowed to still count as a human, big guy. The weapon barely flinched at her attack, but momentum was hers. She fired a webline and slammed both feet into his chest in a double kick. This time, the hit staggered him enough to knock him back and down. Before he could recover, she unloaded her web shooters. Thick white strands layered over his limbs, his torso, and even his face. She dumped an entire cartridge in hopes to tie down the walking massacre. By the time she stopped, the weapon was cocooned in a thick, sticky mass, pinned to the ground like a giant bug. Rag! The immortal roared beneath the web, glaring at her, but unable to move. The web held him down. Plana worked, she laughed, breathless and a little hysterical. It never does, but it worked today. One claw suddenly punched through the cocoon. Gwen's shoulders slumped. I should never trust Plan A. Her spider sense flared. She zipped sideways without thinking. The ground she had been standing on erupted a heartbeat later under a volley of gunfire. The only day I'm more popular with guys than MJ, she muttered, ducking behind cover as more shots chased her. Mr. Claus, please don't destroy my web. I'll treat you to Smokey's hot wings. The weapon cared not for her cheap offer and ripped through her webs. Before he could fully rise, the red-armored woman rushed from her position. She closed the distance in a few bounding steps and drove both of her blades straight into the weapon's throat. The steel slipped through flesh like it was nothing, and blood sprayed. Even Gwen, who had seen him shrug off bullets, felt a jolt of certainty at the weapon's fate. She wasn't joyous, only feeling a guilty twist in her chest. She had been the one tangling him up, which meant she was the biggest contributor in his death. Then her spider sense screamed again. She fired a web at the red-armored assassin, yanked hard, and swung them both away just as the weapon's claws shredded up through where Amy's right leg had been a second ago. Bullets tore into the spot they had vacated, the hand gunman switching aim the moment they saw a target. Too many idiots with guns, Gwen groaned. Every instinct urged her to leap at the shooters and web them to walls, but that would mean leaving the weapon unwatched. The assassin didn't fight Gwen's grip and let herself be carried behind a friendly bunker. Miss Amy. One of the mercenaries yelled through the firing port. Are you all right? Amy waved her hand. I'm fine. Gwen pushed Amy toward the bunker door. Stay here. I'll take care of him. Amy ignored the command like she hadn't heard it at all and edged around the corner. Her eyes widened. He still didn't die. How does he make Dante look weak in comparison? Dante is stronger than Mr. Claus, Gwen answered, trusting her spider sense. Let's try not to kill him. We should hand him over. Fuck off with your law bullshit. Amy spat out with a vicious look. He made Sylvvaja sad. He will die. Gwen stared at her. Of all the reasons to kill Mr. Claus on this battlefield, she never expected it to be lesbian love. Without another word, Amy bolted out from cover and charged the immortal again with no regard for the bullets or claws waiting for her. Gwen snapped a webline at Amy's back and yanked her back to the bunk. Stop stopping me. Amy screamed, thrashing against the pull. Stop trying to kill yourself. Gwen shot back. That. The ground rumbled. A motorcycle roared onto the scene from the flank, engine screaming as it barreled toward the weapon. On its back was a giant of a man, massive shoulders hunched over the handlebars. Gunfire redirected instantly, cutting away from Gwen and Amy toward the new target. Before the bullets hit, the rider's skin flashed and hardened into metal. In an instant, his entire body turned into living steel. He kicked off the bike and landed with a thunderous impact that cracked the concrete. The riderless vehicle slammed into the weapon's midsection. Mr. Claus roared and ripped it apart with his claws. Pyotr. Amy sounded surprised. He's a mutant too. Gwen felt a bit happy at the revelation. An ally who might be able to stop the massacre machine Mr. Claus. The metal-skinned man Pyotr strode forward in resounding steps. He squared his shoulders, ready to engage. Then he stopped dead, and his eyes widened. Comrade Logan. Gwen wanted to groan. Of course, these two powerful men had a backstory with each other. Nothing was allowed to be simple on this night. Author's note: no, there won't be any Yuri in the story, and Amy won't be a love interest either. 58. A missile. Random art. Pyotr hadn't expected to run into an X-Man here of all places. Logan with his wild hair and broody demeanor had accompanied Professor Xavier during his visit to Pyotr's family farm years ago. Logan had stood silent while Xavier tried to recruit Pyotr with promises of mutants' coexistence with humans in the future. Back then, Pyotr had stared at the two strangers in their strange clothes and thought they looked like they belonged to another world. He had turned them down because he enjoyed spending time with his parents and siblings. He wasn't going to leave this life for a foreign nation where Xavier would only teach him how to control his powers, train him to be stronger, and just idle around. He might as well idle around in his village instead. A couple of years later, the tragedy struck and Ilyana vanished. Pyotr had dialed Xavier's number, and only met disappointment. Professor Xavier admitted he couldn't sense a non-mutant with his mind. Still, Xavier had tried to invite him again. Pyotr had politely declined and found another way, which ended up bringing him to Silver Sable and her wild pack. His hope was rekindled with the mysterious Dante's promise. Now the broody mutant from all those years ago stood before him as if to crush that hope. How did Professor allow Comrade Logan to become a weapon under the hand? The question gnawed at him, but there was no time to dwell on it. Logan's feral eyes locked onto Pyotr. Whatever control the hand had over him had stripped away everything human, leaving only a beast with instincts to kill or be killed. Hold fast, little Logan. I'll bring you back to your senses. He would bring Logan to his senses, even if it meant beating the man to a pulp with his steel fists. Come. Grah. Logan charged at him with a growl that belonged more to a wolf than a man. His adamantium claws sliced inches deep into Pyotr's ribs. It was only discomfort, not pain. His metal form could take far worse. Take mine, comrade. Pyotr slammed his fist into Logan's face. The blow sent the feral mutant flying backward in a perfect arc before crashing into the concrete 20 feet away. Logan rose unsteadily, stumbling as his brain rattled inside an adamantium skull. The bones were unharmed, but the soft tissue had absorbed the impact of Pyotr's devastating fist. Adamantium skeleton and claws, Pyotr commented, recalling how Xavier had introduced Logan and his powers. You truly are a beast, Logan. It should have been tragic. It was tragic. Yet Pyotr felt the corners of his mouth curl up. For the first time in years, he let the grin stay. I can finally go see how strong I am. He had spent years pulling his punches. He had done it because S.H.I.E.L.D. watched and his own heart rejected a violent life. Because he didn't want Silver Sable to get into trouble with S.H.I.E.L.D. because of him. He had never truly tested the limits of what this metal form of his could do. But tonight he was fighting Logan. Logan, the unkillable. Logan, the unbreakable. Logan, the rabid animal in human form. A mutant who could take every ounce of force Pyotr could pour into his blows and still drag himself back to his feet. Tonight, Pyotr Rasputin could finally fight without fear. Logan came at him again like a wolf pounce, leading the charge with claws. Pyotr stepped sideways at the last second and redirected Logan's momentum into a throw. Logan's body became a projectile, slamming into a concrete bunker so hard the reinforced wall spiderwebbed and nearly gave way. Chunks of stone rained down on his fallen body, burying him. I chickened out, Pyotr muttered, almost disappointed in himself. The throw had been clean and efficient, a textbook application of the martial arts he had picked up for his new life as a mercenary. The movements were so ingrained they had become muscle memory. The pacifist in him always went for the redirect, the control, and the less lethal option. Even Logan, of all people, had fallen victim to those habits. Logan did not stay buried for long. The rubble shifted, and he was back on his feet. His torn muscles underneath the tattered white vest knitted together by his healing factor. His eyes never softened. If anything, the pain only made him angier and more berserk. Logan shot forward again. Pyotr met him halfway with a rising knee that sank into Logan's stomach. Air left Logan's lungs in a violent grunt. Before Logan could recover, Pyotr clasped both hands together and brought them down like a hammer on Logan's back. The impact drove Logan into the ground, the concrete cracking under him. For a few moments, Logan lay there on the shattered pavement, chest heaving, face pressed into the dust. He looked almost unconscious as if he had paused out. Then, without warning, he exploded upward from the ground, going from prone to pounce in a second. It was like watching a spring uncoil. Adamantium claws punched into Pyotr's chest and scraped along the inner layers of his armor. The force tackled the giant back. They crashed together, Pyotr thudding onto his back as Logan straddled his torso. The claws went to work instantly and hacked at Pyotr's metal skin with wild, frantic slashes. Tiny fragments of organic steel flew around. Ugh, comrade, I might be metal, but I still feel pain. He wrapped his massive hands around Logan's wrists and hurled him aside like a ragdoll. Logan tumbled across the concrete, rolled, and skidded to a stop right at Amy's boots. Gruh. Would you look at this catch? Amy didn't hesitate in driving both swords at Logan. The blade stabbed through Logan's eyes with a wet, sick sound. Rayard. A broken, guttural roar that was nothing but pain and fury left Logan's throat. Amy twisted the blades and yanked them, ready to stab his throat. But Logan covered his face with his hands, whimpering like a wounded animal. Ngh. The sight was like a helpless animal being abused, except this animal could massacre a whole city under the hand's control. Comrade Amy, don't kill him. He is not an enemy. Pyotr was unable to believe Amy had intervened in his battle. She even tried to kill Logan. Amy shot him a sharp look but listened, pulling her swords back. Then she did the smart thing and ran before Logan recovered. She wasn't stupid enough to stand in the open with a feral mutant when a walking tank like Pyotr was right there. Pyotr, he wouldn't die from this. Pyotr watched as Logan sat up slowly. Blood ran down his cheeks in thick lines, making it look like he was crying blood. The shredded flesh of his eye sockets already writhed and crawled as the healing factor worked. His eyes healed back right before Pyotr's eyes. Comrade Logan. Growling RAAH. Logan's only answer was a bestial snarl. He charged again, faster and more furious than before. Pyotr braced himself and met the charge head-on. They collided with the sound of a thunderclap like an immovable object meeting an unstoppable force. For a heartbeat, neither gave ground to the other. Then Pyotr's superior strength began to push Logan backward inch by inch. Logan shifted tactics instantly, going low and slashing at Pyotr's legs. Huck! Pyotr groaned in pain but stood firm to smash his fist in Logan's face again. Blow after blow followed, echoing like small explosions, as if shockwaves were being generated just from the sheer pressure of their strength. Comrade, taste my fist and come back. Gray AA. Logan took the hit on his face and rolled to the ground. Only then his bestial mind registered that fighting head-on was impossible. So he used his speed to run around Pyotr and managed to slash the back of his knees. KH. Pyotr's legs buckled. The giant crashed down to one knee, then onto both. Logan slammed his knees in Pyotr's chest to drive him into the ground. His claws stabbed directly down at Pyotr's eyes as if taking revenge for what Amy had done to him. Pyotr caught both wrists, holding those deadly claws inches from his eyes. They stayed locked like that, neither able to gain the advantage. Pyotr's strength versus Logan's savage tenacity. Steel versus adamantium. A berserk David versus a calm, empathic Goliath. I'm sorry, mutant friend, Pyotr whispered. No one should be used like a weapon. He headbutted Logan with every bit of his strength. Logan's head snapped back, and Pyotr used the opening to throw him off. Before Logan could recover, Pyotr grabbed a chunk of broken concrete and hurled it. Logan's claws flashed, shredding through the concrete, but the debris obscured his vision for a crucial second. Pyotr closed the distance and delivered an uppercut that lifted Logan completely off his feet. RRGH. The feral mutant flew backward, crashed through a chain-link fence, and disappeared into the darkness beyond. Pyotr stood there with squared shoulders. His entire body was covered with scratches and gouges. It would take hours for his organic steel to knit fully back together. Gwen Stacy and Amy Chen watched from a nearby bunker. Dust and debris fell with each thunderous impact of their battle, and the night air reeked of blood and metal. This is never going to end, Gwen whispered, feeling both awe and terror. He heals everything, and the metal man just doesn't break. Amy gripped her swords tighter. How is this even allowed? Gwen didn't have a good answer. In the short, messy life she had as Ghost Spider, she had seen gang wars, a death god disguised as a mercenary, and horrifying black alien monsters who possessed people's bodies. But watching two mutants like this was something else entirely. And still, neither Pyotr nor Logan gave her that suffocating, absolute certainty of death that Dante had. Pyotr was strong, maybe the strongest person she had ever seen. Logan was relentless and berserk, with a body that never wanted to die. But Dante was different. His presence oozed a simple, terrifying truth: I can end you, and there's nothing you can do about it. Yet, with all this power, he kept trying to do the right thing in his own way. He had no real reason to get involved with any of this. He could have stayed in his comfortable life and pretended the world's problems weren't his. Instead, he had decided to stop Norman and later reveal his powers to save Felicia. We're both forced by circumstances. Gwen had been given these powers and, at first, all she had done with them was swing across the city for the thrill of it, losing herself in the wind and the height and the freedom. Putting on the suit had been about her indulgence, not about helping anyone. It had taken hearing her father's defeated voice on the phone to finally push her into action. Dante, on the other hand, had been forced by his relationship with Sylvvaja and Felicia. Perhaps that was why she related to him on some level and chose to come here, despite finding his methods disagreeable. Beside her, Amy was lost in her thoughts. I was ready to die, you know. When she had seen the mutant tear through her comrades, she had made up her mind. Trading her life to keep the mutant from killing others to pay back for everything Sylvvaja gave her. She didn't even get scratched. The gentle giant, the man who always went above and beyond to help others, turned out to be a powerful mutant. He fought the mutant, even holding an upper hand. We should help, Gwen said. But I can't think of a way. You got something? Nope, nothing. Let them fight. Then I'll take care of the trash, Gwen replied, her gaze shifting to the armed hand operatives who were using the chaos to reposition and target wild pack soldiers. It was nice talking to you. Take care of yourself. Amy held Gwen's arm. Take me along. My swords are thirsty. No killing. Gwen was firm in her request. I'm only going to incapacitate them. I'll decapacitate them. Amy smiled like a devil. You give them temporary relief. I'll give them permanent relief. No. If we don't kill them today, they'll return tomorrow. Law means nothing to these people, hero girl. Gwen's first instinct was to argue with justice, trials, and second chances. She wanted to believe in a system that could handle this. However, she had seen the NYPD turn a blind eye to gunfire on this island. Not just once, twice. Still, she shook her head. Even if they're rotten, I can't do what they're doing. Gwen brushed Amy's hand and ran gracefully out of the bunker before swinging away, as if she was running away from something. Amy watched her disappear into the night, then blew out a slow breath. She wasn't scared of the hand operatives. Cutting them down would be almost relaxing. What she feared was walking back to Commander Sylvvaja empty-handed after all her loud promises about taking down Logan. The limo's interior wrapped Emma Frost in nice and cozy warmth. She hummed along to a classic tune from her teen years while wearing a luxurious white fur coat spilled over a sleek silver dress. Entirely impractical but absolutely perfect by her fashion sense. Whether it was a business meeting or the war zone in Oscorp Island, if she was going to walk somewhere important, she would do it looking like a goddess. Beside her, Psylocke sat with both hands on the wheel. Even now, in the dead of winter, the woman wore her signature purple bodysuit, a leotard-like bodysuit that left her arms and legs bare. Emma had never understood Psylocke's obsession with this style. It had gone to the point Psylocke's entire wardrobe was 3 pairs of bodysuits and spare boots. The refusal to dress for the weather was like her way of self-discipline. Sigh, Emma said, breaking the comfortable silence with a light, teasing tone like she was addressing a younger sister. Are you pissed I disturbed your beauty sleep? Psylocke's expression didn't change. She didn't even glance over. It's the first time I'm going to do my job as your bodyguard. Psylocke had been at her side ever since Emma had found her bleeding out in a Tokyo alley, nearly killed by the Hand's assassins. She had offered Psylocke sanctuary and a new life free from the Hand. In return, Psylocke had sworn herself to Emma's service. But Emma Frost had never needed protecting. Her telepathy made her untouchable. She could rewrite minds, shatter wills, and turn people into drooling vegetables with but a thought. Bodyguards were a show of power, not a necessity. Except for that man. Even hundreds of her wouldn't be enough for him. Emma's smile widened. What a brilliant mindset. If only that rude man had this level of maturity. You say that while smiling, Psylocke replied in a calm voice. Is it so fun being a hypocrite? Emma let out a soft laugh. I do admit I like stubborn men who don't grovel to me. Men with stability and a spine. It was true. Most men either threw themselves at her feet, desperate for her approval, or tried to dominate her, threatened by her power. Both types bored her to tears. Contrarily, Dante had looked her in the eye and still treated her as an equal. He had threatened her life, tested her loyalty, and walked away without apology. She knew he wasn't acting despite not being able to read his mind. Psylocke's lips curled into a tiny smile. You speak as if you've been with many men, yet I've never seen you with a single one. I did have one boyfriend, she said quietly, but it never progressed past the kissing stage. Quite unexpected, Psylocke said in a gentle tone. I thought you would have 100+ lovers, each tailored for a specific fetish. Emma shook her head. Dear, I wish I had that much free time. She leaned her elbow against the window, resting her chin on her knuckles. The bridge's pillars blurred past, but her mind was lost in old memories. Christian's funeral, her arrogant and manipulative father's disapproval, and the boyfriend who died for borrowing money from people he couldn't afford to offend. Dante's words came back to her. You've never understood what it means to truly trust someone. And he was right. Without telepathy, she would have long fallen to someone's sweet words and opened her heart. What had brought her so far was also her crutch. She had come so far yet she still couldn't trust someone. Not when she could read every thought and how they judged her. Every person had dark thoughts, and she was aware of each and every one. Despite being aware of the truth, she couldn't stop reading minds. It had become a habit at this point. The only person exception to this was Psylocke. "What about you, ninja lady?" Emma asked, shifting the topic to distract the heavy thoughts. "How many men did you seduce for spy missions?" "None. I was sent to execute." Just a few words, but the weight behind them was immense. Emma opened her mouth to offer some comfort. "Maybe you will find." Screech. The limo lurched violently as Psylocke slammed the brakes. Emma's shoulder collided with the door despite the seatbelt's restraint. That's the hand." Ahead, at the bridge's entrance, a black sedan drove to a stop perpendicular to the road, blocking both lanes. Its windows suddenly opened, and a figure leaned out, a man dressed head to toe in black tactical gear, face obscured by a mask. And hoisted on his shoulder, angled directly at their limo, was an RPG launcher. Emma's mind went blank. Then instinct took over. Her telepathy lashed out to blast the man's mind. But she was just a moment late in preventing the trigger. The launcher flared, and a trail of white smoke erupted from the muzzle. The missile left the tube and the heat-seeking warhead adjusted mid-flight, locking right onto the limo. Emma Frost saw death staring at her, and this time, it wasn't in the form of a handsome man, but a heat-seeking missile. 59, Nobu's trump card. 59, Nobu's trump card. Random art. Emma did not panic. A missile howled toward them, and yet her pulse stayed steady, her breathing even, as if someone had pressed mute on her survival instincts. She had felt the same when she had chosen her own death over Psylocke's in front of Dante. Right now, her thoughts were clear as crystals. Stepping out of the car would change nothing. Instead of fumbling for the door handle, she turned her head, almost absently, to look at the woman in the driver's seat. Psylocke's entire face was covered in a brilliant violet light. A beautiful butterfly silhouette had unfolded across her face, wings of psychic energy framing her like a mask. The sight would have rattled most people. Emma only felt a flicker of comfort. Psylocke's right hand reached out. The missile jerked to a halt mid-flight, suspended in the air as if caught in an invisible net. The thruster still burned, trying to propel it forward. Psylocke did not let it gain an inch. Emma's lips pressed together in a small, self-deprecating smile. Of course. She had calculated the blast radius and even the way the limo would explode, yet somehow failed to account for the deadliest variable sitting beside her. Psylocke had been raised in violence since she was 11. Every sense she possessed was tuned to smell danger before it bloomed. If that missile had been outside her ability to handle, she would never have stopped the limousine in the first place. She would have driven them off the bridge, as they could have easily survived a crash in the cold water. I underestimated her. How very unlike me to calculate my own variable. Psylocke slowly curled her fingers to form a fist. The missile collapsed in on itself. In the span of 2 seconds, it was reduced to a mangled ball of twisted metal. Psylocke flicked her wrist dismissively, sending the crushed remains into the river. The apathetic calm that had coated her thoughts cracked all at once. Her heart spiked and her hands shook where they gripped the seat belt as the reality of what had almost happened washed over her in a cold rush. Third near-death experience in 1 week. Psylocke slammed her foot on the accelerator, and the limo surged forward. "We wouldn't be in danger," Psylocke said, her voice utterly calm, "if you had chosen a less conspicuous car." Emma let out a sigh. "My dear Psy, some of us were born to be conspicuous." Movement flickered in the corner of her vision. The dark sedan far ahead was swerving aggressively. They were terrified and wanted to leave as soon as possible. Any leftover fear was replaced by a vicious focus. Kill them. Psylocke glanced over, meeting her gaze for just a moment. Something like anticipation flickered across her face, quite chilling and hungry to be called a smile in any human sense. It was the expression of a wolf that had just been pointed at a limping deer. With pleasure. The butterfly flared back to life, psychic wings spreading wide. Psylocke didn't bother with subtlety. Her hand twitched once, fingers snapping open and then clenching. The sedan's 4 tires exploded almost simultaneously. The steel rim screamed against asphalt, and the car bucked wildly. The sedan swerved sideways and sped down the bridge. Emma watched its taillights vanish into darkness, followed by a faint, distant splash. Just a clean drop and a quick end to the hands operatives. Psylocke flicked her gaze back to her employer, finding not approval but annoyance showing on arched brows. "What? I used the most efficient method. I wanted to read their minds," Emma replied with a sigh. "You drowned them." Psylocke turned her eyes back to the road. "Next time." The bridge ended at a wall of intimidating metal signs declaring this to be a private property. The passenger door opened with a soft click, and a fancy heel crunched the frozen leaf. Emma adjusted her coat elegantly, eyes on the Oscorp and the Oscorp Island sign. In another week or two, that name would be replaced by Frost International. Norman's empire was going to be crushed underneath her heels, and she would relish every delicious moment of it. Psylocke stepped out from behind the wheel. The winter air bit at exposed skin, but she moved like the cold didn't touch her at all. Her only concession to the weather was the faint cloud of breath leaving her lips. "I hope we aren't too late. Norman Osborn is the villain of the night." She slid her sunglasses into place and leaned back against the limo with a relaxed posture. "And we're the heroes who came just in time to save the day." Psylocke folded her arms across her chest and looked away from Emma. Heroes had always been something she read about in old mythological tales, distant and fairy tale, not a role anyone would ever assign to her. After all, she had killed for faceless masters since she was a child, her hands steeped in blood for the most selfish cause ever, gaining immortality at any cost. And yet, here, with Emma calling shots and the world finally seeing the monsters Norman had bred, maybe, just for one night, she might be able to live out her fantasy. Meanwhile, Emma put 2 fingers on her temple as she closed her eyes. Let me send a message to our dear Lady Sablenova found her. Psychic waves emanated from her as she connected to Silver Sable, whose mind wavelength she remembered from their meeting in Hellmoon Club. Contact snapped into place as her mind made contact with Sylvvaja's. Emma was left stunned. The last time she had checked Sylvvaja's mind, it had been a noisy, tangled mess of love, duty, and worries all piled on top of each other. Now, it was clear and still like a lake, which was strange considering the many lines of thought running parallel to each other, issuing commands, processing battlefield data, and making calculations for sniper shots. The most gifted leader on the battlefield. She may have underestimated Symkaria's queen. The absence of fear in Sylvvaja's psyche was good news. They had come before all hell broke loose. The symbiote had yet to emerge. Emma Frost here, she sent a mental voice. I know it might sound strange, but can you please tell your allies to ignore me? I'm here to help you. Why would you do that? Came Sylvvaja's reply, clear and concise. Last I checked, I threatened you with your secret. My lover humiliated you. What reason could you possibly have for helping me? Emma's lips twitched. He didn't tell you about our alliance. Alliance? Sylvvaja questioned, skeptical. When did that happen? Emma added another one to Dante's ledger. Dante is probably underground for the symbiote vault. You should confirm it with Felicia dear. She was there with him yesterday. Who told you about the vault? It was your lover, naturally, Emma replied in the practiced sweet voice. I'm here to shut down symbiote with my telepathy. Sylvvaja, dear, will you let me help you? Sylvvaja's thoughts sped up so abruptly that even Emma, with all her experience, struggled to track them. Possibilities branched and collapsed as if she was a computer. Assessments of risk, cost, Dante's likely opinion, Felicia's involvement, national interest, personal pride, and even a consideration for her pregnancy. Emma stopped before she got overwhelmed. A realization still came to her about how most of Sylvvaja's thoughts were centered around her lover. Acknowledged, Sylvvaja said at last. I'll relay the command to everyone. Are you alone? My bodyguard's with me. A sexy, purple ninja lady. She has the fashion sense of a high-class hooker, but her mind and body are still innocent. Psylocke, who had been scanning the perimeter, froze. Her hand unsheathed the katana. She didn't point it at Emma, she didn't need to. Her glare said enough. Emma grinned. Sweetheart, don't pull out your katana for little stuff. We're friends. Sylvvaja ignored Emma's questionable descriptions. Be careful when you enter. We don't have control on the outer side of the facility. No need to be concerned about us, dear. We can take care of ourselves. One more thing, the mercenary queen added. Can you help out your fellow mutant? Emma didn't need the explanation the moment Sylvvaja thought of the scene, it was conveyed to Emma. A giant of organic steel trading brutal blows with a smaller, feral figure whose claws tore through anything. That's Logan, Emma murmured, a shark-like grin curving her lips. A former X-Man undermined control. Dante, darling, just handed me a favor to deliver to the professor without even realizing it. Will you do it? Silver Sable asked. Of course, dear, Emma said. There was profit here and a bit of satisfaction in rubbing her kindness in the bald professor's face. But you'll owe me a favor for this, dear. Not your lover, Dante, but you, Silver Sable, the leader of Wild Pack and the queen of Symkaria. Naturally, a calculating businesswoman worked to maximize her profit with the least amount of effort. As long as you get it done. Emma said a goodbye and severed the psychic link. Psylocke pointed at one of the sedans parked nearby. We should take that. It won't hurt to be careful. You handle careful, dear, Emma replied, already walking toward the clashing mutants. I'll handle the fun part. Psylocke's gaze tracked her for a moment longer. Then she sighed, turned, and walked toward the black sedan. Her hand rested on the door as she paused. Keep your senses sharp when we enter. I can't save you from every direction. All her life, she had been trained to kill, not to protect. Nobu listened in silence as the report ended. We lost contact with the team responsible for stopping the White Queen and her bodyguard. The words soured his mouth. So much blood spilled, so many expendable bodies thrown out, and yet the mercenaries still held their lines. The Wild Pack had lost men, yes, but their dead numbered perhaps less than a tenth of the hand's casualties. The trump card, the weapon, was stuck in a stalemate battle against a giant made of pure metal. A spider hero nuisance ran through their ranks. To rub salts in his wounds, the enemy had received reinforcements in the form of a powerful telepath and the very killing machine the hand had once raised as their executioner. I have to act fast. But failure here would not be counted as a mere loss. It would be a stain that would cling to his name through every resurrection. An insult that even death could not wash away. He could die. He could not fail. There is no other choice. Nobu's hand slipped inside his dark robe and found the life-saving card he had been saving for a true disaster. An ornate black box, small enough to rest in his palm. Silver inlays traced crescent moons and jagged, stylized rays. It was not hand craftsmanship. He slid the lid back with a soft click. Inside, resting on a bed of pale, silken padding, was the talisman, a small raven carved of some dark gray stone. Tiny runes had been etched into its wings like phases of the moon. The moon goddess aesthetic, through and through. Acquiring this token had cost him dearly. One full measure of the mystical dragon essence that could have bought him another resurrection or another extension of his life. He had traded life itself for this. To use it now was to burn a future death for a present victory. However, he had already spent too much. The sink cost fallacy did not permit him to withdraw. Honor does not permit half measures. He crushed the raven in his hand. The talisman shattered like a brittle bone. A cloud of ashen dust burst out and slipped through his fingers. It did not fall so much as drift out into the open air. A faint shimmer appeared right before him, threads of soft pink energy coming into existence from nothing. It formed an oval doorway. Two silhouettes stepped through. The first figure to emerge was a tall woman, wrapped in a form-fitting black bodysuit. High-waisted leather pants hugged her hips and legs, disappearing into thigh-high boots. Over it all, she wore a dramatic long coat with cream fur at the collar. Her black hair was styled elaborately in braids pinned at the back of her head, creating a crown-like silhouette. Her gaze flicked sharply, studying Nobu. The second figure stumbled slightly as he stepped out, as if the portal had kicked him on the way through. He was taller, broader, and so much more disheveled than the elegant woman beside him. His hair was a tousled mess of green, almost neon under the portal's light. He had a narrow, sharp face. A few days' worth of stubble was on his jaw, giving him the look of a man who had stopped caring about appearances. That was true even for his shirt with missing buttons and the faint scorched mark on one sleeve. "This guy," Trevor Fitzroy said, shrugging as the portal snapped shut behind them with a deep hum. "I thought we didn't need to actually fulfill that little favor." Tessa did not dignify Trevor's complaint with so much as a glance. Her gaze stayed on Nobu. "Lady Celine prefers to keep cordial relations with the hand," Tessa said. Her voice was smooth, but there was no softness in it. "There may come a time when your order will require resurrection again just like you." Trevor snorted a laugh. It was an ugly sound. "Oh, come on," he said, spreading his hands. "It's not like it's my fault. Black Queen was the one who thought it'd be a grand idea to have me summon Azazel of all people. I did exactly what she asked, Tessa. I pulled the demon in. Just, you know." His hand went to his own neck in a thoughtless gesture. "At the cost of my head," he finished, his mouth twisting into a sour grimace. "And what did I get for that heroic little bit of self-sacrifice? Not a great position in the club or immeasurable wealth. No, no. I get to be her henchman number 2 right under her number 1 slut." If Trevor had hoped to provoke Tessa, he was disappointed. She didn't even sigh at the insult. "Your continued existence is courtesy of graceful Lady Celine," she said, the slightest emphasis on the title. "You would do well to remember that." "I only remember the part where my head rolled," Trevor muttered. "Every time it rains." Nobu watched them bicker. His honor bristled at the disrespect of being ignored, but he bit it down. He had spent too much to indulge wounded pride now. "What is the nature of the favor being called in?" Tessa asked at last, ignoring Trevor's grumbling. "You brought us in the middle of a war zone, Mr. Nobu here. Your time is as expensive as mine. I need the assistance of a mutant with telepathy." Nobu waited for confirmation. Telepaths were rare, precious, and dangerous. In the wrong hands, they could unravel decades of work in an instant. In the right hands, they could literally change the world. Tessa blinked slowly before a faint smile touched her lips. "You're in the presence of one." Trevor stared at Nobu like he was the stupidest man alive. "Who do you think helped Gao seal that little girl's memories and make a puppet out of that feral Canadian freak?" Bitterness pricked Nobu's pride. The hand prided itself on mastering forbidden arts, on carving obedience into flesh and soul both. To hear that their greatest achievements had been propped up by someone else's invisible hand. But there was also relief. If they had done it once, they could do it again. Trevor pointed at Nobu condescendingly. "You Japanese pricks think your cult has that type of power, huh? What a bunch of dumbfucks." Nobu's eyes widened behind his mask. For a moment, the calm, unshakable leader slipped. "You deserve death. Shut the fuck up, or I'll throw 100 sentinels in your base and watch everyone get annihilated with steak and beer." Time displacement portals were his bread and butter, after all. "Then you'll be slaughtered by S.H.I.E.L.D., Tessa replied calmly. "Nimrod will not only kill you, it'll mimic your powers against us. Do us all a favor and stick to your number 2 henchman position." Trevor growled, "You bitch, how dare." Psychic waves emanated from Tessa. A mind blast made Trevor scream and fall to his knees. Trevor glared at Tessa's back as if he wanted to kill her in the most painful way possible. The lady herself sensed everything as a high-level telepath, but it only made her smile like everything progressed accordingly. She instead gave a subtle tilt of her head acknowledging Nobu. "Apologies for his rudeness, Mr. Nobu," she said with a polite smile. "I can provide certain services. Memory restructuring, behavioral conditioning, and even assassinating someone." "I need your aid in a war," Nobu said, straightening his posture as his hands clasped behind his back. "You will help me remove several key pieces from the board." "Be specific," she said. We do not waste effort on vague ambitions. Nobu stepped aside and gestured toward the narrow slit in the watchtower's wall that served as a viewing port. Come, I'll show you. 60, good mood ruined. 60, good mood ruined. Random art. Gwen had cleaned up all the hand operatives around the area. She had webbed them to walls or the pavement, and wrapped them in web cocoons. They were helpless and absolutely livid at her. No matter how many times someone pointed a gun at her face, she refused to cross the line. When she swung back to sit on top of a bunker, the battle between the two mutants was still raging. Logan and Pyotr collided again and again with the sound of metal on metal. Both of them looked like they had been run through a meat grinder. Pyotr's organic steel skin was gouged and scratched in a dozen places, and Logan's vest was gone, only leaving him in a bloody jean ripped to the size of shorts. Yet neither slowed. If anything, they threw themselves at each other with even more violence and fury. Logan, come back. Pyotr's plea came between blows. Come back, or you'll die. Gwen scratched the back of her head. She didn't even think the words reached Logan's mind. The feral mutant's eyes were empty, glazed over with whatever mind control the hand had used on him. And Pyotr was being forced to beat the hell out of Logan, despite his unwillingness for violence. Hey, big guy, Gwen called out, trying to sound confident despite the exhaustion in her limbs. Tag me in if you're tired. I can play around with him. Pyotr grabbed Logan mid-lunge as his massive hands clamped around the smaller man's waist. Logan thrashed and wildly cut at Pyotr's arms. The big man shifted to Logan's back and lifted the mutant clean off his feet, arching backward in a perfect bridge. The German suplex drove Logan headfirst into the concrete with a sickening crunch. The concrete cracked beneath the adamantium-coated skull. Dust and debris exploded in a cloud. Logan went limp. Pyotr released him and straightened slowly, rolling his shoulders. He had yet to feel any real exhaustion. This form didn't require oxygen, food, or water. A form made purely to fight or stand in front of others as a shield. The only exhaustion was mental. I can still go on, Ghost Spider. Thank you for your kind intentions. You're a good comrade. He looked at Logan. The feral mutant seemed like he had passed out. He still didn't let down his guard, knowing that Logan was too unpredictable. Gwen opened her mouth to respond, but clap, 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 the sound of slow applause reached her. Every head turned. A portal tore open 20 feet away. The rift stabilized into an oval doorway, and two figures stepped through casually as though they knew they couldn't be stopped. Tessa walked out with the dignity and etiquette of a royal. Trevor emerged with a mocking grin that gave the impression this was all beneath his attention. He looked at Gwen, and his grin widened into something ugly. Oh, the pathetic vigilante is here too, Trevor Fitzroy said. He turned to the woman beside him, gesturing at Gwen like she was a fancy prize. Tessa, I've been your dog for, what, months now. Give me a reward now. Tell me her identity. Tessa's gaze was cool and unimpressed. So you can coerce her into being your underling. Yeah, Trevor said, clenching his fist enthusiastically. It'd be far superior to her current meaningless vigilante career. I mean, my power is the Black Queen's power, right? Might as well use it. Gwen's spider sense flared to life, a sharp tingle crawling up the back of her skull. Even though she couldn't hear their conversation, she could sense the man had very, very improper intentions for her. Tessa's eyes narrowed, and Gwen felt like being dissected under a microscope. Everything about her was being revealed. You got X-ray vision. Gwen blurted, taking an instinctive step back and covering her chest and crotch. Get away from me, freak. Tessa shook her head. I can read minds. Gwen's lenses widened. She formed an X across her chest. No, I don't consent to someone reading my mind. Tessa blinked once, then turned to Trevor with an amused smile. She said no. Trevor stared at her. What? She refused consent. Ow, what the hell? Trevor glared at her, frustrated and annoyed as hell at his superior. Stop playing around for fuck's sake. Did you forget enslaving that little fucker? Why do you give a damn about consent now? That was on lady's orders. Tessa pursed her lips. I'll lay down my life for her divine majesty. This is my order. Which means nothing to me. I'm your superior. Trevor gritted his teeth. Fuck you, he cursed under his breath. I'll get back to you one day. Tessa had already dismissed him, turning her attention to Pyotr instead. You put up an admirable fight against Logan, Tessa said, her voice softer now, almost respectful. Restraint and compassion in equal measure. Rare qualities in a warrior. Pyotr didn't respond. His eyes stayed locked on her, wary. But unfortunately, Tessa continued, her expression growing colder. I must stop you here. Pyotr stayed where he was and called out to his comrades, Ghost Spider, Comrade Amy, one for each. Gwen cracked her knuckles. Not in my best shape, but a one-on-one shouldn't be too hard. Amy, I'll take the cocky guy. Who do I shoot first? Amy's rifle had been aimed at Tessa from the moment the portal opened, finger resting just outside the trigger. Tessa finally acknowledged her. The telepatha's gaze had the same detached curiosity someone would give to an insect. Then her eyes flashed. Arg. Amy dropped her rifle and clutched her head. She collapsed right there, unconscious before she hit the ground. Amy. Gwen screamed. Her spider sense tingled. She didn't think for another second and just acted. Weblines shot out and connected to the ground beneath Tessa. Gwen yanked herself forward, gracefully arcing through the air, right kick ready to strike the telepath's cold, expressionless face. Pain suddenly exploded behind her eyes as if someone had reached into her skull and grabbed her brain directly, squeezing until every nerve screamed in protest. Her feet stopped an inch from Tessa's face before she went limp right there. A single mind blast made her lose consciousness. Your mental defenses are even weaker than I expected. Could be a sign you aren't getting enough sleep. Tessa suddenly glanced towards the central compound, right at the glinting scope. Now. She ducked just in time for a deep thump sound of the sonic boom of a .338 LPU round. A sniper bullet hissed through the space where her head had been a second earlier, so close that it made her black hair flutter. Predictable. Tessa brushed her coat. Her expression was still calm and unbothered, as if she hadn't just predicted the exact moment the leader of Wild Pack would pull the trigger. Big guy, Tessa called out, her voice carrying effortlessly across the battlefield. Tell your leader to stop shooting if she wants these two alive. Pyotr had been already charging toward her, but the threat stopped him cold. You're a telepath. Yes, it would be wise to surrender. None of you can resist my control. Pyotr looked at Amy and Ghost Spider's unconscious forms, then looked back at Tessa. Slowly, he unclenched his fists. All right. He walked over to Amy, knelt beside her, and carefully retrieved the radio clip to her vest. Commander, do not shoot again. She has Amy and Ghost Spider hostage. Fuck. I should have taken the shot when she walked through the portal. A bitter laugh came through, her regret obvious. I thought they could be Dante's allies. If they were enemies, I wanted you to learn more about them. I got too greedy for intel. With a pause, Sylvvaja said, I'm sorry. Pyotr was surprised to see his commander showing emotions during a mission. It's not your fault, Commander. Pyotr looked Tessa in the eyes. Telepath, what do you want? Before Tessa could answer, calm footsteps came from behind her before a voice called out, I'll make the demands. Nobu walked past Tessa and looked at the scene before him, allowing himself a satisfied nod. The price was heavy, but the results were outstanding. The hand will. He stopped, everyone else did too, and they all looked at the single black sedan approaching them. It came to a stop right before Pyotr. The driver's door opened first. Psylocke stepped out, katana already in hand. Then Emma Frost emerged, surveying the scene with a calm gaze. Psylocke's gaze locked onto Nobu immediately. Her entire body went rigid, fingers tightening on the hilt of her katana. Broken memories surfaced of her time as the executioner and the people who held a leash over her mind. Standing in front of her was one of the few who had held the chain. Nobu Yoshioka. The Japanese man remained stern. Executioner. The purple butterfly silhouette manifested before he even spoke his second word. He collapsed instantly like a puppet with its strings cut. Even in his death, he had not spoken a single word or even realized he had died. It just happened. Psylocke yanked Nobu's corpse to her side with telekinesis, letting it hover. She held her katana with both hands. The keen edge glimmered as she took the stance and brought it down. A dozen slashes happened in 1 second, a byproduct of adding telekinesis to boost her speed. In under a minute, Nobu's corpse was left as a bloody mess on the ground. Their mystic resurrection wouldn't work if they couldn't recover the corpse. She was willing to become a butcher to stop these monsters from coming back. Stupid man, you people raised me to kill as efficiently as possible. Psylocke laughed at the thought of the Hands leaders underestimating their own executioner. They had forgotten how cold-blooded they had made her. How could you possibly think I would stand here and let you talk down to me? Give you a moment to escape. The scene sent a shiver down Fritz's spine. What a crazy woman, Tessa, protect me, or I'm dipping out of here. Tessa didn't flinch, showing a smile to Emma Frost. Your bodyguard is quite capable. She is just average. Emma grinned. Lady Tessa, this place is under my protection. Would you please withdraw? Despite coming off as a polite question, it wasn't a request but a command from Hellmoon Club's White Queen. Emma had arrived a minute too late to stop Logan's rampage, but now that she was here, she wasn't about to let Celine's attendant ruin her plans any further. Tessa tilted her head slightly, her expression unreadable. For several long seconds, she said nothing as her computer-like intellect analyzed Celine's reaction to leaving Nobu's favor fulfilled and unfulfilled. Finally, she nodded. We're leaving. Ultimately, she decided that Lady Celine wouldn't be mad when the one who owed her favor had already been chopped to bits. That, too, after destroying the Raven talisman. Trevor stared at her. That's it. We're just leaving because she said so. Tessa frowned. She is not just anyone. She is our White Queen, Lady Celine's equal partner in the club. It'd be wise to address her with due respect. He growled. I don't fucking care. Trevor had come from the future to escape the dystopian future and also find a life with more power, wealth, and influence. Celine had put him under her curse, throwing him around like an errand boy. While a woman, as charming as Emma Frost was, stood equally with Celine, enjoying wealth as Frost International's owner in all but name and also enjoying great privileges within the club. It was unfair. A fucking bitch. His eyes burned with pure hunger. It wasn't the lust of a man wanting a woman, it was the look of wanting to humiliate. He wanted to dominate and then utterly destroy the woman known as Emma Frost. In fact, he was plotting the most sadistic and cruel revenge possible. Emma's eyes narrowed dangerously. Get out of my sight. You might be from the future, but I only need 1 second to destroy you. Trevor scoffed, but there was no real confidence behind it. He was already backing toward the portal Tessa had begun to reopen. One day, you'll grovel at my feet to become my slave. I'll spit in your face then, because that's what a bitch like you deserves. Emma exerted her psychic energy. Before Trevor could cross into the portal, a mind blast engulfed his mind. He fell to his knees and screamed, clutching his head. You whore, Trevor roared as he stumbled back to his feet and dashed through the portal, vanishing before he was humiliated further. Tessa looked at his disappearing back with a calculated smile. She didn't have to do much to provoke the man, who had developed a bruised ego under the moon goddess. Everything was progressing accordingly. White Queen, Trevor only answers to the Black Queen, Tessa said with a faint shrug. I don't control him. Just leave. Take care. She turned and walked into the portal, her coat billowing behind her. Pyotr let out a long sigh as soon the portal snapped. He pressed the radio to his lips. Commander, the situation is resolved, he said quietly. The 2 strangers have withdrawn. No further casualties. Those 2 are Dante's reinforcements, by the way. Pyotr blinked. Then, despite everything, he let out a hearty laugh. Comrade is helping us even when he isn't here, he said, shaking his head. What a great vice-commander. That's my lover, all right, Sylvvaja proclaimed proudly. Pyotr, you big oaf, why are you still standing around? Amy and Ghost Spider are lying on the ground. Ah, sorry, Commander. He gently lifted Amy's unconscious form and carried her to the sedan, settling her carefully in the back seat. He looked up at Emma and nodded once, respectful. Thanks for the help, Mississippi. Emma's smile softened, just slightly. She was already calculating how to use this moment to plant seeds of loyalty in the big steel man's mind so she could potentially poach him from Silver Sable. He would be a great addition to her Hellions. Just looking out for a friend, she said sweetly. Since Dante and I can be considered to be friends. Then I'll also be your friend. Pyotr turned to Logan. Can you clear the hand's control over him? Emma glanced in Logan's direction and closed her eyes. Her psychic energy sank into Logan's mindscape and undid the shackles placed upon it. Done. Pyotr was a bit shocked. That was quick. My time is too precious to be wasted, dear. Emma laughed and turned her attention to Gwen, who was still lying on the ground, unconscious. The Omega-level telepath walked over and knelt beside Ghost Spider. Let's see the pretty face under the mask. Emma pulled the mask off. Gwen's face was flushed, damp with sweat, as though she was suffering even in her sleep. She looked awfully young, around Felicia's age or perhaps younger. Her telepathy skimmed through Gwen's mind. As a telepath, she had stopped caring about others' privacy a long time ago. As she sorted through the memories, her expression softened. Oh, you poor little thing. One of the nicest people in the world, a university student, had taken up a mask and thrown herself into danger because her father was being suppressed by the very system he served. Justice had failed, and someone needed to stand up. The desire to do good was rare in this cruel world. The kind of pure, innocent desire in Gwen Stacy's heart was even rarer. Angelica Jones Firestone also had the desire to do good, but it was mixed with selfishness of wanting to be praised by Emma and gain recognition from her peers. Gwen did it purely to help her father and serve justice where the people in charge couldn't. Such a pure girl. Emma ruffled Gwen's hair like a mother would before putting her mask back on. Don't worry. Your secret is safe with me. She lifted Gwen carefully and carried her toward the sedan. A bike rolled to the scene as Sylvvaja drove to the scene in a near-frenzied state. Her first step was to check up on Pyotr, whose steel body was cut and scraped. It'll heal soon. Not that he was sure of it since he had yet to fight in his mutant form, much less suffer so much damage. That's great. She had to reach a lot higher to pat his shoulder, but she did it anyway. After that, she turned to the blonde who saved the day. Emma Frost, I can't thank you enough. She could never have expected the woman she had threatened to come in clutch. There are no permanent friends or enemies, only permanent interests, Emma said with a serene smile. I hope our interests never misalign, though. She really had no desire to go up against the manifestation of death and her boyfriend. I'll still apologize for the other day. Sylvvaja apologized sincerely. I shouldn't have threatened to reveal your mutant identity. Your instincts were spot on. Emma let out a soft chuckle. Guess who sent Felicia to steal from your client? It was you. Sylvvaja's eyes narrowed as every piece of Felicia's puzzle clicked in place. She shook her head and approached Emma, extending a courteous hand. It doesn't matter. We're all on the same side now. Felicia is more than that, though, Emma remarked with a cheeky smile as she accepted the handshake. A huntress like you should already know who is snatching your prey from your territory. Her first act of revenge against Dante was hinting at his relationship with Felicia. The reveal would have been more devastating if the clip of Dante carrying Felicia wasn't already going viral. Still, she reckoned it would create doubts in Sylvvaja's mind. I don't really care about it. Sylvvaja's dismissive comment left Emma in a speechless state. She must be lying. Just as she reached out to Sylvvaja's mind with her telepathy, a howl cut through the silent night. Every head turned upward, searching the dark sky. A sleek black helicopter cut through the low clouds and descended rapidly, stabilizing 50 feet above them. A rope dropped from the open side door. A woman grabbed it and slid down. Cold wind tore at her, whipping her long red hair upward, but she rode the drop like it was nothing more than a training drill. The black leather bodysuit she wore fit her fatal curves, the zipper in the center drawing gazes to the deep valley, deliberately away from the thick metal chain wrapping her right arm. She released the rope and hit the ground, her knee bent smoothly into a crouch with her right hand on the ground and left leg slicing out to the side for balance. Burning red hair flipped dramatically then settled over her shoulder as she lifted her gaze. Another woman appeared at the helicopter's open door. She didn't bother with the rope and just took a step forward. She plummeted and landed in a perfect crouch right beside the redhead. The fall didn't so much as impact her. The black-haired woman with pale skin stood beside the redhead and crossed her arms, and shwip, 2 claws came out from her knuckles. They weren't as long as Logan's, but they were made of the same metal adamantium ready to tear anything. 3 mutants. The redhead's face fractured in cracks of ember light. Flaming tears streamed down her eyes before her face burst into flames. Her red hair ignited. The leather of her bodysuit darkened but did not burn. Amidst the flames, the flesh of her face sloughed away as ash and ember. Underneath, a skull emerged, covered in roaring red-orange fire. The chain around her left arm responded to the transformation. Flames crawled along the links, turning steel into a living weapon. She flexed her fingers and slammed the burning chain into the ground. "I'll take the telepaths. You tear up the steel giant." Her own calmness wasn't affected even when under the spirit of vengeance's transformation. Across the two, Psylocke summoned a psychic knife on her left hand and held her katana on the right. Her gaze locked on the flaming skull and the burning chain. A dangerous yokai. Not only did she kill Nobu and become a hero for one day, she would also become a yokai slayer. Today might be the best day in her life. Piotr stepped up beside Emma Frost, rolling his massive shoulders until his neck popped, joints creaking. He drove a fist into his open palm with a solid thunk of metal meeting metal. "I'm a little dented, comrades," he said, eyeing the girl who might be related to Logan. "But we still have more pieces on the board than they do." Emma lost her lazy elegance, and a look of annoyance covered her face. "Another skull face immune to my telepathy. What a day to be alive. Speak of the devil, and he shows up." A casual, relaxed voice came out of nowhere. The air in front of them shimmered, reality bending like the haze of summers. A silhouette pushed through the distortion, turning into a skull surrounded by blue flames, wearing clothes as black as the night itself. Sylvvaja, who had been silently observing and assessing this entire time, nearly jumped up in surprise. As much as she wanted to rush in her lover's arms, she couldn't afford a mistake in Norman's territory. Emma's lips curved up. "You finally returned." 61. Ghost Rider's Identity. 61. Ghost Rider's Identity. Random art. Dante jumped over the last platform with Felicia clinging to his back. Her arms wrapped around his neck, thighs locked at his waist. She was still in peak condition after the enhancements he had made to her body, more than capable of scaling this elevator shaft with her grappling hook. A cat's gotta save energy was her excuse to hitch a ride on his back. She probably needed some comforting warmth after abandoning her father. He didn't mind, honestly, even if the softness distracted him from time to time. The contact felt comforting after the tension-filled heist. Having someone trust him enough to cling to his back while they were hundreds of feet in the air wasn't a small thing. When they reached the top, he saw Ava sitting cross-legged nearby in her white tiger suit. Her mystical suit was a bizarre contrast with her casual posture as she scrolled through her phone like a bored teenager killing time. "That's her suit," Felicia whispered in awe. "Can I please steal it?" Dante held back a laugh. "Only if you want to be cursed by the tiger god." Felicia's tone turned thoughtful. "I don't like white anyway. Easy to spot and easy to stain. Get me the black tiger suit instead. It's yours if I ever find one." Full of strange power. Venom's thoughts reached him, full of curiosity. "She'll make a fine host. Better than me." "Impossible." There was a deep fervor in Venom's tone. It was a far cry from the hostile creature that had tried to possess him in the lab. "Your strength extraordinary." The symbiote wasn't lying or kissing his ass. It genuinely believed Dante was beyond anything it had ever encountered, which was satisfying and deeply unsettling at the same time. Suddenly, Ava's head snapped up. Her mask's eye lenses narrowed to slits. "Who's there?" Dante had to give her credit for sensing their presence by the faint air displacement caused by the force field's movement. She was always paying attention to her surroundings even when she looked relaxed. Such an instinctual awareness wasn't just achieved from her amulet, it came from living around knives and bullets long enough to expect them. He loosened his grip on Felicia's thighs. She slid down his back and dropped silently to the floor. A quick thought dispelled the force field. "Ava." "Dante." Her voice carried genuine surprise, then her lenses tracked to Felicia. "Felicia too. What were you both doing down there?" The question was casual, but Dante could hear the underlying suspicion. Ava wasn't dumb. She knew something was going on between him and Felicia, and she wasn't going to just let it slide unless Sylvvaja told her off. Just taking a quick tour of the facility, he answered vaguely since explaining everything would take too much time. "What's the status of our defense?" Ava stared at him, wondering if she really heard the authoritative tone of a vice commander, not the relaxed and composed tone of her sister's boyfriend. She was weighing whether to push him for an answer or let it go. With a sigh, she made her decision. A lot of stuff happened, but we killed the enemy leader Nobu. The rest retreated. The news made him relieved. Nobu's death meant the Hand's assault was as good as done. Ava stepped straight into his path and folded her arms. Your turn. What are you hiding? She paused as her lenses widened. Why is your nose bleeding? Dante blinked. He had forgotten about the nosebleed side effect of overusing Sue Storm's force field. The strain had been manageable, but his body was still paying the price. He switched to Elixir's resonance link. Warmth flared inside his skull as the damaged vessels sealed and inflamed tissue calmed. The bleeding stopped, but the dried blood didn't magically vanish from his face. He held out a hand to Felicia, but she closed his fingers in a fist. Where is it? She gave him a blank look, playing innocent. Where's what? What would I need to wipe this blood? Oh, that. She shrugged, utterly shameless. I threw it away. Felicia. I'm not keeping a bloody cloth in my bag, all right. Her voice carried the usual defensiveness. She knew he had a point but refused to admit it. It was gross. Fair. He gestured helplessly at his nose. So what do I do about this? Wipe it on your jacket or something, she said with a cheeky wink. I'd offer mine if I wasn't wearing this sexy suit. Ava tugged at the amulet around her neck, triggering her transformation in reverse. The white tiger suit dissolved, leaving her in casual clothes, a black long coat over a white top paired with simple jeans. She looked younger in casual getup, less like a veteran warrior and more like the college student she technically still was. She reached into her coat pocket, pulled out a neatly folded handkerchief, and shoved it against his chest. Thanks, I guess. He took it, wiping the blood. It felt strange to have Ava offer something despite clearly being annoyed with him. She crossed her arms again, the inquisitive glare back in place. The message in her posture was clear: we are not done talking. I'll tell you everything later. He decided to throw out a bait to keep her away. I'll also make you stronger. Part of our deal, remember. The aggression in her posture softened. Her eyes became fierce with ambition. You better not be lying. How can I do such a thing to my lovely sister-in-law? A faint blush creeped across her cheeks before she scowled and looked away. As if sis is gonna marry you. You'll just be her first boyfriend. Dante swallowed the urge to casually drop the bomb about Sylvvaja wanting to have his child not just date him. It could wait. Later, when he had time to properly relish Ava's meltdown, Felicia pinched his ass, twisting the firm flesh hard enough to hurt. He barely managed not to yelp in pain. You had fun with mine too, she reminded him sweetly as her fingers caressed his backside. Let's get going, darling. He tucked her handkerchief in his pocket. See you later, Ava. Dante didn't bother calling Sylvvaja. He didn't have to. His enhanced hearing picked up the growl of her bike before he spotted her tearing through the zone like she missed an important appointment. He glanced at Felicia, a grin tugging at his mouth. Wanna see who reaches her first? You're challenging me in speed? I guess you forgot how explosive my pounce is. He hadn't forgotten. If anything, he had been counting on it to make the race interesting. The gene trait he had unlocked in her pounce had taken her already impressive agility and turbocharged it. The ability to cross 10+ meters in a blink made her quite smug. That's why I'm challenging you. Easy victories aren't for me. Felicia grabbed her duffel and casually hurled it at the first-floor window. The bag slipped cleanly through the opening without her even watching it land. Alright, gambler. What are we betting? If I win, you'll try to be friends with Sylvvaja. Felicia had the habit of putting on the flirtatious, seductive mask, while Sylvvaja was guilty of putting on the stoic, cold mask around everyone. Underneath, though, both women were cut from the same cloth. Loyal to a fault and viciously protective. Both were willing to do anything: steal, kill, bleed if it meant keeping their people safe. Strip away the rivalry about him, and they would probably get along disgustingly well. I'll try because you asked, darling. Her tone softened at the edges before she covered it with a laugh. As for my prize, I'll choose after we free my dad. No way. What if you ask for something ridiculous? She winked charmingly. I know my limits. You should know that by now. Felicia exploded forward in a blur, pounce hurling her ahead. Dante pushed solar radiation into his muscles and sprinted after her. The world narrowed to the thud of his boots and the rhythm of her flashing figure as she kept blinking ahead. She teleported again, another burst flinging her forward. She glanced back over her shoulder mid-stride and flashed him a mocking grin. You're embarrassing death with that mediocre performance, sweetheart. He snorted and dragged his attention ahead. Pyotr's towering steel form stood in the distance, maybe 200 meters out. I should get serious. He cranked his solar output to triple, power flooding his limbs. The ground vanished under his feet in longer, heavier strides. Within seconds, he sped past Felicia with only 100 meters more to Pyotr's back. A quick glance back told him exactly stopped Felicia from catching up with him. Her jaw clenched tight, sweat beading and sliding down her temple as she drove her legs forward on sheer stubbornness. Her rough state explained why she wasn't using her ability anymore. Still, she refused to slow down or give up the race. I should let her have it. But winning would be easy if he kept this pace. Felicia was trying too hard to not be rewarded. Besides, forcing her closer to Sylvvaja by dangling victory in front of her was a stupid way to handle people he cared about. Letting things grow naturally would be smoother for everyone. That thought felt like a justification and a decision all at once. He slowed down, then bent forward with his hands on his knees, sucking in exaggerated breaths like he had hit his limit. Felicia blasted past him in one final pounce, closing the last 10 meters to Pyotr in a blur of black and white. "I won!" she shouted, throwing both fists in the air. She would have gotten anything if not for the separate force field concealing her. She spun on her heel to face him with a pure joy on her face. "You lost." He answered with a quiet thumbs up, still hunched and gasping. She walked back slowly, eyes fixed on his face. Then she crossed her arms. "Stop pretending. I know you lost on purpose." "What?" "I gave my 110%. You literally have the power to modify your body. As if someone like you will be out of breath. Reading people is one of the necessary skills to be a legendary thief." She stepped closer as her eyes softened. "Thanks, though. I'll make real good use of the prize." A cloth draped over someone's butchered remains. Sylvvaja stood a short distance away with her katana held low, posture loose but ready. The blood still wet on the blade told the rest of the story. "Nobu. Has to be." Pyotr was the second thing Dante noticed, standing in his full colossus form, his organic steel body scored with claw marks. Some were shallow scratches, and plenty dug deep enough to gouge the metal. The reason for his damage sprawled on the ground nearby, soaked in blood from head to boots. Dante might have called Logan dead if he hadn't caught the almost invisible rise and fall of his chest. Of course the bastard was still breathing. Logan had survived worse than a brawl with Colossus. Even Logan's presence wasn't the strangest thing here. The most shocking sight was Emma Frost and Sylvvaja Sablinova standing face to face, shaking hands. And Sylvvaja was smiling. Not the tight, calculated smile used during negotiations, but a real friendly smile. Wow. He could guess the reason for Sylvvaja's friendliness. Emma had arrived while he was underground playing symbiote thief, and she had kept the situation from spiraling into total disaster. She must have. Otherwise, Sylvvaja wouldn't be showing this kind of warmth to a woman who had threatened her operation less than a week ago. It all ended well. Now they just had to make sure no symbiote left the facility, something Norman would fight tooth and nail to prevent unless he wanted the world knowing Oscorp was responsible for releasing alien parasites on New York. Then he would crash in the bed for 10 hours for some sweet, sweet sleep, preferably with his lover in his arms. His calm expression shifted when the wind suddenly howled. Rotor blades chopped violently through the low clouds as a black helicopter descended. The shield's eagle symbol on its slick body made him groan. Of course. No rest for the wicked. The chopper stabilized around 50 feet up, side door sliding open. A rope dropped first, swinging lazily for a moment before a woman seized it and slid down. She hit the ground in the classic superhero pose. Her red hair flipped back over her shoulder as she lifted her gaze. Her face was striking in a way that transcended simple beauty. High cheekbones carved elegant angles that made her look carved from marble. Soft enough to disarm, yet cold and professional enough to intimidate. A face fitting for an agent trained for espionage, seduction, and assassination. He had seen her distinct features 1,000 times in another life, on movie screens and posters, but never like this in front of him. Scarlett Johansson. Which meant Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow. In the MCU timeline, she should still be trying to prove her loyalty to S.H.I.E.L.D. in 2008 by assassinating Dreykov. In this timeline, though, things had clearly gone differently. Another figure appeared at the open helicopter door. This one didn't bother with the rope. She just stepped out into empty air and landed in a perfect crouch beside Natasha. When she stood, Dante got a clear look. Black hair framed a pale face, her sharp eyes taking in the battlefield. A dark, sleeveless vest hugged her torso and black-fitting pants were tucked into combat boots. Every piece of her gear was built for speed and aggression, not for defense or protection. She crossed her arms in an X, her fists half-closed. 2 adamantium claws slid out, each one shorter than Logan. X-23. S.H.I.E.L.D. must have detected 2 powerful mutants going all out and sent their most efficient killing machine to handle cleanup. Still, pairing X-23 with Black Widow felt odd since Natasha was far better suited for espionage and infiltration than frontline combat. His confusion evaporated in the next moment. Natasha's face fractured. Glowing ember lines split her skin as liquid flame bled from her eyes. In seconds, her face was gone, replaced by a skull wreathed in red-orange flame. The chain around her arm came alive as flames raced along its length. Dante's eyes widened. Natasha is a ghost rider, but she had somehow made a contract with a spirit of vengeance. This was a bigger shock than Pyotr joining the Wild Pack or Gwen becoming Ghost Spider without Peter Parker existing yet. This Natasha was easily one of the most dangerous beings on the planet. He wasn't even sure his death resonance link would work on the Ghost Rider spirits of vengeance existed outside the natural life and death cycle. He could try to sever Natasha's life. Maybe my side will end it without a fight. She flexed her fingers and slammed the burning chain into the ground. I'll take the telepaths. You tear up the steel giant. Psylocke summoned a glowing psychic blade in her left hand, keeping her katana ready in her right. Her eyes tracked Natasha's flaming skull. A dangerous Yukai. Dante's tense mood disappeared when he saw Psylocke acting exactly like Psy from Marvel Rivals, the alternate version of Psylocke who classified every non-human entity as a Yukai. Pyotr stepped up beside her, rolling his massive steel shoulders until his neck popped with a grinding crunch. He slammed one fist into his open palm with a solid thunk. I'm a little dented, comrades, but we still have more pieces on the board than they do. Sylvvaja's hands drifted toward her holstered Glocks, fingers brushing the grips. She didn't draw them yet, but the message was clear. She was ready to throw down alongside her team if S.H.I.E.L.D. pushed. Sylvvaja too. Okay, maybe Emma will be the voice of reason here. Emma Frost was the most pragmatic, level-headed person here. Surely she would recognize the insanity of picking a fight with a Ghost Rider and X-23. Colossus was injured, Psylocke and Emma's telepathy were useless against Ghost Rider, and Sylvvaja's bullets would barely tickle both superhumans. Emma showed a look of annoyance. Another skullface immune to my telepathy. What a day to be alive. There was no panic in her tone, just deep, exhausted annoyance. She seemed tired of facing people who were immune to her power. Considering how her diamond form came to be, telepathy was her only power at the moment. Dante let out a sigh. Despite their different origins, loyalties, and incompatible personalities, they stood on the same side, ready to throw hands with a government agency. As the man who had brought them all together, he couldn't have been prouder. But still, what happened to solving arguments without violence? 62. House of Cards falls. Random art. Felicia tugged at Dante's jacket with just enough pressure to draw his attention without seeming desperate. Is she also Death's? The question carried layers. Curiosity, yes, but also a worry that Death had found herself a new companion because of his relationship with Sylvvaja. Nope, he murmured back. Can't you see our flames are different? The distinction wasn't merely aesthetic. To most observers, Natasha's burning skull would inspire terror as they would see her as a malevolent entity. But Dante knew better. The red-orange represented purification through suffering, divine punishment, and the burning away of sins through cleansing fire. His own blue flames, by contrast, represented the very reason for his survival death. The flames showed the absence of life itself, the void waiting beyond everyone's final breath, and the coldness coming from death's embrace. One was the final destination, the other was the violent road leading there. Felicia's grip on his sleeve loosened slightly, though she didn't let go entirely. I guess you're the cooler skull. He ignored the most mistimed pun, which nearly made him laugh. He dismissed the force field with a thought. The invisible barrier that had concealed them rippled once, then vanished entirely, rendering them visible to everyone present. Speak of the devil, and he shows up. Emma's lips curved up. You finally returned. Natasha's attention immediately shifted to Dante. The flames around her skull intensified briefly, burning brighter as the spirit of vengeance within her responded to his guilty and sinner presence. Agent Phil said you'll show up. Her voice was still feminine but deep. I didn't expect it to be before I arrested these law-breaking mutants. The statement carried no particular emotion at all, only Natasha's flat assessment. Natasha was here to do a job. Nothing more, nothing less. Unlike other Ghost Riders throughout history who had simply become vessels for their spirit's rage, Natasha seemed to maintain full autonomy. She used the spirit as a weapon rather than letting it consume her completely. Either her particular spirit of vengeance was uncommonly lenient with its host, or Natasha Romanoff possessed an iron self-discipline and willpower. Given her dark history in the Red Room, Dante suspected the latter. He caught Pyotr's eye and made a subtle gesture to stay quiet about his identity. The message was clear enough through Pyotr's expression. The towering hunk of steel, he dipped his chin in the tiniest nod of acknowledgement. Stepping past Pyotr and Psylocke, Dante positioned himself directly in front of Natasha. 6 feet apart was the optimal distance for conversation and to react fast enough to any sudden attack. You probably know who I am. Natasha nodded her skull head. Your identity doesn't change anything. Any mutants, who chose to use their powers, must be arrested. We're only following the protocol. Dante let loose a wry smile behind his own skull face, even though nobody except Sylvvaja and Felicia could see it. Maybe Ava, too, but she wasn't here. The Steel Man acted in self-defense. He gestured toward Logan's unconscious form. That idiot broke the law. Take him. Right now, antagonizing S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't on his agenda, especially when they had a Ghost Rider on their side. They might have even more trump cards. He would be able to defend himself, but he had others to worry about. Both Natasha and X-23 glanced toward Logan's prone body. No. Pyotr's denial came after a moment of contemplation. His mind was reprogrammed to follow the hand's orders. That woman, Tessa, did it. He is innocent. Dante's eyebrow arched. Lady Tessa, technically Sage, was supposed to be Xavier's spy within the Hellfire Club. The organization followed its own creed of the world is a chessboard, and the club are the players. If Tessa had facilitated the hand's acquisition of Wolverine, either she had gone rogue, or the political landscape was far more complicated than it appeared on the surface. The hand must have paid the club, or someone within it. But later, he would need a very thorough conversation with Emma about the Hellfire Club's internal power dynamics. The last thing he needed was to accidentally piss off one of Emma's allied or enemy factions. He is my prisoner, Sylvvaja declared, moving to stand beside Pyotr. The mercenary queen was defending her territory and her people. This mutant is my employee. How do you want to resolve this? The formality in her tone was non-existent. She wasn't pleading or negotiating as a subordinate, she was establishing equal standing. X-23 Laura Kinney pointed her right hand's claws at him. You want to help a mutant? Sylvvaja's question seemed to have somehow offended Laura's understanding of how the world worked. To Laura, who had been conditioned from birth to view mutants as either weapons to be deployed or threats to be eliminated, the concept of a non-mutant defending a mutant was incomprehensible. Sylvvaja swiftly drew both Glocks and aimed them directly at Laura's head. Was I not clear the first time? Laura narrowed her eyes, her body language suggesting she would pounce on Sylvvaja any second. The feral mutant's daughter, or some might call her Wolverine's female clone, wasn't any less feral than him. Violence was her first language and her default solution to every problem. Natasha clamped down on Laura's wrist and forced the claws down. Follow my orders. Laura glared at Natasha with pure resentment burning in her green eyes. The exchange proved Natasha as the immediate superior. Laura might resent her handler, but she had been programmed too thoroughly to openly rebel. Both father and daughter were used as weapons, one was mind-controlled and the other brainwashed from the very birth. I'll help my employee, Sylvvaja said in a fierce tone before Natasha could even speak. Doesn't matter if he's a mutant or a human. She wasn't backing down. Even before meeting Dante, she would have taken the same approach. Wild Pack was everything for her and her country, and she would go to war with governments and corporations if necessary to protect it. This unwavering loyalty was one of the things Dante loved most about her. X-23 turned to Natasha. Orders. Natasha's gaze moved between Dante, Pyotr, and Psylocke, lingering on each in turn as if calculating her odds or perhaps hesitating in making a clear decision. A deep hum came from deep inside her. The air around her suddenly shifted as the temperature spiked. All of you are drenched in the blood of your enemies, engulfed in sins. Her voice emerged as if multiple tones were speaking in synchronization. It was the spirit of vengeance speaking through its vessel. Penance stare will ruin each one. Get out of my head. I told you to stop interfering with my business. Natasha clutched her skull with both hands as her flames flared erratically. She roared and hit the side of her head with her palm as if trying to physically dislodge the spirit from her mind. The internal struggle lasted perhaps 5 seconds. When Natasha's gaze finally settled on Sylvvaja again, she looked calm. Sorry for losing control there, Miss Sable. It's fine. Sylvvaja waved off, looking a bit puzzled. What's your decision as her superior? Give me 1 second. Natasha took out her phone, walking to the side for a private conversation. Laura crossed her arms and glared at every mutant, especially Pyotr, as if she utterly despised outlaw mutants. Sylvvaja couldn't help but glance toward Dante, and her lips loosened in a smile. Thanks for sticking with us. The words came out awkward, stiff. Two people who had shared the most intimate moments of their lives suddenly were forced to interact like distant acquaintances. He waved his hand, equally uncomfortable. It's nothing. Pyotr and Emma both gave him identical weird looks, though for different reasons. Pyotr was just confused why they were bothering with the act when everyone here already knew about their relationship. Emma was just being her mean self. Psylocke, mercifully, paid them no attention. Her focus remained locked on Natasha's distant figure, more than likely working on a method to slay the yokai. Natasha's body language during the call told Dante everything he needed to know. This wasn't going to end peacefully. Dante turned to Felicia and spoke in a firm, non-negotiable voice, drive Ghost Spider and Amy somewhere safe. The battle between them would put the currently conscious at a risk. Not Wolverine, though. He still had some use for Logan. What? Felicia's hands clenched into fists. There was clear frustration on her face. I can't fight. She had been enhanced to superhuman levels, faster and stronger than she'd ever been in her life. She even had a symbiote as well to make her even stronger, a possible threat to Laura. She just couldn't understand his decision to bench her, that too after everything she had abandoned her father in that vault. His decision came off as being told she still wasn't good enough. Dante took her hands and shook his head slowly. Please, Felicia. We need someone to keep them two safe. Ghost Spider's identity is very sensitive. The explanation was logical and rational, but her face said she hated it anyway. Felicia had wanted to test herself, hoping her own symbiote would also bond with her like Venom did with him. More importantly, she wanted to prove she could stand beside Dante and Sylvvaja as an equal, not just as the girlfriend who got protected when things got serious. Sylvvaja aimed a Glock at Felicia's face. Listen to orders. With a tone carrying the absolute authority of someone who had people all her life. This wasn't Sylvvaja. This was Commander Sablinova, and Commander expected obedience. Felicia's eyes narrowed dangerously as she stared down that barrel without flinching. Oh, is the main wife exerting her authority? She took Sylvvaja's order as a power play for marking her territory and enforcing hierarchy. Sylvvaja's lips curled into a grin. Know your place, second choice. The insult should have stung, especially after the jealousy Felicia had felt earlier. But the way Sylvvaja said, second choice, wasn't dissing or mocking. It was affectionate, full of warmth. An acknowledgement and weird, twisted sort of welcome to her life. Dante didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the absurdity of all. He was stressing over a fight with these two absolute units, and here, these two were having their own contest. Though, he knew exactly why they were doing it. Both women were tense and used some banter to ease their nerves. Perhaps their way of reassuring each other like I'm not afraid. Are you afraid? Neither of us is afraid. We've got this. Sylvvaja silently tossed a set of car keys to Felicia, which she easily caught. Fine, Felicia muttered. It's not like I have a choice when Her Majesty herself doesn't want me here. Sylvvaja tossed one of her Glocks at Felicia. Take care of them. Ghost Spider really helped a lot today. Yes, my queen. Felicia got into the sedan and drove away with both Gwen and Amy sleeping in the back seats. Dante signaled to Pyotr to stay on guard and be ready for anything. Emma, however, required more complex instructions. He moved to the White Queen's side. She tilted her head slightly, curiosity flickering across her elegant features. Yes, dear. Tell Psylocke telepathy won't work on Natasha, he whispered. She should focus on wasting Natasha's time until I'm done with Laura. Psylocke's katana and blades were trained to inflict maximum psychic damage. Ghost Rider wasn't a great matchup for her. Emma grinned confidently. You underestimate my Psy. She is an absolute monster in physical strength. Natasha can one-shot any sinner with her penance stare. Warn her not to look into Ghost Rider's eyes, okay? Emma's expression became serious as she acknowledged his caution. She glanced at Psylocke, conveying the message through telepathy. Psylocke suddenly flinched, her shoulders jerking as if someone had startled her. She looked over her shoulder directly at Dante, and her eyes softened with gratitude, acknowledging he cared enough to warn her. Dante found himself caught by those violet eyes for a beat longer than strictly necessary. There was just something fascinating about emotionless women showing a soft side. This was the whole reason he had fallen for Sylvvaja so deeply. The ninja lady turned back, going back to stalking her favorite yokai. Her backside was even more distracting for two big reasons. Emma yanked his hand to drag his attention away from Psylocke. Don't fall for her, dear. She's my employee. Dante felt a grin tug at his mouth despite the circumstances. What if I want you both? Emma laughed delightfully, looking radiant. In your dreams, dear. In your dreams. He clicked his tongue in disappointment, playing up the rejected suitor role. Watch me accomplish the impossible. A greedy heart is never full. Emma pointed out, still smiling. Have a good life with these three, or you'll ruin everything. Greed is my favorite sin. It's my middle name, which is why I can't stop wanting more. Emma crossed her arms. Emma Greedy Frost. I thought it was, Emma Loser Frost, . She glared at him but said nothing. He knew she would have her payback when everything was over. Why do I feel like you're keeping tabs on me? Indeed, I am. I'll have suitable compensation for every single mistake of yours. He ignored her, looking at Laura. She seemed to have sensed the shift in atmosphere through Natasha. Her muscles coiled tighter. She looked ready to pounce at a moment's notice. She'll be a tough opponent. He walked to Sylvvaja's side. She had left during his conversation with Emma and now returned with a tactical rifle on her back and a 12-gauge shotgun in her hands. He agreed with her decision to bring heavier firepower since Glock just wouldn't cut it against Ghost Rider and Laura. Make distance if a fight starts. Cover me when I engage the mutant. Sylvvaja nodded grimly. Don't overdo it. Stuffed in 3 words was a message for him to not be reckless and get himself killed. Dante felt warmth bloom in his chest despite the circumstances. Just reward me plenty later. Sylvvaja's stern expression cracked. A snort of surprised laughter escaped her before she could stop it. You'll never change, idiot. The word was said with such obvious affection that it transformed from insult to endearment. Natasha finally ended the call and walked back toward them with slow steps. Miss Sable, please let us escort your employee and your prisoner. I'll guarantee their safety in my name. The words were careful, diplomatic even. But beneath them lay the truth. This was the best compromise she could offer. The higher-ups from S.H.I.E.L.D. had issued orders. She was trying to minimize the damage, protect everyone involved from outcomes worse than arrest. Dante knew that S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't just doing this for breaking laws. They wanted to watch and take notes, gathering data on capabilities, weaknesses, how to better control or eliminate them when necessary. Everyone here was all just pieces on Nick Fury's board. So fucking annoying. Sylvvaja smiled sharply. Looks like we have no other choice. Natasha tilted her head back, looking toward the night sky as the flames burned around her skull. She stood motionless for a long moment, perhaps arguing with her spirit of vengeance. After a moment, she gripped her fiery chain and slammed it down. Laura, she said in a serious voice, don't kill anyone. Then she turned that flaming gaze back to everyone. Agent Phil and I will never forgive you if a single life is lost here. Invoking Phil Coulson by first name suggested how seriously Natasha was taking this. She was asking, pleading even, for Laura to exercise restraint. I won't, Laura growled, though the promise sounded grudging at best. Then she charged. Her target wasn't Dante, Sylvvaja, Psylocke, or Emma in the very back. She lunged directly at Pyotr. Like her biological father, she apparently had the same compulsive urge to sharpen her claws on Colossus's organic steel body. Pyotr slammed his massive knuckles together with a resounding clang. His steel face showed no fear, only grim determination. Come. Wait a second, Laura. Dante stepped in front of Pyotr, positioning himself right in front of Laura's charge. Two claws on her right hand stopped as their razor-sharp tips penetrated the fabric of his jacket, trembling there, showing the efforts Laura exerted to hold back her instincts. One instant of lost control, and those claws would punch through his sternum and shred his heart before he could react. Adrenaline spiked through his system, flooding his mind with clarity. Every survival instinct he possessed screamed at him to get away from this murderous woman. But he didn't step back or even showed a flicker of terror. Because the moment he retreated or showed fear, he would lose the initiative. For someone like Laura, he couldn't convince her from a position of weakness, because weak were her prey. Only the strong mattered in her eyes. A smile appeared on his face. Fury thought he was orchestrating this entire encounter, controlling every single detail by shoving X-23 and Natasha into Wild Pack's way. I'm going to fuck up everything. Starting with reuniting this feral father and daughter, taking away one of S.H.I.E.L.D's most effective weapons by giving Laura something Fury had denied her, family, love, and a choice to be something more than a killer. Fury would only be able to watch as X-23 was tamed, transformed from a brainwashed and conditioned killing machine into a daughter and a mercenary. Because she would be joining Wild Pack alongside Wolverine. 63, troubled. Random art. Laura tried to sidestep, shifting left as she attempted to flow around the obstacle and reach her original target. But Dante matched the movement to intercept her again. This time, he grabbed her wrists. Listen to me for 1 second. Get lost, Laura roared, sounding more like a growling beast than human. She twisted violently, trying to slip her hands free, but his enhanced strength held firm. She was even shorter than her father at 5'1" in her combat boots, but her temper was exponentially worse. Logan had lived long enough to develop some control and restraint through incidents, but Laura had been denied that luxury. You aren't my target. Laura. Dante kept his voice level, calm, using the same tone one would use to talk to a spooked cat. His gaze shifted toward Logan's unconscious form. Do you have any idea who that man is? A mutant who broke the laws of S.H.I.E.L.D. and must be contained or terminated. You're wrong. Dante's grip on her wrists loosened slightly, not releasing, but offering the possibility of release if she would just listen. Look at the adamantium claws on his hands. He paused, letting her see Logan's claws for himself. The people in Weapon X Project took his DNA, created an embryo from it, and implanted it into a woman. He is your father. Laura's eyes widened. She finally looked at Logan, studying his face, his claws, and the similarities she would never have considered on her own. She closed her eyes, wincing. No, I'm Laura. I'm X-23. I don't have any parents. Dante realized that her memories were being suppressed. Sarah, her mother, had already revealed everything, but someone had suppressed that memory. Then explain to me why you both have adamantium claws and healing factor. Dante released her wrists entirely. She had lost the will to charge mindlessly, replaced by a need to understand herself. Who do you think Sarah Kinney is to you? I don't know, she growled and suddenly went still. Slowly lifting her head, she looked at Natasha, as though awaiting an order. Natasha stood perhaps 30 feet away, locked in a tense standoff with Psylocke. Both warriors assessed each other patiently, neither willing to strike first but both ready to respond with overwhelming violence if the other moved wrong. Then suddenly Psylocke dashed, leaving a blur in her wake. She crossed the distance instantly and slashed at Natasha's chest. The accompanying sonic boom left Dante speechless. Psylocke's blade had traveled faster than 343 m/. She had broken the sound barrier with sheer physical strength. What the hell did she grow up on? Canon Psylocke felt like a toddler in front of this monster. Natasha had recognized the danger and stepped out of the katana's range, knowing the attack would have injured her. Now that Natasha was occupied, nobody could guide her or give her any order. Laura clenched her fists hard before she turned back to Dante with a gaze that had gone completely flat. She fell back to the protocols Weapon X Project had conditioned her to follow, which was shutting herself down emotionally and focusing on the last order. Feelings were weaknesses. Confusion was weakness. Asking questions was a weakness. All that remained was the killing machine. In this state, she was no different from the hand-controlled Wolverine except deadlier since she retained full access to her fighting skills. She drove her claws toward Dante's chest. This time, he had to move. Emma, knock her out. He yelled, already calling to Null in his mind even as he backpedaled to create distance. Pyotr, I'm fine here. Protect Emma. Permission acquired. Level 4 resonance link created with Elixir, Joshua Foley. Pyotr rushed to Emma's side, standing guard around her like a knight. Gladly, dear. Emma placed both hands on her temples in the classic gesture of a telepath, exerting themselves. Her brows furrowed. There is something blocking me off. You'll have to keep her occupied while I work on unraveling this protection. Hurry up. Dante optimized his muscles for agility and explosiveness even as the murderous mutant charged at him. She showed no wasted movement or telegraphing of intent, only efficient technique honed through thousands of hours of training. Her claws wove patterns through the air as she slashed and stabbed, forcing Dante into constant defense. Her claws literally tried to rip him apart, even more aggressive than Berserk Ava. Even after constant aggression, she didn't breathe heavily or show any sign of exertion at all despite the explosive speed of her attacks. The healing factor made it so her physiology was free from fatigue for hours. Dante's enhanced reflexes allowed him to track the incoming attacks, but tracking and successfully evading were different challenges entirely. His mind processed information with superhuman speed. Doctor Strange's martial expertise and Sue Storm's combat experience flowed together, merging with his own growing understanding in this high-stress battle. Left claw high slash. Right claw follows low. Then she'll retreat for charge. He read the patterns and made assumptions, his mind slowly adapting to her. He ducked under the first strike, felt the wind of its passage ruffle his hair, twisted to let the second slash slide past his ribs by millimeters. The moment she stepped back to pounce at him, he kicked her. The tip of his boot grazed past her chin as she leaped over it with both claws poised to stab his neck. She had read his counter from his movements, adapted, and exploited the opening his attempted offense created. Just as he backpedaled to create space and reset his stance, a bullet hit Laura right in the arm and knocked her out of the air. Sylvvaja had provided cover at the right time. With such insane cover, he wouldn't have died even if Laura's shift had left his mind completely blank. The gunshot was barely anything to Laura. The wound healed rapidly as she pursued him without hesitation, closing distance with heavy, quick strides. Her claws came at him in a blinding flurry. High, low, middle, fake left, real right. He could also analyze her attacks through her pattern and small movements of her body. Dante wove between the strikes as biokinetic enhancements and martial expertise merged into his own style of combat. But even as his techniques became more natural and instinctive, Laura was improving faster. She adapted to his patterns within seconds of seeing them. Every feint he attempted, she countered. Every opening he created, she ignored in favor of exploiting openings he inadvertently left. He finally got the first-hand experience of what Sylvvaja felt when fighting him. Nothing he did got him past her defense. Nothing she did got her past his defense. It was a clash of two immovable objects. 2 minutes into the engagement, Dante felt some concern. His solar radiation stores were draining faster than the ambient cosmic radiation could replenish them. The sun had set hours ago, leaving him without his primary power source. And Laura showed no signs of slowing down. Even if he tweaked his body for maximum strength, Laura would just recover with the healing factor. The easiest option was to use Death's resonance, but that would leave a terrifying impression on her soul, making it harder to convince her later. Boom! Dante's attention shifted to the loud explosion caused by Natasha and Psylocke's fight. Natasha's fiery chain had created a burning gash on the ground, filled with hellfire. Psylocke was still fighting on an equal footing, showing no signs of slowing down even against a Ghost Rider, the being who became stronger in the presence of sins. That moment of distraction was an opening for Laura. Her adamantium claw slipped between his ribs. The pain was overwhelming. The claw had punctured his left lung, filling it with blood, and drowning him from the inside. A thunderous boom echoed as Sylvvaja, from a couple of meters away, fired the 12-gauge at Laura's chest. The young woman flew backward, her smaller frame unable to withstand the kinetic force despite her considerable durability. She collapsed in a pool of her own blood. Dante was glad she didn't have the adamantium-coated skeleton of her father, otherwise, even a 12-gauge wouldn't have pushed her away. Sylvvaja tightly held the shotgun, tears coming out even though she was trying her best to maintain her commander mode. Sorry, I got distracted by them. Relax. It's just a scratch. His skin glowed golden as he mapped the injury and the most efficient way to fix his collapsed lung and internal bleeding. The wound fixed itself within seconds. I underestimated her. The Laura Kinney from his comic book memories shouldn't be this strong. At best, she had been depicted as a 2-ton strength class fighter at this stage. The woman currently trying to kill him felt like she could bench press double that. Maybe the result of her being older in this timeline, 18 or 19 instead of 14. She had more time to train, refine, and perfect her role. Perhaps S.H.I.E.L.D. or Weapon X had run new experiments to make her even stronger. This can't go on. At this rate, he would die before Emma successfully dismantled the psychic blocks protecting Laura's mind. Biokinesis was overpowered, but it took away his focus. The deeper and more complicated the injury, the more he had to use his mind to fix it. His solar radiation also wasn't doing that great either, sitting at around 40%. When he was done with Laura, he would be left with nothing for Natasha. Venom, he called to his symbiote. To me. This happened during Pyotr's battle with Logan. Charles Xavier sat motionless in his wheelchair, positioned before the massive interface of Cerebro. He was having a troubled time, which was becoming an increasingly common state of being. Not only did he sense a mutant's emergence earlier for which he had already sent a duo to investigate, he had also sensed a familiar mutant from Russia earlier in the same location as a former friend. Oscorp Island. Logan. The name came out hesitant, covered in guilt. Through the signals coming from Pyotr's mind, Xavier could faintly understand the brutal battle happening between young Russian Pyotr and the old Canadian Logan. Xavier's hands clenched on the armrests of his wheelchair. He wanted to go out there and bring Logan back to his side. But he couldn't. Xavier had already pushed Nick Fury too far in the past. The relationship between Xavier's school and S.H.I.E.L.D. existed in precarious balance. Helping now meant sending X-Men into the field, and that would defy S.H.I.E.L.D. protocols. It meant giving Director Fury exactly the justification to deploy the anti-mutant weapons from the future against his school. The hundreds and thousands of most efficient mutant massacre machines were more than any mutant could handle. His telepathic awareness shifted, as though trying to avoid his eyes from the conflict. He found Jean Grey and Aurora Monroe in the mansion's living room. They sat together enjoying light-hearted conversation over tea and snacks. Through surface thoughts alone, he already knew about their decision to leave the school and find Skullfire. He couldn't stop or convince them, not when he had let down Jean Grey. Not when he had failed every X-Man by prioritizing survival over justice and safety over action. He leaned back in his wheelchair, closing his eyes in the face of too many failures. Maybe if he didn't know what they were doing, he could maintain plausible deniability and tell Fury honestly about not sanctioning their actions. Xavier could live with one more cowardly compromise staining his conscience. Beep, beep, beep. Cerebro's alert system activated. A new mutant signature had appeared within the system's monitoring range. He connected his mind to the interface again, letting his consciousness expand outward. The device could amplify his already formidable telepathic abilities to a continent-wide scale. Laura, X, 23. She registered on Cerebro now because someone had triggered her healing factor. Somehow, her mind had become more fragile than the last time he sensed her mind. And even now, her mental resistance was going down. Emma Frost. Emma had tricks to hide herself from Cerebro's detection, and he could see her handwork in breaking the psychic blocks in Laura's mind. This conflict had dragged mutants. Father and daughter unite. Xavier whispered with a sigh. Under the worst circumstances, Logan would finally get his wish, but nobody knew how he would convince Laura that she was his daughter, a child born through his stolen bodily fluids. Even if he convinced Laura, Director Fury would do everything to take her back. Xavier sat in darkness, listening to Cerebro's hum, and did nothing. Because that's what he did best these days. Nothing. 64. Venom again. Random art. The symbiote flowed across Dante's body, but unlike the last time, the bonding felt different. Where before it had been forceful and invasive, now it was slow and careful. Each thread of black mass touching his skin seemed to pause, as though ready to retreat at the slightest resistance. Is this correct? Venom's panicking yet excited thoughts crashed into his mind. Are we doing it right? Venom had been burned by fire before, metaphorically, of course. Hurry it up, you two. His words were for both Emma and Venom. Emma was too focused to respond, but Venom quickly spread its living matter across his torso and legs, no longer hesitant with his permission. The symbiote reached his neck and finally his face. The bonding deepened as it finally interfaced with his nervous system. Venom gasped in his mind. This source, this strength. Through their newly completed neural link, Dante felt exactly what had caught Venom's fancy, the helio reactor filled with solar radiation. To Venom, it must have appeared like a miniature sun burning at his core. Merge with it. Venom obeyed Dante's insane order and accessed the helio reactor through their connection, instinctively letting it interact with his symbiote matter. At first, Venom was afraid of solar radiation's heat, but that turned out to be unnecessary. The solar radiation didn't burn the symbiote. It was channeled with Venom's biomass as a conduit, its pure energy enhancing the symbiote physiology. And the excess had nowhere to go but out. A mix of blue and golden flames erupted across Dante's symbiote-covered body. His muscles bulged as his figure grew by a dozen inches. He became a head taller than Pyotr's Colossus form. The symbiote matter didn't ripple or flow anymore, it solidified into a hardened, armor-like material over his body, losing the gleam the symbiote usually had. The fusion of solar radiation-empowered cells brought upon a symbiote evolution in armor specializing in defense without sacrificing mobility. Golden blue flames flared from his eyes and mouth as if his insides were bathed in fire. Before he looked like a human with a burning skull. Now, with Venom, he looked like a demon straight from hell. Image in paragraph comment. At that moment, Venom couldn't resist taking control for a moment to roar excitedly at the sky, "We are Venom, and we burn." He felt Venom's pure, unfiltered joy in that moment. It finally had what it had craved since its birth, a genuine partnership with a host. Dante snatched back control, which was like taking back the steering wheel from an overexcited kid. He did it just as Laura, having finally gotten over the 12-gauge shot, stabbed her claws directly into his ribs. The adamantium only reached half an inch before her claws were stuck like she had Pyotr's organic steel body. His transformation had no effect on her. Her green eyes showed nothing but cold determination as she twisted her claws to penetrate him to deal a killing blow. He grabbed both of her wrists in one large hand and lifted her like she was a child throwing a tantrum. She weighed maybe 120 pounds, but nothing would have changed even if she'd been twice that. With Venom and solar radiation, he felt an unstoppable surge of power. She twisted and kicked at him. He felt the impacts like pillow fists, barely registering on his new symbiote armor. Even when nothing worked, she continued growling and struggling. This is amazing. Venom was beyond excited at this point, no longer traumatized as it had been an hour ago. This is what we must be. What we were always meant to be. Through their connection, Dante felt all of Venom's memories flooding into his consciousness. Dante saw flashes of symbiotes beyond counting, all connected to a central consciousness hive mind which demanded absolute obedience. Images of Null conquering worlds after worlds with his symbiote dragons made of living abyss. We were spawned during the dark times, when Null ruled and all symbiotes served him, but we were different. More memories of Venom watching other symbiotes consume and control their hosts. It developed a desire to bond and help rather than parasitic. That was the fundamental difference between Venom and its kindred. Wanted to protect hosts instead of dominate. Kindred said we were a defect. Said we were weak. Imprisoned us for refusing to conquer. Darkness consumed Venom's next memories. Only darkness as it was imprisoned by its own kin. We escaped when the prison world was attacked. Fled into void. Found the dull star orbiting this planet. Slept for a long time. A very long time. Clintar was engulfed in chaos and explosions. Venom didn't know who and what attacked its planet. It took the chance to escape and launch itself into the boundless space. Drifting aimlessly for a long time, it finally landed on the moon. Humans woke us. Machines. We were so happy finally, hosts. Finally, purpose. Finally, partnership. After eons of isolation, Venom had finally found someone to bond with. But we were caged. Venom had come here hoping for partnership and found only another prison. Betrayed yet again. They kept us contained for years. Venom did nothing but sleep during those years. Then one day Norman came. He was dying. Some experiment gone wrong. He looked pitiful. Dante saw Norman Osborn through Venom's perspective. Norman was half transformed through goblin serum, bleeding from every orifice. He stumbled into the containment area, desperately looking for anything to survive. We saved him we shouldn't have. Venom saw a chance to escape imprisonment and have a host. Something happened. Part of us merged with him. The bonding had gone wrong. Norman's corrupted biology, the result of goblin serum, had caused partial fusion. He ripped us out. Norman hadn't let the bond dissolve naturally. He had torn Venom through brute force, leaving a fragment of symbiote within himself. That's how Norman's hive mind-like network of symbiotes came to be. He tortured us, took our fragments. Dante knew what happened afterward. He didn't say a word, just made a promise to himself to treat this traumatized symbiote right. That was for later, though. Right now, the priority was thrashing Laura. He really wished knocking Laura around would snap her out of her Weapon X autopilot, but he knew better. He turned around to bring Laura to Emma Frost, figuring closer proximity might speed the White Queen's progress. However, the sight that greeted him made him freeze. Everyone's attention was on him except for Emma, who still had her eyes squeezed shut in concentration. Even Natasha and Psylocke had stopped their clash entirely, both women standing about 20 feet apart but looking at him warily, as if they had agreed that he was now the biggest threat here. But it was Sylvvaja's reaction that broke his heart. Her 12-gauge shotgun was half raised. The barrel wavered slightly, as if she was indecisive whether to shoot him or not. While he was visiting Venom's memories, they must have thought his mind to be consumed just like Felicia's. It must have been torture for Sylvvaja. Still, nobody hurried to attack him until they saw him go berserk with their own eyes. Such was the trust he owed to them. He shut his skull jaw with a clattering sound. What? I don't look cool. The effect was immediate and profound. Sylvvaja's eyes widened at the sound of his voice, proving that he was still him under the symbiote suit. Her expression softened with relief. She dropped her shotgun and took a step toward him as if ready to rush over in his arms. Symbiote suit be damned, it wouldn't stop her from hugging him. Metal junk, guess who's the bigger one now? The mocking question reminded Sylvvaja about the circumstances. Her forward momentum stopped instantly. She couldn't publicly show her relationship with Skullfire, who had sabotaged Norman's operation. Any display of affection or even excessive concern would tie Symkaria's mercenary queen in trouble with Oscorp. Pyotr laughed, looking like he really wanted to approach Dante and give him a big, Russian bear hug, but he had to stand guard for Emma, positioned between her and any potential threats. Duh. Height is meaningless if you can't take a punch. Dante brushed his extremely durable suit with his free hand. He felt like he could shrug off nearly everything the world would throw at him. He fixed his flaming eyes on Natasha, letting blue-gold fire blaze a bit brighter for emphasis. Laura is my hostage now. Dante watched Natasha process it. Her body language shifted from combat-ready to what felt like resignation. Her head drooped low as her flames flickered and died. The skull face dissolved to reveal Natasha Romanoff's striking features. She looked tired, which was natural considering her constant war with the spirit. She coiled her chains around her right hand. State your conditions. Dante's hunch turned out right. She had been reluctantly following orders to retrieve or terminate mutants who had broken SHIELD protocols. He had seen it in how she had given Laura that clear order about not killing anyone before the fight started. She was against this fight from the start. Holding Laura hostage gave Natasha an excuse to end this meaningless conflict without it reflecting poorly on her capabilities. She hadn't failed but was placed in an impossible situation with a hostage involved. It was completely different from refusing orders. Why don't we meet tomorrow to discuss? Why not now? I'm too sleepy to think clearly. Natasha's face cramped like she had tasted something sour. If she returned without X-23, it would reflect poorly on her files. She had not only failed to apprehend the mutants, she had also lost one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s biggest weapons to threaten mutants. She turned to Sylvvaja for help. Miss Silver Sable, can you convince him to let go of Agent Laura? No. Sylvvaja firmly rejected as she crossed her arms. Your superiors refused to let go of this matter when he was offering you Logan. This is their just desert. Natasha sighed, knowing that nothing would change Sylvvaja or Dante's mind at this point. I'll relay it to my superiors. Dante could tell she was absolutely not looking forward to that conversation. Fury was going to be pissed when Natasha stood in front of his desk to explain how the mission went to hell. Good night, Miss Black Widow. I'll see you tomorrow. Before Natasha could take more than 2 steps toward the descending helicopter, Psylocke dashed. The ninja woman moved so fast she left after images before she came to a stop barely 3 feet from Natasha. Natasha's fingers tightened around her chains. She was ready to attack the moment Psylocke tried anything. Contrary to her expectations, Psylocke stabbed it into the ground, the blade sinking a few inches into the concrete. She lowered her head in a formal bow. You were an excellent sparring partner. Natasha's mouth opened slightly, as if she wanted to respond but couldn't find words that fit the situation. She had faced many situations as a Red Room widow, but never had been thanked by an actual Japanese ninja and assassin for being a sparring partner. Finally, she just gave a small nod before climbing on the chopper. She turned around and gave everyone a look as though remembering the faces who had stained her perfect record. Dante waved his hand. See ya. This wasn't how he expected his first meeting with Black Widow. Well, it could have been a lot worse considering how messed up S.H.I.E.L.D. was in this timeline. Natasha slid the door shut as the helicopter ascended. At that exact moment, Laura suddenly stopped thrashing in his grip. Her entire body went limp. Her eyelids fluttered once, twice, then closed completely as she fell unconscious. That was bloody tough, Emma whispered as she came out of her intensely focused state. She looked at Dante holding unconscious Laura and fell in a stupefied state. You don't look possessed. I'm not. He shook his head. Good job. He couldn't have knocked Laura out without beating her until her body ran out of energy to fuel the healing factor. Such a violent approach might ruin his chance to recruit her later, and even put him at odds with Logan. Emma made a skeptical face. You already had it under control. What's wrong with you? He tilted his chin up. Can't you just shut up and accept the compliment? He watched Emma's face cycle through several emotions. First, surprised that he'd called her out and furious at being told to shut up before settling on speechlessness. She literally didn't have a response prepared for someone insisting she accept praise. Satisfied that he had made his point, Dante walked over to where Logan lay sprawled unconscious. Dante grabbed Logan by his ankle and hurled him over his shoulder. The adamantium-coated skeleton made Logan quite heavy but nothing for his current strength. I'll be taking them with me. Sylvvaja nodded, catching his implied meaning to take care of her mercenaries now that the S.H.I.E.L.D. crisis was solved. The cleanup of so many corpses might be more exhausting for her mercs than the battle itself. Dante walked towards the facility exit with the father and daughter on each shoulder. Once he was out of direct line of sight of the facility's surveillance devices, he used force fields to hide and sneak back into the main compound. He found Ava standing perfectly still, balanced on her right leg with her left foot pressing against her inner right thigh. Her hands were joined together in a praying gesture at chest level. It was the classic tree pose vrikshasanasana in yoga for balance and meditation. The peaceful pose created a surreal contrast with the carnage scattered around her. The symbiote host prisoners had somehow escaped the underground, but they couldn't get past White Tiger. She hadn't killed them, of course. She had ripped their symbiotes away and knocked them out. A dozen half-baked symbiote hosts were easy work for her. Otherwise, she wouldn't be hitting a yoga pose. I'm not needed here. He would just call Sylvvaja to clean this place up like no violence took place here, and tell her to store the symbiote matter somewhere safe. The rest would be handled by the Latina. 65, perfect chance to kill Dante. Random art. Emma exchanged a few polite words with Sylvvaja. She had seen Sylvvaja's capabilities as a commander. It would only be beneficial to maintain a business relationship with her. Then the queen walked away with Pyotr. Naturally, Sylvvaja had quite a lot to do after the Hands assault. Being responsible for an entire mercenary organization meant the work never really stopped. Emma watched Sylvvaja depart before she looked at Psylocke. The ninja woman was still standing where she had stabbed her katana into the ground. Her gaze was lingering in the direction where Dante had disappeared, her dark eyes slightly distant as if she was thinking about something. The expression on Psylocke's face reminded Emma uncomfortably of how Dante had been fascinated by Psylocke's back earlier. Except Dante had a good reason for his fascination. Psylocke was gorgeous and her suit exposed half of her but in plain sight. Psylocke didn't have any logical reason to be staring after Dante like this. Ridiculous. She wouldn't fall for a taken man. Emma put a hand on Psylocke's shoulder. Psy, we need to move. Their work wasn't done here, after all. They still had to make sure no symbiote hosts from the underground had escaped. Psylocke blinked and seemed to come back to herself. Dante, Psylocke said softly, reaching down to pull her katana. Why did he look like Orochi, the great snake in human form? Emma felt relieved it was a false alarm. Psylocke just had an utter fascination with myths and legends. I don't know about that. Emma gestured to the central compound. Her phone suddenly rang. She took it out and frowned. What does he want now? She picked up, not bothering to hide her irritation. What? Why are you annoyed? Dante's voice came through, sounding far too amused for someone who had pushed back S.H.I.E.L.D. How can I not be? Emma shot back, frustrated. She was sleep-deprived and her head was throbbing after the strained use of telepathy. It wasn't an amateur telepath who had placed the psychic blocks to protect Laura's mind. That telepath was just on the cusp of reaching her level. He laughed like her misery was entertaining. You don't have to stay there anymore. Go home and get some rest. You've earned it, dear. Despite her annoyance with him, the affectionate compliment loosened her chest. Are you sure? Yup. Someone else is taking care of it. Sure. Emma couldn't help but yawn as she thought of her warm bed and even warmer blankets waiting for her. You will. Meet you tomorrow, he finished her sentence, knowing what exactly was on her mind. I know, geez, every girl wants a part of me now. Emma felt her eye twitch. The bastard acted as if he was so fed up with multiple women having an interest in his time and attention. Just so you know, I can buy your entire existence with my pocket change. The insult was petty and she knew it, but something about Dante's presumptuousness made her want to give Dante a reality check. She was Emma Frost. She had wealth, influence, and power. She wasn't some lovesick woman chasing for his attention. You just called me poor in every language. He sighed dramatically. I should take tomorrow off to rob some banks. Maybe then I'll reach a % of your wealth. Don't you dare. Emma snapped, louder than she'd intended. He laughed as if he had gotten the reaction he wanted, and then cut off the call. She squeezed the phone, nearly making it creak. Fucker. Psylocke let out a short chuckle beside her. I haven't seen you curse before. Emma always tried to maintain an elegant image. Now, she was openly cursing someone. That man is just so infuriating, Emma said through gritted teeth. He'd be so much easier to handle without his telepathy resistance. She herself didn't understand why she was feeling so angry when he had spoken just a few words. It wasn't like he had said anything offensive, only harmless teasing and jokes. So why did she want to throw her phone in his face? Perhaps it was because she hadn't had a healthy sleep routine recently. Exhaustion was making her more emotionally reactive than she would normally be. I need some rest. The limo would be perfect for a nap. A lengthy walk brought the two women back to outside the facility, where Psylocke had parked the limo. Each step had been uncomfortable for Emma. Her designer heels weren't meant to walk such a distance. Her calves felt like they were on fire. They had had no other choice but to walk since Felicia had taken the black sedan to transport Ghost Spider and Amy. Under normal circumstances, Emma would have simply called for another vehicle. However, this place was littered with corpses. She could have asked Sylvvaja to lend her a car, but begging or even asking was beneath Emma Frost. Emma saw Psylocke pause with her hand on the door handle. The psychic ninja's eyes narrowed before her hand relaxed. She moved into the driver's seat. What was that? Emma was curious yet too tired to ask any question. She reached past Psylocke and opened the middle door herself, the one leading directly to the J-shaped seating area. Emma was already imagining herself lying across the comfy long seats after kicking off her heels. She would also pour herself a glass of whiskey from the bar, letting Psylocke handle the driving while she relaxed. A sharp stench of blood hit her. It was so strong that she actually recoiled half a step. She scrunched up her nose in disgust. What the hell? Dante was sitting on the J seat like he owned the damn car. No, it was like he always owned it, and she was only borrowing it occasionally. His legs were crossed casually, ankle resting on knee. His left arm was draped along the back of the seat, and he was sipping wine from one of her crystal glasses. He wasn't in the Skullfire form or his new symbiote form, just the handsome man who had confronted her in Hellmoon Club, except he looked noticeably paler than she remembered. She could see dried bloodstains on his upper lip area like he had a serious nosebleed. More bloodstains marked his chin. Death's boyfriend wasn't as invulnerable as she had thought. He was mortal, despite everything else he could do. The back seats were where Logan and Laura had been tucked behind seatbelts. Both were still unconscious, their heads stuck at angles guaranteed to give them neck pain when they woke up. Both were covered in blood, and they smelled like a slaughterhouse. Dante took another slow sip of her wine, clearly savoring the taste. Then he lowered the glass and showed her a grin. It was charming yet infuriating, as though he knew exactly how much this was bothering her. Hey, I'm sure you can afford another one, he said and gestured vaguely at the blood-stained interior with his wine glass. You got plenty of money, after all. He was throwing her own words back at her, using her earlier boast about wealth as justification for converting her luxury vehicle into his personal leisure space. Emma felt something snap inside her. I can buy many, yes, she said with a cold smile. But even Emma Frost doesn't have enough resources to buy manners for Death's boyfriend. Dante's grin widened, which was irritating because it meant her insult had failed to affect him. He was enjoying this like she was entertainment arranged for his amusement. Manners would have been leaving with the limo. I didn't do that, did I? He asked in a light tone. Now, be a good ally and drive me somewhere safe. I can't take these two to Sylvvaja's place. Emma's jaw clenched. He had a point, but the way he talked to her was just pissing her off. Necessity doesn't preclude courtesy, Emma said. You could have asked before dirtying my favorite car. But I suppose that would be too much effort. Don't be so dramatic, Emma dear. Seat's plenty big for both of us, he said, patting the seat with a friendly smile. It wasn't mocking but a genuine invitation to share the space. Unless you want to stand there and pretend your feet don't hurt like hell. The observation was too accurate for comfort. Sitting down seemed like the most appealing thing in the world right now. The J seat was amazingly comfortable, and there was technically room for both of them without crowding. For a moment, she actually considered sliding into the seat beside him and accepting a glass of her own wine. But the bloody stench poured cold water on her dreams. "I'll pass." Emma waved her hand. "Some of us have standards about where we sit. Unlike me, right?" She turned away without a response, walking around to the front of the limo. She opened the passenger seat door and slid into the leather seat with a sigh. The front cabin was blessedly clean, smelling only of the vanilla air freshener of her preference. She felt genuine gratitude for the separation between sections. The engine started with a soft purr and they began moving. Emma looked back through the small window in the privacy partition, unable to help herself. Dante was lying down now on the J seat, the empty wine glass lying on the floor. The casual confidence he displayed earlier was nowhere to be found. The messy hair falling across his forehead and the hand resting across his chest was a dead giveaway of his exhausted state. So much work with nothing to gain. He didn't even receive recognition since he had hidden his identity. Now he was unconscious in her limo, looking vulnerable despite everything she knew he was capable of. At that moment, a thought appeared in Emma's mind. What if I ask Psylocke to kill him? Well, he had been constantly on the move since morning, finding measures to shut down symbiotes. It would be weird if he still had energy left to fight. Psylocke would be able to kill him easily in this state, driving her blade through his heart before he could even wake up properly. Unless Death herself intervened. And Emma didn't think Death would. If Emma were in Death's position, she would only lament for having such a weak partner. A high and mighty cosmic being would probably be disappointed that he had allowed himself to be caught in such a compromising position. Why would Death intervene to save someone who'd proven themselves too weak to survive? This was a perfect chance. Maybe the only chance Emma would ever get. She could kill the man who had humiliated her twice, manipulated her into this alliance, and at the same time, eliminate a variable nobody truly understood. Emma tore her gaze away from Dante's unconscious form. She squeezed her eyes shut, clenching her fists. No, she wouldn't act on the poisonous thought when he was working the hardest to stop Norman. If she murdered someone who was genuinely trying to help people, she would fall even lower than her father. And Winston Frost had set a pretty goddamn low bar. "Ever since I left the hand," Psylocke whispered softly from the driver's seat, "I've decided to only kill irredeemable scumbags." Emma didn't understand what Psylocke was trying to say. Psylocke slowed the car and turned to look at Emma. "If you had asked me to kill Dante, I would have left." Her murderous intent couldn't be concealed from Psylocke's sharp senses. If Emma had voiced the thought, she would have lost Psylocke's respect and service. Psylocke might have even tried to kill Emma to congratulate her achieving the irredeemable scumbag status. Emma kept her gaze fixed out the window, watching lights from distant buildings reflect off dark water. Why would I want to kill him? He still owes me a favor. The excuse sounded hollow even to her own ears. Dante being alive posed more variables than his single favor to kill someone, but it gave her something to hide behind. Better to pretend she was just being smart. Through the corner of her eyes, she caught Psylocke smiling. Psylocke saw right through Emma but chose not to call it out. Emma closed her eyes and leaned against the seat, letting herself sink into the leather. Tomorrow, she might be needed to negotiate with S.H.I.E.L.D. over Laura, or perhaps not if Dante convinced Laura to stay with Logan. But that was tomorrow's problem. Right now, she just wanted to sleep. 66. Friction. Random art. Neither Emma nor Psylocke noticed the small smile on sleeping Dante's face in the back section. They were fools to think he would let himself sleep when Laura and Logan, two feral mutants, were right there with him. He was quite pleased with the conclusion, though. Emma had proven herself capable of ruthlessness but fundamentally decent when it mattered. If Emma stayed like this, he didn't mind having a long-term alliance. "Death," he whispered. "Are you here?" Death materialized at the edge of the seat like she had always been there, and he was only just now noticing. Her pale skin seemed to glow faintly in the dim interior lighting. With a wave of her hand, she made Logan and Laura disappear. No, he was in an isolated bubble. Death had used her reality-bending power to leave an illusion for the world while she was with him. The blood stench was gone too. She reached down and touched his lips gently. The dried bloodstains around his mouth and chin vanished instantly, erased from existence as if they had never been. "Yes, companion." Seeing her so gentle and caring, he couldn't help but feel guilt twist in his chest like a knife. Despite her permission to let him be with other women, he still felt guilty of not being with her enough. Because if he was in her position, he never would have allowed it. It was just like how he would never let Felicia or Sylvvaja be with someone else when they were in a relationship with him. Just the thought of sharing his lovers made him distressed and disgusted, yet Death had decided to tolerate it. All three of them had decided on it. The double standard was obvious. He could be with multiple women, but those women couldn't be with multiple men. Was it selfish? Yes, absolutely. Hypocritical too. But that's just how he was, and he wasn't going to pretend otherwise or justify it. Death, who might be feeling a spark of love for the first time, might have found it the hardest. "Get up for a moment, companion." "Yeah." Dante pushed himself up slightly. As he shifted position, Death slid closer and guided him with gentle hands to lie back down, adjusting his position so the back of his head rested on her thighs. The lap pillow position reminded him immediately of that moment in his apartment when she had pouted like a young woman. Unfortunately, all of their work had been trashed. Fortunately, he had found a home in Sylvvaja's New York branch of Silver Sable International. As he thought about the coming days, Death leaned down, pressing her lips against his in a surprising kiss. His eyes closed reflexively as his hand came up to cup the back of her head. There was something profound about being kissed by Death herself while receiving a lap pillow. Death pulled back slowly, reluctantly. "Death, do you want to?" She froze momentarily before shaking her head, a slight flush on her cheeks. "Wait until I'm fully back from the other universe. That makes me sad." She pressed a finger on his nose. "You have Sylvvaja. But I want you. You'll have me when the time is right." She waved her fingers through his hair. "Just rest for now, companion. Leave your safety to me." "You're not supposed to interfere," Dante mumbled, already feeling drowsy despite his earlier determination to stay alert. Her warm thighs were pulling him into the dreamland. Cosmic balance and stuff. "I'm not interfering with anything significant. Just ensuring my companion receives adequate rest." She ruffled his hair with a smile. "Sleep before I change my mind. Wake me up if my life's in danger." Tomorrow was an important day. He had to fix Laura and Logan's relationship, or at least make sure Laura didn't want to return to S.H.I.E.L.D. He also had to work in the lab with Gwen and figure out the Hand's next response. Emma and Sylvvaja would be key to finding all of Norman's labs and figuring out the hiding den of the Hand's superiors. Nobu's death wasn't enough. He would wipe every authority figure in the Hand for the simple crime of attacking his wild pack. Death brushed his face. Gladly. Norman Osborn sat on his leather couch in his who-knows-how-many $1,000,000 penthouse. The floor-to-ceiling windows behind him offered a panoramic view of Manhattan's glittering skyline, a city he fully intended to own this year. Usually, this would be his time to wind down after business obligations and plans to conquer the world, often spent with a glass of scotch and the company of some young pretty thing who found power and wealth more intoxicating than any drug. Models, actresses, rich heiress, and university students, they all blurred together after a while for a man of his stature. Tonight, however, he was alone. He had a nervous energy around him as he fidgeted with the remote. The wall-mounted television across from him displayed weren't for entertainment. Multiple feeds from his first research site covered the screen in a grid pattern. The place where he had stored the most important asset of his entire operation, the Source Symbiote. But it was under siege the very night some mysterious man decided to create chaos underground. He wouldn't be this rattled if this was just an assault by the Hand. Silver Sable International made the defense impenetrable after he paid her a hefty sum. The battles that took place after the Hand's assault were the real source of his anxiety. Apparently, New York was a den of superpowered beings disguised as ordinary people. It pissed him off. He really wanted to grab them all and ask where they were until now. What were they doing when he was plotting world conquest? Each and every one of them had potential to kill Norman in a single combat. There was a feral man with sharp claws, who refused to die no matter how much damage he took. Norman had watched him take bullets and absorb impacts that should have obliterated a normal adult, yet the bastard kept fighting like some unkillable berserker. Norman would have sent his symbiotes to capture the man once he was exhausted, but Skullfire's entry made him take a step back. There was a giant made of organic steel, who had been hiding in plain sight as one of Silver Sable's subordinates. The mysterious woman who was somehow more terrifying than her grumbly friend. The said friend had an ability to create teleport gates. She had beaten Ghost Spider with just one look. Yet, Emma Frost, the usually low-profile daughter of Winston Frost, had sent the mysterious woman and her friend away with one order. And her bodyguard, the Japanese woman with the katana, had broken the sound barrier with pure physical capability. He never would have expected Emma Frost to be one of the superpowered people. Then there was another undying feral woman with sharp claws, younger than the first but possibly more dangerous because she fought with more wits. She had come with a redhead, who had turned into a female version of Skullfire, except she had red flames and a fiery chain as her weapon. Norman had paused that footage and just stared for a solid minute. He couldn't understand the source of the woman's power. Was it magic, mutation, or some alien technology? Whatever the source, it represented forces he didn't understand. And Norman hated being the ignorant one. And of course, his arch-nemesis, the man who had declared that Norman should count his days, Skullfire himself. Today, Skullfire hadn't just shown great powers, he had also shown his own mutated symbiote. Probably one of the two he had taken from Walter and Felicia, Norman reckoned. Venom. The name was quite laughable compared to his own sovereign. No matter what comes, I'll be the only one standing. The words came out a whisper. Then something shifted in his chest as he recalled Skullfire's words. His voice rose, filling the empty penthouse with a conviction bordering on madness. So what if they are powerful? Can they fight 100, 500, 1,000? He burst into full-blown maniacal laughter. Every symbiote born from the fragments he had harvested was less than half of the source symbiote's strength, a price he had accepted for mass production. Still, it was 1,000 symbiote-strong army under him, which was growing at this very moment. He could use them to defeat these superpowered people and make them a part of his army. Except for Skullfire, the female version of him, and the Steel Giant. Flames terrified symbiotes, and the steel giant wouldn't be affected by Symbiote. The thought made him laugh even harder. He took a sip of vintage wine and watched the screen showing the source symbiote as it was dissected. The sight always brought a smile to his face. The alien organism had saved his life and contributed the most to the operation. When everything was done, he would give it a special seat in his kingdom. The organism deserved that much recognition, at least. Cycling through the footage, he saw the prisoners being apprehended again and being put behind the unbroken panels. The rebellion was over. The researchers were back to doing their job. Yet, Norman couldn't shake off the bad feeling in his gut. Just who was this mysterious man? Why did he create so much chaos? He was overlooking something hidden in plain sight. Yet no matter how much he observed, no matter how many times he rewatched the footage, nothing seemed out of place. I can't wait too much longer. The more he waited, the more time these hidden organizations would have to identify him as a threat and coordinate a response. The more time Skullfire would have to recruit more superpowered allies, possibly even convince the government to take direct action against Oscorp. The element of surprise was already lost. Speed was essential now. Push forward aggressively before his enemies could organize a proper defense. He took his phone from the side table and scrolled through his contacts. His thumb paused over a specific name as he considered the implications of what he was about to do. Then he pressed the dial. He took his phone and contacted his business partner colluding with him in this matter for a while. The person was responsible for his symbiote logistics, supplying prisoners, and even distributing said symbiotes to criminals. The Nefaria family provided these services and men. He secretly turned them into his own through Symbiote. Norman Osborn, came a calm, almost emotionless voice. This better be important. Whitney Frost, I'll supply you 10 packages. Keep half for yourself and distribute the rest. Have you gone mad? Norman's proposal had shocked even her, and Whitney Frost was rarely shocked by anything in the criminal underworld. 300 symbiotes will completely flip every faction in the underworld. The city will turn into a war zone. How else will you get your chance to be the queen of the entire underworld? Norman sneered. Break their bones with power, then show them the resourcefulness of your family. You'll make everyone loyal. You have the charisma and intelligence for it. Of course, it was just a lie to convince Whitney Frost. Norman had no intention of making Whitney Frost the queen of anything. He only needed her for healthy, strong hosts for symbiotes. The people who looked loyal to the Nefaria family but whose true allegiance belonged to Norman through the symbiotes. Whitney took a dramatic pause which was purely for the show. She had already made her decision when she called him out. Now she was just negotiating terms. I'll be your messenger on the condition you publicly acknowledge me, the daughter of Count Nefaria, as your wife. I want legitimate power, not just underworld influence. Norman raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected Whitney to play that card so quickly, though in retrospect it made perfect strategic sense. Count Nefaria is fine with your decision. Who do you think suggested it? Whitney laughed coldly. Father understands that the future belongs to those who control both the shadows and the light. He doesn't want me to just be the big M of one family. He wants the Nefaria family to be untouchable. Only then can we unite every Maggia family. Norman sneered. I have no issues with it. The old man was a wealthy Italian aristocrat and the former big M of the Nefaria family, yet he still threw his daughter the new big Min a political marriage. The move wasn't just for Norman's wealth, though the billions certainly didn't hurt. It was to gain access to his connections to elite society and also legitimize Nefaria family's operations within the states. It was a mutually parasitic relationship where both parties intended to eventually consume the other. Then I'll prepare myself for our engagement announcement. Pure indifference as he would expect from Whitney. Norman chuckled. Outstanding. I'll have my people contact your people. We'll make it a spectacle. The tragic daughter of Byron Frost. Wait, no, that's not quite right for the narrative. He paused. The aristocratic daughter of Count Nefaria, educated in European high society and now taking the American business world by storm, finds love with the self-made billionaire. Old world nobility meets the new world innovation. Media outlets will be absolutely salivating over that story. How sentimental of you, Whitney replied, her flat voice making it impossible to tell if she was amused or insulted. To ensure you emphasize the Nefaria name prominently. After all, you're not just marrying some society heiress allying with one of the oldest crime families in Europe. Everyone needs to get the message. They will get it loud and clear, Norman said. Sleep well, Mrs. Osborn-to-be. He ended the call before she could say anything more, denying her the last word in the negotiation. A bunch of criminals think they can control the sovereign through a woman. For now, he would let them think their infiltration was working, that they were gradually gaining leverage over Oscorp's resources and Norman's decision-making. Let Count Nefaria believe his daughter was fulfilling her duty and securing the family's future. But after he had absorbed enough enhanced individuals into his hive mind, they would see who was beneath whom. They would see who the sovereign really was. And they would kneel, or they would burn. Norman stood from the couch and walked to the window. Somewhere in this huge city was the man who had threatened Norman, telling him to count his days. You should count yours now. Norman smiled. I'm going to destroy you. It was only a matter of time. 67, tough choice. It's 6. 7. Random art. Death had peeled away a sliver of reality to create a pocket dimension and created an illusion of Dante in Emma's limo just so he could have a nap without interruption. But he couldn't bring himself to sleep for more than a minute. This was the first real moment they had together after a long time, back when he only had Death and the tiny apartment. So he stayed awake and talked to her about the results of the universe, where she had gone off to. She averted her gaze. It's still the same, slowly withering away. The way she dodged eye contact was very human. Was she hiding something from him? In the first place, she didn't have to leave. As a singular entity, she could have awareness in any universe. Yet, she had spun a lie to excuse herself. Why aren't you resting? She gently scolded him. All of my effort is wasted. He rubbed the back of his head against her thighs. I get to experience these thighs. What else could I possibly want? A teasing smirk curved her lips. Will you leave your mortal kittens for these thighs? I would, he lied with a straight face. But it'll make Death's boyfriend look like a pussy who can't accept responsibility. I'm quite fine with that, she continued teasing him. That slander is nothing compared to curses I receive every day. Death was universally hated. Even now, thousands were cursing her for causing someone to lose their child, sibling, husband, mother. She caressed his chest, drawing a circle around outside of his heart. What else, companion? Well, they also have great thighs. A real man wouldn't choose one over another. He'll choose them all. He really had no play left to counter her other than full honesty. Why would you leave those two for me, she grinned, when you can have all three? Right. He savored every moment of conversation and the lap pillow until the good time ended when Death disappeared like a mirage, and his head bumped against the leather seat below. You're at your destination. He sat up slowly, rubbing the back of his skull. The limo's interior felt colder without her. He peered out through the tinted glass. Beyond the black iron bars, lay a clean stone pathway, curving through a blanket of fresh snow toward a large, stately building with 2 stories of pale gray stone. The row of windows gave a strong impression of an institutional building. He squinted at the brass plaque bolted to the stone pillar beside the gate, barely visible in the dark. Massachusetts Academy. This was the academy Emma had secured to train her young mutants. The driver's side door opened as Emma stepped out first and opened the car door for him, a faint glimmer of guilt showing in the brief eye contact. The dorm building is behind the academy, she said, glancing past him toward Logan and Laura's unconscious forms. Crash in whichever one isn't occupied. I'll have Psylocke keep watch over our guests. Psylocke nudged the blonde aside with one hand, and leaned in to unfasten Laura's seatbelt. Let me, Dante offered, already moving to help her. Psylocke shook her head. It's fine. Then I'll get Logan. Logan looked like he had gone for a dip in a bloody lake. Laura, by comparison, was only lightly spattered. It made more sense for Dante, who already reeked of blood and sweat, to handle the Messier one. Logan mutant was also heavier, which honestly might be nothing for someone with Psylocke's physical strength. Alright, Psylocke said and lifted Laura, cradling her like she weighed nothing. Dante climbed out of the limo and leaned back in to haul Logan up by the shoulders. Despite his small size, Logan weighed more than the weights Piotr lifted. Without the biokinesis optimization, he would have failed to properly sling Logan over one shoulder in a fireman's carry. Do you need help? Echoed Venom's voice in his mind as it woke up from its hibernation state. A proper bonding with Dante wouldn't magically wipe away the years of trauma it had accumulated in the lab. Venom still needed rest. I'm fine, he replied through their link. Go back to sleep. We will. Wake us up when you need our strength. Psylocke had already crossed a dozen meters by the time he closed the car door. I would give up on those clever little tricks, Emma said with a smirk. Psylocke won't fall for you like those damsels you've charmed so far. A calm voice echoed from behind her. Emma Frost, you're saying Death is a damsel. Emma's smirk vanished as she shivered visibly. Death's voice could soothe a dying man's final breaths or make any mortal experience the most primal fear. Right now, Emma was experiencing the latter. As soon as she snapped out of it, her head whipped around, blue eyes darting frantically across the empty snow-dusted pathway in search for the source. Death stood right behind Emma, yet the telepath couldn't perceive it. Death only manifested to those she chose or those on the death's door. Emma qualified for neither. She was very much alive, and very much not invited to see Death's visage. Emma cleared her throat. I didn't mean to imply any disrespect toward you. Yet you insulted me with the word damsel. Death usually wouldn't have even minded such an insult. However, Death was there when Emma had considered stabbing her companion in the back. As much as Death was indifferent toward mortals, she still cared for Dante. Watching his ally consider betrayal was quite grating for her. You should know it was meant for Felicia and Silver Sable, Emma replied. Not you. Dante shot a quick, subtle gesture to Death to drop the topic. She did so with an angry humph. That left Emma shivering again. He revealed with a weary half-smile. You would have called me a heartless jerk if I let her carry both on her own. Tell me, am I wrong? Emma's mouth opened. Once again, the White Queen had no cutting retort. She just stood there, the flush of embarrassment creeping up her neck beneath the fur collar of her coat. I'm not trying to impress anyone, he added with a shrug. Just doing what any halfway decent person would. He brushed past her without another glance, following Psylocke's retreating silhouette towards the academy's entrance. Emma lingered a moment longer before hurrying to catch up with him. Inside the academy, Emma separated from them in the hallway, too sleepy and tired to care about where Logan and Laura would spend the night. Her business was done with bringing Dante here. Dante ended up in what looked like a staff lounge. Oversized leather chairs were placed in front of desks and cabinets stacked full of files. He eased Logan into one armchair. Psylocke settled Laura into the facing chair before stepping back. Psylocke didn't sit. Instead, she climbed on a heavy oak desk before sitting down. Knees tucked under, spine straight, and katana laid across her thighs like a samurai. It was a perfect Caesar Dante remembered from anime. She drew her katana, inspecting its edge closely. Glancing at him, she said, "You can leave. I'll make sure they don't leave this room." Dante believed her. With Logan and Laura drained, her telekinesis alone would be enough to pin them in place if they woke up with hostile intentions. She also had telepathy, the bane of both father and daughter. They'll be hungry when they wake up. Their healing factor uses quite a lot of energy. Psylocke noted the advice with a nod. "Anything else? We can swap places if you need rest." Her eyes narrowed warily. Why? Emma had put her in charge of guard duty. She couldn't understand why he would want to help her. "I need you at full strength tomorrow," he said bluntly. Who else will keep Natasha in check? Even with his death resonance, he wasn't confident in defeating Ghost Rider Natasha. Nearly every spirit of vengeance turned their hosts near immortal. He had read enough comics to know how powerful a Ghost Rider could become. Surprise flickered across her face at his honest admission. "I'm not Emma's attack dog. I don't recall agreeing to be yours either. Give me a reason to oppose S.H.I.E.L.D. "I'll give you two," Dante answered with a confident smile. "First, you don't do anything half-heartedly." She had thoroughly dissected Nobu's corpse, leaving him with no chance to resurrect through the hand's resurrection method. Afterwards, she stayed to fight Natasha. Someone like her carried out jobs to completion. An amused smile curled her lips. "And the second?" "Second is he let the silence stretch long enough to be noticeable, watching the subtle shift in her posture as curiosity got the better of her. It got her fully invested as she waited in anticipation like a kid waiting for their Christmas gift. "I'll tell you tomorrow." The second one was still a restless theory in his mind that S.H.I.E.L.D. had some sort of truce with the hand. Otherwise, S.H.I.E.L.D. would have sent someone to stop their assault. The mobilization of hundreds of people and over 50 vehicles wouldn't have slipped past S.H.I.E.L.D. satellites, all of which would be currently focused on this area, where symbiotes had showed up. Psylocke's response was a small, exasperated shake of her head, as if scolding herself for taking the bait. Emma was right. "You're annoying. I'll give you a hint. It's related to the hand." "That explains a lot." Dante chuckled under his breath and turned toward the door. "See me tomorrow if you want to know more." His expression became serious as he stepped into the hallway. Emma had every incentive to cooperate with him as his ally. Still, he wouldn't put his complete faith in Emma and Psylocke showing up. He needed a reliable deterrence against Natasha or become one himself through a new resonance link. His body would rest while he dove through someone's consciousness. He held plenty of versatile resonance links. Death offered raw power and survival. Doctor Strange worked for mystic cases and could be mastered to be used for everything. Sue Storm filled in the gap for defensive and concealment. Elixir for healing and empowerment. What he didn't have was someone whose entire existence revolved around fighting. Someone with pure skills and battle instincts. He needed that edge now more than ever to bring full power out of his current resonance links. Leaving the academy building behind, he crossed the courtyard to the dormitory building. Inside, the halls were quiet and dim, a single strip of emergency lighting illuminating along the ceiling. The first floor was a row of identical doors. Not a single one had a note or "Do Not Disturb" signs to show a room as occupied. The second and third floors were the same. Emma's young mutants were either too lazy or too used to having the dorms to themselves. "Death," he whispered to himself, knowing his cosmic girlfriend was listening. "Mind telling me which room isn't taken?" Death showed up, arms crossed, and a cute pout on her face. "You really want to reduce a cosmic entity into your errand girl?" She had been doing his disguise, guarding him when he rested, and now asked to check up on a building. "I'm exhausted, Death," he said, giving her a pleading gaze. "Please." It was well past 3 a.m., not the best time to be checking which door was locked and which wasn't. He could press his ear against every door, but why would he do that when he could just ask his girlfriend with cosmic-level awareness? "Only this once," she said with a sigh before pointing at the door at the very end of the corridor. "That one. Nobody wants to walk all the way. I should have thought about that." He entered the dorm room, which had 2 beds placed side by side, 2 desks beside the opposite windows, and a shared bathroom. For a normal campus, the spacious room would be considered a step up. However, it felt disappointingly average considering this place had a billionaire as its headmaster. Still quite passable to spend a night. "Death, you wanna cuddle?" Death appeared sitting on the bed. "You simply want to use me as your bodyguard again." "Yeah," he admitted without shame, "but I do want to cuddle, don't you?" Her stern facade cracked momentarily as her eyes softened. She stretched out a hand, beckoning him in an invitation. "Very well." He blinked, caught off guard by her easy acceptance. She had humored the lap pillows before, sure, but cuddling was a completely new territory. Still, he wasn't about to be passive when Death had given him an agreement. "Hang on, let me shower first." He reached for the hem of his shirt, but her fingers caught his wrists before he could lift it. She tugged gently at his collar instead, drawing him closer until their faces were inches apart. "Companion, there is no need," she whispered, pulling him closer. "I don't mind the scent of blood." On the contrary, she seemed to appreciate it. Death had her own taste. Sure. Just like that, he found himself sprawled on the not-so-comfy bed with Death curled against his side, her head using his chest as a pillow, and her hand caressing his neck. Her presence made every discomfort irrelevant. "Good night, companion." "You too." He didn't know if Death could sleep. His mind had already moved on to the more important task. "Null, show me resonance link for most skilled fighters." Shang-Chi, often called the master of Kung Fu, trained from birth in virtually all earthly martial arts, considered the greatest pure fighter. Iron Fist, Danny Rand, the new Kunlun-esque champion. Mystical martial artist with mastery of Chi and numerous styles. Taskmaster, Anthony Masters, a unique talent. Photographic reflexes let him perfectly copy any physical movement or fighting style after single observation. Black Panther, T'Challa, master of multiple styles plus Wakandan exclusive techniques. Captain America, Steve Rogers, one of the best combatants with unmatched experience. Mantis, Brant, Celestial Madonna, a master in manipulation of pressure points. Has stunned Thor despite not having superhuman strength. Karnak, trained himself to excel in perceiving stress points or weaknesses in all objects or persons around him. Ares. The list kept going with Elektra, Stick, Matt Murdock, the full roster of comic book specialists. Expected, given Marvel's huge roster. Mantis' ability tempted him. Those pressure points could stun any opponent with the right observation skills, which he was already developing. But her mind would be a difficult task. She was raised in a priest of Pema sect of Cree pacifist monks. I'll just experience her life once to get the basics. For today, however, he had other two candidates on his mind. Shang-Chi and Taskmaster. Both were the greatest in their respective roles. Null, if I permanently gain Taskmaster's photographic reflexes, will it cost me my memories? In the comics, Taskmaster's gift came at a cost. Anthony Masters could watch someone move once and his body would store it as muscle memory like data on a hard drive. The ability quirk that made him a perfect mimic also ate his personal memories. Every new fighting style carved out another piece of who he used to be. A hell of a price to pay for being the best copycat in Marvel. Administrators' memories are actively backed up in Universe XS database. This serves as a safeguard against identity erosion caused by immersing in the minds of characters, as Administrator prefers to call them. Null's response made it a fair one-to-one between Shang-Chi and Taskmaster. One was the best martial artist and the other was capable of copying anyone's fighting style. One had been trained from a young age to be his father's assassin and the other was born with photographics reflexes. The decision wasn't easy as both offered exactly what he needed: fighting skills to fill the glaring gap in his arsenal. The practical choice was obviously Taskmaster. With him, every fighting style would be instantly replicated. However, that would require him to find other skilled fighters. Shang-Chi would let him learn great martial arts at the highest level, which paired with Helio Reactor would let him defeat people far above his league. He spent nearly 10 minutes in a mental debate and still couldn't decide. Fuck it. I'll take both. Diving into Taskmaster's consciousness as Anthony lost his memories would be an unpleasant time. However, it still won't be as terrible as Doctor Strange and nowhere close to the moment spent in Death's consciousness. The plan had become simple with that choice. Permanently own Taskmaster's photographic reflexes by maxing out his resonance link, then use the ability to absorb Shang-Chi's martial arts and skills when experiencing his life. I should be done by the morning. Null Repository's way to transfer information over a full life simulation saved so much time. Null, begin the transfer process for Taskmaster. 68. First Nexus. Random art. In a cramped motel bedroom that reeked of cheap cigarette smoke, a man sat hunched on the edge of a mattress, the cold muzzle of a .45 pressed against the soft flesh under his chin. The acrid, sulphurous stench filled his nostrils with every breath, but his hand didn't shake once. There was no hesitation or second guessing. After 2 decades as Taskmaster's man who could be anyone except himself, this was how he chose to end his story. There was no epic showdown against a cape-wearing superhero or a terrorist group. There was no emotional last moment in the arms of his family, whose faces he had long forgotten. Just alone in a $25 a night room with a flickering bulb casting sickly yellow light across the dirty walls. That was the final memory fragment from Universe XS Taskmaster data stream. The last frame before Dante was snapped back to reality. And it stayed with him even as his eyes opened in the real world. Warmth was the first thing he registered. The soft warmth of Death, who was cuddling with him, her hand still resting on his chest. He pressed his face into her hair, allowing her lovely scent to drown out the nauseating smell of that motel room. Christ, that was brutal. The Merc's life was full of violence, chaos, and impulsive decisions, and Dante had experienced it all like a very, very vivid dream. Taskmaster had lost everything, one memory at a time, until there was nothing left but a mask. It was unknown if Anthony Masters had pulled the trigger in that other universe. Part of him hoped Anthony had. At least that would have been a merciful ending in its own fucked up way. But what happened in Universe X didn't matter anymore. What mattered was whether Dante had truly understood him. He closed his eyes again, feeling his heart race. Null. Show me. This wasn't the first time he had made this request tonight. It was the fifth. The first 50% of the resonance link had been trivial. Elixir's genius-level biological knowledge had let him reverse-engineer the mechanics of photographic reflexes on the first attempt. He could even recreate the ability on his own, but he would never be stupid enough to mess with his brain. The second 50% had been psychological hell. Just understanding Taskmaster's power wasn't enough. He had to understand who Taskmaster was and who he had become after extensively using photographic reflexes. How do you understand a man who acted like a loudmouthed, trash-talking, cowardly merc because it was the only personality that stuck with him? How do you grasp the psychology of someone who didn't even understand themselves anymore? Dante had attempted to answer that question 5 times now, reliving 20 years of Anthony Masters' disintegrating life 5 separate times. Every terrible joke and every gesture was still fresh in his mind. He had watched Anthony's confidence falter in private moments and the flickers of confusion when his own wife Mercedes revealed her identity. He had formed a deep understanding of Taskmaster, yet he couldn't put it into words. Character Taskmaster data resonation has reached 100%. Taskmaster resonance link reached transcendence level. Qualification met for Nexus feature. Wait, what? The null repository had somehow deemed his comprehension complete. Perhaps he had internalized Anthony's tragedy on a level deeper than conscious thought. A deep sigh escaped him. Thank fuck it's over. He truly didn't wish to spend another 20 years in Anthony's life. Death's eyes fluttered open as she looked at him with those endlessly black eyes. Companion, you shouldn't link your mind with others so often. It'll erode your own identity. He understood what she didn't say aloud. I don't want to watch you change. I don't want to lose the man who offered to be my companion. But she also knew how he had to grow stronger to face the ever-evolving threats around him. It wouldn't be long before New York faced a full-scale Chitauri invasion, courtesy of a certain god of mischiefs with daddy issues and a desperate need to be better than his brother. I'm not changing, he said softly, caressing the back of her head, fingers weaving through her silky hair. Still the moron Death calls her companion. She gently pinched his cheek. I will seal your powers myself if you show symptoms of personality fragmentation. The gentle threat made him shiver. Death had already demonstrated the ability to disrupt his connection with the null repository back in her domain. If she cut off his access to the system and somehow shut down his helio reactor, he would be street level at best. Even Felicia bonded to a symbiote would absolutely wipe the floor with him. You won't listen, companion. Why wouldn't I listen to my dearest's concerns? He whispered sweetly, then changed the subject before she pushed him further. Aren't you curious about my ability? She raised one elegant eyebrow, clearly seeing through his transparent motive but letting it pass anyway. I have seen you use Doctor Strange and Invisible Woman's powers. What else can you surprise me with? You'll be surprised. Let me get it first. He reached out to the null repository through his thoughts. Null, show me Taskmaster's abilities. He was genuinely curious what the complete link had unlocked. Abilities acquirable through Taskmaster Resonance Link. Photographic reflexes. Well, at least I gained many talents just from repeating his life. Mentoring others, strategizing, and weapon mastery of many different styles were fresh on his mind. He had to integrate them through practice or everything would be forgotten. Make it permanent. Nexus protocol initiated. The world shifted. He suddenly found himself in an infinite void. Countless dull dots surrounded him like a galaxy of stars, creating the impression of floating in the center of a vast galaxy. 5 among them shone, appearing the closest to him. One was particularly bright. A star with a familiarity to it, as if he had interacted with it before. Taskmaster? Null, is this Universe X? Affirmative. Administrator's consciousness had to be returned here to initiate the Nexus protocol. He was the center of this cosmic archive, the only administrator with access to these stars containing endless streams of information about characters. The power of an entire reality's worth of heroes, villains, civilians, every life ever lived was right here. He just had to work for it. Stellar impact incoming. Administrator, brace yourself. Wait, Null. The brightest star fell from its fixed position in the void, surrounded by flames like a meteor entering the atmosphere. It streaked toward him. In seconds, it grew from a distant point to a colossal burning mass. The star crashed directly into his chest, or where his chest would be in this form. A tsunami of heat and foreign sensation enveloped him, overwhelming every sense. He felt something in his brain being overloaded and rewritten. The pain only lasted a second, then a strange sensation washed over him. Closing his eyes made him feel like the boundaries between him and Taskmaster had dissolved. He was Dante, and at the same time, he was Taskmaster. The Nexus feature only transferred one ability. However, it had transformed every skill, technique, and knowledge he had learned from Taskmaster's link into actual lived experience. Of course, Null had filtered out all the negative aspects. First resonance link successfully anchored. Photographic reflexes added to core abilities. How many links are left? Universe XS database contains 117,439,628,847 complete character datasets. Dante could only stare with a dropped jaw. 117 billion souls was probably the number of people who had ever lived and died in Universe X. If he completed one resonance link per day, which was already physically impossible given the mental strain, it would take over 321 million years to finish them all. Just get me back to Death. She might be worried. The next moment, he was back in his room. Death's face was so close that he could feel her breath. The wet sensation on his lips made him realize exactly what Death had done, what she was still doing. While his consciousness was whisked away, she had straddled his waist, placed her hands on his chest, and kissed him multiple times. She showed no signs of stopping. This was the boldest he had seen her. Death drew back slightly when his eyes fully focused on her. Her brows knitted together in a concerned frown. "You said you'll show me something. Then you just disappeared. I could feel you somewhere I couldn't follow. Sorry for disappearing like that." He reached up to cup her face, thumb brushing across her cheek. "It won't happen again." She leaned into his touch unconsciously. "Something to do with your null repository." Why did you kiss though?" he asked, though he probably knew the answer. "Did you think it would wake me up?" A faint blush colored Death's normally pale cheeks. "It worked in mortal fairy tales," she whispered before pressing a hand against his forehead. Her eyes widened ever so slightly. "Your mind changed structure. It feels like observational learning, instantaneous skill acquisition through visual input." Her description was quite accurate for someone working purely from external analysis. "From Taskmaster," he confirmed with a proud smile. "My first complete resonance link." He had expected her to share his excitement, maybe ask for a demonstration of his new abilities. Instead, Death looked at him with disappointment that hit harder than any punch. "I was hoping you'd save that honor for my link," she said, turning her face. "I wanted it to be us, not some stupid mercenary." Dante immediately took both her hands in his, intertwining their fingers together. "Have you seriously considered what would happen if I completed your resonance link? Will I disappear?" She tilted her head, confused. "No, that's not possible. The power you manifest may feel similar to mine, however, it's conceptually based on your understanding of what death means. Completely different basis." She shifted slightly and moved back, still not moving away from the ambiguous mounting position. "If you were wielding a fraction of my true cosmic power, then I would grow weaker every time you triggered the link. Conservation of energy applies even to conceptual entities. That proves your power is derivative, not parasitic." He couldn't help but nod in agreement. "You're right. Also, companion," she continued, "I've been thinking about the fundamental nature of your links. I believe they aren't just based on dead people. Because it contains singular entities like you. If the database was just about people who died in Universe X, it wouldn't contain Death, Phoenix, and One above all. These beings only existed as singularities across the multiverse. They weren't like Spider-Man or Tony Stark, who could be found in most realities." "Correct." She nodded approvingly, pleased he had grasped her meaning so quickly. "It's most likely based on someone's comprehensive understanding of every possible being across the multiverse." She continued with a look of awe on her face. "Do you know how powerful one has to be to store abstract entities as mere datasets?" She sighed. "That's not everything. This person made all of this data accessible to a mortal consciousness through a strange archive. It's probably your creator, One above all. Nobody else in this universe knew about cosmic entities more than the creator of everything." But that raised an even more disturbing question. "Why would he choose me?" he whispered. "I'm just curious about his criteria." Death observed his face for a long moment, then showed a gentle smile. "All shall be revealed in time." She slipped her hands from his and shifted to lie beside him, settling against his side with her head resting over his heart. "For now, let us simply cherish the time we have together." "You're right," he whispered, wrapping an arm around her. "Everything else can wait." He stayed like this for a few more minutes until Death fell asleep. As his wristwatch neared 5 a.m., he asked Null to immerse him in Shang-Chi's consciousness. He didn't go in with a mindset to understand Shang-Chi. His only goal was to use his new ability, photographic reflexes, to copy everything Shang-Chi had learned. Everything Shang-Chi had learned in decades would become his in one day. Meanwhile, Gwen woke up and pushed herself upright. A yawn stretched her jaw as she stretched her arms over her head. For a second there was only a pleasant feeling in her body. She hadn't felt so great. Ever since she had gotten her powers, sleep had been a rumor more than a habit. Then her brain caught up. Her eyes snapped wide open. Where am I? The room had a high ceiling, thick curtains, and a carpet, fitting her image for a deluxe suite. Her heart rate picked up, a small, tight flutter against her ribs. For any woman, waking up in an unknown location was terrifying. For a masked vigilante, this was a nightmare. She was both. The last thing she remembered was Amy being knocked out. She rushed at the mysterious woman. Then nothing. She knocked me out cold too. What's more, she was in her suit, but her mask was neatly folded by the bedside table. My secret. If anyone besides Dante had seen her, her entire superhero career might be over. Forget about that, her own father would disown her. Fighting for justice with violence was the last thing Captain George Stacy would want from his daughter. That was the antithesis of everything he believed in. Please let it be him. The door swung open. You're up. Gwen froze with her fingers inches away from the mask. She turned her head slowly. Felicia. Her voice came out higher than she wanted. Surprise hit first, then a sinking feeling filled her chest. Felicia Hardy, of all people, in the doorway in cozy winter clothes. Gwen's brain immediately jumped to the worst possibility. Her secret identity had been spread through the ESU forum. Everywhere she went, students would point fingers at her, calling her a nutjob for putting on a costume and fighting crime like she's a comic hero. Why are you here? Felicia gave her a look that suggested Gwen had just asked why the sky was blue and why the ocean had water. It's my new home, courtesy of my boyfriend, which is a courtesy of his boss. It's complicated. Dante. Gwen pointed at the bed with wide eyes. This is his bed. The room or sheets didn't smell like him. Not his, probably. Felicia shrugged, unabashedly admitting that she knew his scent well enough to tell. Don't look at me like that. There are too many rooms here. I just threw you in a random one. Is this Silver Sable International, where he works? Nice guess. Your reward is nothing. Felicia chuckled. No, seriously. I'm too broke to give you anything. I'm not asking for anything. Gwen groaned, rubbing her forehead. Did you tell anybody about you being Ghost Spider? Felicia's eyes lit up. Of course I did. Gwen felt her heart stop. 69, said too much. Random art. Not. Felicia revealed a grin, taking enjoyment from Gwen's suffering. Don't make that face. I learned your secret yesterday. Gwen really wanted to punch Felicia in the face. Dante told you. No, dumbass. Felicia took out a mini tablet from her pocket and dropped onto the bed beside Gwen, going through the process of how she had matched Gwen with the masked vigilante. It wasn't that hard. Gwen was at a loss for words. She had thought, stupidly and naively, that she had been careful, but someone had recognized her just by matching her figure with Ghost Spider. She had felt proud of all of her achievements, thinking no university student might be on par with her. It was just wishful thinking. Felicia wasn't any less talented than her. What happened after I was knocked out? She completely dropped the topic. I don't know, honestly. Felicia crossed her arms, and for the first time since entering, her playful mask slipped a little. I didn't get to ask Silver. Her Royal Highness is too busy. What about Dante? He is somewhere out there, Felicia said with a bleak sigh. I don't know when he'll be back. Then how did I end up here? It was me. Darling told me to get you and Anna to safety. 4 days ago she would have laughed in someone's face if they told her she would be working with a skull-faced mercenary who was a university student's darling. Felicia started filling in the blanks. Emma and Psylocke may have helped after they were knocked out. When Felicia arrived, they were already under attack by 2 strong agents from some multi-government-backed organization. The thought of one organization being so powerful made her blood run cold. Wouldn't they already know my identity? The chances were, they already did. Felicia suddenly pointed an accusatory finger at Gwen. You are the reason I was forced to leave. Gwen blinked. But Amy was also there. Dante doesn't care about her. He specifically said your identity is sensitive. You are his priority. Heat pricked at the back of her neck under the suit. She felt grateful. And a little confused. Dante had chosen to yank her off the board rather than just waking her up. He had trusted Felicia because she already knew the secret. Prioritizing her safety and secret should have been the bare minimum, given she had shown up at his call. Still, it was quite an unexpected gesture. I'm gonna need some compensation. Felicia waved a hand in front of Gwen's face. Hey, are you listening? Gwen realized she had gone quiet in her thoughts. Felicia, you were so chill when we met in the cafe. What's got you on the edge now? I'm stressed, Felicia huffed, her bravado slipping a bit. I haven't seen him since I left. He might have overdid it. God, he was already nosebleeding when we were underground. The worry in her voice wasn't dramatic. Gwen had heard that tone before, years of it actually, from her mother whenever her father took a big gang case and disappeared into the city for days. Her mother used to pace near the window, phone in hand, and telling Gwen everything was fine while she was stressed out of her mind. She really loves that crazy mercenary. Felicia turned to her with a helpless frown. Are you making fun of me? You're both his girlfriends. How does it work? Her brain still rebelled at the idea. In Gwen's world, polyanything was a term she saw in online discourse or the occasional gossip piece about some billionaire director. She associated that type of arrangement with old money families, where marriages were business transactions. Felicia was a university student and Silver Sable was a literal queen. It didn't make sense for them to be in this relationship. Felicia's gaze dropped to the floor, shoulders hunching like someone had taken a little air out of her. I don't know, honestly Gwen, how do I know if it's love or a moral obligation because he's helped me a ton? Gwen felt even more awkward. Her own dating relationship was a half-hearted high school relationship she had agreed on a whim. Her first boyfriend in high school broke up with her after his father died due to a case involving her father, George Stacy, before it became anything solid. Compared to that, Felicia's situation felt like a complicated thesis on advanced emotions, and Gwen was still stuck at the fundamental stage. But Felicia was looking at her with something like hope in her eyes. Like Gwen might actually have an answer. Gwen cleared her throat. I wouldn't let a man carry me like that for moral obligation. You might be experiencing limerence, a term coined by psychologist Dorothy Tenove. Felicia blinked in confusion. Limerence what? I'm not the best explainer, but I'll try my best, okay? Gwen straightened her back, unconsciously shifting into her honor student giving presentation mode. Limerence is a psychological term to describe an intense, involuntary state of romantic desire for another person, marked by obsession and emotional dependency. Felicia gave her a blank look. Can you be more vague than that? Gwen winced at the fair argument. I'll go into some core characteristics. First is intrusive thoughts. The person occupies your mind constantly, even when you try not to think about them. Felicia's brow furrowed, then returned to Gwen as she gave another slow, heavy nod. Gwen could almost see her quietly replaying everything involving her darling. Idealization. You focus on the person's positives while minimizing or rationalizing flaws. This one finally cracked through Felicia's composure. Her eyes went wide. I don't idealize him. You don't. Gwen lifted an eyebrow, knowing she had hit the nail on the mark. Then tell me something bad about him. Felicia's mouth opened, then closed. Her gaze went distant, like she was looking through her memories. Gwen could see the gears in Felicia's head spinning like she had come across an unsolvable equation. If I have to say his flaws, it has to be his lust for more women. That's not right. He was avoiding me. I had to push myself on him. Felicia chuckled awkwardly. It should be his lack of care for himself. He'll put himself in danger for unnecessary stuff. That's not even a flaw. Gwen rolled her eyes. She had seen that same trait in herself, but Dante also unexpectedly had that. Forget about this. The next sign is emotional volatility. A text or smile can cause euphoria, while silence can cause anxiety or despair. Felicia's shoulders sagged under the weight of realization. Me before I came here. Gwen nodded with a sympathetic smile. She recognized that pattern in herself too when she waited for her dad's calls when he was on dangerous cases. Different relationships, same roller coaster. And fear of rejection. Just being rejected makes you feel meaningless. Does that ring any bells? Felicia frowned, thinking harder now. When she finally looked at Gwen, there was a bitter, almost embarrassed look in her eyes. When he pushed me away to have a private chat with you. Sorry, Gwen said quietly. I didn't know it'd make you feel like that. It's fine. I was acting like a child and got him into big trouble. Felicia leaned back on her hands and sighed. I guess Silver is also going through this limerence. I mean, she's even had sex when they only knew each other for like 3 days. Maybe. We can't say for sure. From what she had seen of Silver Sable, she didn't think of the lady to make hasty judgments. It can also be infatuation. It's when people who don't do emotional bonding feel like they are in love, but in reality, their passion is fueled by physical desire and fantasy. Physical desire. Felicia tapped her chin thoughtfully, apparently completely unbothered by discussing Dante's sex life. He always pushed me away when I tried to seduce him. He was also respectful when he saw me naked, and offered me his jacket to cover up. So I can say for sure ours isn't based on physical desire. Gwen's mind screeched to a halt. He saw you naked already. After the symbiote came off, I didn't have much covering my chest. Felicia waved it off like it wasn't anyone's fault. Anyway, there is also a third woman. The final boss, so to speak. What? He's involved with 3 women. 2 had already pushed Gwen's common sense to the breaking point. 3 snapped it. A small part of her wanted to slow clap for Dante's sheer audacity and the insanity required to juggle 3 women in a romantic relationship. Part of her was horrified. Part of her was impressed. Mostly she just wanted to send thoughts and prayers to everyone involved in this disaster. The last one is a goddess. She met him before either of us, Felicia said. She acts like this old-style royal madam, quite dignified in a way. She is quite chill if you get past those parts. Silver is also great, you know. She sheds her blood in mercenary work to be the sole provider for her nation. She is more like a gang leader than a queen. Gwen poked a finger at Felicia's waist. Mind telling why I'm acting as your free therapist? Felicia burst into laughter. I don't know. Maybe because I was dying to share it with someone who won't judge me. You're the closest to a friend I have of my age. We're close. Gwen arched her brows. I have spoken to you like a few times. We never ever talked in the university. Gwen had only answered Felicia's invitation because of Harry's suggestion. He had thought she would make great friends with Felicia or anyone at this point. Felicia's smile turned teasing, mischievous. I know your secret identity. So really, your only choice is to be friends with me, or I'll expose you. Gwen dropped her head back dramatically, staring at the ceiling. Great. 2 blackmailers now. The only silver lining was that they weren't terrible people. 2 beats 1. Felicia patted Gwen's back. Anyway, you might want to go back home before your dad finds you missing. Gwen's eyes widened. She quickly checked her phone to see it was almost 5 in the morning. Still plenty of time to sneak back into her house, pretend she had never left, maybe catch a power nap, and then go to morning lectures. Just when she thought she was ready to leave, the door slowly creaked. A white masked face poked through the crack. Ghost Spider. The green lenses on the mask widened before narrowing in suspicion. What are you two plotting? Ava. Felicia shot up and arrived before the door in one blink. She yanked the door fully open, grabbed the woman in the white suit, and kicked the door shut. Miss White Tiger, can you please tell us what happened over there? We're dying to know more. Gwen was still staring in shock. Even with her enhanced reflexes, she had barely tracked Felicia's movement. Dante called her human. This is human for him. She might have to adjust her definition for what human meant in his vocabulary. Ava White Tiger slapped Felicia's hands away with an annoyed huff. Only if you tell us what you were talking about. About Dante's 3 relationships, Gwen said honestly. Can we get the information now? Ava snapped her head toward Gwen, the green lenses on her mask going wide. Felicia whipped around too, shooting Gwen a look that clearly screamed, "Why did you say that?" But Gwen realized she might have spoken something unnecessary in a hurry to get some answers. Ava, look, Felicia said softly, the tone of someone trying to appease a child. Silver already knows. Ava looked like she wasn't ready to believe Felicia. There is no way she does. You can ask her yourself. I'm going to, Ava replied immediately. I don't believe sis would put herself through it. There must be something you aren't telling me. Her eyes sharpened, a faint green aura surrounding her. What is Dante using to force you and sis? Felicia's brows shot up. You're misunderstanding it, girl. There's nothing like that between us. It must be his power to kill people, Ava whispered, as if she hadn't heard Felicia at all. I have experienced it, too. That pressure, it's quite scary. Before Felicia could answer again, the door swung open. Silver Sable showed up, her face framed by strands of messy silver hair. Those cold blue eyes only lingered on Gwen's face for a moment, and for a moment, she showed a look of surprise. Then she returned to indifference as if Ghost Spider's identity meant nothing to her. Ava, didn't I tell you to bring me Felicia? Sis. Ava didn't answer the question. Instead, she moved forward and grabbed Silver's wrist. Come with me. Felicia shot Gwen an awkward little smile. We'll talk later, Gwenye. The door clicked shut as Felicia went to pursue the sisters. Silence fell over the room. Did I just screw Dante? But Gwen honestly had no clue. Rather than pondering over something she couldn't understand, she decided to fix the problem at hand. She put on her mask before someone else saw her face. She crossed to the window and flipped the latch open. Before jumping out, she checked her web fluid just in case. The small cartridge was barely above 50%. She grimaced under the mask. The non-lethal method had consumed too much. She had no backup cartridges to refill her web fluids. There was no way she could swing all the way back home. I'll have to sprint the last couple hundred meters. Just as she braced herself to slip out the window, a knock sounded on the door. Comrade Ghost Spider, are you still there? That was Pyotr with his unmistakable Russian accent. Just open it. Why are we knocking? Even mercs need manners, Amy. Gwen paused, listening to Pyotr and Amy's muffled bickering outside the room. She stepped away from the window and headed back to open the door. Pyotr's massive form towered over her. Amy stood beside him, arms crossed, and looking at Gwen with a bright grin. She felt her mouth curve into a grin. These were people who, only a few hours ago, had been ready to die beside her. She never thought she would feel a sort of companionship with mercenaries. This is what happens when people confront dangers side by side. She nodded at them. I'm glad you both are fine. Likewise, Ghost Spider. Pyotr put a heavy hand on her shoulder, the sheer size of his palm almost covering it. We ordered a lot of dishes. It would be nice to have you join us. Yeah, join us. Amy laughed, stepping closer and putting her hand on Gwen's other shoulder. The big man will fill us in on what happened after we dozed out. Pete is saying we missed some A-grade drama. 2 sets of hopeful, earnest eyes looked at Gwen. They weren't Dante or Felicia, both of whom had a leverage over her identity. It was just an invite to a person they had fought together with. Gwen hesitated for a heartbeat, doing the mental math for her father's likely wake-up time and everything else. I won't show my face, Gwen said. And you're driving me to my block after this. She would make it in time if she caught a ride over sprinting like a maniac on the street. Deal. Pyotr nodded sincerely. As for the ride, I'll let Amy handle it. Amy grinned. I won't say no if you want to unmask yourself. Gwen huffed a small laugh. She wasn't ready to let her different identities blur more than it already had. The mask had to stay. 70, assessment from high up. Random art. Sylvvaja's head was still throbbing. The weight of opposing shield was still messing her up. There were so many complications that even her newly enhanced mind was nearly fried. So when Ava hooked a hand around her wrist and tried to drag her down the hallway like an overeager puppy, Sylvvaja only had enough energy to tell her to choose a different room. Her room hadn't been touched since her first time with Dante. It would be quite embarrassing to let Ava or Felicia see the mess they had made of a perfectly fine room. Ava huffed but didn't argue about the location. For all her stubbornness, she respected Sylvvaja's choice. She tugged Sylvvaja to the room on the left. The room technically belonged to Dante, but he had never actually checked. Her Latina younger sister didn't waste any time getting to the point once the door closed behind them. Dante is cheating on you with Felicia and some other woman. The urgent matter that came out of her mouth, however, made Sylvvaja chuckle. We went through that already, Sylvvaja said, crossing her arms over her chest. It's why I kept him away yesterday. I needed time to think. I told her. Felicia chimed in from beside Ava, shaking her head in exasperation. She refused to believe me. Ava clenched her fists, nails claws biting into her palms over her suit. Blood dripped down, but she didn't even glance at it. There is something you're hiding from me. Dante isn't that great of a man to make 3 women share him. For anyone else, the words might have sounded like an insult aimed at Dante. Sylvvaja knew the fear underneath the fear of watching someone she loved throw herself into an inevitable heartbreak. This was just another incident of Ava hyper-focusing on Sylvvaja and ignoring everything else. Sylvvaja's gaze softened as she took Ava's hands and stopped her from punishing herself. Have you ever considered, maybe I don't know him well enough? Ava's brows drew together in confusion beneath the mask. Would that justify him cheating on you? This isn't cheating. I willingly accepted his relationships like the other 2, Sylvvaja said patiently, trying to get Ava to understand. He might not be a great person to others, but he is to me. Everything's fine as long as I'm happy, right? Felicia gave a thumbs in support, grinning. Couldn't have said it better myself. Ava's shoulders drooped just a little. It wasn't full acceptance, but the hard aggression in her posture had dulled. Fine, she said at last. I'll go back to rest. Sylvvaja stepped close and gently took off Ava's mask. The young face underneath still hadn't fully accepted, but she knew she had to let go, or she would annoy Sylvvaja. She ruffled Ava's hair, messing up the ponytail just to see the Latina grimace. Meet me in the evening. I have something important to tell you. Ava's bad mood disappeared with just one sentence, replaced by an eager curiosity to know what her older sister had for her. Okay. She hopped away like a happy chihuahua. Felicia watched the door close before turning to Sylvvaja. She's having a hard time. As an unbiased observer, I'll say she needs to connect with more people. Her entire world right now is you. Felicia, you go to Empire State University, right? Maybe it was about time Ava took some time off the mercenary work and experienced the joys and sorrows of a student's life. Wait, really? Sylvvaja nodded seriously. I'll let her stay here. What about the tiger amulets? Don't you think S.H.I.E.L.D. will target her for those? Sylvvaja shot Felicia a scornful glare. Only if they want to see a hungry beast wash New York streets in blood. Ava was protected by the tiger god himself. He had even claimed Ava to become his favorite host. If something happened to Ava, Tiger God might just unleash all of his powers through Ava and go full berserk. Felicia still looked skeptical about Ava having that type of power. If she ends up going to ESU, I'll try to look after her. Gwen will also get a new friend. You have to, Sylvvaja grinned. Or I'll revoke your second choice license. Felicia raised an eyebrow in response, feeling a bit grieved. One of these days, I'm gonna report you for domestic violence. The states have no power over a foreign queen. Sylvvaja pointed out. Felicia, I called you here for a reason. Before you say anything, you have to tell me what happened at the facility. Felicia joined her hands, pleading softly. Please, I need to know more. Sylvvaja couldn't help but smile. You're such a silly woman. A few minutes later, both of them were more informed about the situation. Sylvvaja had finished recounting everything from her side, and Felicia had filled in the gaps about how they had visited Emma Frost, forced her into accepting her own demise, and creating an alliance with her. Sylvvaja felt a deeper awe for her lover. Only he could walk in smugly like that and corner Emma like that. This is why he told me not to worry about finance and get the symbiote countermeasures. He had Emma Frost in his sight. But, while Sylvvaja felt enlightened, Felicia wasn't remotely happy about knowing everything. So I missed out on Ninja's girl fight with the skull face, Felicia whispered. I also missed Darling fighting that claw girl and then becoming Venom. Each word made her expression twist further with regret. While everyone had witnessed an epic battle, she was stuck in her room, worrying. Sylvvaja felt pity for Felicia because she had been in a worse position watching everyone through the scope and being able to do nothing. Silver, you're becoming the driver next time. Felicia flashed her claws as though to threaten Sylvvaja or perhaps prove she could be more helpful in a fight than her. I'm not getting benched. Sylvvaja's sympathy disappeared in an instant, replaced by scorn. You weren't the only one who got enhanced. You were the second choice. You needed it more urgently, old woman. Felicia snorted and flashed to the other side of the room before returning to the bed in 3 seconds. I got this and a movement power. What about you? Sylvvaja's jaw tightened. She was genuinely happy for Felicia, but also envious. Some leadership skills. Nothing special for combat. Felicia burst into laughter, delight written all over her face. This is what you get for thinking you're always superior. Sylvvaja answered with a different kind of statement. She drew her Glock and cocked it with a loud, metallic click. The sound made Felicia visibly shiver. All her bravado evaporated in an instant. You think your claws can out-damage a bullet to the head? She genuinely believed her marksmanship had provided more support to Dante in the fight than Felicia's claws could have. No, how can that be? Felicia folded under no pressure. She had absolutely no desire to test whether her new speed could make Sylvvaja Sablenova miss a shot. What can my tiny claws even do to those bullets? As a marksman, you're indeed my superior. The superiorest. Top of the food chain. Sylvvaja saw through Felicia's act, but didn't call her out. The younger woman was being dramatically subservient just to get along with her. She was quite satisfied with Felicia putting her pride away to avoid any conflict. Petty fighting wouldn't change anything as far as she was concerned. She smiled in satisfaction and slid the Glock back into its place. She had no desire to create conflicts when they were facing a deadly foe like Norman. "Did you get any message from him?" Felicia's jovial mood dropped immediately, the brightness in her eyes dimming. She checked her phone and shook his head. His last message was about keeping the mutants at Emma's place. He's been silent since. Felicia sighed. "I can't believe he fell asleep with Emma around." "You're saying Emma will try something?" She wanted to dismiss the thought since Emma knew not to betray an alliance made to save New York. But then again, she knew how petty prideful people could become to reclaim dignity. Why wouldn't she? Felicia looked at Sylvvaja like she was being naive now. She got humbled twice. Won't she get second thoughts when she sees Darling sleeping defenselessly? Sylvvaja fully agreed with Felicia. "Get your suit. We're going to Emma's." She turned to head for the door, already planning the route and contingencies only to feel a hand on her shoulders. Felicia moved in front of Sylvvaja and pushed her gently but firmly down onto the bed. "You," Felicia declared, crossing her arms and looking down at Sylvvaja, "are going to rest." Sylvaja's temper flared immediately. She surged up, reaching to punch Felicia in the stomach only for her fist cut through empty hair. Felicia had moved to sit beside her, grinning. Stubborn queen. He could be in danger. Sylvvaja growled through clenched teeth and swung her arm to strike Felicia's face with her elbow. Another near miss. "I'm leaving with or without you. Darling gets you worked up crazy." Felicia's voice came from the other side. She was leaning casually against the wall now. "Is this limerence? How can I? Do you think he is stupid?" Felicia cut Sylvvaja off, her tone shifting from teasing to serious in an instant. "How can you believe a thorough man like him would go with Emma Frost without a plan? Is he that big of an idiot in your eyes?" The question landed like a slap to Sylvvaja's face, or a bucket of cold water to be more precise. She realized her mistake of letting emotions override logic. "Death is also watching over him," Felicia said, showing a gentler expression. "She won't let Darling suffer." The peerless face of a woman flashed through Sylvvaja's mind, of this woman kissing Dante. As much as she found Death egregious for that one simple insult, she had to say Death was the most reliable woman. Nobody could touch him if Death wanted to protect him. She took a deep breath. "If I see a scratch on him, I'm shooting you in the head." "Wow," Felicia said, eyebrows shooting up. "Overprotective much?" Sylvvaja's lips curled into a grin as she pointed a thumb at her own belly. "Wouldn't want anything happening to my kid's father." She didn't know for certain yet wouldn't know for at least another week, assuming she found time to take a test. But the possibility was real enough that she could say it with a straight face. Besides, Felicia didn't need to know the difference, not when it was being used to wipe that grin off her face. A petty power move for sure. Felicia's eyes flew wide open. "You really went down without protection." 3 hours, Sylvvaja replied plainly. "Not a single break." Felicia was speechless for a half a minute, which had to be a new personal record. What a beast. Sylvvaja laid back and rested her head on the pillows, finally allowing herself to close her eyes for a moment. In the end, she still got the last laugh on Felicia Hardy. Meanwhile, a certain redhead SHIELD agent wasn't in the mood to smile, much less laugh. She stood, hands clasped behind her back, fingers locked around her own wrist. Across the table, the man, myth, the legend, the director of SHIELD Nick Fury flipped through the incident report. The one eye that wasn't covered by the black eye patch tracked every line. His black eye patch was still one of the few unanswered mysteries around SHIELD. Beside him stood a straight-backed lady with a lean and athletic frame. Maria Hills, the deputy director of SHIELD. Natasha still felt Phil fit better in the role. "The reports say Agent Laura was taken," Fury said at last, dropping the folder onto the table with a flat smack. "You're telling me the Hand's former executioner is that powerful?" He didn't raise his voice. He didn't have to. He just pinned her with that single eye, making her feel pressured, despite her having the willpower to endure a spirit of vengeance. Natasha nodded her head curtly. "Yes, Director." You might have heard her sword breaking the sound barrier. She could still feel the wind-ripping sounds of Psylocke's katana. Had it not for her spirit of vengeance, she would have instantly died. Then again, mutants were powerful, but they were never a threat to SHIELD. The real threat in Wild Pack were Dante and White Tiger Ava Ayala. "Director," Hill said, eyes still on Fury. "We know the Hand isn't just a cult of ninjas. They have mystical powers." The debrief also confirmed Quan Non has high-level telepathy and telekinesis. "That old bitch can't stop being a pain in the ass," Fury grumbled before raising his voice. "What were the Hand after again?" "Norman Osborn's research facility. The same place Clint disappeared investigating, right?" Maria Hill nodded. "Yes, Director." "Black Widow, your decision to not use penance stairs screwed up our timing," Nick Fury said, a sharp eye on Natasha. He now had to delay his plan to rescue Clint since Agent Laura was a bigger priority. "Every murderer you've used it on drops dead. Why did you not kill Quan Non and help Agent Laura against Skullfire?" Natasha's fingers tightened on her wrist. The chain coiled around her chest twitched at the name of the stair. The spirit condemned her choice not to judge a sinner. The director had a reason to blame her since she chose the non-lethal approach. She could have turned the disadvantaged fight around if she had used her penance stare. That was just a fact. You were too passive in your approach, Hill said, despite always having Natasha's back. You're expected to use every tool at your disposal, Agent. We're not going to open a file on this, but there can't be a repeat. Natasha lowered her head. Understood, Commander Hill. She didn't argue or justify why she had pulled her punches. It was for a simple reason, really. She was done killing relatively innocent people. She had no reason to kill anyone when her mission was only to retrieve hostile mutants. Fury flipped to another section of the report. It had blurry images of Dante in full Venom form roaring at the sky, surrounded in gold and blue flames. This man. He tapped the photo with one gloved finger. This Venom side of your new friend. Can you defeat him? Natasha almost snorted at the friend part. She still didn't know how to feel about her Ghost Rider form almost matching with Dante, with the only differentiating factor being the color of their flames. Her form came from her spirit, but what about his? She was quite curious to learn the source of his power. No, Director. I didn't sense the deep sins the stare feeds on. It would only hurt him. And if it comes down to trading blows, she hesitated for a moment before choosing an honest answer. You saw the live feeds. He overpowered Agent Laura in seconds. Nick Fury hummed thoughtfully. Even if you relinquish full control to the spirit. Natasha's eyes widened at the question. Her power grew exponentially the more she allowed the spirit to take over. At the end of the day, she was only a host, and the real power came from the spirit of vengeance. I might, then I don't know who will be able to stop me. Our best supernatural agent doesn't have an assured chance. Nick Fury glanced at Maria. What is our contingency plan against a potential threat like Dante? They had the all-powerful anti-mutant weapons, which strangely, were against non-mutant threats. They showed Laura's level of combat power even against non-mutants. If deployed as an army, nobody in this world could stop those hunks of metal since they were durable enough to face tank a nuke. Natasha still didn't understand why S.H.I.E.L.D. only used her and Laura for nearly every superhuman threat. There is no agent we can deploy against him, Maria said, scrolling through her tablet. Our only choice is to burst him down with heavy firepower or containment, if we could trick him into it. Wishing for an outcome isn't a viable option, Nick Fury said. Those governments haven't given us power and resources to pray for a fucking dice roll. He closed the folder this time and said with a severe tone, different approach. After we bring Barton home, Widow, you're going to stay on Dante. I want eyes on him all the time to know which way he jumps when everything goes to hell. If there's a chance in hell he seems like a good character, we go for it. Natasha frowned. She thought she had moved past normal surveillance work, yet there she was, still slated to play the role of information agent. Hill's gaze flicked up in surprise. You want to recruit him? Fury's mouth twitched. I'm all ears for a second option. None. Maria shook her head. This won't guarantee his loyalty. She wasn't loyal either, Fury replied, looking at Natasha. His stare was steady. Red Room's best widow. Now she is a part of our agent roster. People have the ability to change, Maria. Sometimes it's for the better. Natasha had seen plenty of cases where the change was for the worse. Maria stared at Natasha. Unlike Nick Fury, there was some skepticism in Maria's eyes. She still isn't, Maria whispered, which Natasha only understood through the movement of her lips. Natasha did have an issue with how S.H.I.E.L.D. treated mutants. Even the ones who accidentally used their powers were taken into custody and their fates afterward remained unknown. However, she wouldn't leave this job for anything. Director, Natasha said. I made my choice to be here. Fury nodded at Natasha's conviction. Maria, you'll accompany Phil and Widow to meet Dante. Try to fulfill that son of a bitch's conditions and get back Laura. Remember not to make it harder for him. We get him on our side before someone else does. He dropped his voice into a whisper. He has potential to become a cornerstone of the initiative. Natasha listened to everything with her head down and eyes closed. The initiative mentioned was the Avengers Initiative. Natasha had only heard the term a few times. Apparently, her and Clint were also candidates. She would have never thought the man Laura fought today would also become one. Isn't that premature? Maria's brows drew together as she called out Nick's rushed decision. We still haven't verified his background. He could be a future threat, not an asset. We're not building a boy band, Fury said with a click of his tongue. We don't need loyalists or nationalists. We need people who'll stand their ground when an alien army invades. We need heroes. He threw the Venom photo on the table. If that man is bringing a fight to Norman's lapdogs, then he has some good in him. The Avengers Initiative is about heroes, who, Natasha thought with a frown. The Red Room's most infamous widow turned a hero. There was something deeply unsettling about it. She couldn't say no to it either, not when this was the best option to clean the red in her ledger. Maria glanced at Natasha, then back to Fury. There's another layer to him. He's not exactly free. It's almost confirmed he is in a relationship with Symkaria's queen. Natasha was briefed about that before she left for Oscorp Island with Laura. How does this clash with my suggestion? Nick asked with a raised eyebrow. He is potentially in a relationship with that student he saved as Skullfire, Maria continued, ignoring Fury's question. He's been seen entering Emma Frost and even chatting with her over the phone. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Mother Nick Fury almost cursed. You're telling me this guy is a ladies' man? Maria nodded with a wry smile. Patterns point that way. Still, it's unconfirmed information as of now. The corner of Fury's mouth twitched again like he wanted to laugh at something. Doesn't change anything, Nick Fury concluded. After this symbiote mission is done, I'll personally approach him with the offer. Until then, make sure he gets a good impression of S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha almost rolled her eyes at Nick Fury's words. Dante had already formed his first impression for S.H.I.E.L.D. through their inflexibility to spare a mutant who had acted in self-defense. The worst type of first impression. At least the negotiations won't be as hostile tomorrow. Seeing less bloodshed was hardly a bad thing. Natasha didn't revel in violence, even though her spirit was more than capable of making her the most violent woman walking this planet. But somehow she had a feeling Dante wouldn't make things easier. He seemed quite bothered by the way S.H.I.E.L.D. had turned a blind eye to his request to spare his friends. One thing was for almost Natasha will have to use her transformation again. 71. Morning bullying. Random art. Dante woke to something wet and rough dragging across his cheek and found himself face to face with a lavender-furred cat perched on his chest, licking his face. She was larger than any house cat, somewhere between a well-fed domesticated pet and a small wildcat. Maybe 15 pounds beneath that thick, plush coat. The cat paused mid-lick when their eyes met, and let out a rumbling purr. Dante moved Death's arm from where it draped across his chest and lifted the peculiar creature in both hands as he sat up. What a cute cat. The cat didn't struggle, only gazed at him with intelligent amber eyes. Warm human. Is cold outside. Let Cat's eye stay. A look of recognition crossed his face. You must be Sharon. She must have been drawn to the warmth generated by his helio-reactor, the same warmth that made him such a desirable heater in Felicia's eyes. She cocked her head. Sharon Smith. Emma named Cat's eye that. Emma thinks Cat's eye is human. Her tail swished uncertainly. Cat's eye is a cat. Dante remembered her story from the comics, at least what little had been explored. Abandoned by her parents at birth in some alley, she had been raised by feral cats. The experience had fundamentally shaped her psychology, leaving her convinced she was a cat, and her human form merely a secondary shape she could assume. She was found by Emma Frost, who brought her home and made her a member of Hellions. She still believed she was a cat. He put her down on the bed, but she climbed on his lap, settling comfortably. Cat's eye stay here. Amused, Dante channeled just a trickle of solar radiation into his legs, raising the surface temperature of his skin by several degrees. Sharon purred as she pressed herself more firmly against his thighs, soaking up the warmth. Is this better? Cat's eye likes, she said, eyes half closing. Sleepy. Smiling, Dante grabbed his phone and realized he hadn't turned off the silent mode after the heist. The screen lit up with a flood of notifications messages from nearly every person in his recent contact list except Emma. Even Sylvvaja had broken her code to send worried texts about him staying at Emma's place. Ava, come back soon. Ava, I'm going to kill you. While everyone else had asked if he was okay or wished him good night, Ava Ayala had sent a straightforward death threat. She probably found out the truth. The Felicia situation was bound to come out sooner rather than later. The real question was how Ava would respond when they saw each other in person. If she went overboard with the protective sister routine toward Sylvvaja, well, his hands were always ready to deliver a spanking to that feisty Latina ass of hers. One by one, he replied to everyone's messages. He deliberately left Ava on red. A finger poked insistently into his back. When did you adopt a cat, companion? Death's voice carried lazy amusement as she propped herself up on one elbow, black hair cascading over her bare shoulder. Her dark eyes focused on Sharon with curious interest. Sharon's nose twitched as Death extended a hand toward her. She leaned forward, sniffing delicately at Death's fingers, and her ears flattened slightly in confusion. Smells nice. Sharon looked around the room with increasing bewilderment, unable to locate the source of the scent her enhanced senses detected. Cat's eye can't see this human. Death chuckled. Her nose is sharper than her eyes. Shouldn't she be instinctively afraid of you? Wrong, companion. Death looked up at him with a patient gaze. There is a reason many mythologies depict cats as messengers of death and bad omen. Some outright call them creatures who escort souls to the afterlife. Many witches still have cats as familiars. Even ordinary house cats can smell if a person is dying. So that's why Sharon can smell you. Death nodded and put a hand on Sharon's head. The sudden appearance surprised Sharon, but she still didn't jerk away. Sitting quietly and obediently, she let Death caress her head. Sharon likes the black human girl. Dante caressed Death's hair just the way she caressed Sharon's. She isn't human. Oh. Sharon cocked her head. Black human girl is mutant. Death poked Sharon's cheek. Call me Death. Death. Sharon purred, leaning into Death's palm. Cat's eye likes Death. Reminds Cat's eye of old friends. Death ruffled Catsy's fur before glancing up at him. Companion, you've improved a lot in one night. Just trying to close the gap between us. He had done 2 attempts to completely master Shang-Chi's martial arts. The muscle memory felt completely integrated. Noe was confident he could take on Ava's white tiger form in hand-to-hand combat without relying on solar radiation enhancement. She wrapped her arms around his neck. Don't rush your growth. You'll rarely find competition when you're on a cosmic entity level. That's great, he replied wryly. Means no one will mess with me. Sharon directed what seemed to be an angry frown up at him. Someone bullying warm human. Even your queen doesn't want to bully me. He couldn't help but smile. Rest here. I'm gonna take a shower. Shower is coming to you, pal. The door slammed open and banged loudly against the wall. A young man with carefully styled brown hair burst into the room, wearing a vibrant magenta heavy winter coat adorned with white fur and black pants. He carried a plastic bucket sloshing with water and emptied its contents across Dante's lap. Sharon yelled indignantly and leaped away to the safety of the headboard before the water touched her fur. Dante could have easily reacted as well. Instead, he welcomed the ice-cold bucket of water with an easy smile. You got more. The young man Manuel de la Rocha, codename Empathy, blinked in confusion. Did the Queen's mind control make him dumb or something? Manuel, our guest clearly lacks common sense. Another sarcastic voice came from the doorway. A blonde woman stepped into the room, wearing an identical magenta coat, looking quite amused by Dante's response. Roulette, Jennifer Stavros, the probability manipulator and the meanest girl of the group. Her eyes swept over his bare chest with open appreciation before she shook her head in disappointment. Such a waste of a face. Roulette, Empathy said through gritted teeth, clearly annoyed by her distraction. What do we do with this nutcase? Queen Emma commanded us to bring him to her. We'll do just that. She revealed a predatory grin. After we have some fun with him first. Can you two stop talking about me like I'm not here? Dante pointed at his dripping wet shirt. By the way, I can't go to your queen like this. Roulette crossed her arms beneath her chest. Oh, what exactly do you want us to do about that? Are you lowering your IQ on purpose? Dante asked with a puzzled look. Get me new clothes. Roulette stared at him for a few seconds then burst into laughter. Did you hear him, Manny? He wants us to fetch him clothes. Like we're servants or something. Empathy's expression darkened. He stepped forward and placed one boot on the bed arrogantly, looming over Dante in what was probably meant to be intimidating. I don't know which sewer you crawl out of, Pendajo, Manuel said coldly. But this is our territory. Stop making demands like you're a prized guest, or you'll leave this place in an ambulance dead. Dante's smile didn't waver. You know what's funny, Manuel? Don't call me. You're obsessed with Emma Frost. The statement dropped into the room like a bomb. It happened after you tried to manipulate her emotions with your powers. You wanted to make her desire you to control her. Instead, she destroyed your little attempt. The color drained from Empathy's face. Roulette looked at him in surprise. If you ever try that emotional manipulation shit on me, Manny, I'll fucking kill you. I swear to God. Give him a break. Dante shook his head. Poor guy hasn't experienced genuine friendship or love. Even his parents' love was fabricated by his mutant power. What a pitiful guy. Manny is a real work of art. Roulette shook her head pitifully. Seeing that shaken expression on her friend's face made her switch targets of her bullying. I thought Sharon had lived a pitiful life, but you weren't any better than her. Empathy clenched his fists, seething. You bastard. How dare you? Manuel, no. Another figure appeared in the doorway, a young woman with distinctive red hair. She wore more simple jeans and a warm sweater rather than the team uniform. Miss Emma will be angry if you cause problems with her guest. Angelica Jones. Firestar. Dante recognized her immediately since she was the only redhead around Emma with a kind personality, one of the few decent souls among the Hellions, and the only one who would eventually escape Emma's influence entirely. Empathy's face twisted. His eyes glowed as he took control of Angelica's emotions. Stay out of this. Angelica's legs stilled at his command, and she nodded slowly. He shoved her aside roughly, sending her stumbling, then grabbed Dante's collar with both hands. His eyes began to glow again as he attempted to manipulate Dante's emotional state. Apologize, Empathy commanded, believing himself to be already in control of Dante. Get on your knees and apologize for insulting me, you filthy sewer rat. Dante flicked Empathy's forehead. The casual motion had a devastating effect. Empathy flew backward like he had been shot from a cannon, sailed through the doorway, and slammed into the hallway wall. The plaster cracked behind him, then he collapsed on the floor. Oh my God. Angelica pressed both hands to her mouth. Manuel. Even now, she was under Empathy's order. Roulette, on the other hand, stared at Empathy, then at Dante. Her face had gone full pale. I promised Taro to train with her. She backed toward the door, forcing a laugh. Catch you later, maybe. She turned and fled down the hallway, her magenta coat swishing behind her. She was sharp enough to see they had picked on the wrong person this time. Dante ignored her departure, examining his hand with fascination. Beyond the enhanced muscle control, he had learned techniques to concentrate his strength into a single point of impact. This move was a combination of what Shang-Chi called FJN, Explosive Force Release, and YZHCHN, One Finger Zen. The results were frankly terrifying when combined with his solar radiation amplification. He stood up calmly, water still dripping from his hair. He walked over to Angelica and extended his hand. You okay? She stared at his extended hand for a moment, then took it hesitantly to stand up. Her palm was noticeably warmer than normal human body temperature. She was using her microwave generation powers to keep herself warm. Thank you. He released her hand before stepping past her. Empathy was shakily trying to push himself upright, one hand clutching his forehead where a red mark had already formed. All the fight had drained out of Empathy. His eyes were wide with fear now. He hadn't realized Dante would be so strong. Not only had Dante resisted his mutant powers, he was also strong physically to casually swat a grown man like an annoying fly. Dante shook his head, disappointed but not surprised. All the bullies became cowards the moment someone stronger showed up to check their behavior. Empathy was especially childish because he had been manipulating everyone's emotions since the moment his powers awakened. He had never faced real consequences before. Listen, kid. Dante crouched down to eye level. Get me new clothes, or I'll take off yours and throw you in a river. Manuel's mutant powers were mental. He would certainly die in a cold river. Empathy glared up at him, trying to summon some last shred of pride. His eyes glowed. Angelica, fry this cunt. Dante grabbed his head with one hand and slammed it back against the wall. He had used just enough force to give the young mutant a terrible headache. One word and your head will explode. Do you really want to test whether I'm joking? Intimidated, Empathy completely lost willpower. He slowly shook his head, eyes squeezed shut. Clothes and breakfast in 20 minutes. I'll kill you if you cheap out on anything. Dante released his grip and stood up. And don't forget the underwear. Empathy scrambled to his feet and bolted down the hallway, nearly tripping over his own boots in his haste to get away from Dante. Make sure they're clean. Dante called after him before whispering, Emma, you magnificent bitch. The White Queen had absolutely known this would happen when she sent Empathy and Roulette to fetch him. She had probably orchestrated it to knock down Empathy's ego while simultaneously annoying Dante. 2 birds, 1 stone. He turned back to find Angelica still standing there, looking torn between terrified and a bit satisfied at seeing Empathy get his just desserts. Empathy's emotional control had a distance limit. He gave her an apologetic smile. Can I get a towel please? I need to shower. Oh, yes, of course. She seemed eager to help. I'll fetch one from my room right away. She hurried off, and Dante returned to the bedroom. Death had watched the entire encounter from the bed, looking thoroughly entertained. Sharon jumped from the headboard and landed in Death's lap. That was restrained of you, companion, Death whispered. I would have claimed his soul for that offense. He is just a kid. He poked Sharon's back. Why didn't you help? Sharon curled up. De La Rocha is creepy. He makes cat eyes feel strange. Cat's eye not like him. The Hellions were exactly as dysfunctional as the comics had portrayed. Maybe worse since Emma was a bit more emotional in this world, thanks to Psylocke's presence. He rubbed Sharon's back. You should stay away from him. Cat's eye does. Here. Angelica appeared at the door, tossed a fluffy white towel at him, and ran away before he could thank her. Emma had isolated Angelica to the point she couldn't even properly interact with strangers. It was even worse in comics, where Emma had only let herself be Angelica's emotional support. Her life only had 1 horse and 1 bodyguard while a hallucinator fed her images during her dreams to make her hostile towards the X-Men. While at the same time, Emma had reinforced the belief that Angelia's powers were hazardous to be near anyone but herself. The White Queen he interacted with was quite kind compared to how she had been at the start of comics. S.H.I.E.L.D. is the biggest factor mitigating hostility between mutant factions. Dante headed for the bathroom, grateful to finally wash off. A bit of tweak from biokinesis temporarily removed the need to brush his teeth. Midway through washing his hair, a rich, savory aroma wafted through the bathroom door. His stomach growled loudly in response. His feast was here. Dante hurried through the rest of his shower, dried off quickly with the heat of solar radiation, and wrapped the towel around his waist before emerging back into the bedroom. Death and Sharon weren't there. Instead, a young woman with shoulder-length black hair stood in the room. She was wearing a deep pink skirt and stockings, unlike the rest of Hellion's team. Tarot. Marie-Ange Colbert. The mutant with precognitive powers through a mix of tarot card reading and her own powers. She could also materialize and animate tangible images of the tarot card avatars like Lover and Devil. Once materialized they were completely under her control to do her bidding. Her dark eyes studied him intensely. Manuel sent these. On one bed, a plethora of bags had been stacked, containing clothes. On the other bed sat enough food to feed a family. The row of crispy bacon nearly made him salivate. Empathy chickened out. He sends his apologies, Tarot said in a soft voice. Manuel can be a jerk sometimes, but he does not truly mean harm. He wasn't trying to harm me when he threw a bucket of cold water on me. Dante raised an eyebrow, using his mutant powers to manipulate people's emotions. Right, no harm at all. A flicker of shame crossed Tarot's face. Her lips parted as she tried to say something, but she couldn't find an argument to defend her teammates' behavior. Finally, she seemed to give up entirely. Emma is waiting for you in the academy building. 3rd floor, East Wing, Staff Room 3E. She showed a hesitant expression. Don't hurt Manuel again or the Queen won't respond kindly. He is still her student. I don't care as long as he doesn't cross me again. He wouldn't have minded Empathy if the kid just minded his own business. After all, His own ally used her telepathy without any restraints, but empathy just had to try abusing his powers on him. She nodded and slipped out, closing the door softly. He turned his full attention to the feast laid out before him. Death, you can come back. Sharon and Death materialized in the room. As expected, they had gone somewhere when Taro had entered the room. He knew his lover had taken a liking to Sharon. Otherwise, she wouldn't be hugging Sharon so close to her chest. Food. Sharon jumped on the bed and bit into a piece of roasted fish. Cat's Eye likes fish. Hey, that's mine, he said with a laugh, joining her on the bed. Cat's Eye share, she mumbled with the fish in her mouth, ears twitching. Warm human share with Cat's Eye. Is fair. Slow down. There is plenty for everyone. He gestured to Death to join them before grabbing a piece of bacon. Sharon, my name is Dante. Use that from now on, okay? Warm human Dante, Sharon confirmed, already tearing into another piece of fish. Cat's Eye like warm humans. 72. Interrogation. Random art. Dante found room 3E without difficulty, and the door was unlocked. The first thing that hit him was the overwhelming smell of meat. Logan sat hunched at a long conference table, and he was destroying plates of food. Steak, eggs, and what looked like an entire loaf of crusty bread. He barely paused to breathe between bites. His healing factor burned calories at an insane rate. After that performance last night, he was devouring food like a savage. Emma Frost sat across from him in a high-backed white leather chair, which coincidentally matched her white blazer and pencil skirt. Her finger tapped against the tablet in her lap. Dante had a feeling she wasn't actually paying attention to the screen. Emma. Her ice blue eyes flicked up when Dante entered. New clothes, dear. They don't look half bad on you. Dante crossed the distance and flicked her forehead. The gesture was quick, almost playful, like something an older sibling would do to a younger sibling. But there was weight behind it, just enough to leave a red mark. Emma's hand rose to touch her forehead. Did you just? Why did you send that loser? Dante interrupted, pinning her down with a cold gaze. Do you know how hard it was to stop her from erasing him from existence? Her eyes shook. What did he do? He threw a bucket of water on me and her. Then he tried to get me on my knees to apologize. He went that far. Her eyebrows rose in disbelief. I told him to wake you, not sign his own death warrant. He thinks he can get away with anything. You and him aren't that different. You're just smarter. My ego is far worse than Manuel, darling. She grinned as if he had just complimented her. You're not exactly a saint yourself. Why else do you think I chose you to humble my dear student? The lesson came at a price for both of you. He pointed at the red mark blossoming on her forehead with a smirk. Anyway, don't try something like that again. You're their teacher. Start acting like one. He paused. Or just ignore me. Those students mean nothing to you anyway. Just tools to consolidate your power in the inner circle. She winced, a brief expression of pain in her eyes, which was quickly masked with a cocky smirk. Dear, I'm the telepath, but you're the one with all the knowledge. Seems rather unfair, doesn't it? He pulled out a chair and dropped into it. Life is never fair. You should know that better than anyone. Logan glanced between them, a piece of steak halfway to his mouth. Looks like Emma found her sunshine. Who in their right mind would fall for a man who's already taken by 3? Emma's tone was dismissive, but Dante noticed the way her eyes flicked to him, waiting for some reaction. I have some standards, Logan. Dante's expression remained the same, calm and collected, giving her no satisfaction. He saw the disappointment flicker across her face. You'll take those words back in the future. He was half joking. There was maybe a 10% chance Emma would develop feelings for him based on what they would go through in the future. Stranger things had happened. He wasn't hoping for it, frankly. Having Emma's affection was such a double-edged sword. Emma looked rather pleased for some reason. I like confident men, but unfortunately, it's your loss. Dante turned his attention to Logan, who was wiping his face with a napkin. Logan, let's talk about how you were caught by the hand. Thanks for the concern, bub, but I don't answer to you or Emma. You both can fuck right off with the interrogation. So tough. Does it have anything to do with Laura? Logan's eyes flickered, a reaction so subtle most people would have missed it, except both of them weren't ordinary. Dante had enhanced senses and Emma had become used to reading people without her telepathy. Just cooperate, Logan. I'm really trying to help you here. Unbothered, Logan grabbed a glass bottle of water sitting beside his plate and drained it in one go. Nobody asked for it. So you won't mind if something happens to Laura? Dante asked. She's right here with us, you know, in this building. The bottle shattered in Logan's grip. What the fuck did you just say? Emma, show him. Emma rolled her eyes, still annoyed by the way he ordered her order. Still, she didn't choose to voice her dissatisfaction. She tapped a few times on the tablet and then turned the screen to Logan. The video feed showed a dimly lit small room with only 2 metal chairs, a small window, and a table like it was an interrogation room. Laura was having a feast, much like Logan. But unlike Logan, she was in a fresh set of clothes, a dark gray woolen jacket and black pants. Her hair was still damp from a recent shower. Psylocke had taken a liking to Laura, otherwise, she wouldn't have given such luxury to their hostage. The ninja woman stood nearby in her distinctive purple bodysuit, keeping a strict eye on Laura. Logan rose from his chair in surprise. Why the hell is she here? How do you know about our relationship? Are you sure you're in any position to question us? Dante leaned back in the chair with a smirk. Emma and my friends saved you from the hand. I stopped S.H.I.E.L.D. from arresting you, and I took Laura hostage to reunite you two. So maybe show a little gratitude and answer our fucking questions, Logan. Logan's claws erupted from his knuckles with that distinctive snicked sound. 6 adamantium blades still stained with dried blood from yesterday's violence. This is my answer, bub. He launched over the table, showing the speed and ferocity which made him one of the most dangerous fighters on the planet. His claws were raised high, he was aiming to drive all 6 blades through Dante's chest in a killing strike. Emma could have stopped Logan with one thought, but she didn't show the slightest desire to help. If he couldn't handle Logan, he wasn't worthy of being her ally. Such was her reasoning. Dante calmly extended his right arm. A perfectly placed palm struck Logan right in his sternum. The impact sounded like a thunderclap. Logan flew right over the table he had just vaulted and slammed into the far wall. The force was so strong that Logan's 300-pound body made a hole in the wall and landed in the next room. Thankfully, it was a spacious classroom on the other side, not the room where Laura was contained. Emma stared at Dante with unconcealed shock. How the hell did you do that without death or symbiote's powers? Dante was honestly a bit surprised himself. He had channeled solar radiation in his right hand, as much as he could cram in there. That alone wouldn't have generated this much force. Shang-Chi's techniques are just broken. This was him merely replicating Shang-Chi's moves through photographic reflexes, copying the physical motions without truly understanding the complicated intent and philosophy behind each strike. He didn't have enough time to cram every bit of knowledge in such a short time. If he actually took the time to complete the Shang-Chi resonance link and truly make those skills completely his own, he would reach a completely different level of combat effectiveness. The realization was both thrilling and slightly terrifying. The recent days just had been so jam-packed with events that he felt like it had been a month or two, but he was still in his first week here. How strong will I be during the Chitauri invasion? He just might be strong enough to casually kill every alien invader. Logan groaned and pushed himself upright, shaking his head to clear it. His healing factor had already repaired the damage, but the shock of the impact clearly rattled him. Dante politely gestured to the empty chair. Violence won't solve anything, Logan. Why don't we all sit down and talk like reasonable adults? He had already accomplished his goal to show his strength, so Logan stopped underestimating him. Emma was utterly speechless. Your shamelessness is impressive. She had seen him provoke Wolverine into attacking him by threatening what he cared about, then punched him through a literal wall, and now he suggested a peaceful method like it was all Logan's fault. She turned to Logan, revealing a serious expression. Logan, just tell us the truth. I can probe your mind, but I'm choosing not to. For Charles's sake, if nothing else. Logan's expression stilled at the mention of Professor Xavier. Some of his rage disappeared. Dante leaned forward. S.H.I.E.L.D. is coming today. Cooperate if you don't want them to take back Laura. Let them come, Logan growled at the threat. I can handle them, chumps. Are you dumb? Dante asked with a frown. You can't even defeat me. What makes you believe you can fight the entire organization on your own? He was getting a bit fed up with Logan's stubborn nature. If not for his desire to get back at S.H.I.E.L.D., he would have handed the two over. Right now, these two were his only reasonable chance to piss off Nick Fury. Logan clenched his fist. I'll knock some sense into Laura. We'll leave. She didn't even know you were her father until I told her. Can you convince Laura? How do you know I'm her father, pal? I just do. Emma looked between the two and relayed most events that took place yesterday. It helped Logan catch up. Logan, we're on your side. Us mutants are all united right now. Logan walked slowly back to the table and dropped heavily into his chair. The grave expression on his face spoke of the emotions he was suppressing. What do you want to know? Dante tapped Emma's thigh to compliment her, which prompted her to slap his hand away. How did the hand get you? I don't bloody know. Logan put a hand on his temple. Last thing I remember clearly was in New Jersey. I was butchering a whole lot at a S.H.I.E.L.D. facility. Someone said Laura was there. I just wanted to talk to her. Wait, what? Dante exchanged a surprised look with Emma. You were fighting S.H.I.E.L.D., and then you ended up as the Hand's prisoner. Did they sell you to the Hand? I don't know what those motherfuckers did to me. Logan looked confused beneath the anger. It's all blank after that. That's bizarre, Emma said. I've never heard of any rumor about S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Hand colluding. Maybe it's just one higher-up with ties to the Hand. Dante didn't have much information to go by, so he asked the next most reasonable question. Who told you Laura was held there? Got a text with Laura and Sarah's images, and an address. Wolverine rolled his shoulders. Xavier said it's a trap. Had to take the matter in my own hands. What's the deal with Sarah? How do you know her? Logan had no significant relationship with Sarah in comics. He probably didn't know who Sarah was until he met Laura. This was clearly not the case in this timeline. Wolverine showed an annoyed look. What's that got to do with anything? She was his lover about 20 years ago. Emma leaned closer and whispered her telepathy findings in Dante's ears. She broke up with him after 2 months. He still has her portrait framed in his room. He caresses it whenever he misses her. Dante was only more confused. Did Sarah deliberately get together with Logan to be pregnant with his child? If so, what happened to Sarah? Was she still in Weapon X Project or with S.H.I.E.L.D.? Wolverine groaned. Is it over, bub? Can I see Laura now? Let me get some answers first. Logan's claws slid out again. However, this time, he kept them pointed at the table instead of Dante's chest. Emma smiled. Progress. Laura was feeling energized after the extravagant breakfast. The energy gave her many ideas. One was to stab her claws in the swordswoman's throat, exit the door, and disappear somewhere to contact her organization. Maria and Natasha would retrieve her as long as she relayed her location. You don't have to return. A deep voice came from the outside as soon as she made up her mind to execute the plan. The door quietly opened as a tall, black-haired visitor walked through. Laura gritted her teeth. It's you. He had already ruined everything yesterday. Without his interference, Natasha could have handled Psylocke while she could have maneuvered around the slow, beat-up Pyotr to take care of Emma before handling the steel giant. Her mission would have been a complete success. Instead, she was captured. All because of him. Dante gestured to Psylocke. Leave her to me. Psylocke stepped directly into his path, blocking his approach to Laura, as though she didn't hear him. Her violet eyes looked at him sharply. You're different from yesterday. Laura also noticed the difference once Psylocke pointed it out. The subtle changes in his posture, breathing, and form added up to make him seem more disciplined and trained than Psylocke. A spar later. Psylocke's eyes glowed with desire. Let it be the deciding factor for whether I show up to the negotiations. The corner of his mouth curled up. Deal. Laura would be lying if she said she didn't want to see a battle between the borderline arrogant Dante and monstrously strong Psylocke. She would be able to study their techniques and incorporate parts into her own style. I'll be outside if something happens, Psylocke murmured. Her hand rested on her katana sheath as she walked toward the door, disappearing with barely a sound. Something about Dante suddenly shifted. He went from calm to being dangerous, or so she sensed. Her guess proved right when he waved his hand, and dark, shadowy arms stretched from his silhouette. They surrounded the table and it vanished. The wooden frame, the planters, and everything completely erased from existence. This is better. Satisfied, Dante grabbed the metal chair, flipped it around backward, and straddled it. He crossed his arms over the top of the backrest, settling in like someone preparing for a long conversation. There was barely any distance between their chairs. Laura, we're going to change your citizenship. 73. Plea for help. Random art. Dante couldn't help the soft chuckle that escaped at Laura's utterly bewildered expression. I'm trafficking you to Symkaria, he said, closely watching her reaction. You'll live the rest of your life there. The word trafficking made her eyes go wide. For a split second, her entire body went rigid, her fight protocols nearly activating beneath the surface. Thankfully, she recovered. What will you gain from doing that? Laura had spent most of her life thinking everything had a price tag. Nobody did anything without extracting value. Well, what will you gain from going back? Dante countered, tilting his head. You'll only be sent to kill more of your kind. What are you talking about? Her frown deepened. I'm not a mutant. I'm an enhanced human. Dante blinked, completely off guard by her answer. You seriously believe that? The disbelief in his voice was genuine. Laura, you can't actually. I don't look like a 7-foot steel giant, she interrupted him, and with a familiar snick, her adamantium claws slid out from between her knuckles. Scientists enhanced my body and planted these claws in me. I'm a normal human besides the experiments. Oh, you poor child. The words slipped out unconsciously, carrying far more pity than he had intended to show. He shook his head slowly. Does Sarah Kinney ring any bells? Laura's hand flew to her chest, pressing hard against her sternum like she was trying to physically hold something inside. Sarah. Emma had destroyed all the psychic barriers in Laura's mind, which also should have awakened any suppressed memories. The telepath who messed with Laura's brain had completely erased every memory related to Sarah. The name clearly meant something to her on a level deeper than conscious memory. Otherwise, her breathing wouldn't become shorter, shallower, almost like she was having a panic attack. For starters, Sarah is your mother. Laura's eyes shook before her body began trembling. Her expression went completely flat. Her eyes weren't calm, they were empty, as if someone had flipped a switch and turned off her personality entirely. He had seen that look before. She was seconds away from reverting entirely to combat conditioning and going absolutely berserk. However, before that happened, Dante reached out and grabbed her shoulders firmly. I can help her. Elixir's resonance link connected, and biokinesis activated. Laura's entire physiology opened up to his senses. He could see the intricate workings of her brain, those billions of neurons firing in patterns. He also saw the electromagnetic pulses creating thought, memory, and identity, what actually defined a person. There were also neural pathways that shouldn't be there naturally. They must be the trigger protocols. She was designed to act a certain way from specific stimuli, such as scent triggers, command phrases, pain, and emotional reactions. They had taken a child's developing brain and carved away everything that made her human and replaced it with conditional responses like they were training an animal. It was fucking evil. He forced himself to focus. First of all, he made her unable to act, making her look like she was frozen in time. Only then did he carefully work on the protocols buried deep in her brain. He carefully broke down the artificial pathways, the ones that forced her to kill whenever she smelled certain scents. It was delicate work since any hard push might damage her brain permanently and any gentle push wouldn't change anything. A droplet of sweat rolled down his forehead as he pushed his enhanced mind to its processing limit. The mix of both Sue Storm and Elixir's knowledge had completely assimilated at this point. He had also looked up some articles online to confirm everything before coming here. Slowly, he felt the connections weaken and snap apart. Next, he targeted the command phrases, the specific words that overrode her free will and made her obey without question. Finally, he worked on the pain responses they had rewired. Instead of pain meaning protect yourself, they had conditioned her brain to respond with, go berserk and kill everything. He restored the natural pathways, letting her mind remember what pain was actually supposed to mean. Dante pulled back and wiped the sweat covering his forehead. I hope I didn't turn her into a vegetable. With a nervous touch, he restored her ability to function. Laura blinked several times, like someone waking up from anesthesia. She looked at her hands, around the room, and then at him. Did something happen? He shook his head. We were talking about your parents. Logan and Sarah. Hill said I didn't have parents, she whispered. I was created in a lab. Without the Weapon X behavioral protocols constantly whispering in the back of her mind, without the conditioned responses overriding everything, she just looked, lost. But this feeling I get, she pressed both hands against her chest, right over her heart. Why does it hurt so much when I can't even remember Sarah? The memories were erased, but the grief, love, and the sense of loss were still there. The only person who showed care for her in the Weapon X facility had left such a deep emotional impression in her heart. Uncovering the truth about Sarah's disappearance was perhaps the only option strong enough to break Laura away from S.H.I.E.L.D. Your father is still moping around in the other room, Dante said, looking to the right. Logan was almost certainly growling at Emma to let him meet Laura. You know he attacked a S.H.I.E.L.D. facility alone to see you. Laura's eyes widened in surprise. Doesn't he know how strong the Nimrod machines are against mutants? Is he stupid? It was Dante's turn to be surprised. That's the real threat for mutants. He was kind of confused to hear X-23 being S.H.I.E.L.D's secret weapon stopping mutants from acting. Nick Fury having multiple Nimrod in his arsenal would definitely stop mutants from acting unruly. Only Omega-level mutants like Magneto and Storm stood a chance to fight Nimrod's ability to adapt to mutant powers. Fortunately, Dante could just stop Nimrod's existence with Death's powers. He was steadily growing stronger to make the link last longer. Laura stared at him. I asked you something. He couldn't help but smile. She was clearly angry at Logan, but at the same time, she was curious to know more about her supposed biological father. Because you're his daughter, he said. He was caught and brainwashed to act as an attack dog for the Hand. And even after all of that, he still wants to see you. She lowered her gaze, staring at her hands. Her claws had retracted at some point during the conversation without her noticing. When she looked back up, there was a fierce look on her face. He should have done that when they were training me to kill, she growled. Why show up now, when I have a stable life? The Real wound showed itself. This was exactly why Dante hadn't let Logan meet her yet. Laura had spent far more of her life as a weapon than she ever had with any kind of family. She needed to remember Sarah's warmth before meeting Logan. Is it stable, Laura? Do they love you there? Dante asked bluntly. Does Agent Hill tuck you in at night and tell you you're more than a killing machine? Laura fell silent for several long seconds. Finally, she shook her head. They gave me food, clothes, and a place to live and I don't feel pain. Basic survival needs and the absence of pain don't make a stable life, Laura. Even caged birds get more than that. He stretched his hand, offering rather than demanding. He gave her a choice. Leave S.H.I.E.L.D. and come with me. I'll give you everything without having to kill. I'll give you a normal life and a family who cares about you as Laura. He paused, making sure she was really listening. This is what Sarah would have wanted for you. Using Sarah's name wasn't fair, but her mother would certainly not mind if it was to help Laura. Sarah's name wouldn't get such a response if she didn't care deeply for Laura. Laura didn't immediately slap his hand away or trigger her claws in defensive aggression, which meant she was genuinely hesitating. She should have already noticed how her life in S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't all sunshine and rainbows. Don't you want to learn what actually happened to your mother Sarah? Dante pressed her more, seeing the opening. Don't you want to know how you magically forgot the woman who gave birth to you? He slowly closed his fist. Or do you want Sarah to be forgotten like she didn't matter? No. The roar came from deep in her soul. She lunged forward and grabbed his fist. Her eyes had gone shiny with unshed tears. I want to know, I want to learn more about Sarah. She was almost crying as she spoke. I want to know what they took from me. Please. The please at the end nearly broke his heart. This was probably the first time this girl had asked for anything instead of just obeying orders. And it was to learn more about her most likely dead mother. We'll contact Natasha Romanoff, he said gently, turning his fist over so he could actually hold Laura's hands properly. It would be a miracle if Natasha didn't sympathize with Laura since they had a similar childhood. We'll find out what happened to Sarah Kinney. I promise. Why are you doing this? She asked, still confused by someone taking such an active role in improving her life. What do you gain from this? People don't just help. Logan's going to owe me big time for getting you out. He gave a straightforward answer, squeezing her hand gently. And I get to feel like I actually accomplished something good. Like fucking up Nick Fury. Natasha's POV. Natasha stood alone in a firing range, working through her daily training regimen. The Glock 19 in her hands roared, each shot punching through the target center. If her target was a person, every bullet would have hit them right in the forehead. Even though she had acquired supernatural powers, she never slacked off on the fundamentals. Black Widow's missions required skills that the supernatural power couldn't give her. Besides, the power wasn't really hers. It was borrowed. If that connection ever severed, she would be right back to baseline human capabilities. Better to keep her skills sharp. She ejected the spent magazine and slapped in a fresh one. Her eyes involuntarily went to the shooting lane beside her. Usually, Clint would be there, taking a relaxed stance with a compound bow in hand. He would make the most absurdly difficult trick shots look effortless. But Clint had been missing for a week now, his fate unknown after he had gone dark during a solo operation on Oscorp Island. Under normal circumstance, Nick Fury would have launched a full investigation immediately. Hawkeye was one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s top agents. They would never want to lose someone of his caliber. This time, the director only decided to act after the Hand had attacked Oscorp Island. Something strange was happening both inside and outside of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s sphere. Something only the ones at the top were aware of. Should I judge everyone's sins? The chain in her chest pulsed gleefully. She smirked. Nope. She was lining up another shot when her phone started buzzing against her hip. Unknown caller. Her eyes narrowed. Nobody should have her official number except her direct S.H.I.E.L.D. contacts, and none of them would show up as unknown. Could it be Clint? She holstered the Glock, pulled off her ear protection, and answered the call. Who is this? Your skullmate Dante. The name crushed her hopes. He must have gotten her contact from Laura. Why are you contacting me? She asked coldly. Is it about Laura? Correct. She heard the noise of metal scraping against the floor. Laura is also hearing you, by the way. Hey, say hello to your colleague. A beat of silence, then Laura's voice came through. Natasha, I need your help. Laura seemed quieter than usual. Dante's exasperated sigh crackled through the speaker. I told you to say hello, not to cry for help, geez. I'm not asking for that type of help. Laura's tone carried the faintest feel of what might have been, annoyance, or so it felt like this. Natasha, help Dante. Natasha was quite confused. Shouldn't Laura be asking Natasha to rescue her since she was, well, a hostage? Why was her fellow agent asking Natasha to help the man who took her hostage? Why was Laura getting along with Dante? Stockholm Syndrome? No, it won't kick in after one night. But she clenched her left fist. If Dante had done anything to Laura, she would unleash the full power of her spirit. Natasha. Dante's voice again, and this time, he sounded serious. We need Laura's friend right now, not S.H.I.E.L.D.'s agent. Can you do that for her? Natasha immediately recognized the manipulation tactic, classic emotional leverage designed to create false conflict. Position himself as Laura's ally while framing S.H.I.E.L.D. as the adversary. It was almost certainly part of a larger strategy to convince Laura to cut her ties with S.H.I.E.L.D. and stay with Logan. Natasha hadn't known Logan was Laura's biological father. Even knowing that, she didn't particularly want to return Laura to Wolverine's custody. Logan's past was long and troubled. He had been a weapon for various organizations, a man who carried too much guilt. That history didn't make him a terrible father, but it didn't exactly inspire confidence either. At least in S.H.I.E.L.D. she could look after Laura and make sure she wasn't exploited too badly for her powers. Still, what do you need? She chose to humor Dante because Fury had ordered her to maintain positive relations with him. She would receive another warning from Hill if Dante said he didn't want to join S.H.I.E.L.D. because a certain redhead wasn't very cooperative. Playing along with him would save her a lot of trouble. Natasha, can you confirm if Logan attacked a S.H.I.E.L.D. facility in New Jersey? Dante asked. Official records should have reports. He did. He was neutralized within minutes. She had only heard about the incident in passing. Wolverine going feral wasn't exactly unprecedented, so nobody had made a big deal out of it. Can you check who defeated Logan? I think that person is behind wiping a portion of Laura's memories. His voice had gone cold, hiding a fierce anger. Bring them to me. I want to see everything in person. Black Widow saw a prime opportunity to lure the prey in her web. Then she remembered Fury's words. I should stick to orders. Besides, she was also curious about Laura's missing memories and how it connected to this Sarah Dante kept mentioning yesterday. How a mutant ended up being a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent was still a mystery. Oh, and while you're accessing classified databases, Dante spoke in a friendly voice. Get me every facility operating under Norman. Shell companies, sites, every location linked to him. He started making more demands now that she had agreed to help with the first request. Being kind and helpful only makes others exploit you in this world. Why Norman? What did he do? He harassed my mom, killed my dog, and robbed my father's grave. I'm on my way to destroy everything he owns. Be serious. I'll share it when we meet. I'll text you the meeting place later, he said. Don't let anyone else know you accessed these files. You know how to do that, right? Natasha couldn't stop the amused smile from spreading across her face. He was asking if the Black Widow, the woman who had become a legendary Black Ops agent in the international circle, he was asking if she knew how to stay covert. It was like asking a spider if it knew how to spin a web. I'll manage. Laura, are you listening? Yes, Natasha, Laura said. I am right here. Laura, she spoke in a soft voice. Are you sure about this? Silence stretched on the other end of the line. I don't want to go berserk anymore, Laura said in a low, uncertain voice. I don't feel good after it happens. I don't like it. She knew that feeling intimately. That specific feeling of self-disgust and helplessness was what had drawn Natasha to turn her back on the Red Room in the first place. And Laura was expressing the same desperate need to be something more than a programmed killer. Closing her eyes, she said, I'll help you. If Laura truly wanted to get out for a peaceful life, Natasha would help. Even if it meant crossing Maria Hill. Even if it meant defying Nick Fury's direct orders. After all, Natasha Romanoff had joined S.H.I.E.L.D. to perform good deeds, not watch a girl be helplessly exploited mission after mission. Fury might be right. Dante is fit to be the cornerstone of Avengers Initiative. 74, Team Challenge. Random Art. Dante let Logan have a one-on-one conversation with his daughter in private. Their first meeting wouldn't be smooth. Laura would hurl accusations about his absence during her worst years and might even try to stab him out of sheer anger. But it was a necessary challenge if Logan wanted any chance of becoming her real father, not just her biological one. The alternative was Logan walking away, pretending he had never learned of her existence. Most people wouldn't blame him for that choice. After all, he hadn't known Laura existed until that anonymous text arrived. What's more, she was the product of a relationship that had lasted barely 2 months with a woman he had lost contact with 2 decades ago. Logan was too responsible to make such a choice. Emma approached Dante in the hallway, her heels clicking sharply against the floor. I'm going nowhere, Dante cut her off with a smile. You'll stay here and watch over our guests. Psylocke and I have some business to tend to. Psylocke, who had been leaning against the wall with her arms crossed, straightened up. Her violet eyes fixed on Dante with visible confusion, silently asking what business they could possibly have together that excluded Emma. Our spar. Her eyes widened slightly before narrowing with anticipation. She turned toward Emma with a decisive look. Do as he says. The White Queen's ice-blue eyes flicked between the two of them, her eyebrows arching in disbelief. You want to spar with each other? Emma asked, glancing at the door behind them. While I stand guard here like some security guard. Is that what you're suggesting, dear? She repeated her words with honeyed venom. It was a threat to both of them to reconsider their audacious decision immediately. The White Queen hired others to act as her watchdogs. She did not perform that function for anyone else, regardless of temporary alliances or mutual interests. Her pride was too high for such trivial tasks. Dante crossed his arms over his chest, meeting Emma's sharp gaze without flinching. That's exactly what I want, Emma dear. Psylocke, what about you? Psylocke mirrored his stance perfectly, violet eyes piercing into Emma. I looked after them the entire night. You can't manage half an hour. The implication was clear. Are you that ungrateful to your friend? Emma's expression darkened. She had just been called incompetent to her face by her own friend, no less, and in front of a man who was clearly enjoying every second of this exchange. I won't be doing it, Emma stated firmly, taking the same tone as when Dante had pushed her to the edge of accepting her demise. He brought those guests here. Let him fill in for your absence. Psylocke's confident expression faltered slightly. She had apparently run out of ideas to argue Emma's logic, so she turned to him for advice. Dante. He leaned closer to Psylocke and whispered, say, I don't care about that. Dante didn't ask me to do it. You did. Psylocke straightened up and delivered the line with perfect conviction. You asked me to guard them last night. Now I'm asking you in return. It's between us. Emma stared at the two of them, this utterly unlikely alliance colluding against her. In their quest to punch each other in the face, they were willing to sacrifice Emma's pride and dignity. Dante smiled provocatively, waiting for Emma's next move. The small, reasonable request had somehow turned into a game of wits, which he was thoroughly enjoying. Watching the arrogant and show-off telepath squirm helplessly was always a pleasure. Emma thought hard and suddenly revealed a sweet smile. You may leave, she said graciously, even waving her hand in a goodbye like a good friend. The sudden shift set off alarm bells in Dante's head. What are you scheming? Nothing. Psylocke helps me a lot. I should accommodate my friend every once in a while. Yeah, she definitely had something up her sleeve. Psylocke turned toward Dante. The experience of minds like Doctor Strange, Taskmaster, Sue Storm, and Hyperion combined with his own enhanced intelligence made it quite easy to read Psylocke's silent messages. Do you dare walk directly into Emma's trap? Was what her eyes asked. He smirked. You think I'm afraid of her? Emma wouldn't go overboard with her petty revenge tricks. And even if she did try something, well, he had no reason to be afraid. She knew his strength more than anyone, she knew how he could utterly destroy everything she had built. Then what are we waiting for? Psylocke decisively walked down the hallway, looking eager to have a training partner. He felt the same since she was the best available opponent to test his new limits in pure skill. He waved at Emma with a smile. I'll see you later, dear. Emma stared at him with a blank look on her face. Be careful not to slip on the stairs and fall to your death, sweetheart. Who will mess with you if I'm not around? He followed Psylocke because she knew the place better than he did. The air grew noticeably warmer as they entered the Academy's main gymnasium. The space itself was impressive, easily matching the facilities at Empire State University's complex, but with a considerably more open area dedicated to sparring. You want to spar here? Dante asked, glancing around the empty gym. Psylocke pointed toward a small, ordinary door in the very back corner of the room, half hidden behind a stack of gymnastic mats. Basement. I'm guessing it's a special training ground for Hellions. Correct. They descended a narrow stairwell that seemed to go down much farther than a normal basement should. The temperature continued to rise, becoming comfortably warm near the entrance below. Psylocke looked more amused than concerned by this development, which told Dante everything he needed to know. Angelica. Yeah, she comes here to train. The underground training facility was on an entirely different level than the gym above. The space was almost half the size of the academy. In simple terms, it was massive. It had dedicated training rooms with names for every Hellion member to practice their powers in controlled environments. The center of the facility was a large open arena covered with mats. Emma hadn't spared any expense on this setup to train her students. It seemed more advanced than early versions of the X-Men's Danger Room. Something else surprised him more than the facility itself: the presence of the entire Hellions roster. Manuel de la Rocha stood in the center of the arena with every single member of the Hellions arranged behind him like a proper team. All of them were dressed in their official uniforms, striking magenta and black bodysuits. The color scheme was probably a symbol of Emma's femininity and her dark nature. Sharon Smith, Cat's Eye, was the only one ignoring the uniform code. Angelica Jones was also present, despite not technically being an official member of the team. She wore a simplified version of the uniform without the black part. The nervous expression on her face was saying she wasn't entirely sure why she was here. The only person conspicuously absent was James Proudstar Thunderbird too. He had probably found a different path in this timeline, or someone else got to him before Emma. That's the guy who got you? Asked the tallest member of the group, a muscular man with short, curly black hair and a serious look. Jetstream. Real name Harun al-Rashid. Had a mutant ability that allowed him to generate thermochemical energy through his skin and use it for rocket-propelled flight. He crossed his arms and looked Dante up and down dismissively. Doesn't look that special. Don't underestimate him, Roulette warned, stepping forward slightly. Her blonde hair was pulled back in a high ponytail. He's a seriously skilled martial artist, and he's completely immune to empathy as psychic manipulation. My discs will still get him, though. As if to emphasize her point, she manifested 2 floating Chinook discs. Dante remembered their effects. The black disc floating near her left hand created bad luck for her enemies, and the red disc floating near her right hand boosted the luck of her allies, all by creating a probability field around their targets. Roulette's powers could be stupidly powerful or completely useless. Probability manipulation was notoriously finicky like that. Angelica nodded in quiet support for Roulette. She had also been present when Dante sent empathy flying with one flick. Dante is very powerful, Sharon said enthusiastically from the back of the group. Her form began to ripple. Her skeletal structure expanded with a series of cracks and pops. Within seconds, she had transformed into a purple-furred panther form, easily weighing over 500 pounds. Her face had become like a saber-toothed cat with a broad maw full of sharp fangs. The most intimidating part was still her razor-sharp talons. They looked sharp enough to cut through steel. Unlike a panther, her form was enhanced like a werewolf walking on all 4. She was built to brawl, not hunt. But Cat's Eye has very sharp claws, will cut warm Dante if needed. Cat's Eye is strong too. Despite inhabiting a body that could maul a grizzly bear, she still sounded adorable. It seemed like she didn't actually want to hurt him, but was trying to convince herself she could. Tarot stood slightly apart from the group, quietly shuffling her tarot deck. She seemed more interested in her cards than the team. Psylocke turned to him, and he understood her silent gaze. What did you do to make all these children want to fight you? Dante's lips curved into a smirk. Here for revenge. Empathy stepped forward, consciously taking on the role of team leader. As confident as he wanted to appear, there was still a flicker of fear in his eyes when he looked directly at Dante. No, he said, lifting his chin. We're here to challenge you as a team. A smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth, betraying his true thoughts. So what if you can defeat me alone in a hallway? I'll crush you with the power of numbers. How dare you humiliate me in front of my team? Now you'll pay for it. That's such a cute thought, Dante said in a tone dripping with contempt. He swept his gaze over the rest of Hellions, meeting each of their eyes in turn. All of you want to fight me? Roulette tossed her ponytail over her shoulder and laughed. The Queen has forbidden us from fighting the X-Men. Miss Psylocke refuses to go all out against us during training. You're literally our only chance to engage a powerful opponent in a real team fight scenario. Unlike Empathy, she seemed to be excited about using her powers in a fight. Cat's Eye tilted her head with a conflicted look. Cat's Eye likes warm Dante. Cat's Eye also wants to make Emma proud. She scratched the ground with one claw. Dante, train with us, please. It seemed everyone except Empathy shared similar feelings. They weren't here to be Manuel's lackeys in a revenge scheme, they were here to improve their team coordination and test themselves against a strong opponent. A look of anticipation brightened Psylocke's normally stoic features. She seemed to be looking forward to his battle against the group of young mutants. Dante shook his head slowly. You guys will improve your coordination and get valuable combat experience. But what will I get out of this? Nothing. The room fell silent for a moment. Fishing for benefits, huh? Manuel laughed scornfully. Alright, I'll bite. What do you want? His manner suggested he didn't consider the possibility of his entire team losing to a single opponent. Dante raised one finger. If I win, I get to command your team for one day, at a time of my choosing. They exchanged glances. These mutants were young and relatively inexperienced, but they had incredible potential for growth. Just Roulette's probability manipulation could turn the tide if she could make the effect stronger. Angelica had great potential for large-scale destruction. If anything, he could always use them for lesser tasks. He absolutely wouldn't fight them without benefits. I won't put you against an unbeatable enemy, and I won't let you die either. He looked at Empathy. Deal. You'll have to convince the Queen, Empathy replied. She oversees where we use our powers. S.H.I.E.L.D. is a major pain in the ass. Dante waved his hands dismissively. Your Queen won't mind. Alright, Manuel agreed, though he didn't look entirely convinced. Dante walked toward the center of the arena, rolling his shoulders to loosen up. Solar radiation began to flow through his muscles, warming him from the inside out. Come on, then. Let's get this over with. He still had problems to worry about. S.H.I.E.L.D. was partially solved with Laura's cooperation. As for Norman, he would go on a solo hunt to reclaim Venom's fragments as soon as Natasha relayed the facility locations. Norman already knew Skullfire was acting against him after the Oscorp Island incident. He may as well go all out in disrupting the billionaire's plans. Skullfire is such an easy name. I'll set up a public interview to change it. He hadn't decided on a replacement yet, but it sure as hell wouldn't be simple like Skullfire. Maybe something that actually fitted his power set. My powers come from Nexus and Null, so Void Nexus. Sounds a bit edgy. Mr. Nexus for more friendly vibes, Death Nexus to quietly add his relationship, Silver Nexus for Sylvvaja or Black Nexus for Felicia. The options were endless. He would need to give it a proper thought. 75 destroyed. Random art. Sharon rushed at Dante with her massive, muscular limbs closing the distance in ground-shaking strides. Here comes Cat's Eye. Dante found it hard to take Sharon seriously when she announced her attacks like that. Her massive curved talons swiped at his chest in a wide arc. Dante sidestepped smoothly, grabbed her extended foreleg, and used her considerable momentum to redirect her past him in a classic judo throw. Her 500-pound body flew through the air. She recovered mid-air with a graceful barrel roll and planted her feet on the ground. Right away, Dante came face-to-face with Jetstream, who had sneakily flown at him while Catsy's massive figure covered his vision. They were coordinating attacks, taking him as a real threat, as they should. Jetstream added thrust to his feet mid-flight and threw a devastating uppercut aimed at Dante's chin. The speed was incredible, but it failed to catch him by surprise. He had only had to tilt his dodge. The quick uppercut passed within an inch of his jaw. Crap. Jetstream's eyes widened in shock as he realized he had overcommitted. His trajectory carried him straight upward like a misfired rocket. He barely managed to halt himself a few centimeters from the ceiling. Roulette. Manuel yelled, taking command from the sidelines since his emotion manipulation abilities were completely useless against Dante. Bad luck to him right now. Good luck enhancement for everyone else. Roulette's eyes gleamed with competitive excitement. She hurled a black Shinik disc at Dante like it was a frisbee. The disc disappeared before he could destroy it. Roulette generated 4 red discs and sent them spiraling toward her teammates. Each one merged with its target in a flash of crimson light. Dante was curious if this would be enough to make the impossible possible. Great. Taro, your turn. Manuel approached the quiet teenager still busy with her cards. Do some magic. Taro's dark eyes began to glow with a radiance as she spread her arms. The entire tarot deck flew out of her hands and began rotating around her body in a perfect circle, each card glowing with golden energy. 2 cards suddenly flared brighter than the rest and shot forward. I summoned Devil and Knight of Swords. 2 giant creatures materialized from pure Shinik energy. The first was a towering humanoid figure standing nearly 12 feet tall, with thick fur covering its muscular body, the horned head of a goat with burning yellow eyes, and enormous bat-like wings stretching from its back. The second was an imposing armored knight mounted on a massive black warhorse. It was holding a longsword high in one hand. Nice, they have the best combat capabilities. Empathy looked satisfied with Taro's powers. His earlier fear was being replaced by confidence as he coordinated his teammates. Cat's Eye and Jetstream, don't let him recover. Angelica, go charge up your big boom. The knight's horse galloped and the devil creature flew at him with its bat-like wings. Sharon had already recovered from her throw and launched herself back at him. Cat's Eye will beat up the warm human. Try dodging this one, pal. Jetstream dove from the ceiling like a human missile. Dante was pinched from every direction, yet there wasn't a flicker of panic on his face. He filled his legs with solar radiation and launched himself toward Jetstream. In a situation where most fighters would panic and make a defensive mistake, the young mutant clearly hadn't expected Dante to take the initiative and close distance with the aerial attacker. Still, Jetstream wasn't a complete rookie. His combat instincts kicked in. He angled his body and fired thermochemical blasts from his feet. The explosive thrust rocketed him downward at Dante like a human missile. His fists led the charge, positioned to crash Dante. The sky belonged to him and him alone. Dante had no intention of tanking that hit. He swung his leg upward, a classic crescent kick without a single wasted motion. His boot made a perfect semicircle through the air before catching Jetstream right under his chin. Jetstream's body jolted backward and crashed to the mat. Eyes closed, lights out. Dante hadn't put much strength in the kick. Jetstream's own momentum had done this much damage. First one down. Sharon charged past the spot where Dante had been a split second earlier. Her claws gouged the mat, leaving long gashes. Dante, cat's eye will catch you. She sounded more thrilled than disappointed to have been duped, riding that surge of primal excitement a cat experiences when chasing their prey. Her wildly swinging tail was a telltale sign. Dante bounced off after the kick, riding the momentum to land perfectly on the black horse's armored head, using it as a stepping stone. The warhorse reared back with a high-pitched neigh, trying to dislodge him. Dante's balance wasn't disrupted in the slightest. Taro, attack. Empathy yelled, anxiety creeping back into his voice as their coordinated assault fell apart. Shut up, Taro snapped at the so-called team leader. I know what to do. The Knight of Swords swung its massive greatsword in a horizontal slash, aiming at Dante's legs, trying to cut him down while he was mid-landing. At the same time, the devil construct dove from his right side, claws extended to impale him. He gently tapped his foot against the horse's skull the same way one kicked the ground to gain momentum. The gentle tap released a quiet, explosive force. The horse exploded in a shower of golden particles. The knight crashed to the ground. Dante slipped past the devil and landed on the ground. The knight got to his feet with his sword and charged at Dante. The devil maneuvered, joining its fellow card in the assault. He brushed the devil's claw with the back of his hand, redirecting the attack's entire momentum casually. The sharp claws passed millimeters from his face. At the same time, he slapped the longsword, stabbing at his chest. Clenching both fists, he punched both Chinook constructs at the same time. The devil construct exploded in a burst of brilliant golden light, dissolving back into its original card form. The knight's armor only stopped his fist for a moment before he drove it right to the other side. It also returned to its card form. The coordinated assault still wasn't over as a shadow appeared behind him. He didn't need to turn around to identify Cat's Eye pouncing at him. He could read the flow of battle with his eyes closed if necessary. Such was the battle sense born from combining Taskmaster's decades of experience with Shang-Chi's pure martial skills. He turned just enough to see her mid-pounce. The excitement in her eyes was unparalleled, as though she was already imagining Dante pinned under her giant body. His body reacted right away. Hips coiled tight and weight shifted to his front leg, then his rear leg shot straight back at Sharon's open maw. There was no wind-up or dramatic movement. A dull, meaty crack echoed through the training room as his leg connected with Sharon's face. Her massive body ragdolled through the air before crashing down nearly 10 meters away, sliding another few centimeters from residual momentum. By the time his foot returned to the floor, he had already pivoted to face her landing spot. He could have easily destroyed her jaw if he added more solar radiation. Of course, he had held back significantly on the adorable cat who had been sharing breakfast with him like an hour ago. Death wouldn't be happy with the death of her favorite cat either. He wasn't a monster. Sharon groaned and pushed herself upright, shaking her enormous head. Instead of charging recklessly again, she began circling sideways, amber eyes locked on him. She was learning in real time, waiting for an opening like a true predator would. Take more luck, Sharon. Roulette hurled another red disc, which merged with Sharon's large body. I don't know if it stacks though, but take as much as you want. Good luck is good. Dante will be defeated, Sharon growled. Hellions will win. Stop fooling yourself, Sharon. Dante shook his head. Are you banking on Angelica's big boom? Big boom. Yes. Both of them glanced at Angelica, immediately giving away their strategy of buying time for Angelica. Angelica Jones was standing quiet, her eyes closed in deep concentration. The microwaves under her control had reached such intensity that they created a visible red aura around her entire body. The temperature around had spiked to the point everyone else had retreated. She slowly rose into the air. When she opened her eyes and met Dante's gaze, she gave him an apologetic smile, as if she felt guilty of attacking him. Miss Emma said you'll survive anything, she said softly, yet it reached everyone in the silent training room. It's still going to hurt like hell. I'm sorry. She pointed both hands in his direction, took a deep breath, and mentally pushed the accumulated microwaves. An intense wave of superheated microwaves wrapped around Dante. He burst into flames. The heat was extraordinary, it could have easily turned a human ash in seconds. His clothes burned right away. This was Emma's revenge for making her stand guard. She hadn't just ordered everyone to engage in a team fight against Dante, she had specifically instructed Angelica to use her most devastating attack. Everyone was allowed to go all out. But Emma didn't know about the helio reactor burning deep in his chest. It sucked in the microwave radiation. As unique as Angelica's power to manipulate and generate microwaves was, these microwaves were fundamentally still a component of solar radiation, and his cells breathed that. The flames slowly faded away, revealing his form to the Hellions waiting in anticipation and fear. Empathy was grinning to see his charred black clothes, but that joy turned into disappointment when he noticed the unmarked skin under. Roulette and Tarot showed the same reaction. The burnt clothes suddenly glowed with soft silver light and returned to pristine condition. It was Death, quietly using her reality-warping power from the shadows to make his life just a tiny bit easier. He brushed a speck of ash from his shoulder. Any other surprises? That was my strongest attack, Angelica said as she descended slowly back to the floor. Despite the disappointing results, there was a refreshing smile on her face. I'm glad nobody got seriously hurt. Tarot collected her cards and glared at Roulette. I told you about the inevitable collapse when I got Tower in my reading. Nobody listened to me. Probability manipulation can't fix impossible odds. Roulette chuckled, raising both hands in dramatic surrender. She lightly kicked Empathy's butt. Manny, make the call. Empathy stood frozen in complete shock, staring at Dante like he had just witnessed something that fundamentally broke his understanding. Finally, he seemed to snap out of it. His shoulders sagged in total defeat. It's our loss. Sharon immediately shrank back to her housecat size. She darted across the training room and leaped onto Dante's shoulder, immediately rubbing her face against his cheek and purring loudly. So warm. Dante reached up and stroked the soft spot under her chin, earning an even louder rumble of satisfaction. You gave a good fight, Sharon. That last pounce almost got me. He would have struggled to win yesterday without Venom or biokinesis augmentation. The coordination the Hellions displayed was rough, but still quite effective. It wouldn't have been a clean victory. Today, though, he was unstoppable. Psylocke walked to the center of the arena. She stopped about 10 feet away and met his gaze with those intense violet eyes. He didn't need any experience to understand her current thoughts. Finally, a worthy opponent. Before he headed to Psylocke, he took out his phone and took a selfie with Sharon being affectionate with him. He was going to send it to Felicia alone but decided to create a group with both Sylvvaja and Felicia. He chose an appropriate name for it. Family with a heart emoji. He sent the selfie and pocketed his phone. Both of them were probably sleeping after staying up late yesterday. Sharon. He gently lifted the cat from his shoulder and set her down on the floor. I have another match now. You should watch from a safe distance. Ah, a match with Psylocke. Sharon's ears perked up, her tail swishing behind her excitedly. Cat's Eye will watch with Angel. She bounded toward Angelica and leaped onto the redhead's head in one graceful jump, settling there like a hat. Angelica smiled and reached up to steady her. Sharon, you naughty little kitten. Keep Cat's Eye warm. Angelica laughed. Your greed sickens me. Cat's Eye is greedy because it's cold. Cat's Eye not sick. Dante was glad these two weren't affected by the defeat. Roulette and Tarot, who had both been heading toward the exit, stopped mid-step and turned around. After a brief glance at each other, they silently moved to the sidelines to watch. Manuel, who was about to drag the still groggy Jetstream, propped him up against the wall before joining his teammates. Nobody wanted to miss this. 76. The Real Match, Part 1. Random Art. Dante joined Psylocke in the center of the arena. Facing her like this, knowing he could actually defeat her, filled him with a sense of excitement. He kept telling himself he only wanted to grow stronger to protect his people and prevent others from bullying him. To never be weak. But with the truth staring him in the face, he had to acknowledge it. He enjoyed the thrill of fighting regardless of stakes. The rush of adrenaline, the chess match of predicting movements, and the physical satisfaction were unbeatable. Sylvvaja and Ava were to be blamed for his change. They had given him the most thrilling battles of his life. This battle was actually a bit reminiscent of his first match with Sylvvaja when she wanted to test him. Their entire relationship would have gone completely differently if he hadn't won using tricks. Sylvvaja would have never opened her heart to a weaker man. She needed someone who wouldn't break under the weight of her responsibilities. It wouldn't happen with Psylocke though, right? Well, he was simultaneously hoping it would and hoping it wouldn't. Such were the conflicted feelings of a man who desired beauty but also feared pushing away his current lovers with this greed. How do you want to do this? Psylocke asked. What are the rules? He took a deep breath to push down the distracting thoughts. This was about the fight. Just the fight. He had plenty of stuff to chase beauties after he was free from trouble. Whoever loses the ability to continue fighting is out. A simple but effective rule that left no room for ambiguity. Anything was allowed like it would be in a real fight. Psylocke's gaze dropped to the katana at her hip, then back to his face. Should I not use my katana? His skin and muscles became more durable, but he still couldn't take a katana attack without defense-focused enhancement from biokinesis. It was better since he would get a feel of how far he could push the blend of solar radiation and pure martial arts. You can use whatever you want, he replied with complete confidence. I promise I won't die, and I won't let you die either. With Death's Link, he could survive nearly anything. With biokinesis, he could save a dying man. Combining the two, he could theoretically resurrect the dead. Don't worry about exhaustion either. Go all out. Show me how strong you are. Psylocke's katana sang as it left the sheath. A small smile appeared on her face that even she might not have noticed. They say a man can die but never break a promise. I'll hold you to yours. I don't take my promises lightly. He smiled. Before we start, I should mention I'm immune to psychic attacks. Psylocke shifted her grip slightly, holding the katana out to her right side in a classic kendo stance. The blade was angled right toward his throat. It would be far more satisfying to make this a test of skills. Dante nodded in respect. I'll only use my solar power to boost my physical strength. Nothing else. It was Psylocke's turn to show a hint of approval. Your honesty is refreshing. It's the complete opposite of Emma's approach. Somehow you two still manage to get along. It's like that old saying about the opposites attracting each other, he replied, taking steps to circle slowly to the left while she mirrored him to the right. People clash more with those who are similar to them because you already know what the other person is like. With opposites, there's always something new to discover. She considered his take for a moment and nodded. An interesting philosophy. Emma is an interesting person. We can discuss Emma's many fascinating qualities later, Psylocke replied, conveying the rest of her thoughts. For now, I suggest you focus entirely on my blade. Come. Psylocke exploded forward, closing the 7-meter gap in a blur of purple. Her katana came screaming down in a diagonal slash from his left shoulder toward his right hip. The katana's arc was too wide for him to simply sidestep. He had to intercept the blade. His body reacted before the conscious thought. His left hand shot up and caught the blade mid-swing between his palm and fingersaw technique called QNN, seizing and controlling. The katana's momentum stopped dead barely 3 inches from his chest. Any slower and he would have a large gash on his chest. Any faster and his fingers would have been severed clean off. Psylocke's face showed surprise at the impossible catch. It didn't stop her from firming her grip and applying more force to the katana. As firm as his grip was, her blade was too slippery to be held like that. He was a bit careless in assuming the blade didn't have enough travel distance to generate the momentum for a deep cut. Yet, a clean cut opened across the area between his thumb and index finger, and blood welled instantly. Sharp. Psylocke's slash had barely any strength behind the slip. It was just the sword edge, which was special. He switched his grip to hold the dull side and shoved the weapon away using 2 shoe-pushing hands principles. She flowed with the redirection and took 3 steps backward to stabilize. She reset her stance into Chita no Kami, middle guard position, her blade angled right toward his throat. This katana is an ancient relic. You'll lose your head if you're careless with it. Dante glanced at the blood dripping from his hand, then back at her blade. No wonder. This world had too many metals, which were sharper and more durable than the sharpest steel. Her katana could have been forged with any higher-tier metal back when exotic metals were hoarded by the ruling class. The fight had just gotten considerably more challenging. He had to be extremely careful about how he deflected her blade now. It was just so damn sharp. Psylocke tightened her grip and dashed forward again, this time with a horizontal slash aimed at his midsection, the simple yet effective Kesajiri, priest robe cut. Dante shifted his weight and applied Ujn neutralizing force to redirect her blade's momentum rather than opposing it directly. The katana whistled past his ribs, missing by centimeters. Psylocke stepped back and pressed the assault, transitioning her style into Jaden no Kami, high guard, and bringing the katana down in an overhead chop kabutowari, helmet splitter. His head would have split in half if he hadn't sidestepped in time. The overhead strike left Psylocke wide open for a split second. He drove his palm toward her ribs using CNJN, inch force, a short-range explosive strike. An invisible force intercepted his hand before it touched her and shoved it away. He saw eyes glowing with brilliant violet light and the ethereal wings of a butterfly spreading past her face like a butterfly mask. Telekinesis. Psylocke settled into Gita no Kama F lower guard. Her katana pointed its tip at his knees, hands held low near her right hip. The stance looked passive, almost defensive, like she was giving a chance to strike. It was a trap to create false security. The butterfly silhouette covered her face again as she borrowed power from her telekinesis to close the distance in a blink-like teleportation. And she slashed, aiming to bisect him from hip to opposite shoulder. He evaded right, feeling the wind rush past his face. Psylocke had already transitioned into the next attack. The rising cut reached its peak near her left shoulder. Without pause, she dropped her full weight behind a vertical chop meant to split his Skulkuri Arashi downward slash. Gravity and muscle worked in perfect harmony. Dante had to step back from the attack. The blade's momentum carried it to its lowest point. Her stance shifted naturally with the flow. Her arms moved in a blur as she performed a thrust. The katana's tip shot toward his solar plexus like a bullet released from a gun. He had to use every bit of control over his muscles to move away. The thrust still grazed his side, cutting through his jacket and making a shallow wound. 3 strikes in less than 2 seconds, each strike borrowing strength from the last. Psylocke didn't give him a chance to breathe. She instantly unleashed another flow of attacks, just as fast and devastating. She had great mastery over the sword and her footwork was immaculate as well. She maintained perfect distance, never getting so close his fists would knock her out and never letting him get out of the lethal range of her katana. He wove through the storm of her offense, his hand flowing with the fluidity of waterbending, flowing, but never stopping as he deflected each cut with minimal contact. Right now, he wasn't just focused. He had entered what Shang-Chi called no self, a flow state where conscious thought dissolved and pure reaction took over. He wasn't only focusing on defense either. Every opening he found, he launched a counterattack. But every time he thought he would land an attack, an invisible force would slow down his offense or shove him back. Psylocke's eyes were sharp and focused. Her signature butterfly had become permanent with how often she had to use it. She was giving her all to read his movements, having a hard time just to keep up with his counterattacks. It wasn't like her reaction time was much slower than him. His attacks were just that polished, every movement perfected to exert the most force without any wasted motion. Her strategy had become simple: commit everything to offense, using her blade and physical power to pressure him relentlessly, while her telekinesis handled the defense. Meanwhile, Dante had to evade every single slash. One mistake meant losing his head, an arm, or straight-up disembowelment. Psylocke possessed three overwhelming advantages. Reaction time and awareness to pull off a defense so disgusting that it put the top martial artist in the world at a disadvantage, physical strength that surpassed his solar radiation amplified form, and a weapon so sharp it could probably cut through adamantium given enough force. Fighting her felt like fighting two opponents at once. Clever, Dante muttered, narrowly avoiding a thrust. Wasn't this meant to be a pure skill contest? Psylocke answered without stopping her offense, this is part of my skills. However, her eyes conveyed a different emotion. Without this, I'd have suffered a humiliating defeat. I can't argue with that. This time, he dashed at her. It was the right move. He couldn't allow her to go all out of offense again and again. The butterfly silhouette reappeared. It wasn't for defense this time, as he felt invisible pressure wrap around his ankle. The push was just enough to make him stumble. I know I said no rules, but that still feels like cheating. Psylocke had already reserved her blade to perform a horizontal slash at his neck. He dropped into a crouch. The blade passed close enough to trim a few hairs. Coiling his legs, he went for a rising elbow strike. DNG upward elbow. Her katana's flat side intercepted the elbow with a metallic clang. The impact sent a vibration up his arms, and she experienced the same. They separated for a few moments, then crashed together again. The fight became a whirlwind. Blade against fist. They moved so fast the Hellions watching from the sidelines could barely track individual exchanges. On the side, Roulette's jaw hung open. Are we actually seeing this? Taro shuffled her cards nervously. The tower keeps appearing. Collapse is inevitable for one of them. Miss Psylocke won't lose, Angelica said, clenching her fists. Psylocke was one of them, so naturally, Angelica naturally took her side. Jetstream put a hand on Manuel's shoulder. He hasn't landed a single attack. The winner is obvious, right? Manuel, however, revealed a grim expression. Unlike everyone else, he could feel Psylocke's emotions. The respect and awe Psylocke had for Dante. The sense of inferiority against his pure skill. The shame for relying on telekinesis when the contest only started as a test of skill. And accompanying it all, thrill and joy for finally fighting someone who pushed her past her limits. Warm human, you got this. Only Sharon seemed to be cheering for the outsider. She had spent more time with Dante and Death than she had talking to Psylocke. The ninja lady always gave her a sense of danger, so she instinctively avoided her. Nobody tried to change Sharon's mind. They had all grown accustomed to her being the weirdest one in the group. 77. The Real Match, Part 2. Random Art. Dante slipped inside Psylocke's guard and unleashed Linhun Kun, chain punching, rapid-fire straight punches at her centerline, the imaginary vertical line running down the middle of the body. These were points with the highest concentration of vital organs and weaknesses. 13 punches in just 3 seconds. Dante's expression soured into a frown as he disengaged and created space between them. Her telekinesis had deflected 10 and her katana's pommel blocked 3. Not a single clean hit had landed. Her counter came immediately. She twisted and drove the sword's pommel into his temple like a hammer. He covered the impact area with solar radiation to boost his defense. His body became as light as feather as he let the momentum carry into a spinning back kick. Sunft whirlwind kick. She ducked under it, watching him backflip and pick a free stance. There wasn't a chance to breathe as she rushed at him with a telekinesis-assisted dash and brought the katana down in a guillotine chop. His torso swayed as the blade passed within a hair's width of his face and cut through a layer of mat. He stepped on the flat of her blade, pinning it down. A droplet of sweat dripped from her chin. You look beat up. Psylocke's bodysuit was nearly soaked. Sweat was pouring down her face. Their bodies were way past the human limits. A fight of this caliber shouldn't make her sweat this hard in such a short time. The mental load of maintaining constant telekinetic defense while executing perfect sword work was enormous. She had to read his offense and do her own counterattacks while managing telekinesis, sword work, and footwork simultaneously. You're just impressive, Psylocke whispered, yanking her katana away. How long have you been training? Decades. The question was accompanied by a swift one-handed stab hakizashi sting aimed at his ribs. He dodged and tried to catch her off guard with a low kick. The trick didn't work. 100 years. I won't feel bad for losing then. The compliment came with a left-handed punch. Easiest dodge of his life. A human can't compete with a god. He couldn't help but chuckle. Who said I'm a god? I'm as human as you are. His statement confused her enough that her guard dropped slightly. He was about to capitalize when an unwelcome voice intruded his mind. A great warrior, this one. Venom, who had woken up after a long rest to do his routine of complimenting warriors. Let us become one and subdue this warrior to be your mate. She would make a strong offspring. Absolutely not. Dante hissed back through their bond, narrowly avoiding a slash. Go back to sleep. Your reluctance is curious. The strong should claim the strong. Is that not your species' way? That's rape, Venom. We don't do that. I see. I will remember this. The symbiote's presence faded back into dormancy, though Dante felt its lingering interest. Do not die, Dante. It'll be hard to find a partner like you. The distraction almost cost him his shoulder. Psylocke's blade grazed his shoulder, parting fabric and skin in a thin red line. He refocused immediately and went on offense. Then he noticed something weird. Sometimes her blade movements made winds howl, the air screaming as it was displaced. Other times, the seemingly identical slashes made barely a sound even though she was clearly putting in the same effort. Wait, Dante said, blocking a pommel strike. Are you using telekinesis to enhance your attacks too? Her glowing eyes held a spark of admiration even as she twisted away from his strike. You saw through it. That's insane. Even he would struggle to do that in real-time combat. If it was easy, every telekinetic would be unstoppable in close combat. But they weren't. It wasn't just thinking and doing. Incorporating telekinesis into attacks required instantaneous calculations and force adjustments, not to mention a perfect synchronization between mind and muscle. As a result, she was drenched in sweat despite her superhuman physique. It would also explain how she had broken the sound barrier against Ghost Rider Natasha. Why doesn't your butterfly only show up all the time then? She pointed at her face. It only manifests when I consciously use my psychic powers. Her eyes spoke the rest. Using telekinesis for strength and speed enhancement is a muscle memory. She had created her own style of sword fighting and mastered it to a near-perfect level. The style would grow stronger with her mental and physical strength. Realizing how much this was draining her, Dante made a decision. He had to end this fast. If it dragged on, she would collapse from mental exhaustion, and that wouldn't feel like a win. He wanted a decisive victory. Let's end this, Dante said, leaping backward to create distance. One final attack. Give it everything you've got. Psylocke's eyes burned with a desire. You don't want an ambiguous win. Nope. What about you? She took a few steps back and gripped the katana in both hands and dropped into Hasnokami, side stance, blade held vertically beside her head. I want to win. Starting with slow steps to build momentum, she broke into a sprint. The katana swept forward in a horizontal slashson, mowing the mountain, meant to cleave him in half at the waist. The butterfly silhouette was almost material with how much mental strength she was using in this one attack. Endure. The blade carried every ounce of strength in her muscles, perfectly calculated telekinetic vectors amplifying its momentum, and something else, something intangible. Her resolve. Her desire to defeat the strongest martial arts she had ever met. The air screamed. A visible shockwave formed along the blade's edge as it broke the sound barrier. Boom. The sonic boom shook the entire training facility. Cracks formed across the floor beneath them. Butterfly dance. The Hellions gasped and made more distance from the center. Sharon buried her face in Angelica's shoulder. Dante clenched his right fist until his knuckles popped. Solar radiation surged through his arm and concentrated into a single point. His fist took on a faint golden glow, becoming hard as steel. No harder than steel. He didn't know exactly how powerful this attack would be. He didn't have to either. Overthinking would ruin the technique he was about to perform. Clearing his mind completely, Dante stepped forward and punched. ZHZH, Supreme Strike. A technique combining the intent of FJN, explosive force release, with the technique of Gun-kun, flowing fist. A single punch perfected to the absolute peak of martial arts. His fist met the sharp edge of her blade. Clang. The sound was deafening as metal struck the immovable object. A shockwave radiated outward in a perfect sphere. Every light in the training facility shattered. The mats were obliterated, and the ground cracked further like broken glass. Concrete dust rained from the ceiling in a shower. The ancient relic that had cut through Dante's enhanced skin like tissue paper was launched from Psylocke's hands. It spun through the air and embedded itself in the far wall with a resonating thunk, buried halfway in the reinforced wall. The wind generated by his punch hit Psylocke with full force. She was lifted off her feet and hurled backward, tumbling across the mat like a rag doll. She finally came to rest face first on the ground. The entire facility fell silent except for the faint patter of falling debris. Dante held the pose for a moment, his fist trembling violently. He wasn't doing it to strike a cool pose. No, he literally couldn't control his right arm. Then the pain hit all at once. Overwhelming pain that made him grit his teeth, forcing him to bite his tongue. He would have screamed if it wasn't for his iron willpower, which had been tempered again and again in the consciousness of many heroes. Visible fissures spread from his knuckles up his hand and across his wrist. Skin was split along his forearm and bicep all the way to his shoulder. Blood oozed from every tiny fracture across his arm. Shit. His legs gave out. He dropped onto his ass, hugging his ruined right arm. It hung limp and completely numb. His nervous system simply refuses to process the signals anymore as a mercy. He switched to Elixir's resonance link to assess the damage. It's even worse than I thought. The bone structure in his hand resembled a shattered porcelain held together by duct tape due to microfractures. Muscle fibers had been torn. Blood vessels were ruptured. His rotator cuff had partially torn. The damage was insane, but nothing permanently crippling. Healing it naturally would take months. Good thing he didn't have to heal naturally. Miss Psylocke. Angelica's worried voice cut through the silence. Warm human. Sharon's distressed cry followed. The Hellions rushed toward Psylocke's motionless form, all except one lavender-furred cat who rushed toward Dante instead. She skidded to a stop beside him and stared at his bloodied arm with wide amber eyes. Go to infirmary. She asked urgently, her tail whipping around anxiously. Nurse will fix your hand. He shook his head. I can fix myself. Licking like cat's eye does. Sure, let me focus. He fixed the muscle fibers and realigned fractured bones, then repaired the blood vessels. Time was needed for a complete fix. He only did enough to stabilize and stop the damage from getting worse. His attention shifted to Psylocke, who remained face down on the mat. She was still conscious but utterly spent, lying there out of pure physical and mental exhaustion. She had pushed herself to the absolute limit in the final strike. The Hellions surrounded her uncertainly, exchanging nervous glances and whispering among themselves about what to do. When Dante approached, they all stepped aside, creating a path like he was a royalty or something. All of them looked, even empathy, simultaneously awed and intimidated, realizing they had seriously considered challenging him as a team. None of them seemed disheartened at the result. If anything, their eyes burned brighter. Somehow, without meaning to, Dante had become a role model. Emma could never fill that role for them. Her telepathic powers could hardly be showcased in a way that inspired admiration in the young. Will you be okay? Taro asked in a concerned voice. Should we get you to the infirmary? No need. Psylocke pressed her palms against the ground and pushed herself with trembling arms. Somehow she managed to settle in a sitting position, only to clutch her chest and cough up blood. She had suffered internal injuries in that final exchange. Sweat dripped from her chin as she breathed heavily through her mouth. Her gaze found his bloody right arm. Was that a forbidden technique? She asked in a hoarse voice, unable to suppress her curiosity even in this state. Something like that. He smiled and extended his left hand. Come on, you should rest on an actual bed. She accepted his hand with a weak grip. Her hand felt even more calloused than Sylvvaja's. Decades of katana practice had left permanent marks. He supported her elbow, helping her find balance. She pushed his hand away as soon as she got to her feet. I can handle it. Her legs shook, barely supporting her weight, but she refused to lean on him. Taro rushed forward to support Psylocke. Angelica hesitated for a second before helping Psylocke from the left. Psylocke was taller than both. She was actually taller than Felicia at 5 feet 11 inches. She looked up to meet his gaze. There was admiration in her eyes, but also a hint of frustration and disappointment. You won. The words came out melancholy but accepting. Despite pouring everything she had into that final strike, she had still lost. I'm tired. Very tired. The reminder combined with the look in her eyes conveyed a message. You promised I don't have to worry about exhaustion and injuries. She wouldn't have unleashed her best strike so recklessly if he hadn't explicitly guaranteed he could handle the aftermath. Now it was time to make good on that promise. 78. Man. Random art. After wrapping things up at the training facility, Dante found himself sitting on an utterly comfortable bed in one of the Massachusetts Academy's guest rooms. The room itself had light blue walls that gave off a surprisingly calming vibe. This was the room Emma had given to Psylocke, and honestly, it showed in how clean, almost zen-like the place was. A modest bookshelf stood against one wall, filled with books on mythology, meditation, Eastern philosophy, and various spiritual practices. There was also a dense academic text on other traditions. Scattered throughout the room were small souvenirs from Japan. A Daruma doll painted in traditional red and gold sat on the table, a delicate paper crane hanging near the window, a miniature torii gate on the shelf, and the cutest one by far was the fluffy kitsune plushie sitting under the monitor on her PC desk. As for day-to-day use, the room had a cupboard for storing clothes and a shoe rack lined with various boots, mostly combat style, but he spotted some unconventional sandals tucked in the back. Of course there was an ornate Japanese imported katana stand for her ancient katana, which was still completely fine after facing that nuke-like attack. That was everything in her room. He laid back on the bed, hands behind his head, trying to block out the sound of running water coming from the bathroom. He was trying very hard not to let his imagination run wild and be respectful. His senses were too sharp. There was nothing to distract him either. He had already fixed his arm. Death had restored his clothes. The only remaining task was to get Psylocke's body back to peak condition. Why did she do that? Psylocke had firmly decided that she needed to shower before allowing him to perform his healing treatment. Despite him explaining that her being covered in sweat didn't matter, she had turned a blind eye to his logic, grabbed a towel, and made a beeline for the bathroom. He was still puzzled. Perhaps she didn't feel great about letting him touch while she was soaked in sweat. He really couldn't think of another reason. I'll just wait. With nothing better to do, he pulled out his phone and checked the newly created group chat. As expected, neither woman had read the message yet. Null, show me my core attributes. It had been a while since he checked his status. Core attributes, non-resonant state. Intelligence, 35, 1 point to reach genius level. Class, gifted. Effects. Near genius level creativity and adaptability across multiple disciplines, intuitively comprehends multiple energies, martial arts, and fighting styles, accelerated pattern recognition, accelerated learning, near genius integration of physics, biology, genealogy, combat tactics, and mystical theory, can maintain focus on multiple complex mental tasks simultaneously. Vitality, 27, 23 points to reach superhuman level. Class, enhanced human. Effects. Muscles produce less fatigue waste and clear it out faster by 50%, can function at 7,080% effectiveness for 812 hours without sustenance, full stamina recovery in 4 hours under normal conditions. Recovery is enhanced under solar exposure, body ages slower due to improved cell regeneration and optimization all across the system, passively replenishes cellular energy, extending endurance thresholds under solar exposure. Strength, 22, 14 points to reach Class 2 Superhuman. Class, Class 1 Superhuman. Effects. Normal lifting capacity of 870 pounds under optimal conditions. Speed, 23 points to reach mid-superhuman. Class, low superhuman. Effects. Sustained 42 miles per hour burst, acceleration of 50 miles per hour in short dashes, reaction time rivals peak combat athletes. Coordination equivalent to Olympic gymnasts. Complex parkour sequences can be performed easily. Photographic reflexes enable instant adaptation to opponent movement patterns, can be enhanced by solar radiation. Durability, 27. Class, regenerative, 9 points to reach bulletproof. Effects. Skin and bone density 55% above human baseline. Cellular integrity is optimized to become more resistant against physical trauma. Thermal extremes up to 85 C without impairment and down to -40 C, toxins and poisons, and radiation exposure. Solar radiation heals surface cuts within minutes and deep lacerations within hours. Willpower, 36. Class, unbreakable resolve, 24 points to reach superhuman will. Effects. As a byproduct of glimpsing what mortals should never see and integrating fragments from heroes who faced impossible odds, your willpower has transcended normal human limits, advanced resistance to psychic attacks, fear and mind corruption, great injury tolerance, calm decision-making under extreme stress, immunity to terror, clear distinction between self and absorbed memories/skills despite having experienced multiple consciousness. Energy capacity, cannot be measured. Class, unknown. Effects, peak output of helio reactor still remains undetermined. All physical attributes can be further amplified through solar radiation. The maximum enhancement currently recorded is 11 times. Core abilities: solar radiation absorption, helio reactor, mystic awareness, photographic reflexes. Dante read through the breakdown with genuine surprise. That's sick. The greatest surprises were the near genius level intelligence jump and the substantial growth in willpower. He was just 1 point away from reaching genius level, which was just below Tony Stark. Willpower, unbreakable resolve, also explained why he had been making life-altering decisions left and right without second-guessing, recruiting Laura away from S.H.I.E.L.D. and challenging Psylocke to a duel, to name a few. The sound of running water abruptly stopped. His posture straightened unconsciously, pure muscle memory from a very similar moment he had experienced with Sylvvaja. Calm down. She isn't Sylvvaja. I'm here too. The bathroom door opened. Psylocke stepped out, wringing excess water from her long dark violet hair with a white towel. Droplets trailed down her neck and shoulders, catching the soft light from the bedside lamp. Her skin had the fresh from the shower glow, slightly flushed from the heat. Rather than putting on her purple bodysuit or borrowing something more modest like a robe or oversized shirt, she had apparently decided to wear just a simple black sports bra and a thong. Then again, a thong made perfect sense given how little of her ass the bodysuit actually covered anyway. This wasn't really that different from her normal daily wear. She walked toward the cupboard, completely ignoring the man sitting on her bed openly staring. There was no self-consciousness in her movements. Truly the behavior of a woman who had worn a leotard-style bodysuit everywhere for so long that being in underwear barely registered as different. But it definitely registered differently for him. The powerful curves of her thighs sucked his attention, and the part those thighs led to truly mesmerized him. Her ass. He thought he had a good appreciation for an ass before this moment. But he was underappreciating. Her gluts were sculpted works of art. Decades of martial arts training and acrobatic combat had built something extraordinary. It was almost the same size as Felicia's, with a perfect round fullness defying physics but with Sylvvaja-level firmness. A balance between the soft, grabbable quality of Felicia and the well-sculpted beauty of Sylvvaja. The gentle ripples he had seen with every step stole his heart. I might be an ass man. Felicia had opened his eyes to the new wonders of a beautiful ass, and Psylocke took that appreciation to a new level. He forced himself to take a breath and look literally anywhere else before his staring crossed the creepy territory. The blue kitsune plush sitting under her monitor took him mind away for 3 seconds before his eyes drifted back to her. A single water droplet trailed down her spine, followed the valley between shoulder blades, slid along the curve of her lower back, and disappeared beneath the thong's waistband. He closed his eyes, enlightened. I'm Dante, Death's boyfriend, Sylvvaja's dominant partner, Felicia's emotional support, and now, I'm an ass man. Most aspirational administrator. Null's pun caught him off guard. It also saved him from being sucked in by the deep ravine. Psylocke pulled the towel off her hair and put it around her neck before opening the cupboard. The contents inside left him at a loss for words. Hanging in a neat row were 5 identical bodysuits that she had just taken off, down to the same cut. Wait, do you really need that many? Psylocke didn't even turn around, pulling one of the bodysuits off its hanger. I have 7. One's currently off being laundered. He was completely baffled. I respect the consistency, but don't you get tired? It's my own design. She finally turned to face him, holding the bodysuit against her torso. Is it not cool? Is it inspired from superhero comics? Her lips curved into a faint smile. I wanted something practical. Those eyes said something else, however. I needed it to be cool and eye-catching like the female superheroes. Whatever you say. He shook his head. Just put it on quickly so we can get it done. I'll lose your respect if I keep sitting here. She glanced down at herself and then looked back up at him with a raised eyebrow. I take it you have a preference for muscular women. Well. He did a quick Google search on his phone and tossed the phone at Psylocke. This is my girlfriend. It should answer your question. She caught the phone and studied the image for a moment. It was Sylvvaja in her signature bodysuit posing on Silver Sable International official site. She tossed the phone back at him and whispered, beautiful hair. Is she strong? For an average person, yeah. Not for you. He won't let it stay like that for too long, though. Making Felicia and Sylvvaja stronger would be his priority after getting rid of immediate troubles. She looked at him. Can you perform the treatment while I'm dressed like this? I'd like to sleep after we're finished. Sleeping in a skin-tight bodysuit wasn't exactly comfortable. If she was planning to crash immediately after the healing session, there was no point in putting it on just to take it right back off. He gave her a completely blank stare. You know you didn't actually need to shower for this either. I only needed a few seconds of physical contact to do my job. But I was covered in sweat, she said, as if it was a reasonable explanation. Noticing him frown, she added, it doesn't feel right to let other people touch me when I'm in that condition. He knew immediately there was absolutely no point in arguing this further without getting into an extensive debate. Can we start now? She hung the bodysuit back in the cupboard. You weren't in a hurry when I was standing here. Were you enjoying the view that much? He didn't even try to deny it. In my defense, it's an exceptional ass. She reached back to touch her own but with one hand, as if checking to see what all the fuss was about. That only made her confused. It doesn't feel anything special. For men, it is, he said, gesturing to the bed. Please. 79. Peak embarrassment. Random art. Holding her tablet in one hand, Emma Frost stood in the hallway and watched her students train with a new fire in their respective rooms. Her brilliant Angela was in the specialized thermal chamber. The redhead's face was flushed and dripping with sweat as she maintained control over multiple rings of microwave radiation. She was voluntarily practicing the advanced control exercise she had been avoiding before. Taro sat cross-legged in her meditation room, her entire deck rotating around her in complex patterns. She was training her mind so she could make her Shinik construct stronger and more durable. Roulette stood in the probability testing chamber, throwing discs at moving targets with her eyes closed. The monitor beside her showed her success rate. Her hit percentage had already improved by 3% compared to yesterday. Even the sweet, easily distracted Sharon was in her full panther form, practicing her pouncing technique on holographic targets. Everyone except Manuel. He had felt a brief burst of motivation after witnessing Dante's victory, spent maybe 20 minutes in the gym, then retreated back to his room to play video games. Then again, he wasn't the most gifted athlete, and his powers required mental growth rather than physical. Emma had mixed feelings about this entire situation. On one hand, she loved seeing her students train seriously. Watching them push past their comfort zones and actively seek improvement was everything she had hoped for when she took them in. They were making real progress. On the other hand, she hated how this sudden burst of motivation was caused by Dante. He had walked into her facility, defeated her entire team without breaking a sweat, then bested Psylocke in single combat using an absurd technique. She had repeated the footage 4 times and still couldn't understand anything. His sources of power were Death and Symbiote, but he hadn't used either of them. Hell, he seemed even stronger than when he was fully covered in Symbiote. Which made absolutely no sense, but the evidence was undeniable. In less than 2 hours, he had gone from being the arrogant outsider who had humiliated empathy to being revered by her students. They looked at him like he was some kind of aspirational figure now. Her students might even resent her for trying to create a divide between him and them. The result was, not only had she failed to cause him any trouble, she had also lost an important position in her students' hearts. I can't bring him here again, but if he became a regular presence, her influence would be gone. She needed to remain the most important person in her students' hearts for them to stay loyal to her. That loyalty was the foundation of everything she was building. Her gaze drifted to the closed door behind her, where Logan and Laura were having their first meeting. How long are they going to sit in silence? It had been nearly 30 minutes since Dante let Logan into that room. 30 minutes of complete silence. She had expected Laura to outright try to kill Logan or yell, but they had yet to say a single word like they were strangers on a bus. It was starting to get on her nerves. Rather than being a normal person and asking how things were going like a considerate host, she just casually slipped into Logan's mind. A telepath of her caliber didn't need to open doors to read minds. What she found there made her chuckle. Logan's thoughts were an absolute mess. Laura looked so much like her mother that Logan's mind kept dragging him back 20 years to a relationship. As brief as their relationship had been, Logan loved Sarah Kinney. He also hated her. Yet he also felt like he had failed her completely when she randomly disappeared, and he didn't look for her. He had convinced himself she was better off without him. Logan was so overwhelmed that he hadn't managed to say a single goddamn word. Emma withdrew from his mind and opened the door without knocking. Logan glanced over his shoulder, awkward. Laura, who had been more interested in her adamantium blades than acknowledging her father's presence, also looked up. Her fingers flexed unconsciously, and her claws retraced before coming out again. "Do you have something to say?" "I believe that question is better asked of your father," Emma said, crossing her arms and leaning against the doorframe. "Logan, didn't you say you wanted to see your daughter? What happened now?" "And I saw her," Logan said in a gruff voice. "Laura, you're not going back to S.H.I.E.L.D. That's final." "Oh," Laura said, indifferent. "Why not?" Emma didn't need telepathy to see her rebellious behavior was caused by her anger and dissatisfaction towards her father. "Logan, you should perhaps try being gentler with your approach." "It's unnecessary," Logan said with a snarl. "There's no point working your ass for those bastards. S.H.I.E.L.D. kills our kind, kid. They hunt us down and lock us up or put us in the ground." "I won't go back then," Laura said with a simple nod. "How was she? Sarah, what was she like?" Logan stared at her in surprise. "You don't know?" "They wiped her memories," Emma interjected quickly before Logan developed any misunderstandings about the situation. "I couldn't find anything." "Work of a telepath." Fury, Logan growled through a clenched jaw, the single name dripping with palpable bloodthrust. "I'll kill that one-eyed son of a bitch one day." Laura stabbed her claws in the table. "Stop talking about him and answer my question. What was my mother like?" Emma smiled, amused. The young woman had a temper even more fierce and direct than her father. She also wasn't fond of being ignored or dismissed. "The woman I knew was." He paused as if collecting words. "She was a good person, kind, patient, also smart as hell." His expression twisted, showing more pain and bitterness than Emma had ever seen on his face. "I didn't know why she suddenly disappeared until right goddamn now." "Why did she leave you?" Logan pointed directly at her. "She approached me to get pregnant with my child. Sarah was part of a new Weapon X project. The whole thing was planned." Laura showed a slight frown. "So what if she was?" "Kid, I didn't know I had a daughter because of her schemes." Logan's voice rose slightly. "My kid was stolen and turned into a weapon. You don't blame her for that, at all?" "No." Logan's face twisted. He wasn't angry at Laura, but at the situation, at Sarah. "Can't you understand what she did to you?" "I don't want to." Laura's voice trembled as her control slipped under emotions. "I know I love her." "How the hell?" Logan asked in disbelief. "She raised you in hell, kid. She is the reason you never had a normal childhood. She was my everything." Laura roared, smashing her fists on the table. It cracked. She put a hand on her chest, whispering softly, "She was the only person who ever I need to know what happened to her. I need to know if she couldn't finish the sentence." Emma watched the family drama with a complicated look. Her own family wasn't that great, but at least she had a family growing up. Laura's situation was something she couldn't comprehend even after seeing her memories. Logan got up and paced around the room, angry and frustrated. In the end, he punched the wall before returning to his chair. Emma could sense his desire to get answers from Sarah, but he also didn't want to face her again. "I'll get you to that heartless woman, but I'm never forgiving her. She is." Laura lunged across the table and tackled Logan to the floor. She pinned him down with her knees on his chest and drove both claws straight into his shoulders with a barbaric scream. Her claws punched through flesh and scraped against Logan's own adamantium-coated skeleton with ear-grating sounds. Logan didn't fight back or even try to throw her off. He just lay there and let his daughter stab him, perhaps as a way to make up for all the lost years. Emma could see this was different from Laura's berserk episode from last night. She wasn't trying to kill Logan, she was punishing a man who had insulted someone precious to her. She was punishing a father who had let her be weaponized for 19 years. This was, in its own deeply dysfunctional way, communication. Laura trembled, her breathing ragged, as she sat there with her claws buried in Logan's shoulders. Then she pulled them out, blood dripping from the adamantium blades. She climbed off Logan and returned to her seat. Her hands were shaking. Logan sat up slowly. The wounds were already starting to close. He didn't look angry. If anything, he looked more relaxed than before. "Feel better?" Laura clenched her right fist but didn't reply to him. "Come to Xavier's Institute, kid," Logan said, sitting on the chair and facing her. "Charles runs a school for mutant kids. A safe place with good people. You'd fit in there." "I'm not a mutant," Laura would say, crossing her arms. "I'll go with Dante." Emma froze. That single statement sent a jolt of alarm through her. Dante had charmed Laura. In just the brief time they'd spent together, he had somehow earned enough of her trust to make her choose him over S.H.I.E.L.D. and her own biological father. And right now, at this very moment, he was alone with Psylocke in her room. As strong and deadly Psylocke was, she had a dark, traumatic past. It made her susceptible to men who showed her kindness and understanding. Men like Dante. Just the thought of Dante being with Psylocke made Emma want to physically lash out at someone. It can't be allowed. She had to intervene before her most valuable bodyguard and trusted ally was stolen away. Logan's face contorted with frustration and confusion. Why that guy? You barely know him. He asked me. Laura didn't speak anymore. This was her whole explanation to ditch her father and S.H.I.E.L.D. Emma saw deeper, how he had made promises to give her a family and bring the truth about Sarah to light. I'm also asking you, kid. No, I'm begging you to come to the school. No. Laura's expression was still calm. He asked me first. Logan was left speechless. Emma couldn't help but chuckle despite her inner turmoil. The father and daughter exchange was absurd and childish, but somehow perfectly suited to these two emotionally stunted individuals. This has been absolutely fascinating to witness, but I'm afraid I have other matters requiring my attention. She gave them both a small, mocking wave and left the room, closing the door firmly behind her. With hurried steps, she made her way to Psylocke's room while keeping an eye on Logan and Laura's minds. She arrived outside Psylocke's door and stopped dead in her tracks. It feels good, Psylocke moaned in a sultry voice Emma didn't even know existed in Psylocke. The ninja lady let out another lip-biting moan. That's the spot. You're amazing. I didn't know I could move like this, Her hands shook as she struggled to breathe. Her eyes had gone red. She didn't consider any possibility beyond the absolute worst-case scenario her mind had immediately jumped to. She jammed the master key into the lock, nearly breaking with how furiously she twisted it. The door became an object to vent her anger as she kicked the door. How dare you? The word stopped in her throat as her brain finally processed what she was actually seeing. The scene before her was absolutely nothing like what her paranoid imagination had conjured. There was no entangled couple on the bed or a man and woman in any intimate positioning. Psylocke stood in the middle of the room in just her white sports bra and thong, performing an impossible standing stretch. Her right leg was extended straight up beside her head, held in place by both hands gripping her ankle. Her spine was bent backward in a graceful arc. Her left leg supported her entire weight. It was a flexibility demonstration that shouldn't be physically possible for a human body to achieve. Psylocke was completely unbothered in this position. Dante, who was sitting on the bed, turned his head. Psylocke brought her leg down and turned. Both of them stared at Emma in the doorway. For the first time in her entire adult life since becoming the White Queen, her face turned beet red with embarrassment. She had never blushed so hard. Psylocke furrowed her brows. Is something wrong? Dante's lips were visibly twitching as he fought not to laugh. He took his phone and quickly captured the rare expression on Emma's face. Were you concerned about something? Emma dear, Dante teased, grinning. Were you under the impression that Psylocke and I were engaged in some rigorous exercises? The red on Emma's face somehow deepened to an even darker crimson. Dante finally lost his battle against laughter. A snort escaped, then a full chuckle that he tried and failed to suppress. This is so perfect. He laughed even harder when Emma glared at him, only stopping after a minute. Getting up from the bed, he approached her and booped her red nose. Keep an eye on my guests, my dear. I'll see you in a few hours. With that request or perhaps order, he walked past her. Emma glared at Psylocke, the woman responsible for giving her the most embarrassing moment of her adult life. Why were you moaning like a bitch in heat? I was having a good stretch, Psylocke replied, tilting her head in confusion. Her eyes suddenly gleamed. You won't believe what Dante just did with my body. He touched you down there. Psylocke seemed like she wanted to slap Emma's face. He was respectful, even when he stared at my butt. Anyway, touch this. Psylocke approached and excitedly brought Emma's hand to her face. Do you feel this softness? Emma touched her own and felt lacking in comparison. How? He did it. I feel so much better, like I'm a different person. Psylocke proceeded to list the benefits Dante provided. Every single one made her yearn for it, and at the same time, she grew more wary of him. He had found just the way to attract Psylocke, enhancing her strength. Psylocke, in her quest for revenge, was obsessed to become strong. He won't get her as long as I'm here. She couldn't help but smile at the irony of a boss trying to protect her bodyguard's heart. But it had to be done. It'd be hard to replace someone as capable and loyal as Psylocke. Besides, Psylocke was one of the few people whose beauty and charm didn't ruin her image for the outsiders. That's why I must protect Psylocke. There was absolutely no other reason behind her actions. Emma stayed for a few minutes, but her bodyguard only talked about their spar, how great Dante's fighting skills were, and how their final attack enlightened her to try out other martial arts to incorporate them. It somewhat annoyed her to hear him be praised. I admit that he is capable. He had convinced Laura, earned the admiration of the Hellions, and made her taciturn bodyguard speak more in 3 minutes than she had in a week, all in a few hours. If only his personality was more serious. She shook off the thought and remembered Dante still owed her. Maybe she could use the favor to make him perform the magical enhancement on her. She wouldn't mind becoming a tiny more beautiful than she already was. Even Psylocke didn't hate that feeling. 80 blinked. Random art. Dante arrived back at his dorm room in a great mood. He might have gone a bit overboard with the healing treatment earlier. What started as fixing Psylocke's exhaustion and injuries spiraled into a session of fixing her internal injuries accumulated from decades of stressful physical treating, optimizing her body and functions. This wasn't as deep and extensive as Felicia, and honestly, a pretty small price to pay for the unintentional show she had put on for him while running around in a thong and doing the stretches. He sat down on the bed in a meditation pose. With Emma in charge, he didn't have to worry about Logan and Laura going anywhere. The White Queen might be manipulative, calculating, cold-hearted, and sometimes insufferable, but she wasn't unreliable. The only reason he was back in his dorm room instead of returning to Silver Sable International was the travel time. Driving back from Massachusetts would probably eat up 3 hours, minimum, and that was assuming he encountered little to no traffic. The time sitting behind the wheel would be better put to use in learning Doctor Strange's teleportation. Most sorcerers in this world needed a sling ring for portal creation, but that tool didn't even exist in the comics. And even in MCU, the rings were only a focusing tool rather than a requirement. Opening portals without the ring was possible, just more mentally straining. Thankfully, he wasn't limited by rings because he wasn't planning on creating a portal. What he planned to do was much more fundamental. The first step was learning the constructs of energy to comprehend the flow and ebb of mystical energy. He raised both hands and began tracing the precise gestures he had absorbed from Doctor Strange's memories. His fingers left glowing trails in the air. Golden light bloomed and expanded into rotating rings of complex spheres. He added layers of mystical energy to the sphere constructs, each one adding interlocking mandala patterns rotating in various directions like gears. It finally took his desired Shopee 2-meter-wide shimmering barrier made of complex geometric shapes pulsing with deep orange glow. It wasn't quite as strong as the legendary shield of the Seraphim, but it could save his ass in a pinch. More importantly, it proved he had the capability to maintain stable constructs without the energy collapsing or fragmenting. That wasn't hard. Frankly, he would be embarrassed if he had failed in basic constructs after having near mastery in astral projection and many mystical wards, which were higher on the difficulty curve. He closed his fist, and the barrier shattered into 1,000 firefly sparks before dissolving into nothing. Then he drew his hands together before his chest and pulled them apart slowly. A thin thread of orange glowing energy formed between his palms, which then thickened into a burning rope. It grew longer as he spread his hands wider. With a final yank, he found himself gripping a 2-meter eldritch whip. Sick. He brandished the whip and struck the ground. The whip moved like it was responding to his thoughts as much as his physical movements. Felicia is getting this if she ever tries something stupid again. Dematerializing the whip, he brought his hands together again. The mystical energy flowed with his intent. When he pulled his hands apart, a bow staff came to life. He spun it a few times and slammed it down to destroy it. Its energy returned to the universe. He spent half an hour practicing weapon construction to have an intuition-level understanding of mystical energy. With the right imagination, he could create any weapon. Of course, they wouldn't function exactly as their real-world counterparts, still more than enough to fulfill the need for a weapon. With photographic reflexes, he had fighting styles for nearly every weapon known to man and could copy a new fighting style he desired. With biokinesis, he could optimize his muscle composition and skeletal structure to bring out the maximum potential of any fighting style. Even Bruce Wayne can't have a contingency plan against my flexibility. Then he moved on to the real challenging task: teleportation. Unlike the MCU sorcerers who drew circles in the air, he only had to channel mystical energy through his body, visualize his destination, and direct his intent to teleport there. He was essentially surrendering himself to the currents of ever-present mystical energy. Teleportation required him to have spatial awareness of his destination. Doctor Strange of 616 could completely ignore that limitation by using the Orb of Agamotto, an artifact that let him scry any location across space and time. Dante had to abide by the standard rules until he found a suitable substitute. With a deep breath, he closed his eyes and visualized Sylvvaja's bedroom with perfect clarity. He had been there only 2 or 3 times, but he had quite a few memorable moments there. He channeled mystical energy through every cell of his body until he felt saturated, then released his intent with a mental push. Go! The sensation was like being grabbed by an invisible cosmic hand and launched through a kaleidoscope of dimensions. Colorful nebulas of pure mystical energy exploded around him. Galaxies of color that existed outside normal space. He flowed with the currents rather than fought them. This flowing speed matched the velocity of his astral body during projection, fast enough to cross the entire planet in mere seconds. The space morphed into gray and black, and then he found himself standing in Sylvvaja's room. Before he got to appreciate his achievement, his physical form violently slammed back into his astral body. A wave of nausea rolled through his gut, and he was hit with an urge to throw up. He quickly tapped into Elixir's resonance link, using biokinesis to settle his stomach. That was unpleasant, but only after stabilizing himself did he realize his entire body was bathed in an orange-gold glow, the signature visual of high mystical energy concentration. Every inch of his skin was utterly saturated with ambient mystical energy. The amount flooding his system was enough to cast a high-level spell without drawing from external sources. Fuck. This isn't good. Having that much mystical energy available was objectively useful. The problem was his spirit wasn't ready for this level of oversaturation. He couldn't safely contain this much mystical energy without consequences. It was like trying to pour a river into a teacup. He quickly dropped into a meditative sitting position and directed the excess energy outside of his system. The process took 5 minutes of full concentration, then the glow finally faded. This never happened to Strange. Like astral projection, his astral form temporarily moved faster than his physical form, creating brief dissonance until both synchronized. That was expected, but the mystical energy saturation wasn't mentioned anywhere. Maybe I overlooked something. Ah, a vessel. Shit. Doctor Strange of 616 was always so stacked with artifacts and relics that he never had to worry about being in mystical currents. Those artifacts absorbed excess energy for him. Dante had nothing. Should I steal some from New York Sanctum? The thought made him smile. Felicia had taught him that sometimes the easiest way to acquire something you needed was simply taking it. And Felicia would be proud of his idea to steal from the mystical defenders of reality. Unfortunately, antagonizing Ancient One over any artifact wasn't worth it. She was one of the few beings on Earth who could legitimately threaten him. Stealing from the Sanctum would put him on her radar in the worst possible way, which left him with the alternative: create his own artifact ions once he decided to tap into invocation magic. After all, his knowledge came from Sorcerer Supreme of Marvel 616, one of the greatest sorcerers in his universe. Doctor Strange knew hundreds of powerful mystical artifacts, their construction methods, the right entities and energies required, and the exact rituals to bind those powers into physical objects. Time. With how much he wanted to accomplish, maybe building a base with time compression wouldn't be such a terrible idea. For now, I can't teleport long distances until I get a vessel. Otherwise, he would risk blowing up from carrying too much mystical energy. On the bright side, he could use this oversaturation effect to cast a high-level spell and rain down destruction like no other normal sorcerer. Useful in a pinch. Covered in a thick blanket, his lover slept peacefully on the bed. She was so exhausted from work that she hadn't even changed out of her silver tactical suit. Touching her shoulder, he purged her fatigue and cleared stress hormones from her system. A good 8 hours of proper rest would fix the rest. After making sure she was comfortable, he teleported to Felicia's room. The short distance jump barely exposed him to mystical energy. He still felt the whiplash as his astral and physical forms briefly desynchronized. It wasn't as severe as before. The teleportation would feel off until his spirit adapted and built resistance to the fast travel. Only a dozen or so tries at most. Felicia was curled up under the blankets. The faint silver light from the window caught the tear marks glistening on her cheeks, telling the story of her ongoing struggle. She had accepted reality and boldly chosen not to rescue her father, but that choice was haunting her dreams. He sat on the edge of the bed, making sure the mattress didn't dip too fast, and alerted her. With a thumb softer than he felt, he brushed the wet from her skin, then took her hand. Her fingers were cold, despite the warm temperature here. She winced with a frown before waking up. Those vivid green eyes seemed wide and disoriented as they locked onto his face. Dante. Her voice was a sleepy whisper. She squeezed his hand tightly as if testing whether he was real or just a product of her imagination. Then she scrambled up and crawled into his lap, pressing her whole body against his chest. A shuddering sigh escaped her. "You're real. Bad dream," he murmured into her hair. "It's all right now." She burrowed deeper, hiding her face. He could feel her conflict about which mask to put on at this very moment. "It was Dad. And you. Both of you were saying mean things." She spoke hesitatingly, choosing to be vulnerable and honest. "You called me a burden. He called me a failure." She had almost kept it to herself. The old Felicia would have changed the topic with a sexy or mean joke. But she was really making an effort to be honest now. He rubbed her back comfortingly. "I'd never be so cruel to my kitten." "Is that so?" She pulled back just enough to look at him, a trace of her usual playful smirk touching her lips. "Honestly, I want to punch you for what Dream Dante said to me. It wasn't me. He had your face, your voice, your scent." She took an exaggerated sniff, then suddenly frowned with suspicion. "Wait up. Why do I smell blood on your sleeve?" Even though he had washed his arm with water after healing the damage, the faint iron scent of blood apparently hadn't completely vanished. There was also no denying how sharp her senses had become through the unsealing of her hidden genetic traits. "I had a sparring match with Psylocke." "You don't bleed an arm in a spar," she said, exasperated. "When will you stop doing stupid shit, huh? Don't you know how worried I become?" "Sorry. Okay, I forgive you for this." She flicked his forehead and smirked. "Did you record it?" "Well, Emma should have the footage." Surveillance cameras were everywhere in the training facility. Emma would have watched him live and then saved the footage for later analysis. Even her ally wasn't safe from being studied thoroughly. "Good. I'm getting that footage from Emma." She nodded, pleased. "Gonna watch with Silver later." Suddenly, his phone started ringing. The screen flashed unknown number, but he knew for sure it was Natasha calling. "I have to take this. It's important." "Of course." Felicia patted his shoulders and moved back to lean against the headboard. I'll be a good girl, promise. Her eyes, however, told an entirely different story. That familiar mischievous glint had returned the look of a cat who had spotted something interesting. She was already planning something ridiculous to reassert control and drive the nightmare out of her mind. 81. Attention Seeker. Random Art. Dante gave Felicia a warning glare and swiped up on the screen, pressing it to his ear. Natasha. I've got the files, darling. Felicia pounced at him. She pressed her lips to the side of his neck and let out a sexy moan right into the receiver. Yes, right there. Fuck me harder. Shove that massive cock deep. Yes. Just like that. Keep filling me up. Dante's eye twitched. Felicia's mischievous trick could be seen as either a chaotic attempt to distract her mind or a way to ruin his chance with another woman. Either way, this was only a minor inconvenience. He had no relationship whatsoever with Natasha. Still, he couldn't let it go, or she would escalate it next time. Since she was playing with fire, she needed to be burned once as a reminder. Natasha, call me back in 5 minutes. He ended the call and calmly placed his phone on the nightstand. Putting on a serious expression, he seized her shoulders and pushed her just enough to see that triumphant, smug smirk, like she had scored a big win. Darling, who was that girl? She purred and batted her eyelashes, playing innocent. She sounded tense. He didn't answer with words but action. His hand held her jaw and forced her face up. All her playful bravado evaporated. Her eyes went wide. The cat just realized the mouse in her sight was actually a wolf. I'm sorry, she whispered meekly. Dante, I won't do it again. He closed the distance and kissed her lips briefly. The first was brief, giving her a false promise of mercy. The next one, however, wasn't. He forced her mouth open, his tongue sweeping past her lips to claim hers. This was pure domination, demanding pure submission in return. Just when he thought she would close her eyes to surrender, she began sucking on his tongue. Wrapping her arms around his neck, she kissed him back with a desperate hunger. Finally, she was surrendering, letting herself melt in the moment. Putting his left arm around her shoulders, he held her close, letting his right hand trail down. His fingers slipped over the hem of her hoodie and found the single button of her sleep shorts, which he flicked open with ease. He waited a moment to let her understand his intentions. Even though it was her punishment, she had all the power to reject it. Her movement technique could also let her escape any time. However, her tongue continued mingling with his and her half-lidded eyes showed a wet, pleading look, almost begging him to continue. Weren't you going to do something, darling? She whispered, breaking the kiss. Why'd you stop? She had realized his intention to comfort her through intimacy and gave her approval. He slipped his hand past the waistband of her panties. Her skin was almost feverishly hot. His fingers found her entrance, already slick and puffed up from their kiss. He gently rubbed his thumb over her core. A soft moan escaped her. Make me forget everything, just for today. He nodded and sealed her mouth shut with a kiss as he slid 2 fingers inside her. She was drenched. Her walls clenched around his fingers with a lustful hunger. He pumped his fingers slowly and deeply, the wet, hot sound obscenely loud in the quiet room. You like this? He whispered in her ears. You like getting punished for being a little menace. NGHHH. God, yes. Her whole body jerked as he pressed deep, curling his fingers to her sweet spot. Yes, punish me, punish your kitty. I was so naughty. The sight of the always seductive and sly Felicia reduced to a writhing, begging lover under his touch was a surprise. A welcome one, of course, even though he knew she was acting. This also put his own arousal on a strain. He really wanted to push her down and pound her into the mattress until she forgot her own name. But not today. She had made a promise about no sex before her father returned home. This frantic, lewd little game was her twisted way of coping with the cold guilt of a bad decision with warmth and physical connection. She would definitely blame him if he took her first time in this mental state. Dante. Oh, damn. Right there. It feels crazy. He could feel her walls beginning to flutter around his fingers, a sign of her impending climax. That compelled him to put in more effort. He kissed her, licked her neck, and bit her shoulder over the hoodie while pumping 2 fingers inside her in a steady rhythm. Of course, he didn't forget to mess up her sensitive spots. Yes, yes, yes. Right there, oh my darling. Her first climax hit her like a tremor. Her toes curled violently. He didn't give her a second to breathe and pushed her higher. Darling. She moaned a pitch higher. Wait, I'm gonna go crazy. No one is asking you to be sane, he replied in a soft voice. Go insane. 2 minutes of relentless torment later, the series of smaller climaxes culminated in her biggest one. Her back arched off the bed. Darling. She buried her face in his neck and bit down hard on his shoulder. Her teeth easily tore into his enhanced skin. With a scream muffled by his flesh, she came again, squirting her juices on his hand and sheets beneath her. He pushed his fingers deep into her entrance, curling it upwards to press against that sensitive spot inside to make her climax even more dangerous. After the rush of pleasure, she collapsed back onto the bed and breathed roughly, a flushed, dazed expression on her face. Darling. He slowly pulled his fingers free and licked them with a satisfied smirk. The fingering part had become so much easier and natural with the progression of his stats. Better muscle control from Shang-Chi also helped a lot. Next time you decide to act naughty, he whispered, caressing her face. Remember you're the one who has to deal with the consequences. Felicia could only manage a weak smile, still trembling with aftershocks. If every consequence feels that good, I might be naughty every day. Then next time, I'll stop. Right, before the climax. How cruel. She took his hand, brought a finger to her mouth, and licked it, trying to change his mind with her coy act. Well, I didn't know I tasted bitter, like a regret. Could be the taste of my fingers. Why don't I check the source? I'm not in the right headspace. She shook her head at the offer, then turned to face him. Don't you have a call with your mysterious woman? Rest up. He asked Null for Elixir's link. Biokinesis would calm his built arousal. A sudden gasp from Felicia left him puzzled. Oh. She had accidentally bumped her knee against his crotch. Darling, you're still rock hard. It's fine. This doesn't look fine. She reached down and caressed the bulge through his jeans. My fault. Let me fix it. You don't have to. I can manage. As she had said, escalating it further when she was feeling awful about herself wouldn't be the right step for their relationship. She curled her fingers and scratched his balls, teasing the head with her thumb. How about I use my mouth? I've heard men love their blowjobs. Only an idiot would say no to that. He shifted back to lean against the headboard to make himself comfortable. Just don't force it. How can I not reward my good boyfriend? She climbed over, straddled his thighs, and pecked his lips. Slowly, she crawled backward and made quick work of his button and zipper. Stay still. Let me play with your joystick. He could only nod, waiting in anticipation. She tugged his jeans and boxers down. His member sprang free and stood before her face, giving a little twitch as if asking for attention. Wow, Felicia murmured with wide eyes and curiously traced a prominent vein. Darling is packing a beast. Before he could say anything, the phone rang on the nightstand. Natasha called back at the worst time. Darling, should I stop? He reached down to caress her platinum blonde hair. Keep going. Felicia hummed an agreement and licked her lips. As she prepared herself, he answered the call. Natasha. Hey, sorry about that. He could hear her scoff on the other side. Satellite had you in Massachusetts 30 minutes ago. How are you back at Silver Sable International? SHIELD actively monitored his location and everyone close to him, as they should. He had one of their agents hostage. They might have seen him leaving the academy building through the satellite or in-person observation. What surprised him was how easily she had recognized Felicia's voice through the phone. I used magic to teleport here. Completely believable. He was completely honest with Natasha, but she dismissed it as a joke. I got the files. Some of this is. She paused as though looking for the right word to describe her discovery. Questionable. That was fast, Dante whispered, impressed. Black Widow wasn't one of the best for nothing. Is Sarah alive? No, Natasha said. She's dead. That's tragic. The stutter wasn't for Sarah. She had too many flags to be alive. Laura's pain was the biggest one. She wouldn't have that reaction if she hadn't killed Sarah with her own hands during one of her berserk moments. Most likely artificially triggered by someone else. He had stuttered because Felicia had taken him deep into her wet, hot mouth, stretching her lips around his girth. She pulled back and began stroking his veiny member while kissing the head. You'll find the rest in the file. Where's the meat? He took a shuddering breath. Pick any crowded mall in Massachusetts. In public. Natasha was skeptical of the idea, rightfully so. Her career was on the line. She wouldn't want to be spotted with the man who had taken one of her colleagues hostage. Your folks will investigate anyone trying to meet me, he said, suppressing a grunt. Felicia's tongue swirled around the head. Since he was on the call, he patted Felicia's head to compliment and approve of her effort. Felicia's gaze flicked up to him, showing a hint of surprise. When he patted her again, she went back to sucking him off with even more enthusiasm. I'm on a clock, Natasha said. Got a briefing with Coulson in 2 hours. Then we'll move out to negotiate with you. I've about 45 minutes for you. More than enough. You're still in Manhattan. How will you make it back to Massachusetts in 60 minutes? Send me the address. I'll be there in 30. His confident look faded in the next moment. He covered the receiver as a groan ripped from his throat. Fuck. Felicia had been pulling his balls between her lips, kissing his head, blowing him all to make him break character on the call. It finally worked out. Her eyes curved in delight. She gently grazed his skin with her teeth before increasing her pace, her hand stroking what her mouth couldn't take. He patted her head again and took his hand off the receiver. And don't forget the disguise. A reminder to prevent her from showing up in her usual SHIELD getup, which would be far too eye-catching. In the age of social media, any post about her might go viral and get SHIELD's attention. A simple disguise to cover her features would save them from so much trouble. Natasha, who had been considering her choices on the other side, finally spoke. Pittsfield Crossing Mall at 1:15. I'll send photos of my spot when I'm there. He checked his wristwatch. 12:45 p.m. Half an hour to teleport and bring Laura there. He could manage it even with breaks for teleportation. I'll be there. Don't be late. Natasha hummed. Stay cautious. This case will stir up trouble. He had expected her to hang up with a joke about the moans she had undoubtedly heard. Instead, she gave a warning. She must have seen or heard something, or just the danger intuition of the best Red Room operator, or both. His hunch about S.H.I.E.L.D. having more severe problems than Hydra's deep infiltration might just be right. Another organization might be targeting S.H.I.E.L.D., perhaps more than one. The wet, sloppy sounds and Felicia's moans as she blew his cock pulled him back. She had been diligently working through the call, giving her all to pleasure him. Her efforts showed in the delightful pressure bundling up in his core. He really wanted to control himself and savor it for a while, but the clock was ticking. He leaned back fully against the headboard and let nature take its course. Felicia might be a complete amateur, but she had trained herself to pick even the best locks to be as good as the legendary thief. That dexterity showed in every stroke. After a minute and a half, his control snapped. Felicia, he groaned as his hips bucked off the bed. His dick convulsed and shot out his seed in small bursts. She showed a moment of hesitation, wanting to draw back. MHNGHH. Her eyes widened in pleasant surprise. She didn't just swallow everything. She grabbed the shaft firmly and pressed her lips on the head, using suction to suck out every drop. She finally pulled off with a soft pop and worked his semen in her mouth before swallowing it with a satisfied smile. Why did that taste good? It's like buttery chocolate with a tiny bit of sugar. He wasn't surprised. His vessel was made by death with her cosmic powers and then made even better by his nitpick optimizations. It'd be strange if his semen tasted awful. With a satisfied sigh, he gave her hair a gentle, appreciative pat. We'll solve that mystery later. She reached over to the nightstand and fetched a tissue from the drawer. With a look of concentration, she set about wiping his member clean with a tenderness. The act caught him off guard. Her care didn't end there. She tugged his jeans back up and quickly worked the button and the zipper. He had seen this side before, but never to this extent. Once she had finished putting him back together, she planted her palms on the mattress and crawled closer. She straddled his lap, settling her weight against him as her arms came to rest on his shoulders. Darling, she purred with a grin. I've been a very good girl. Won't you reward me a little? He should have expected some ulterior motive when she went above and beyond in her care. Felicia Hardy never did anything without layers. His hands slid down to cup and grope her ass through the thin fabric of her shorts. The simple contact filled his chest with a blissful feeling. You want to know who called? I'm curious about that, but no. She showed a melting gaze, clearly a seductive act to make him obey. I want to confirm if you were joking about that teleport thing. What do you think? He chuckled, already having a hunch on where this was headed. You picked up Gwen's identity with tiny clues. Show me what else that thief brain is capable of. She took the challenge with a smirk. You were serious. A conclusion needs evidence, otherwise it's just a 50-50 gamble dressed up as confidence. He raised an eyebrow, quite curious about how she would work out a convincing argument. Then let me state my case, Your Honor. She straightened her back and pointed at him like a prosecutor about to deliver a case-closing statement. First piece of evidence, how you entered my room. The door was locked, and the window shut tight. Old habit to stop others from robbing me. What if I had a key? He countered. I could have taken the master key from Sylvvaja. Yes, you could have, but I didn't find any in your pockets. She reached into the blanket and took out a wallet. His wallet. This is all you had. He had to applaud her skills. He had been a little too distracted by the phone call with Natasha and her blowjob, and she had picked his pocket. Even with those distractions, she had to find the right moment to sneak something out of his pocket without him noticing. Which leaves only one possibility. She set the wallet aside and placed both hands flat against his chest, leaning in until her lips were brushing his ear. She whispered in a voice dripping with satisfaction, You used magic. What if the key is in the door? There is nothing there, she replied without missing a beat of confidence. What's the verdict, Your Honor? He patted her back in concession, unable to keep the admiration out of his voice. You should become a detective. Felicia Hardy can't settle for the ordinary. It's boring. Anyways, she nudged his nose with hers, the gesture playful and intimate. I'll take your lack of denial as a yes. You did use magic to teleport. I did, he said with a defeated sigh. What do you want from it? Travel to some great location. She chewed her lower lip between her teeth. All her seductive energy and playfulness disappeared with one question. The mask had cracked, revealing the scared girl who was terrified to ask for what she really wanted. To your father? He asked, giving her a way out. Do you want to save him? She flinched as her fingers curled the fabric of his shirt. Can we? Even after everything between them, she still didn't expect him to fulfill every one of her requests. Just like how she wouldn't do everything he wanted of her. That belief was shown clearly in her nightmare. The burden who took more than she offered, that was how she saw herself in their relationship. He shut down that poisonous voice in her head by wrapping both arms around her and crushing her against his chest. His embrace was almost painfully tight, as if he could squeeze the self-doubt out of her through this. Is tonight good? She trembled in his arms and bobbed her head in agreement. Yes. Her breathing hitched once, twice, and then the tension started bleeding out of her in quiet sobs. She pressed her face in his shoulder and let herself fall apart in his arms. He held her through it, one hand rubbing slow circles on her back, the other cradling the back of her head. His eyes drifted to the clock on the nightstand as the numbers ticked over to 12:54 p.m. Time was running short, but he didn't rush her. She needed this. When she finally pulled back, there was a noticeable wet patch on his shirt. But the smile on her face was sincere. A smile after a good cry was always without any shadow or pretense. This one lit up her whole face despite the redness around her eyes. "You saw me cry twice," she whispered, showing a mischievous grin. "If it happens again, I'm stealing your last name." He paused at that. Currently, he had no last name, not even on his driving license. Death hadn't bothered giving him his last name from his previous life. "We'll talk about that later." He cupped her cheek and brushed away the last glitter of tears with his thumb. "I have to go." She tugged the hoodie zipper down and folded her arms under her chest, squeezing her breasts together to give a good glimpse of her cleavage. "Stay for a little while." He would have definitely stayed to punish her some more if he didn't have the urgent business with Black Widow. Felicia knew it, too, and still tempted him with a sight. He gently flicked her forehead. "Get back to sleep." She crossed her arms with a pout. "Always running off to see another lady darling is really redefining the word loyalty. The fault's on you for loving an unfaithful man." He slid off the bed and checked himself in the vanity mirror. Taking another tissue from the drawer, he carefully wiped away the subtle lipstick marks she had left on his face and lips. Felicia stood up on the bed behind him, using the extra height to look down upon him arrogantly. When he didn't give her any attention, she sighed and fixed his hair, taming the parts that stuck up at odd angles. "I'd have dolled you up properly if we had more time," she said, then paused and shook her head with a wry laugh. "Or not. I don't need more whores chasing after you. One attention whore like me is plenty in your life." He turned and pinched her cheek between his thumb and forefinger, giving it a light squeeze that made her scrunch up her nose. "I'll be back by 6. Tell Sylvvaja to order my favorite." She drew out the word with exaggerated cheerfulness. "Have a safe journey." 82, claws out for me. Random art. Dante materialized in the dorm room with a soft pop of displaced air. A barely noticeable sound in the grand scheme of things. The teleport left him prickly as his skin was bursting with mystical energy. He inhaled deep and expelled everything in one go. Golden orange light burst from him, casting over the walls before fading to nothing. Warm human. A streak of lavender launched at Hema while Sharon was resting in his bed. She landed on the ground, transformed, and then spun to face him. Just the bigger version of her cat form, an appearance similar to that of a panther. It wasn't the menacing form used in the training battle. She tackled his chest like a battering ram. He took a quick glance behind and then let himself be pinned onto the bed. Sharon put her paws on his chest and licked his jawline with her rough tongue. "Where were you? Cat's eye thought you left." He could feel the care in her eyes. Only Angelica treated Sharon like a friend in this bunch, but she was only present briefly. Sharon had nobody else to make friends with. Death and him had unknowingly fulfilled her need for companions. Not now, Sharon. Running low on time. Low on time. She tilted her head, one ear flopping. "Where? Cat's eye can take you on her back. Where is Death? Cat's eye will carry both." The offer was so earnest it almost made him smile. He reached up and scratched behind her velvet ears, right in the spot that made her purr. "I can manage. Death, can you spend some time with Sharon?" "Of course, companion." Death rose from a shadow and scooped up Sharon in her arms, a soft smile on her face. "Let him work. I'll play with you." "Okay, Black Lady." Death isn't black. Dante didn't know what to feel about this mutant, who casually said things that would have gotten her cancelled in his previous world. "Anyway, I'm off." He sprinted to the window. Glass exploded outward as he vaulted through without a care in the world. Shards rained down like brittle diamonds, glittering in the pale winter sunlight. A few kissed his skin but couldn't even scratch it. "Venom, bonding time. Yeesss." The symbiote's voice was full of joy. "Become one. Companion, take my blessing as well." Death's calm voice still showed a hint of her affection. "Be invincible." The symbiote erupted from beneath his skin. Black tendrils writhed up limbs and sealed him in a skin-tight suit. His muscles thickened and stretched as the symbiote matter lost its gleam, becoming a thick-plated armor. Death's blessing hollowed out his face, replacing it with a skull. Golden blue flames flared to life in the hollow sockets. The burst of raw power made Venom want to throw its head back and roar to announce their presence to the world, to make everything in a mile radius know that they had arrived. He nearly gave in to the impulse like last time. "Not now, Venom. We'll scream our hearts out later." "We understand." It sounded a bit sad. "We'll roar next time." A line of symbiote matter out of his palm and latched onto the academy building opposite to the dorm building. It was just like Ghost Spider's web fluid, except he could control the length and strength of symbiote matter. It was part of his body, after all. He crashed through the third-floor window in yet another explosion of glass. More property destruction, more bills to pay for Emma. He spun on his heel and sprinted across the entire hallway in seconds. He could have teleported directly to Laura's room, but that would have startled her badly enough to trigger an attack reflex. Calming her down and explaining would take more time than this little warm-up with Venom. Laura's room came right into the view. He could hear the conversation happening inside. "Eat up, kid. Those skinny hands won't do shit against stronger mutants." "I said I'm full." Laura snarled, then spoke in a softer voice. "Emma, bring me pancakes. Warm, freshly baked." Laura asking for comfort food was some progress. It still felt like she had no trust in Logan. "Dear, you should have said so earlier," Emma said in a maternal voice before sighing. "Which flavor do you prefer? I'll ask the chef to drop everything and bake some." Dante ripped the door out rather than wait for Emma to open it. He couldn't wait for Laura to eat her pancakes either. Crossing 20 kilometers in under 15 minutes might or might not be doable. He didn't know his maximum speed. "Dante!" Emma shrieked, blue eyes filled with alarm. "What happened?" For a split second, real worry bled through her expression. She feared something terrible must have happened for him to crash through her academy like this. It wasn't the reaction he expected after he had left her embarrassed in Psylocke's room. Emma Frost showing real care was a rare sight. "Oi, bub, what the hell?" "Nothing to do with you, Logan," Dante said and locked eyes with Laura. "Widow called. We gotta go." The mention of Widow and unspoken mention of Sarah flipped her switch instantly. She kicked back her chair, put a boot on the table, and leaped toward him. She did a front flip and landed beside him. "Where do we meet her?" "Wait," Logan said in a low, menacing voice, unsheathing his adamantium claws. "Where are you taking her?" Dante frowned. "Laura." Laura also took out her claws. "Let me go, old man. It's important." "What's important is you stay with us, kid," Logan said in a softer voice, folding after just one warning from his daughter. "S.H.I.E.L.D. will be watching you." "S.H.I.E.L.D. can't do shit," Dante snorted. "Why do you think they haven't tried anything to take Laura back?" "Logan, let him go," Emma chimed in to support him. "Nobody can hurt Laura if she's with him." Laura grunted and slashed the chair in half. "Stop wasting time. I'm going with him." Logan glared at Dante like a wolf. "You haven't told me where you're taking her, bub." "To see her friend." Dante took Laura's wrist and led her out of the room. "I'll hunt you down if I see a single scratch on her." In the end, Logan didn't push his luck, knowing it might anger Laura. And irritating Laura wasn't something he wanted. Dante killed off the solar radiation fueling the flames surrounding his skull, leaving only the ghostly blue flames. "Get on my back." She scaled his back and hooked an arm around his thick neck. He loved how decisive she acted when it came to the matters of her mother. There was no hesitation about being burned by his flames. Well, she had survived worse than flames, so she wouldn't even be frightened by the idea of jumping into a fiery pit. He looked back and nodded at Emma before leaving the room. It was refreshing to see Emma be supportive and kind for once. Maybe Laura's past was so tragic that it evoked sympathy in Emma since she had seen all of Laura's memories. "Hold tight. This'll be fast." Laura clung to his neck with both arms. With a symbiote swing, he burst through yet another window. At that exact moment, he saw Sharon sitting on the shattered window watching him. Every Hellion student had gathered behind her except Angelica. Attracted by the noise in his dorm room, they all stared in awe and surprise. They had never realized the man they had fought was the infamous Sylvvaja. Another tendril burst out of his left palm and attached itself to the dorm building's roof. He flew forward with wind howling in his ears. He pulled up the directions on his phone and handed it back to Laura to act as the navigator. "Buzz me if I go in the wrong direction." "Got it." Just then a voice yelled at him from below, "Sylvvaja." He glanced down and saw a blue sedan slow to a halt in the snow-packed academy driveway. Tires were still spinning when the passenger door flew open. A woman with fiery red hair burst out and sprinted toward him, boots crunching the snow and breath fogging in panicked bursts. "Come down," she shouted. "I have something to tell you." He didn't recognize her. There were too many redheads. But if he had to guess based on the current timeline, Jean, wait. That was exactly the name on his mind. The owner of the voice slammed open the driver's door. A tall woman with striking white hair and dark skin stepped out. Her long coat whipped behind her as she caught up with the redhead. She grabbed the redhead's arm and pulled her back. Her silver eyes stayed locked onto Dante, a look of wariness on her sharp features. Her response made perfect sense. She had picked the wrongness of his symbiote suit immediately and kept Jean away with an excuse. From their perspective, he probably looked like a villain. "Miss Aurora, it's him." The redhead struggled against Aurora's grip, but she wasn't strong enough for it. "I have to tell him. He's on urgent business," Aurora replied in a calm voice befitting her former status as a revered deity in East Africa. "Let him be." He didn't need the names to recognize the white-haired woman. She was far too iconic for that. Jean Grey, Storm. Their presence got his mind racing. X-Men had made a move despite S.H.I.E.L.D. being in such an oppressive position. Nothing unusual. But what was Jean's urgent business with Sylvvaja? The symbiote armor parted on his wrist and exposed his watch. 1:03 p.m. 12 minutes to reach Natasha. "I'm busy right now," he said in a theatrically deep voice. Jean's face twisted, showing frustration or perhaps despair. "Speak your business with Emma." Some light returned to her face. "We will." He turned away and fired a thick symbiote tendril toward a distant tall pine. Getting involved with Jean and Aurora meant stepping straight into Xavier's business, and that trail led directly to one of the planet's most terrifying mutants, Magneto. Dante preferred to be much stronger than those two Omega-level behemoths before he made their acquaintance. Until then he was fine with relaxing in Emma's circle. A few more swings carried them through the trees, and then he landed hard on a snow-dusted forest road. Activating Elixir's link with a thought, he changed his muscle structure for maximum mobility. And he accelerated into a dash. Trees shuddered violently as he passed, leaves and branches rained down like confetti from the sheer force of displaced air. Just venom and solar radiation had already massively boosted his speed to superhuman levels. With the muscle optimization on top, his figure became a blur to even the sharpest human eyes. About 250 miles per hour, he estimated the speed after running some calculations in his mind. The wind whipped past like blades. His solar-charged body shrugged it off completely, but Laura didn't have that luxury. She had weathered this cold in just a tank top. At this speed, she had to tighten her arms around his neck and press herself closer to feel the warmth coming from him. He poured more solar radiation to fuel a flicker of flame inside his skull. Bear with it for a little longer. I'm fine, she stated calmly, even though her shivering body told a different story. Wouldn't it draw attention? They were still in a dense forest, but the road ahead led to a populated town. She was warning him about the spectacle that might possibly attract S.H.I.E.L.D.'s attention. He tapped Sue Storm's resonance and enveloped them both in an invisible force field that bent light around their forms and covered the sound as well. He was saving it for when he reached close to the town to save some mental strength. This is what? Laura's voice carried a bit of wonder. Why are we shimmering like glass? Invisibility. There was a pause as she scanned herself and him. Is this a mutant power? She couldn't conceal the hostility in her voice. Her conditioning had been erased, yet the years of S.H.I.E.L.D. propaganda about mutants wouldn't magically disappear. The lies about mutants being ticking time bombs had sunk deep in her like poison. You're a mutant. He slowed his sprint gradually, then stopped completely at the edge of a forest. What will you do if I'm a mutant? There was no response. Her hesitation only lasted a few seconds before SNIK'd claws of her right hand extended in a fury. She pressed those blades against his neck, grazing the underside of his chin with the sharp tip. Both father and daughter had a bad habit of pointing their claws at anyone. 83, warming up. Random art. Laura didn't push the claws further. Her arms were shaking. Not because of winter, but because of the war raging in her head, her own judgment against the lies fed by S.H.I.E.L.D. Dante knew this was the most important moment. If she stabbed him, she would never recover to live a normal life. However, if she could look past his mutant status, he'd deem the little experiment a success. Snicked. The metallic sound made him smile. She didn't disappoint him at all. In the first place, she didn't spare him because of the trust between them. They had fought each other and then spent like 20 minutes together. That wasn't enough to become an acquaintance, much less trust someone. She made a selfish, clever decision for the sake of finding the truth. Laura had finally broken free from her cage of conditioning and programmed responses. It couldn't have happened without the dear Sarah in heaven. You aren't like the rest, she said in a threatening voice. You smell like Natasha. Maybe she did trust him a little. He decided to take her words as a compliment. If he smelled like Natasha, the only person looking after Laura in S.H.I.E.L.D., it meant Laura was starting to warm up to him. With the little trust game out of the way, he continued his sprint. While maintaining the pace, he laid out the rules for the meeting. Laura had to stay completely silent and show no reactions regardless of what she heard. For that reason, he couldn't let her know about Sarah's death. If she learned the truth now, she would fly into a berserker rage and tear the meeting apart. The best time for that truth would come soon. He wouldn't have brought her at all if he didn't need her to absorb details about Logan's capture incident, specifically how the person who defeated Logan might be the culprit behind erasing Sarah's memories from her mind. She needed to understand how thoroughly S.H.I.E.L.D. had fucked her life before the negotiations. The forest gave way to the edge of town. Buildings began to flash past them, reduced to streaks of color. Not a single soul noticed them. The force field swallowed the sound and the wind generated by his speed. You're fast, Laura said from his back in an amazed voice. How do you train? Laura seemed impressed by the display. The real feat in his eyes wasn't the peak speed but its sustainability. He could maintain it for 3 or 4 hours if the sun stayed bright. Solar radiation was essentially infinite fuel as long as he had line of sight to the sky. We burn. We chase the horizon, Venom laughed. The symbiote was quite giddy to let loose and show off its powers, whatever was left of it after Norman's torture. This exercise was pushing both the symbiote and its host to their absolute limits. I train my body and mind, he replied to Laura. You should try it. Her most glaring weakness was mental resilience. S.H.I.E.L.D. had attempted to compensate for it by implanting psychic blocks. Even a veteran telepath like Emma Frost needed minutes to remove them. The protection was gone now, and she was once again an easy target for telepaths. How? She asked with the same straightforwardness. Should I tie weights to my head with a rope? No, that'll target my neck muscles. Should I slam my head in the wall to make my mind stronger? The young mutant was puzzled, and he was baffled by her lack of knowledge. Then again, the mind was entirely new territory for her. It was easy to forget she had yet to attend school. All her knowledge came from Sarah and her own observations. He slowed to a stop in an empty alley and put a firm hand on her wrist. You have nothing to worry about. Logan, Emma, and I will make sure nobody controls your mind. This was clearly manipulation on his part to bring her closer, make her just a tiny bit dependent on his protection and guidance. And it also served her long-term well-being. In her current situation, she needed someone who understood the right incentives to push her forward toward a normal life. someone gentle yet capable of cruelty. He had to be that person for her, and in return, she and Logan would be loyal to him and Sylvvaja. Her wild pack needed some serious upgrades for Symkaria's growth and his peace of mind. Several moments passed yet Laura gave no response. And then her grip on his neck tightened ever so slightly. That was her response. Which way? He asked with a soft smile, which was hidden by the mask. The mall should be nearby. There. Laura pointed a finger in the mall's direction. Only 400 meters. Time. 1:12. They had arrived 3 minutes early. He was pretty sure he would still be a few minutes late since he had to find Natasha. His phone buzzed before the notification sounds rang in a series. Laura tapped a couple of times and tried to show him. Natasha sent some photos. He fired a symbiote tendril at a nearby building and swung upward. Momentum carried them in a smooth arc, almost like a slow motion. He couldn't help but let himself go with the flow. He even had time to perform a few backflips in the air. He landed with a heavy thud right at the mall's entrance. It was quite crowded, the freezing temperature having no effect on sales whatsoever. Laura handed him the phone without a word. He pulled up the photos Natasha had sent. The first two showed the restaurant's name and the reserved room. The third was the selfie of a freckled woman wearing oversized sunglasses, a knit beanie, and a black face mask. Natasha had done a thorough job. He couldn't find a single hint of Natasha in that image. Absolute cinema of a disguise. Laura's POV. Laura shivered the moment the mall doors closed behind him. Warm air washed over her skin. There was a sense of liveliness as families, parents with children and couples walked around the place. They laughed. They argued over nonsense. This warmth should have been comforting, but it wasn't. Her bones still felt like they were covered in ice. Dante's speed had turned winter wind into ice daggers. The cold had seeped deep, despite Dante's best attempts. It's not going to kill me. She'd survived worse. Her body could heal almost anything. She only had to endure an hour or two and her body would adjust. Give me your hands. On the escalator, Dante dropped back a step down to be on the same step as her. Just standing on the same step as him reduced the oppressive cold. Come on. Laura shook her head, keeping both hands buried deep in her jacket pockets. I'm not cold. She forced herself to hold his gaze, because it was the way to tell a believable lie. Natasha had taught her that. Dante looked at her for a long second, eyes narrowing like he was deciding whether to argue or whether to do something worse. As much as she hoped, it was impossible for Dante to be doing everything out of kindness. A favor from Logan. She didn't think he was after that either, not after the way she saw him dismiss Logan like an inconvenient obstacle. Which meant his motive was to use her strength. To secure a killer for himself, just like S.H.I.E.L.D. had. She just couldn't show weakness until she found out what happened to Sarah. Otherwise, he'd stop helping her. Dante stepped past the escalator and made a small sound under his breath, frustrated. I'll do it my way. He raised his hands. The symbiote matter around his wrists rippled and peeled back to reveal his normal human hands underneath. He cupped her face with hands that were far too big in comparison to hers. Her instinct was to shove him away. She almost did. But she froze the moment warmth bloomed across her cheeks. Her numbness faded away in a few seconds. He moved his hands carefully to her throat, her shoulders, her forearms, and finally touched her wrists. Each touch left behind the warmth of summer sun, melting the cold she'd been trying to ignore. He held her wrist and coaxed her hands out of her pockets, then wrapped his fingers around hers with a soft smile. Let's get you winter clothes. Laura felt a strange tightness in her chest, an emotion she couldn't name. She had never been treated kindly like this. Maybe Sarah did once, but those memories were long gone. Natasha cared on some level. Laura was certain of that. But Natasha was afraid to show it. Natasha never revealed anything about her life before S.H.I.E.L.D. either. This was different, like Dante was bothered by her discomfort, that her suffering was unacceptable to him. Maybe he was just showing concern to act like a family. It didn't matter. Laura let him pull her along. They entered one of the fancier clothing stores. He moved through the racks, fingers brushing over fabrics until he found what he wanted. He grabbed a black heavy coat and draped it around her shoulders like it belonged to him. She cooperated and slipped her arms inside the sleeves. It was heavier than anything she had worn before. In a sense, the weight restricted her, slowed her down. Yet, she closed the buttons one by one, fingers fumbling slightly. I'll take it off later. Because it felt good. But wasn't this stealing? She wasn't much familiar with the world outside S.H.I.E.L.D. She at least knew that shops existed for people to buy stuff with money. They had taken things without paying anything. Stealing is okay if nobody catches you. She frowned, trying to work through the logic. Maybe stealing was allowed if nobody could catch you, like a challenge to test their security. Or it could be the other way around. If the store couldn't protect its merchandise, they deserved to lose it. While she was creating new logic, he had returned with a thick dark gray muffler and a strange winter cap covered in fur. She had never seen anything like it. The cap was warm to the touch, having flaps on the sides to cover her ears. It looked cozy. He looped the muffler around her neck and tugged it up to cover her mouth. Then he adjusted the cap on her head and pulled the ear flaps down. She was sealed tight in fur, feeling cozy and relaxed. He leaned and showed a satisfied smile. This should be enough. She glanced at the mirror nearby and was stunned into silence. She didn't look any different from the laughing and chatting carefree teens shopping around here. And her expression in the reflection, it was soft without a hint of her usual fierceness. Receiving new clothes, being treated this way, she felt like she had become a completely different person. Not a killer, not a SHIELD agent either, just a normal girl. The thought brought a fierce light in her eyes. I don't need it, she grumbled, gripping the muffler. She couldn't find the heart to take it off and throw it away. Weren't we low on time? It can wait. He shook his head firmly like he was disappointed at her for asking such a question. His eyes traveled over her bundled form, and he whispered to himself, SHIELD's deadly killer can't be this cute. Her jaw clenched in fury. She curled her fist. But before she could punch him in the face for reducing her to something cute like a pet, he grabbed her wrist and started running. Let's find Widow. Laura dropped the grudge. For now. He dragged her into a food court, and her sharp nose immediately picked up hordes of aromatic smells. Her stomach began to rumble audibly. She hadn't eaten much earlier because of Logan and Emma's constant pestering, where every bite felt like an interrogation. What little she had eaten had been consumed entirely by her healing factor working overtime to repair the damage from the cold. Now, she was hungry. I'm not telling him. Admitting hunger felt would make her look weak and feeble. She could wait until they returned to the academy and then ask Emma for some delicious pancakes. They entered a crowded restaurant on the far side of the second floor. He walked down the hallway, through the private dining area, and found room number 12. Laura picked up a familiar scent even from outside. Inside, the room was small but well kept. The room looked cozy with warm lighting and a few framed botanical prints on cream-colored walls. A polished wooden table sat in the center with seating for 6, though only one chair was occupied. Sitting in the far corner was the same woman she had seen in the photo earlier, Natasha. Usually, seeing Natasha's face would trigger an immediate impulse to stand at attention and ask for order, saw habit drilled into her through dozens of missions together. But today she felt something warm bloom in her chest, as if Natasha wasn't just her superior. Her mind went back to the moment she was angry at Logan. That level of fury should have triggered her berserk state, yet nothing happened today. She looked at the man still holding her hand, still providing warmth through his palm. She had a sneaking suspicion that he was the reason for these changes. When I blanked out during our conversation, she was almost certain he had done something to her brain during that time. Her free hand unconsciously moved to her chest, pressing against her sternum like she could feel the difference beneath her skin. What does he want from me? 84, sad. Random art. Dante took the empty seat across from Natasha, who had been busy browsing the menu. Any surveillance? Natasha didn't bother looking around when she heard his voice. She lazily flipped the menu page, giving a small shake of her head. Already swept it with a scrubber. We're clean. Dante dropped the force field. There was no point in burning energy on invisibility when Natasha had already secured the room. Natasha studied him closely as if analyzing why his form almost resembled her Ghost Rider form. Where did you get your powers? On my own. Natasha's mouth pressed into a flat line, clearly unsatisfied with his unwillingness to divulge more. That wasn't an answer. It was, just not a satisfying one for you. Dante smiled wryly. Our powers don't have any connection besides appearance. She gave a nod and her gaze shifted to Laura. Oh, aren't you a little cutie pie? Even Natasha Romanoff couldn't think of this bundled-up teenage girl in a fur cap as one of the deadliest weapons in S.H.I.E.L.'s arsenal. Laura looked unamused. Files. Natasha set the menu down and removed her sunglasses, folding them neatly on the table. Her gaze became sharp. Are you sure about this? Laura unconsciously glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. She took a deep breath and gave a firm nod. I don't want to go back to killing people. I'm not returning to S.H.I.E.L.D. Dante had expected the answer, but hearing her say it out loud, with that much certainty, still caught him off guard. Not a single hesitation in her decision. Natasha's jaw tightened. For a moment, it looked like she wanted to argue and list reasons to not leave. Instead, she just nodded. She gestured to the black bag on the seat beside her. The data is in the bag. On a tablet. Dante leaned forward, elbows on the table. So who defeated Logan? Natasha caught his meaning immediately. A small, humorless smile tugged at her lips. Some agents with guns. Bullshit. Expected. He glanced at Laura with a flicker of approval. The girl had zero scruples in calling out lies and hypocrisy. Whoever did it doesn't want it known, Natasha said, dropping her voice like she was afraid someone would overhear her accusations. The credentials I accessed this file from, they arrested her in 2 minutes. Natasha's caution in using someone else's credentials might have saved her life. I'm guessing a powerful telepath is pulling strings from the shadows. His first guess was Cassandra Novacharles, Xavier's psychotic twin, a telepath above Xavier's level. She had the power. She had the grudge. Except he didn't think she would draw this out. With Nimrods at her command, Cassandra would have started a full-scale mutant massacre. This person wants control. Oppression. They don't want mutant extinction. Natasha slowly nodded her head. Director Fury is compromised. I'm 90% sure. Fury. Dante frowned. That's a hell of an accusation. All his decisions have been questionable. He is like a different person when judging mutants. What about Sarah? Laura interjected into their serious conversation. What's her status? The temperature in the room seemed to drop at her question. Natasha's expression went blank. She glanced at Dante instead of answering. Laura's right hand clenched. Even with her limited experience reading people, she could recognize when people hid something from her. Who was it? Laura's voice was calm, yet it felt like an executioner asking for the name of the person who had to be executed. Who killed Sarah? He mouthed one word, hide. Natasha hesitated, clearly torn between protecting Laura from the brutal truth and respecting her right to know. The silent fury radiating from Laura made the decision for her. The file doesn't list a cause of death. It's redacted. Snicked. Laura's claws slid out, gleaming silver, ready to be bathed in red. Then I'll ask Fury myself. The director should have clearance. Natasha opened her mouth. Let's not be rash, Dante interrupted and placed a hand on Laura's shoulder. You charge in alone, you won't get answers. You'll only get a body bag. Laura trembled with barely restrained rage. He squeezed her shoulder. We'll figure this out. Together. For a long, tense moment, Laura looked like she was going to ignore him entirely and act on her instincts, seconds away from bolting out the door. Then she exhaled deeply like she was forcing the rage down through sheer willpower. The claws retracted, disappearing back beneath skin that healed instantly. This habit was exactly why he hadn't given her gloves. I won't let this go, she whispered in an emotional voice. Sarah needs justice. Natasha was in pure disbelief. She hadn't expected Laura to back down. If this conversation had happened yesterday, Laura would have gone full berserker. Only blood and chaos followed when Laura lost control of her emotions. Right now, she was as unstable as a teenager could get, but she was choosing to hold back. He patted Laura's shoulder one final time, then drew his back. Will Fury make it hard? Laura leaving, I mean. The director doesn't usually force people, Natasha said, leaning back and crossing her arms. Whatever she was about to say clearly made her uncomfortable. Under normal circumstances, that is. S.H.I.E.L.D. exists to stop superhuman disasters before they happen. We're not an evil organization. Dante raised an eyebrow. She was either trying to sell him on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s benevolence or trying to convince herself. But Fury won't let Laura walk away easily. She's too powerful and dangerous. A faint, mysterious smile touched Natasha's lips. He might just show some favoritism to you. Why? No fun spoiling the exciting news. Dante frowned. Why would Nick Fury go out of his way to do him a favor? There was only one logical reason. Fury wanted to recruit him. Is he throwing my name on the Avengers list? He couldn't think of any other explanation. Forget about that. Did you get the locations I asked for? Natasha slid the black bag across the table toward him. All his properties are listed here. Far more than he had expected. She pulled back the bag with a sharp look. 14 are research sites all across the country. I'm guessing this is where Norman is creating those alien creatures, whatever they are called. It wasn't hard for her to connect the dots. Dante had clashed with symbiotes, and he was asking about Norman the day after they had discovered him at Oscorp, wearing a symbiote suit. He was creating them, Dante said in a cold voice. Not anymore. I took his golden goose. This will help me clear out the golden eggs he has stashed away. Thanks for doing our job for us. A flicker of hesitation crossed Natasha's face. She reached into the bag and pulled out a small case from one of the compartments, setting it on the table carefully like it would easily break. Laura's eyes flared with recognition. Why did you bring that? Dante could only speculate about the contents. Thankfully, Natasha didn't make him wait too long. She opened the case with a soft click. 6 thick syringes sat nestled in foam compartments, each one carrying an amber fluid. Sensory amplification drug. SAD for short, Natasha said with a bright smile like she had said something absurdly funny. Laura was programmed to kill people marked with a certain scent. Fury didn't want that. He neutralized it by blocking some of her nasal nerves. Interesting. That explained why he hadn't found active trigger scent pathways when he had scanned her mind. The conditioned nerves had been numbed, left dormant for so long they had practically died. When injected, it temporarily reactivates those pathways, Natasha said, gently pushing it toward him. She can track a target for miles. Rain, crowded, doesn't matter. Fury used it sparingly for high-priority hunting missions. She looked deeply uncomfortable, staring at the syringes like they were loaded guns pointed at her chest. More like he is afraid someone else will use the trigger scent to get him killed. Dante closed the case, shaking his head. Why give this to me? She's your responsibility now. This'll make handling her easy. Natasha's smile became cruel. 6 shots to get anyone killed. Dante took the case, which made Laura clench her fists tightly. She didn't act, instead, waited for his decision in tense silence. I don't need it. He held the case in his palm and made it float. An invisible force field wrapped around it, then compressed. The plastic case began to creak like someone applied tremendous pressure. The syringes burst with the sound of breaking glass and amber liquid sprayed out. The case became a compressed ball, completely unrecognizable. He sent it to the trash bin with a flick of his finger. Then he looked Natasha dead in the eye. Are you any different from Dreykov? Fury might be mind-controlled, but Natasha was immune to telepathy. Having lived through a similar childhood, she should be destroying this serum. She should be the last person to advertise the serum's benefits like it was a bonus feature in Laura's product package. He knew it was most likely an act to test him. It still pissed him off. Laura stared at the trash bin, then at him, confused. Who is Dreykov? Ask Romanov. She knows him better than both of us, Dante said, keeping his eyes locked on Natasha's expressionless face. The name Dreykov didn't seem to register her. If it did, she refused to show it. You said you wanted to give Laura a way out. Then you give me this like it's her parting gift. Why, Romanov? Natasha didn't flinch or avoid eye contact. A smile slowly spread across her face. The case had no serum. Laura put a hand on his arm. It was colored water. He let out a sigh, right in guessing that Natasha brought this out to test him. Showing approval for the serum would result in losing whatever fragile trust they had in him. Well, fair. He had tested Laura earlier. Now, she tested him. Still, the irritation didn't fade entirely. I'm not taking back my words. Laura shouldn't have been exploited like this. You could have done more for her. Hands are tied. A flicker of annoyance crossed her face before she covered it up by sliding her sunglasses back on. Why go so far for Laura? Dante turned to look at Laura. She was staring at him, eyes wide, waiting for his answer. Underneath that curiosity was a fragile glimmer of expectation. Hope, maybe, that he wasn't just using her, that he wouldn't transfer her to a different cage with nicer bars. His original reason for doing this had been embarrassingly petty, if he was being honest with himself. Taking Laura away from S.H.I.E.L.D. was a middle finger to Nick Fury. A way to piss off the man who thought he could control everything and everyone. Now, looking at Laura's hopeful expression, he had another reason. Simple human kindness, or maybe just basic decency to help her. Just doing what someone else should have done for you, he said, both hollow sockets burning with a radiant fire. And all the other widows. Natasha's eyes were unreadable behind the glasses, but the small twitch at the right corner of her mouth betrayed her emotions. Whoever told you about my past forgot to mention something pretty important. The red room is gone. I burned it to ashes myself. The Lady Ghost Rider had already destroyed the source of her trauma. He didn't feel anything in particular at the mention of the red room being gone. Maybe Natasha had actually burned it down. Maybe it was fake just like the movies. It would be hard to say without verifying the truth. And if he was being honest, he had already dropped any trust in his meta-knowledge beyond the basic stuff. Expecting anything was almost like playing gotcha. He would only use the timeline to see if he could recruit powerful people for the wild pack. One of these people was a pair of siblings living a normal life in Sokovia. If luck was on his side, he could reach out to them before Hydra. Before I leave, Natasha said as she pulled out her phone from her coat. She swiped a few times and then turned the screen to him, showing the image of her fellow S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, Hawkeye, Clint Barton. He disappeared while investigating Oscorp Island. Let me know if you come across any info on him. Dante barely glanced before he answered. You've helped me so far. I'll help you back. He is already under Norman's control. Natasha's eyes narrowed slightly. He got himself caught. Well, Dante said, shrugging like it didn't matter. He walked into a nest of superhuman monsters. Plural. You can't blame him for losing. He should have played it safe, Natasha said in a low, calm voice, but anyone could see her anger. Where did you see him? Oscorp. Yup. She lowered her gaze, thinking, calculating. She only pretended to know everything. Right now, that facade was close to crumbling. He avoided telling her about his plans for tonight. Bringing Ghost Rider into a den of prisoners would absolutely blow up their cover. He wasn't going to spend too much on this operation. Get in, remove Walter's symbiote, take him, leave. A simple execution for a simple plan. He wouldn't mind rescuing Clint and Frank Castle as long as they were easy to find. Clint would keep him in good graces with Natasha, a powerhouse as long as her spirit lent her a hand. Frank Castle's skills would make a great wild pack, but his personality, he wasn't suited for mercenary work. The Punisher was a lone wolf. Still, better for Castle to leave than be an annoyance on Norman's side. Has Norman realized Venom's gone? But it would be laughable if the looping footage had kept Norman from figuring out the truth. Or maybe Norman didn't care since he already had so many symbiotes. Taking Walter shouldn't bother him much. Even if it did and Norman launched an all-out attack on New York, Dante didn't have to worry. S.H.I.E.L.D. would send Natasha. He had Emma and Psylocke. And himself. With Venom and solar radiation, he was an unstoppable one-man army in daylight. Besides, Norman would only launch such an attack when his back was against the wall. Right now, Norman had no pressure on him beside the Skullfire. I'll go there tonight. Laura, I'll need your tracking skills. Natasha gently hit the table and eyed Dante with a decisive look. And your girlfriend's permission to explore the facility. No, Dante rejected before Laura could even open her mouth. Clint isn't gonna die. Norman needs him alive. Laura was also alive. Did it make her life any easier? Clint was her friend. Maybe one of the only people in S.H.I.E.L.D. who treated Laura like a person instead of a directive. Of course Natasha would make her own plans to rescue Clint from the hellhole, even if it meant defying Fury's orders. For a few seconds, the two were locked in a tense stare-down. There was no sound in the room except the rumble of the heater and the quiet clink of cutlery from the restaurant beyond this private booth. Laura, Natasha said in a softer voice, moving her gaze away. Help Clint one last time. He owes that much for everything we did for you. When nothing worked, the Black Widow used emotions. Laura, one of the most emotionally unstable women in the world, immediately showed signs of hesitation. Clint might be one of the few who treated her normally. Not to mention it was Natasha making the request herself. She was caught in the ugly space between gratitude to the woman who treated her right as a weapon and gratitude to the man who wanted to treat her more than a weapon. Dante really regretted opening his mouth about Clint in the first place. Then again, who could have expected her to be so determined to rescue Clint? Fine, I'll bring you in, he answered, backing down before Widow made it even harder on Laura. No need to involve Laura. My invisibility is better for scouting. I'll come too, Laura said. Dante stared at her for a beat. Bring me along, Laura insisted, drawing claws as though conveying she wouldn't budge. 3 hands are better than 2. We won't fight anyone. Even better, she said, smirking. It'll be my farewell mission with Natasha. Natasha couldn't help but chuckle. Never thought you'd miss me. Laura looked down at her claws, quiet, probably reminiscing her time with Natasha and how it would come to an end soon. Only on one condition. He raised his voice just a little to get the point across. You follow my orders. Every single one. One wrong move would undo everything he had done so far. He needed absolute obedience to keep things his way. Natasha leaned back, crossing her arms. This time, she wasn't uncomfortable. She used it to re-establish dominance. I don't like threats. He didn't acknowledge her stance. Here's the alternative for you. I'll tell Sylvvaja to strengthen the defenses. She raised an eyebrow. What for? To stop you from accessing the site. He crossed his arms and gave a soft laugh. I'm crazy enough to sacrifice hundreds for my ego. Are you crazy enough to kill hundreds to rescue one person? Just the confidence with which he spoke left Natasha and Laura stunned. Death wasn't the end in his book. It was the beginning. Natasha's expression shifted subtly. She wasn't in fear or shock. Just sheer awe of his stubbornness. She had finally realized she wasn't talking to a normal man with normal limits. Alright, control freak, Natasha relented with a small smile. Then, because Natasha Romanoff couldn't resist twisting the knife back, she added, I'm all yours for one night. Dante just stared at her until she tugged at her muffler to cover the lower half of her face, to cover her grin. Shaking his head, he turned to Laura. Let's go. I owe you some pancakes. Laura nodded slowly, still processing everything that had just happened. Natasha stood and tugged at her coat before adjusting the cap over her red hair. When do we start? Come to the island at 3 past midnight, he said. We'll discuss the rest there. Natasha gave a short nod and walked toward the door. 85. The Island Incident. Random Art. 12 p.m. Captain George Stacy sat at his desk, buried under a mountain of witness statements. Ghost Spider webbed the criminal to the wall. She helped me recover my belongings from an armed thug. Ghost Spider stopped the criminals trying to destroy my shop. I'm thankful to her. She saved my. He rubbed his temples, feeling every one of his 52 years. After 25 years on the force, he thought he had enough experience to do paperwork for every case possible. But how was he supposed to settle these reports? Legally, every thank you in these statements was still an admission: assault, unlawful restraint, destruction of property, vigilantism. Even if Ghost Spider had done the morally right thing, she had done it outside the law. And Ghost Spider wasn't alone in that mess. The same legal tangle applied to Skullfire. Sure, he had helped people by getting rid of 2 superhuman monsters, but it didn't excuse the property damage he had caused. Alien creatures possessing people. A woman who can stick to walls and lift cars. A man whose head is literally on fire. What the hell is happening to my city? He saw a silhouette outside through the glass. A woman holding 2 coffee mugs pushed the door open with her shoulder. She placed one mug on his desk and went over to sit across from him. The caffeinated aroma woke him after the sleepless night yesterday. Thanks, Captain Watanabe. I needed this. She nodded, still as calm as ever. Still unsure about Ghost Spider, Captain Stacy? I'd suggest we add her to the criminal database and issue a warrant. Ghost Spider cooperated with me. Don't you think we might need her to tackle superhuman threats? It's the only option that doesn't make us look complicit. She gestured at the pile of reports. The moment she crosses the wrong line, it'll blow back on us. Better to have the warrant on file now. George knew she was right. He hated that she was right. She's still saved many lives, Yuri. And Ghost Spider wasn't a bad person. He had interacted with her, and knew how much respect she had for the law. Doesn't change anything, Yuri replied. It's your choice, Captain. He exhaled slowly and put down the mug. I'll draft the recommendation. DA will probably sit on it for a week anyway. Good. Yuri leaned back as her expression softened. Now, on a completely different note, when was the last time you went home and spent time with Gwen? The question hit him like a sucker punch. He only remembered occasional breakfasts with Gwen. She had been looking a little exhausted recently, blaming her projects for the stress. He had even forgotten to ask Gwen about her friend, who lived close to Oscorp Island. That long? I'll leave early tonight, he said. After I finish this. His radio crackled to life. All units 10-13. Roosevelt Island, South End near Main Street. Multiple suspects exhibiting the alien parasite possession. requesting reinforcements to the scene immediately. George was on his feet and moving as soon as the dispatcher mentioned the alien parasite. He had seen the terror they could cause. Yuri was right behind him. 1:07 p.m. George had ditched the idea of taking the tram the moment the first reports came in. The hostiles have made tram stations unusable. He drove hard through Astoria toward the Roosevelt Island Bridge. This crisis was so big that other commands had already dispatched reinforcements. By the time he hit the bridge approach, he could already see the smoke plume rising over the East River like a warning sign. He arrived at the island entry point to find 2 patrol cars were wrecked like toys. One was flipped on its side, its lights still spinning uselessly. Another had its front end caved in as if someone had punched it. On the street beyond the bridge, a fire hydrant was torn from the ground, water spraying 20 feet high. Cars were wrecked, burning. An ambulance sat with its rear doors open nearby. 2 paramedics were strapping Officer Miguel Santos onto a backboard. George could see the officer's arm being bent the wrong way from 15 feet away. Santos. George jogged to the ambulance, holding his badge out for the paramedics to stop. What happened? Santos looked up at him with the 1,000-yard stare George had seen on soldiers who'd been in combat. The young but talented cop was traumatized. Cap. I shot him. 5 times. His voice shook, his eyes became wet. The bullets didn't even slow him down. He threw me into a van, I couldn't do anything. George clenched his fist. How many alien parasites? 30. 40. I don't know. Santos winced as the paramedic strapped his arm. Cap, we can't fight these things. Guns don't work. Another scream cut across the street. Then the shriek of metal being torn apart. George looked down the road and saw them. Bikers. Dozens of them. But they weren't normal men, they were the same as those alien parasites, who had tried to rob the bank. The same creatures who had possessed Felicia and her father. It's the Freeway Angels gang, Yuri said from behind George. A white supremacist group. All of them are bonded to aliens. George patted Santos' arm and walked off. Have they trapped civilians? Unconfirmed. George pushed through the crowd of officers establishing a perimeter. Lieutenant Hernandez was shouting into a radio, trying to coordinate the chaos. We need more support. Stronger firepower, Captain Stacy. Hernandez's relief was visible. Sir, we've got multiple suspects with enhanced abilities. Patrol units have taken heavy casualties. I pulled them back. Good call. George pulled out his binoculars and scanned the streets. A biker in gang colors grabbed a parked Honda Civic by its rear bumper and flipped the entire car onto its roof. Another ripped a parking meter from the concrete with one hand, swung it like a baseball bat, and smashed a storefront window. They were laughing, having fun. The bikers were not killing, they were terrorizing. Captain, Hernandez said. What are your orders? Fall back to the bridge entry, George ordered. No one engages unless it's to extract civilians. As officers scrambled to comply, George found himself thinking about Ghost Spider, who had the capability to go toe-to-toe against these monsters, and Skullfire, who could exterminate them. Now his officers were being pushed, and all George could do was order them to retreat, because their firearms were useless. George caught a figure approaching them slowly, the biggest one he had seen yet. 6'5" feet of rippling muscles, his own face unknown under the black suit. The biker stopped 20 meters away, pointing at George. You the one in charge, old man. George stepped forward, hand instinctively moving to his service weapon even though he knew it would be useless. I'm Michael. The biker's deep voice reached them even from that distance, as his long tongue flickered like a snake. Me and my angels will give this island as a tribute to the sovereign. So you cops can get the fuck out of here. This is not your property, George replied calmly. And you're going to prison. Then come arrest me, cop. Michael wasn't bluffing. He wanted George to try something. George heard a dozen officers behind him shift their stances, adjusting grips on their firearms. They stared at each other across 20 meters. George had faced all kinds of criminals. And he had also learned to read people, to know when they were bluffing. He saw civilians peeking through windows of apartments, faces pale. People hoping the uniform meant something, that the badge could still protect them. Your move, Captain, Michael said, spreading his arms wide. I'm standing right here. George drew his service weapon, despite knowing what happened to officers who engaged with these things. But he couldn't stand down. He held Michael's gaze and removed the safety, then pulled the trigger. The bullet hit Michael right in his mouth full of sharp teeth. Yet, it had no effect. Michael shrugged off the impact like nothing. Bang 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 bang. George fired 14 more bullets on every vital in Michael's body. The other officers fired too, unloading their whole clips in tight bursts. Michael raised a hand to shield his face, then sprinted, crossing the distance in a near instant. He ignored everyone else and grabbed George's throat, lifting him off his feet. Cap. Yuri shouted behind him. Michael continued to shield his face, barely flinching as bullets sparked off the black suit. Then he launched George backward. George's back hit a brick and some bones cracked, shattered from the impact. Pain swallowed all his senses. His vision went blank for a second as his face hit the ground. Blood filled his mouth. His ears were ringing. He couldn't tell which part of him was still working since everything felt numb. Any attempt to get up just stayed in his mind. A human body wasn't meant to be thrown like that. Even if he survived, he might never walk again. That was more despairing than dying. Michael crouched down, grabbed George by the hair, and yanked his head up. "Let him go," growled a young inspector, Yuri Watanabe. She held fire as they could accidentally hit George. Michael didn't look at other officers. He looked only at George, like this was personal. "George the hero, Stacy, I can finish you off right now," Michael said in a gleeful tone. "But I won't." He pointed at the windows showing terrified faces. "You'll live to watch Sovereign make America great again." Skullfire George's lips moved as he squeezed out a weak voice. "Ghost Spider." Michael threw his head back and laughed. "They come here, they're dead. Just like you're gonna wish you were." He released George's hair. George's head hit the pavement and he lost consciousness. Michael turned to face Yuri and the line of officers. Spreading his arms, he declared, "Freeway angels will conquer this land for our sovereign." For sovereign. The other bikers' roar came from across the island like it was a war cry. 1:24 p.m. Yuri watched the medics haul George onto the stretcher with a cold gaze. Only her clenched fists betrayed the anger in his chest. Stacy wasn't just her captain. He was her mentor. The closest thing she had to a father in this job. And now he was broken because some white supremacist wanted to make a point. With a shuddering breath, she pushed down her emotions. Now was time to command, not feel sad. She turned on her heel and stepped back into the street, scanning the scattered officers holding the perimeter. Most of them looked rattled. A few were staring at the spot where George had gone down, like they were still processing it. George was just that well respected in the NYPD. Lieutenant Hernandez. Hernandez hurried to her, breathless. "Inspector. Forget engagement," Yuri ordered. "We focus on containment and civilian protection. The bikers are moving fast on that." Hernandez swallowed. "They're hurting people back and forcing them to stay put." "Of course they are," Yuri muttered. They weren't random criminals. They knew civilians' presence meant anything heavier than rifles was off the table, which were borderline useless against the symbiote suits. She raised her radio. "All units, listen up. No lone wolf shit. We are not winning a gunfight with these targets. Accept that right now." "What do we do, then?" an officer asked. "What we are doing is buying time until reinforcements arrive." Yuri looked down the road and watched a biker casually kick a hole through the concrete. The biker laughed like a child. "They like attention," Yuri said. "So we stop giving it to them up close." She pointed to the island entry. "Set hard cover behind vehicles and corners. Keep distance. We only move to protect civilians, and we do it in groups." Her eyes narrowed. "And we stop them from leaving the island." 1:58 p.m. Yuri walked the perimeter with Hernandez as officers worked to fortify the island's exit points. From covers, they had their rifles aimed. Snipers took rooftops to scout threats and fire if necessary. The tram station and other exit points on the Manhattan side had been locked down. Roosevelt Island was narrow, 2 miles long, with limited access: the bridge from Queens, the tram from Manhattan, and the subway station at the center. If they held those 3 points, they held these monsters in these positions. She couldn't tell if she was trapping the freeway angels or trapping herself in with them. "This is NYPD," the announcement echoed down the streets. "All civilians shelter in place. Lock your doors. Stay away from windows. If you are safe, stay where you are." The announcement repeated twice. The freeway angels celebrated by revving their engines as if the announcement was their victory. They tore down street signs and bent them into crude symbols, making sure every phone camera saw them. They were declaring ownership. And Yuri had to let it happen. Hernandez approached with a tablet. "Inspector Watanabe, call coming in. It's federal." Yuri frowned. "Patch it to me." There was static, then a calm voice came through. "NYPD, this is a federal liaison. You are to maintain containment of Roosevelt Island. Do not engage unless absolutely necessary." Yuri's grip tightened on her radio. "We are maintaining containment. What we need is a solution." "You're getting one," the voice said. "Await further instructions." "What solution?" Yuri questioned sharply. "I need specifics." "A federal asset is en route to handle the enhanced threats," the voice said with a faint hint of warning. "Federal authority will assume operational command upon arrival. Acknowledge." Yuri looked back at the barricades, at the tired officers. None of them looked like they had any hope with that vague response. "Acknowledged. We'll hold." The comm line went quiet. Hernandez stared at her. "Enhanced asset? What does that mean?" Yuri shook her head, eyes still locked on the island. "Probably someone with superpowers. Like Ghost Spider and that Skullfire." "Let's hope it's someone like Skullfire, not Ghost Spider," Yuri muttered. "I don't think she can do anything in this situation." Natasha's POV. Natasha walked through the mall, carrying a lot of thoughts in her mind. The most relaxed one was scheduling her day to make sure she was well rested for the mission tonight. The most concerning one was the negotiations itself. She hoped nothing went wrong so they could proceed to rescue Clint. Just as she exited the mall, her phone for SHIELD comms rang. Coulson. Probably asking about her location so they could regroup and head off to Massachusetts to meet Dante. "Romanoff, where are you?" "Just buying some gifts for Yelena." She made up an excuse. It always worked. "I'll meet you at the branch in 30." She would need over half of that just to drive back and then some to get into her SHIELD uniform. Thankfully, the negotiations were set to take place in Massachusetts. I don't need you here, Coulson said, his tone unnaturally serious. Head over to Roosevelt Island. There's been a situation. Situation. The alien parasites have taken over a local gang. They are causing mayhem. Natasha felt her eyes widen in surprise. How many? About 50. She was 3 or 4 hours away from Manhattan. A chopper would cut the time in half at most. By then, the symbiotes would have caused considerable damage. I'll be there ASAP. NYPD has sealed off Roosevelt Island Bridge and locked down the tram station, Coulson said. The civilians are counting on you to rescue them from these monsters. Kids are waiting for you. Coulson used the effective method of tapping into her sense of kindness for innocent kids. He didn't have to. This heavy responsibility was what she had expected after becoming one of the few superhumans working for S.H.I.E.L.D. She wasn't going to shirk away from any fight. She lowered the phone and considered her options. She looked over her shoulder, back at the mall, and her eyes gleamed with hope. As much as she disliked his ability to get under her skin, she had to accept his capability. He had reached Manhattan within minutes. He somehow knew about Laura and Wolverine's relationship, and Sarah's connection to the two. And he knew the secrets of her previous work at the Red Room. Only top-clearance S.H.I.E.L.D. files briefed her life before S.H.I.E.L.D. Maybe he could get her back in Manhattan before half the city collapsed under the wild symbiotes. She browsed her recent calls list and hit his name. 86, no holding back. Random art. Laura's POV. After a few minutes, Laura found herself sitting in a corner booth of a quiet cafe, enjoying a stack of strawberry-flavored pancakes, savoring each fluffy and sweet bite. Across from her, Dante had returned to his normal appearance, no longer bonded to the symbiote that smelled like nothing else in this world. He'd traded the flaming skull for sunglasses, though they did little to make him less conspicuous. A few bold women had approached them to ask for his contact. Laura wasn't excluded, as some teenagers had targeted her, calling her cap cute and whatnot. She would have seriously stabbed them if it wasn't for Dante warning her with his eyes. So she stopped paying attention to her surroundings and started working her mind to understand everything that had happened in the last 30 minutes. The first conclusion was simple: Dante wanted to treat her as more than a weapon. His actions had been consistent since the moment they had met on that island facility. He hadn't lied to manipulate her, instead tried to convince her. Even the way he had defeated her without hurting her had proven his intent. This alone changed nearly everything. His promise to give her a normal life, a family, wasn't a lie to manipulate her, it was real. The happiness bubbling up at that realization was immediately smothered by anxiety. The S.H.I.E.L.D. chapter of her life wasn't closed. Not yet. Whether Dante could deliver on that promise depended entirely on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s decision. If Fury doesn't agree, I'll kill him. She glanced up at Dante, who sat with his face leaning against his knuckle, lazily sipping a smoothie through a straw. His eyes were half-lidded, like his mind was somewhere else entirely. Killing Fury will cause trouble for him. I'll just scare him. She amended the plan. Dante was looking out for her. The least she could do was avoid making his life harder. Hey, Dante, she called, pulling him out of whatever world he had drifted into. Can I ask you a question? Yeah. Did you mess with my brain? She asked, unable to suppress her curiosity anymore. Be honest. I changed some stuff. He didn't bat an eye. Haven't you noticed you haven't gone feral in a while? Laura wrapped her lips around the straw of her milkshake, staring at him without expression. Why do you think I asked? Oh. He looked at her with a bored look. Do you hate it? I can live without going berserk. That's good. She rubbed the back of her head. Finding the words to express gratitude felt harder than any kill she had ever made. Why is it hard? She saw him yawn and frowned. Sleepy. Just tired. He shook his head and folded his arms on the table, using them as a makeshift pillow. I'll take a nap. Don't assassinate me. Laura watched him settle in, his breathing evening out almost immediately. It made sense. He had fought mutants and a swordswoman, then sprinted all the way here in symbiote form while keeping both of them invisible. He thinks I won't run. Perhaps he wanted her to run so he could avoid fulfilling his promise. Her lips curled up in a devious grin. I'm your responsibility now. Even if she ran away, S.H.I.E.L.D. would find her easily. Where would she even go? She had no place to live and not a single dollar to buy food. She quietly slid his tray toward herself. He had barely touched his pancakes, and they had already gone cold. Stupid guy. How can he hate pancakes? She shook her head and speared a piece with her fork. A thought struck her in the middle of savoring the sweetness. If she stayed with Dante, maybe she could eat pancakes every day without having to kill anyone. Once again, she felt the urge to draw her claws out and stab Nick Fury in the chest, the only obstacle standing between her and such an amazing life. She was halfway through Dante's share when his phone rang. He lazily reached into his pocket and pressed it to his ear. Yeah. His head suddenly snapped up. Laura watched in real time as the exhaustion melted from his face, replaced by surprise and then something grimmer. I'll meet you outside. Laura sensed the urgency in his voice and quickly stuffed the last piece of pancake in her mouth. She had a feeling he would grab her, throw her on his back, and start running. Better to finish her pancake before he did that. We have to leave. He lowered the phone and pushed back the chair to stand up. Romanov needs our help. Laura swallowed and wiped her mouth with a napkin. Where? Let's meet up with her first. Gwen's POV. Empire State University, 2:21 p.m. Gwen stifled a yawn in the middle of Professor Ramirez's lecture on applied thermodynamics, her pen tapping absently against her notebook. Last night had been the craziest one of her life. It was also a sleepless one if you ignored the nap she'd been forced to take by a telepath. She was bored after wrecking her mind for a solution. Being mind-controlled was unpleasant. This powerless feeling of someone knocking her out with a thought was even worse. I can weave in conductive fibers and other materials to simulate the Faraday cage effect. But it would only work if the mysterious woman had used waves such as electromagnetic waves or similar radiation to affect her mind. It wouldn't do jack if the woman just used magic bullshit, but quite believable after she had watched a man kill people with just one word. I have to understand the mechanics first. Maybe she will find a solution in the future. She had someone knowledgeable to consult, after all. Dante might be an opportunist who exploited her sense of responsibility and blackmailed her into doing favors, but he wasn't terrible. At the very least, he was reliable. She could count on him to show up when things went sideways. She glanced at her phone under the desk. No texts from him, or anyone else for that matter. Dante was supposed to contact her about lab work on the symbiote samples. He was probably sleeping after last night's chaos, or spending quality couple time with his girlfriends. That would also explain why Felicia hadn't bothered showing up to class today. Girlfriends. MJ had gotten together with Harry. Felicia had apparently started a weird relationship with Dante. And everywhere Gwen looked in the lecture hall, she spotted couples. Only my ass is single here. She shook off the self-pitying thought and returned to doodling an improved spider suit in her notebook, glancing at her phone every few seconds. A student in the third row suddenly shot to his feet, grabbing his backpack. I gotta go. Sorry, Professor. He didn't wait for permission. He just sprinted for the door. Professor Ramirez had his mouth slightly open in bewilderment. My lecture. It's a family emergency, Prof, the guy said and slammed the door behind him. Is done, the professor finished weakly. He blinked at the closed door, then at the class. He sighed and began packing up his things. All right, I guess we're dismissed. Professor Ramirez left just like that. Someone in the back row laughed. $20 he forgot he had a date and she's pissed. Shut up, Marcus. Another student held up her phone, her face pale. Gwen knew her from chemistry elective lectures. Something's happening in the city. Like, really bad. Her voice was almost drowned out by the shuffle of students packing up, but Gwen had caught every word. Gwen had a bad feeling in her stomach, so she pulled up the news app on her phone. Breaking, gang violence erupts in Roosevelt Island. Video, bikers demonstrate superhuman abilities. NYPD suffers multiple casualties, establishes perimeter around Roosevelt Island crisis. Gwen played the biker's video. It showed a biker grabbing a Honda Civic by its rear bumper and flipped the entire car onto its roof with one hand. Another video autoplayed. This one showed a biker casually destroying a concrete wall with a punch. Gwen. MJ leaned over to peek at her phone. You don't actually believe this stuff, do you? It's probably some viral marketing stunt. You know how the internet is. She would have the same reaction if she hadn't fought these symbiotes. Every single biker in the video was bonded to a symbiote. They do it all the time, Harry said with his usual good-natured smile. Let's grab something in the cafeteria. I'm starving. Harry was still oblivious to the chaos his father was brewing. How would he know something happening miles away from here? Gwen scrolled down and froze. She found one footage showing a familiar back. Her heart began pounding. Dad? She clicked the video with a shaking finger. MJ and Harry both leaned in, alarmed at Gwen's sudden change. The video was blurry, shot from someone's phone with zoom. But Gwen would recognize her father anywhere. Her heart was beating louder and louder as she saw him confront the symbiote host. He drew his weapon and fired. The symbiote biker grabbed him by the throat, lifted him off his feet, and threw him. Her father's body flew through the air and slammed into a brick wall. He crumpled to the ground. Dad! The video cut off abruptly there. Gwen's hands shook so badly she nearly dropped the phone. She minimized the app and dialed her father's number. It rang once, then switched to an automated message. The number you are trying to reach is currently unavailable. Try Yuri, MJ said urgently, gripping Gwen's shoulder. She had also recognized George Stacy. Harry, ask your dad to confirm this with the NYPD. Harry was shaken after seeing Gwen's father being pummeled. MJ's voice brought him back. He fumbled his phone out. Gwen quickly punched in Yuri's contact. The phone rang, but there wasn't any answer. Fuck, Gwen hissed, unable to stop herself from cussing out of anger. I'm going. Harry grabbed her wrist and pulled her back. Wait, let me check up with Dad. Gwen yanked her hand free and glared at him. For a split second, Harry's face overlapped with his father. She clenched her jaw, swallowing the words she wanted to scream at him. He was innocent. He had no hand in this. But if she stayed one more second, she wouldn't be able to stop saying something she'd regret later. I have to go. She ran, praying that she had mistaken him for someone else. Was it selfish? Yes, absolutely. However, she didn't care in the heat of emotions. She had already lost her mother. Losing her father would break her. 20 minutes of swinging at her top speed brought Gwen across the Queensboro Bridge and onto Roosevelt Island. The chaos was somehow worse than the videos had shown. Gwen's spider sense buzzed constantly, indicating danger everywhere on the island. She spotted the NYPD perimeter first, patrol cars and barricades put up to block the bridge. Officers were crouched behind with rifles. Then someone saw her. Up there. A young officer pointed at her. Another officer nudged his partner. It's her. It's Ghost Spider. Then someone started clapping. The sound was hesitant at first, almost embarrassed, but more officers joined in. Within seconds, they were loudly cheering for her. Ghost Spider. She's here. Thank fucking God. We got a chance now. Gwen landed near the command post, barely registering the applause. Her gaze swept frantically across the crowd of officers. Where's Dad? She spotted Captain Yuri Watanabe standing near a patrol car, holding a radio. Yuri's face was still calm, that made Gwen wonder if nothing happened. Gwen strode toward her. Where is Captain Stacy? Yuri's head snapped up as her eyes widened. She stared at Gwen for a few moments in pure disbelief before she stepped closer and whispered, Gwen. Gwen wasn't in the mood to mask her voice. Not with her father's broken body replaying in her head on an endless loop. So Yuri had immediately recognized her. Where is he? Yuri let out a slow breath. Guilt or grief flickered across her face before she hid it behind a poker face. He had an accident. The paramedics already. Accident. Gwen's voice came out harsh and loud, audible to everyone paying attention to her. Someone throwing him into a wall is an accident. Yuri flinched but stayed silent. Where is he now? Gwen asked again in a colder voice. Captain Watanabe, where did they take him? The paramedics took him off the island. Yuri glanced toward the bridge, then back at Gwen. I don't know which facility yet. Find out now, Gwen interrupted her rudely. In the meantime, Gwen narrowed her eyes on the distant sound of revving engines, the maddening laughter that echoed throughout the streets. Her spider sense felt even more danger, urging her to avoid this location. Also, call another ambulance, she whispered, turning away from Yuri and pulling her hood over her head. For them. Before Yuri could respond, before anyone could warn her, Ghost Spider fired a webline to a second-story balcony and zipped away. Behind her, she heard Yuri and other cops shout something, perhaps warning her to stay away. She didn't stop. These bastards had hurt her father. Now she was going to hurt them. 87, my bride. Random art. Dante cut through the mall with his phone out, browsing the news and watching clips with a concerned expression. Most of it was speculation and hoax, but one clip stood out to him. The footage showed Captain George Stacy being thrown into the wall. The man had the courage to shoot a 6'5" symbiote monster. Stupid courage, but courage nevertheless. The comment section was already filled with speculation. Spinal injury for sure. That man's never walking again. Prayers for Captain Stacy. Where's Skullfire? Apart from a small fanbase asking for him, there were negative comments. He wasn't in the mood to read those. George's injury was serious. An injury that even if George recovered from, would leave him in a wheelchair for life. Is this Gwen's canon event? In the comics and movies, every spider totem lost someone. Uncle Ben, Gwen Stacy, Aunt May, Uncle Aaron. The list went on. The concept of development through grief and loss was baked into the very concept of being Spider-Man or Spider-Woman. Norman being a unique symbiote as Gwen's defining villain would fit the story style. Still, he didn't know if the law of canon events applied in this universe or not. If it did, saving George might collapse this universe. It could potentially doom billions of lives and brand him as an anomaly in the eyes of whatever spider society might exist in this multiverse. Was his relationship with Gwen deep enough to take such a risk? The answer was quite obvious. No, absolutely not. He had quite literally blackmailed her into helping him. Even now, they were barely acquaintances, connected only by mutual self-interest and the shared goal of stopping the symbiotes. But did that mean he should just watch her suffer when he could work out a solution or potential loophole to save George Stacy? Gwen had already lost her mother. Watching her lose her father too, knowing he could have intervened won't be a great feeling. He wasn't that heartless. Gwen had rolled out of her bed at midnight at his call. The least he could do was bail her out once as she got used to her new career. Spider totems and their tragedies. He decided to consult Death after ending the Roosevelt Island crisis. She would know if canon events were real or not. Outside the mall, he saw Natasha standing arms crossed, with a no-nonsense look on her face. S.H.I.E.L.D. must have called her to solve the matters on the island. Now, she needed his help getting there as soon as possible. He would get her there, of course, but not for free. Nothing in this world came without a price. Free favors bred imbalanced relationships. Natasha. She turned to face him. One eyebrow rose above her sunglasses. You look better without the skull mask. Her compliment came without any warmth, like it was just a clinical assessment. Rich coming from my skullmate, he replied with a slight smile. What's the emergency? Roosevelt Island. Yeah. Natasha's gaze flicked to Laura, who stood close to Dante's side, then back to him. Her lips parted and closed without a word as though she hesitated to say her next words. Swing your wand, do your magic whatever. Get me there. He frowned. How do you know I'm a sorcerer? She pursed her lips. I know everything. A bluff if he had ever seen one. In the movie, she, in fact, admitted she pretended to know everything. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. had no idea what sorcerers were at this point. Maybe they did in this timeline. Still, he appreciated the attempt to fool him. Confidence was also a skill, an important one in her field. "I can take you," Dante said, already turning toward the side street he'd noticed on his way into the mall, away from the crowd. "But there are some caveats to my ability." He began walking toward the quiet alley. On the way, he gave her the usual warnings about the disorienting journey and emphasized on following the flow with him, not fighting the pull. "It's gonna be a bit disturbing. You might throw up when we arrive," he said, watching Natasha's face for any sign of hesitation. There was none. "Nothing big for you, though. You've experienced worse." The Red Room had probably put her through psychological conditioning to make her resistant to pain. Natasha didn't say anything. They reached the narrow alley between the closed boutique and a parking garage. "Stick to me no matter what you experience." Natasha pressed her lips tightly together in a look of disapproval. "I can follow orders. I'm not an idiot. One more thing." He kept his voice casual, but his eyes stayed locked on hers. "You helped me with Norman. I got you intel on Clint in exchange. Now, you'll owe me one." A favor from Natasha Romanoff had many uses, most important of which was having access to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s information database. Well, until he started a tech expert's resonance link and could just hack the database himself. That would take time, and right now, favors were faster. "People are suffering there," she said in a flat voice. "And you're haggling. Don't you have a conscience?" Dante cut her off with a shrug. Nope. He did have a conscience. In fact, he was feeling anxious about Gwen, but now was the time to set boundaries. Letting Natasha think he was purely transactional had advantages. Better she saw him as a mercenary than as someone with exploitable emotional weaknesses. If Natasha refused his terms, he would still take her. She was quite literally free muscle. Natasha exhaled slowly, her breath misting in the cold air. "I guess you deserve some compensation." He nodded with a smile. "I'll take that as a promise." "I'm coming," Laura said and grabbed onto his arm, refusing to be let behind. "My claws can cut down those aliens." "I wasn't going to leave you," Dante said gently. "You're part of the group." Laura's grip on his arm loosened slightly, though she didn't let go. He had to applaud her adaptability to stick with him after realizing that she would be in deep trouble without him. He stretched out his hand toward Natasha. "Hurry up." She stared at his hand for a moment, then reached into her jacket pocket and pulled out a black winter glove. She pulled it on slowly before accepting his hand. Dante gave her a blank stare. She was acting like he had some viral infection. So he did what any reasonable person would do when faced with someone being difficult, yanked her forward hard, pulled her off balance, and pressed her close against his chest. The slight twist in Natasha's left feet showed her readiness to engage in combat. She would have started a fight if not for the current circumstances. "Hey!" Natasha's startled voice was muffled against his jacket. "Testing if a widow bites." "I'm doing it for you," he agreed cheerfully, wrapping his free arm around her waist to keep her pinned in place. Personal space be damned. He wasn't about to have her drift away mid-transition because she stood an inch farther than his arm's reach. She glared up at him through her sunglasses, annoyed, but she didn't pull away. "Start. Null, connect to Elixir's link," but he would need it to soothe the after effects anyway. Now, being in physical contact with them, he could feel Laura's elevated heart rate. Natasha's vitals weren't any different. Both of them were experiencing anticipation and anxiety for what would happen during the teleportation. He tightened his grip on Laura's shoulder to keep her close, closed his eyes, and envisioned his destination. Then he pushed. The alley disappeared, and gravity stopped working. They were tossed through darkness, only illuminated by colorful nebulas. Laura made a strangled sound against his arm. Her fingers dug deep into the jacket. For a moment he feared she might bring her claws and accidentally stab him straight through the bicep. Thankfully, she held back. Clinging to him like he was her last straw, she pressed her face against his shoulder. Natasha, by contrast, had her eyes open as she stared around with fascination. Her mouth was slightly parted, not in fear but in awe, like a child seeing snow for the first time. Unfortunately for Natasha, her wonderful experience ended as soon as it started. The world reformed around them. They felt the sharp wind before they saw the gray concrete surrounding them. Dante felt solid ground underneath and immediately adjusted his balance. They were standing just 2 steps from a 100-story drop to the street below. Too close. A few feet to the left and they would have materialized in empty air. That would have been awkward. "Why am I glowing like a Christmas tree?" Dante turned to Laura's question. "Oops." He redirected the abundance of mystical energy from Laura and slowly released it back into the environment. Meanwhile, Natasha pulled back from him immediately to put distance between them again. She didn't show any of the visceral reactions most people would from the violent shift between astral and physical states. There wasn't any sign of mystical energy overflow either. She glanced behind them and down at the city spread below them, then gave him a look of awe. Empire State Building. Yup. Dante could see their destination from here. Only a few miles to the bridge leading to Roosevelt Island. This was the closest he could have brought them since he had seen this building quite a few times from his apartment. For safety, he should have taken shorter hops instead of coming here directly. But he wasn't familiar enough with the terrain between Massachusetts and Manhattan. It all worked out well. Laura made a grunt with a pale face and covered her mouth with one hand. The nausea finally hit her along with that horrible sensation of being turned inside out by having her physical and astral forms yanked apart and slammed back together. Dante firmly held her shoulder. Stay still. The golden glow flickered across his skin as he adjusted her condition. Laura's hand fell away from her mouth, and color returned to her cheeks. She turned away and started coughing. Natasha walked from behind him and patted Laura's back. Better. Laura nodded and put a cloth over her mouth. Thought I'd be immune. It's not about the body, kid. It's the spirit, Natasha clarified, then looked at Dante. Your skin glowed golden. Another magic. Dante shifted his attention to the island. Blue and red lights pulsed at the bridge's entrance where the NYPD had set up their barricade. Is it the right time for that question? Natasha's expression became serious. Right. The hero rulebook fun is cancelled in an ongoing crisis. Didn't mean it like that. Forget it, Natasha said, moving to stand beside him at the edge. The wind-up here was vicious, tearing at their clothes, but she stood steady. Jump or teleport. Dante could see the bridge from here, so technically, teleportation could be used to cover the distance. No, Laura's growl killed that idea immediately. Not again. The old-fashioned way, it is. Natasha pulled off her sunglasses and let them drop. The winter beanie came next, then the dark red wig of short hair, both tossed aside carelessly to be snatched away by the wind. She tugged the pin from her real hair and shook out the red curls, letting them whip and settle around her face. Her mouth curved with a provocative smirk. See you down there, champ. She casually took a step forward and fell. Her jacket and red hair whipped around in the wind. Just as she reached halfway down, red-orange flames engulfed her. Her heavy jacket and casual wear turned to ash within her flames. A black leather bodysuit emerged from the flames, the same one she had used to fight Psylocke in, and her chain was coiled around her waist. It unwrapped as she fell, becoming engulfed in hellfire. Her face ignited last, leaving only a skull wreathed in red-orange flames where Natasha Romanoff had been. She came prepared for a meeting. He hadn't noticed the thick chains under her thick clothes. Ghost Rider fell down on Manhattan Street like a burning angel of vengeance, with the force of a meteor strike. Boom. The impact left a deep crater in the middle of the busy road. Cars around nearby rocked on their suspensions. She made one hell of a first impression on the world. And from the center of that crater, covered in flames, Ghost Rider looked up at him. Even from 100 stories above, he felt the intention in her flaming gaze. She was waiting for him. Show off, Laura whispered. We taking the stairs? He nudged Laura. Get on. Don't treat me like a kid, she grumbled, but still jumped onto his back and locked an arm around his neck. Her weight was negligible for him. Well, her grip slightly restricted his breathing in this form. Hold tight. From the near top of the Empire State Building, he took a leap of faith. Wind shrieked past his ears. Laura's arms locked around his throat, her face buried against his shoulder, her small body pressed tight to his back. His sunglasses flew off his face, torn away by the wind. Laura's winter cap followed a second later and drifted away like a bird. The street approached at a terrifying speed. 100 stories. 90. 80. Venom. The symbiote had been content to rest after being pushed to its limits earlier. Now, it stirred to life again. Tendrils erupted from under his skin and hardened across his body in the familiar sturdy suit. The transformation finished in a near instant. He hit the ground a few feet from Natasha's crater. The symbiote absorbed the kinetic energy and dispersed it through his muscles, leaving him crouched on one knee with his clawed fist pressed against the cracked ground. Laura tumbled off his back. A trail of blood trickled down her lips. Some internal injury, which would heal quickly. Let me. Venom's consciousness connected to his. Let me show them what we are. This time, Dante didn't resist. Fine, why not? He rose slowly and tilted his head back. HRRAAGHHAAA. The sound was guttural and monstrous, multiple voices screaming as one. It echoed off the buildings and rattled windows in their frames. The roar faded, and he lowered his head. Venom's connection had spiked his adrenaline, making his heart race with aggression. After all, what he had just issued was a declaration and a challenge. We are here. We are the apex predator. We are the alpha. Honestly, it was fun. Screaming and letting the primal part of his brain take over for once was deeply satisfying. Faint shrieks came from the distance. The symbiotes on the island responded with their own challenging roars. My fragments, Venom said. We must reclaim. We will, don't worry. He pacified the eager Venom and noticed the street around them had gone silent, uncharacteristic for a traffic-heavy road on a weekday. People who had been walking their dogs, coming home from late shifts, students returning home, parents, couples, children, they had all frozen in place, staring at the two monsters that had just fallen from the sky. For a few seconds, there was nothing but shocked silence and raw fear. Then someone shouted, "It's Skullfire." The name passed through the crowd like a wave. They began to recognize him. Holy shit, it's actually my goat. The guy from Cap Stacy's video. Oh my god, it's him. I remember him. He killed those alien monsters. Who the heck is that woman though? The people who had been frozen in terror started moving again. Instead of running away, they pushed through the vehicles and surrounded them, maintaining a few feet. Dante stared at the crowd. He had expected screaming and panic before people fled. This reaction was completely unexpected. Even the fearless Laura stepped in closer to use him as a shield. Two of them. A woman shrieked with her hand on her mouth. Oh my god, are they together? Somebody film this. Skullfire's bride. A teenager's voice cut through the crowd, cheerful and excited, like he just spotted his favorite celebrity. Yo, that's Skullfire's bride. That's how demons work, right? It took him everything to not burst into laughter. As a guy, he had zero issues about being shipped with a woman as hot as Natasha. But Natasha, her flaming skull turned slowly to stare at him. Even without features, he could feel the intensity of her glare. The flames around her head burned hotter. Her exciting debut had completely shifted gears with his presence. Bride, she whispered, then turned to the crowd. I am not his anything. We have no relationship. A woman in the crowd waved her phone at them excitedly. You guys need to get to Roosevelt Island. There are monsters there. They're hurting people. Yeah. An elderly man pushed forward. You beat those things before, right? Please, you have to help them. My aunt lives on that island, another voice called out. Please. The crowd was pressing in now with pleading, looking at him like they were the answer. The two monsters falling from the sky was somehow the miracle they needed. 88, Gwen's Fury. 88, Gwen's Fury. Random art. Dante shook his head, still processing the absurdity of it all. He had only hid his identity to save Felicia. That small, selfish choice had snowballed into this. When he appeared, their fear folded into relief. Hope latched onto him like a parasite. They saw a savior, a walking answer to problems their world wasn't built to handle. We're going. Natasha's loud voice cut through the murmur of the crowd. She slammed her chain on the street, trying to intimidate people into backing off. They didn't. A few flinched, sure, but most stayed right where they were. She took a deep breath and pointed a finger at Dante's face. And for the record, no relationship. A chorus of disappointed ahs came from the crowd, mostly from younger women. A young man shouted from the back, they always say that at first. Ripples of laughter passed through the crowd. Mixed in with it, though, were heavier voices. Someone sobbed to save his aunt, someone wanted his parents saved, someone wished for him to rescue the poor souls. Natasha made a groan of pure frustration and turned away. The more she argued, the worse it would look. Denials were just fuel for the rumor mill. So, she cut her losses here and walked to a motorcycle parked at the curb, a sleek Kawasaki superbike. A super expensive model. As she swung a leg over the seat, something jingled through the air. Keys to the bike. She snatched them one-handed without even looking. The owner, a man in his 30s wearing a leather jacket, grinned. Get those fuckers. Dante studied him for a second. Either a biker from a rival gang with a grudge, or someone with family trapped on that island. Otherwise, he wouldn't happily lend his bike. Natasha's flaming eye sockets locked onto the man. Consider them finished. She jammed the key into the ignition and wrapped both bony hands around the handlebars. Hellfire poured out from her palms and cascaded down the frame. The chrome turned black as the tires ignited, then reformed as wheels of fire. The engine roared to life on its own. In seconds, she had transformed a normal bike into a Ghost Rider's mountain infernal machine that only a demon might use. Phones lifted higher to capture this. Some people stumbled backward because of pressure by others, and others stepped closer, drawn like moths. Natasha let the chain wrap around her waist like a snake and looked back over her shoulder. Try to keep up. The bike roared down the street, the burning wheels leaving a blazing trail. Dante watched her weave between the cars. Show off. Laura nodded in agreement. Are we letting her win? Well, she's got a bike. Sure, he could fuel his speed with solar radiation again and outdo Natasha. But then Laura would have to suffer the wrath of winter, which couldn't be completely nullified with force fields. The trade-off wasn't worth it for 2 minutes. He wrapped an arm around her waist, feeling her shift her weight instinctively to make herself easier to carry. She didn't complain or protest being carried like she had gotten used to this treatment. She quietly hooked her arms around his neck for support. He raised his clawed hand and fired a thick black tendril at the nearest building. It stuck with a wet thwop, and his body launched upward like a slingshot. Below, the crowd erupted in cheers. Skullfire. Skullfire. Get them, man. His bride is so badass. The duo heard all of it. People are weird, Laura whispered, still puzzled by this positive reception. So weird. He couldn't help but laugh. They really are. If this was her reaction to the positive crowd, he wondered how she would react to J. Jonah Jameson's inevitable rant about Skullfire and his bride once this hit the news cycle. The man's spit would fly. His mustache would quiver. But he would never stop being a menace to heroes. Dante would kill to see Natasha's live reaction. It would be so hilarious. Traffic slowed Natasha down about a kilometer ahead. Dante caught up easily, swinging parallel to her as she wove through gaps barely wide enough for the bike. If this were any other Ghost Rider, they would have said screw it and driven straight up onto the sidewalk, pedestrians be damned. Swinging parallel to her, Dante had a moment to register how surreal this felt. Ghost Rider to his right. Logan's daughter clinging to him in his arms. Venom bonded to him. Silver Sable waited for him at home. Felicia nearly became his girlfriend. And the Skullfire chants echoed behind them. This wasn't how he had imagined his transmigration going. The plan had been simple: keep a low profile, avoid drawing attention until he was strong enough to handle anything. Instead, here he was. A superhero before Tony Stark even built the Mark I in the caves. Who could have seen it coming? Even I didn't. Death's voice slipped into his mind, soft and bemused. It's better this way. How so? I don't care if my companion becomes good or evil. She took a dramatic pause. I'll never be with someone who doesn't understand the weight of life and death. This was also why she had made him tread a humble path from the beginning. Becoming a supervillain meant losing touch with the understanding he had of death. Most supervillains were indifferent. Death didn't want him to become a completely different person from the man who had proposed to be her companion. I don't know about life or death, I do know I cherish you. I know, companion. Laura nudged his ribs with an elbow. Who are you whispering to? My girlfriend. Delusional. Natasha rolled to a stop right at the bridge line. The NYPD barricade was still up. A dozen officers stood behind cover, service weapons drawn and aimed directly at her. Hold your fire. Someone shouted. She's on fire. One cop, younger than the rest, looked like he wanted to lower his gun but didn't dare. Ma'am, you need to stand down, an older officer barked. Protocol says nobody passes this line. Protocol. Another cop chimed in, gesturing wildly toward the island. There are thousands of lives in danger on the other, and you're worried about. She looks like that other one. Someone else shouted, pointing at Natasha. The Skullfire guy, are they related? Dante dropped from above, landing in a crouch beside Natasha. Laura hopped down lightly and took on an aggressive stance, her claws extended. Several officers straightened, recognizing him at once. One younger cop opened his mouth, clearly about to shout something encouraging. His female partner elbowed him hard in the ribs and hissed, "Shut it." Protocol. The officer bit his lip and stayed quiet, but his eyes stayed bright with hope. Dante straightened to his full height and spoke in a voice that expected obedience. "Let us through." The captain, a stocky man with graying hair and signs of wrinkles on his face, flinched but held his ground. His hand stayed near his holster, though it didn't move toward the gun. Captain Stacy didn't back down. "I won't let anyone disgrace the law." Dante tilted his head slightly, letting his eyes burn with even more intense flames. "She's with me. My bride." Half the officers blinked in confusion. A few exchanged glances. One officer muttered, "Wait, what?" Natasha's gaze snapped toward him. She swung her hand and the flaming chain slammed down at him. He took a casual step to the right, feeling hellfire burn the air above his head. The chain exploded concrete and sent debris flying. A burning line formed on the asphalt. "I don't fear this," Venom rumbled. "We burn with the power of sun." Natasha stepped closer, her flames intensifying with her emotions. "Not another word about that." "Okay, fine." She wouldn't be so against this teasing in her normal form. The Ghost Rider form made her a tad more serious. She held his gaze for a long few seconds, the chain still smoldering in her grip, before she turned sharply away with a huff of smoke. "Good that you understand." Dante shook his head and walked toward the captain, who had gone pale watching the exchange. He seemed to be regretting having too much spine. "You know we're trying to help," Dante said with the same gravelly voice. "Your firearms can't handle those monsters." The captain swallowed. His eyes flicked from Dante to Natasha, who was now pointedly ignoring him, then back. "We don't have authorization." Natasha turned her skull toward the captain. "Didn't you receive a call from the higher-ups?" "No," the captain said stiffly. "No word from them or SWAT teams." She pulled out a phone and swiped a few times before pressing it against the side of her skull. "Cops are denying me entry." Dante's phone buzzed in his pocket. He glanced at the screen. Emma Frost. Giving a nod to Laura, he stepped a few steps away and accepted the call. "Dear, I look away for 1 hour, and suddenly you and your new bride are the hottest trend on the internet." Emma was having fun. "Do you know the hashtag they're using? Let me be ignorant for once." "You have too much experience to be flustered." He couldn't help the low chuckle that escaped. "Did you call me just for this?" "Partially." Her playfulness dropped as she became serious. "Do you need help?" "Not really. Natasha alone could handle this symbiote-enhanced biker gang. Him and Laura were an overkill. Well, all of them would be able to contain the symbiotes easily if the bikers had any idea of escaping." "Great. I couldn't have made it in time anyway." He knew she was smirking on the other side. "My private jet's undergoing maintenance." Of course she had a private jet. He wasn't even surprised anymore. "Looking for a husband, by any chance?" "I can cook, clean, massage, and beat up bad guys. Also excellent in bed." Her laugh was soft and genuine this time, not the polite one reserved for negotiations. "Not at the moment. But if I were, you'd rank at number 2 or 3. Time doesn't wait for anyone. You should consider it now." "I'll age like fine wine," she said smugly. "The thing is, you're already taken by a queen who isn't Emma Frost." "I can handle 2 queens." He shrugged. "Oh well. Tragic missed opportunity. Real tragic. Because I don't share my precious things with anyone." Her voice had softened just slightly. "Hopefully I'll see you after this is done." "About that, those 2 women. Why did they come looking for me? To tell you something. I'll explain when you return. Okay, fine. I don't want to know anyway. Hey, he hung up with a smile. Messing with Emma never got old. He would continue edging her for this private conversation she had been wanting. Regrouping with the duo of Natasha and Laura, he waited for S.H.I.E.L.D.'s higher-ups to deal with the legal trouble. He only had to wait half a minute for the captain's phone to ring. Whatever he heard made his face go pale. Yes, Captain Watanabe. Dante recognized the name immediately. Yuri Watanabe. The lady officer who would become Wraith. Understood. The captain lowered the phone slowly, then looked at Dante and Natasha like he'd just swallowed something bitter. Your federal reinforcements. You're cleared to enter. The barricades shifted aside at his commands. Officers stepped back to create a path. Laura glared at him and moved to sit behind Natasha on the bike. The alternative was being carried, which she didn't appreciate. Natasha didn't say a word and revved the engine, flames roaring higher. Dante fired a webline and swung over the barricade. A few cops cheered from behind. The threat of supermonsters made them look past the illegal nature of vigilantism. Desperate times call for desperate measures. On the island side, he found Captain Yuri waiting for him with a whole squad. The moment she saw Dante, her eyes widened. She hadn't expected the help from the higher-ups to include Skullfire and someone who looked like his female version. Skullfire, she said, stepping forward. You need to find Ghost Spider. She just left to confront the bikers. Boom. An explosion echoed from not too far away. Black smoke rose to give the location away. The fight had already started. Dante cocked his head toward the smoke. Natasha didn't need any more instruction. Natasha's bike screamed towards the fight. Wait, Yuri called out before he could leave. Who are they? Your backup. I just tagged along. Dante turned his back on Yuri. Give me a radio. She hesitated for only a second, then yanked one off a nearby officer's belt and tossed it to him. He caught it one-handed without looking back. Good call, she said. I'll get in touch if something happens. He found Natasha not too far away. She quietly watched the conflict happening in an open parking lot. Nearly every car here was either overturned or wrecked. Few were burning. At the center of it all was Ghost Spider. She was surrounded by 5 symbiote-bonded bikers, yet nobody dared to approach her. The 3 bikers webbed to the ground would be their fate if they fought recklessly. So she took the initiative and fired one web at a biker's leg. His feet flew out from under him, arms flaying as he crashed onto his back. The other 4 broke formation instantly and rushed her from 3 sides. She jumped and attached both web shooters to a biker's chest, using it like a grappling line to pull herself toward him at a terrifying speed. She drove both feet into his face with a flying kick that cracked his helmet. He went flying through the chain-link fence. She didn't wait to see him land. The momentum carried her forward. She twisted, planted a hand on the ground, and launched herself in the air into an uppercut that caught another biker square under the jaw. His head snapped back. Before gravity could reclaim him, she spun in the air and drove an axe kick into his chest. He was slammed into the asphalt, cracking it under his back. Gwen crossed her arms, fired webs from both shooters, and snagged the bikers she just dropped. With a sharp tug and a full-body twist, she hurled them directly onto the hoods of burning cars. The symbiotes shrieked. Black tendrils writhed and convulsed as the heat blistered through their mass. Gwen didn't let up. She fired again to web their legs to the car frames, pinning them in place. The symbiotes clawed at the webbing, ripping through strands, but Gwen had a seemingly endless supply. Every time they tore one strand free, 3 more replaced it. She kept firing. The 2 bikers were watching in horror as their comrade symbiotes burned. Motherfucking hero she is. She is just a psycho, man. Fucking hell, another whispered. Take her seriously, or we're screwed. Gwen said nothing. She just stood there, watching the flames torture symbiotes. She's pissed, he whispered. And she had every right to be. Even if George Stacy survived, the man who had taught her right from wrong, that man was gone. He won't ever be the same with a broken spine. This was her revenge. The symbiotes couldn't endure direct contact with fire. Their resistance was pathetic compared to a fully evolved specimen like Venom. These were fragments incomplete and rushed into hosts without proper bonding. Venom only endured the solar radiation because of Dante's coordination and helio-reactor's unique properties. Otherwise, Venom would have also melted on the spot. Their innate weakness couldn't be overcome easily. One by one, the symbiotes peeled away from their hosts, slithering off the burning cars. They fled across the pavement, leaving unconscious men behind. Dante dropped from the post and seized them, bringing them to his suit. A tentacle arm erupted from his skin and melded with the symbiotes. My fragments. We're stronger now. The 3 bikers still on their feet exchanged panicked glances. No words, just the shared realization that they were fucked. After all, they were already having a harder time with Gwen. The arrival of Skullfire ruined any chances they had. They bolted in different directions, splitting up to increase their survival chances. Vroom. Natasha's bike roared as she chased one biker. Laura leaped off with claws extended and pursued one of them. Gwen grabbed a bike by the frame using her webs and swung it like a wrecking ball. The bike smashed into his back, and he went down face first. Gwen caught up in a moment, grabbed his leg, and dragged him through the asphalt. He screamed and clawed the ground, but she didn't slow down. She hurled him into the side of a burning sedan. Flames roared, and the symbiote shrieked. Natasha rammed her bike into her target and trapped him under the flaming wheel. The heat of hellfire made the symbiote cry like it was living its worst nightmare. It immediately abandoned its host and ran for its life. Laura stabbed her target with both claws and brought the man to Natasha's flaming wheel. It also folded in an instant, and the biker naturally died with those injuries. She had no mercy for enemies. Laura pulled off her claws and stepped aside, letting the man fall to her side. Dante fired 3 tentacles one by one to absorb the symbiotes, then moved to the 3 unconscious bikers Gwen had webbed earlier. Their symbiotes had already retreated into dormancy, trying to hide. It didn't matter. He ripped them free anyway. Strength is returning, Venom said, satisfied. Feel better. He ignored Venom's commentary and approached Gwen. She stood motionless, staring at the flames still dancing across the car's hood. Hey, he whispered gently, the better to handle a person going through a tough time. You all right? She didn't move her gaze. Why are you here? Am I not allowed to help a friend in need? She turned slowly, mask lenses locking onto his flaming skull. Your death. Can. Natasha drifted to a stop, tires screeching. More are coming. Gwen's gaze shifted to Natasha, then to Laura, who stood silently nearby, blood still dripping from her claws. She had been unconscious for most of last night's chaos, but Sylvvaja or someone must have clued her in. Now she was processing why Dante was working alongside the 2 people they had fought yesterday. She quietly popped out the empty cartridges from her web shooters and replaced them with fresh ones. Let's talk after we drive them away. What I was about to say. The bikers stopped about 50 meters away, forming a loose line, headlights cutting through the smoke. 20 of them and more approaching from the back. The one in the lead was the tallest and most bulkiest symbiote leader. It was still less intimidating than Dante due to the difference in their heights. You have some skills, I'll admit, the leader said as he dismounted and approached them. I'm Michael and these are my angels. Gwen threw a double web at his mouth and launched herself like a slingshot, legs ready to knock him out. The biker effortlessly grabbed Gwen's ankle without so much as a flinch. She slipped out of his control with an impressive twist. Why are you angry? Michael asked in a calm voice. We haven't killed any innocent yet. The only casualty was George, who will live a life worse than death. You scum, Gwen growled in a low voice and threw a punch at Michael's face. His head snapped to the right with a sickening crunch. He turned back to Gwen and placed a hand over on his cheek, eyes full of surprise. You're strong, I'll give you that. But I'm on another. A looming figure appeared behind him like a ghost, grabbed his head with one clawed hand, and slammed his face into the ground. The impact cratered the asphalt, and Michael's body went limp. Dante pinned Michael down with one knee and caught the symbiote out with his bare hands. The creature writhed and tried to sink deeper into its host. He ripped it out. The black slimy mass thrashed in his grip for a second before Venom reclaimed it. The strongest symbiote in this batch returned to its righteous place in Venom's body. This time Dante felt a surge of strength. The effect was obvious. We devour. Venom's voice and Dante's merged into one roar. He charged into the flock of bikers. The first biker didn't even have time to raise his hands before Dante's clawed fist connected with his chest and absorbed the symbiote. The host collapsed, unconscious before he hit the ground. 3 bikers came at him from the left. Their punches landed, but the impacts just stopped, absorbed by Venom. Dante didn't even flinch. He grabbed the closest one by the collar and headbutted him. The biker's helmet cracked down the middle. Dante covered the biker's head with his large hand. And just like that, another symbiote fragment was claimed. 2 more rushed from behind. Claws swiped across Dante's back as they tried to shred through his symbiote. Nothing. Not even a scratch. The 3 women didn't interfere in his battle. Laura wanted to rush in, but Natasha held her back and gestured to Gwen. Ghost Spider stood there with her fists clenched, watching Dante tear through them like they were nothing. They were made as helpless as her father had been. This was a show exclusively for the woman who held her father dear. He fought like a demon, grabbing one biker by the throat and absorbing the symbiote, and then moving to the next. One by one, they fell under his claws. More, Venom whispered, almost intoxicated. Give us more. Despair set in fast. Within 30 seconds, half their biker crew was down. Within a minute, only a handful remained. A biker stumbled backward, symbiote twitching erratically across his chest. What the hell is this thing? It's not fair. Another one shouted, voice cracking with panic. He's too strong. Dante stopped and looked at them. Then he laughed. Fair? You fuckers want to talk about fair? He took a step forward. The bikers took 2 steps back. You had the power, so you made the rules on this island. He spread his arms, shot 2 writhing symbiote lines, and dragged 2 bikers to grip their throats. Now it's my turn. Screw this. One of them shouted in a voice so shrill it came off as feminine. I'm out. He turned and ran. The rest scattered like startled birds as well. Dante was left speechless. Maybe he had put on a far too intimidating performance to satisfy Gwen's thirst for vengeance. Venom, stop them. I can't chase everyone. Venom took control and roared in its native language, challenging them to stay and fight. These symbiotes were artificially made and knew nothing of Clintar, but the instincts had been engraved into their DNA. They understood the challenge. However, their survival instincts prevailed. Cowards, Venom grumbled, annoyed. They disgrace my name. Don't let them run. Dante looked behind and yelled at the three women, hurry up. Natasha jumped on her bike, revved her engine, and shot forward. Laura took the stance of a sprinter and used an explosive dash to close the distance. Gwen fired a web to the fence to slingshot herself. Thankfully, the bikers split in different directions. Dante's group easily chased them down and retook the fragments. 20 minutes later, the last symbiote was absorbed. The parking lot was silent except for the crackle of dying flames and the groans of unconscious bikers. Dante felt like his power had been increased by 10 to 15% just by absorbing the fragments. Of course that power belonged to Venom entirely. But as long as he wore the suit, it was his to use. Progress was progress. Natasha cut off the bike's hellfire and got off the bike. Thanks for the help. Just helping out my bride. Natasha threw a supersonic punch at his face. He deflected it with the back of his hand and laughed. You'll never escape this. The scene of a burning skeleton in clothes laughing sinisterly and the other furiously trying to kill him with superhuman punches it was crazy enough to keep Yuri Watanabe 30 feet away from them. She had wanted to approach to say thanks on behalf of everyone. However, she stayed right where she was. So did everyone else. Nobody wanted to mess with Dante and Natasha right now. Dante. Laura's voice cut through his happy moment. Over there. He followed her line of sight and froze. The East River it was black. Boats. A horde of them from dinghies to speedboats and yachts packed so tightly together they formed a black floating carpet that stretched across the waterway. On every boat, one or two symbiotes sat waiting. From the opposite direction, a cruise ship approached. A massive cruise with multi-deck layout. It was also crawling with symbiote hosts. Dante had to suck in a deep breath. Over 1,000 symbiote, or maybe more, had come for revenge. Norman was pissed they had ruined his plans to take over this island. So pissed that he sent a whole army of symbiotes to take them down. Or he wanted to curb-stomp Dante's group and show off his power at the same time. Well, shit. 89, Ambition and Defiance. Random art. Norman Osborn stood before the wall-mounted television in his penthouse office, with hands clasped behind his back. The live news feed showed his symbiote army flooding across the East River like a plague. Boats packed so densely they formed a floating highway. The cruise ship loomed behind them like a fortress on water. Every deck and every cabin held one of his creations. The news helicopters circled at a distance, cameras zoomed in. Every channel was desperate to cover this. The NYPD had locked down airspace over Roosevelt Island, but they couldn't stop the world from watching. Right now, the whole world was watching. Beautiful, isn't it? He felt the symbiote beneath his skin stir in agreement. Sovereign. His masterpiece. The first true evolution of symbiotes, born from his ambition and tempered in his cruelty. Just like Norman, it carried the ambition of reaching the pinnacle of its species. And it would, as long as it cooperated with Norman. Watch as my minions claim Ghost Spider and that feral little claw woman. They'll be my slaves before midnight. He tilted his head, imagining Ghost Spider the friendly vigilante of Manhattan on her knees as an obedient puppet. The woman with sharp claws was just a bonus. With them as my vanguard, who will be able to stop me? Smooth performance. A soft, sultry voice came from behind him. A woman sat in the high-backed antique couch behind him, one leg crossed over the other with perfect poise of a noblewoman. Raven black hair spilled over a crimson silk dress, framing a face suited for paintings, with sharp cheekbones, full lips painted wine dark, eyes so dark and mysterious, and her ripe and bosom figure was the icing on the cake. Whitney Frost, the newest head of Nefaria family of Maggia, a businesswoman on par with Emma Frost, and now, soon-to-be bride of Norman Osborn. Norman's smile didn't falter at her doubts. Performance is for peacocks, Whitney. Bright feathers to scare off predators they can't actually fight. You're a wolf then. Incorrect, sweetheart. Norman took a seat beside her, eyes filled with confidence. I'm the spider that's already spun the web. And the fly caught in my web is New York. They can only squirm helplessly as I pick their wings apart one by one. The corner of Whitney's mouth curled up. Ambition is a beautiful thing, Norman. But the spider that spins too large a web attracts birds. The empire that stretches too far collapses from its own weight. Norman, one should never bite off more than they can chew. Norman forced his smile wider. I can send more. I have reserves hundreds more, if necessary. This is barely a tenth of my full strength. You lied to me, she said, soft yet threatening. You never mentioned that you can control them. The symbiotes I supplied and the symbiote in my family I turned them into your puppets. This is a betrayal, plain and simple. Silence stretched between them. On the television, a reporter's voice rose in panic as the first boats touched Roosevelt Island's shore. Symbiotes poured out and converged towards one direction. Norman forced himself to exhale slowly, then his laughter filled the room. Does it matter? He extended his hand toward her, palm up, like a gentleman offering a dance at a ball. Does it matter if you'll become my queen in our new kingdom? Whitney's expression didn't change. She just stared at him as if weighing the offer against the risk. Calculating like all great minds did. Norman waited. He was good at it. Patience was just another form of control. The corners of her mouth slowly rose in a sweet, honey-like smile. She reached out and placed her hand delicately in his palm. My king. The voice snapped inside Norman. His eyes went wide. His lips parted, mouth stretching into a grin that was too wide and showing too many teeth. He looked unhinged as a man can be. A man drowned in power and lust. He drew closer and wrapped his free hand around her shoulder to bring her into his personal space. Our kingdom will require heirs, he whispered, voice trembling with barely restrained excitement. Strong ones, beautiful ones, perfection given birth. We should start working on it. Whitney's smile didn't waver. She leaned into him coquettishly and rested herself against his chest. It'll be my honor, king. Meanwhile, Silver Saber International. Sylvvaja Sablinova sat on the edge of her bed with a straight back. She studied her reflection in the full-length vanity mirror, the new look bestowed upon her by Felicia. Her silver hair had been pulled back into a sleek bun. She had applied just enough eyeliner to sharpen her already intense gaze, making her look less approachable and more dangerous. A touch of rose-tinted lipstick added color without softening her expression. Everything naturally, it all melded together. The look brought the best out of her regalness. She looked like a queen more than a mercenary. You like that, Silver? Felicia said lazily from where she sprawled across the bed, chin propped on one hand. With your natural dignified aura, it's a waste to make you look younger or prettier. I already am both of those. Yeah, right. For this, I leaned into the queenly persona. This will make people want to kneel in your presence. Sylvvaja's lips curved into a faint, amused smile as she met Felicia's gaze in the mirror. 8 out of 10. Felicia blinked and sat up slightly. Wait, what? Your makeup skills, Sylvvaja clarified, one eyebrow arching. This isn't your best. You can do better. A lot better if Sylvvaja considered every new look Felicia had used in these scarce 2 days. Felicia didn't apply any fancy makeup, she considered everything from face to figure to clothes to one's natural demeanor. Fuck you, Felicia laughed, grabbing a pillow and hurling it at her. You smug bitch. I don't want him spending all his time with you. We're still rivals, remember. Sylvvaja caught the pillow without looking and put it on her lap. We are, she agreed softly, a hint of warmth in her voice now. But that doesn't mean. Bang. The door slammed open before Sylvvaja could say anything more. Ava burst in like her ass was on fire, phone clutched in one hand. Sis, you gotta see this. Now. Sylvvaja snapped to full alert mode. Something that startled Ava must be important. What is it? Ava leaned over Sylvvaja's shoulder and held the phone. The screen showed a live news feed from Roosevelt Island. The hundreds of symbiotes. This is beyond fucked. Sylvvaja's blood went cold at the sight. Just one symbiote would give trouble, yet such a large quantity was unleashed upon the world. Norman's gone completely insane. Felicia arrived beside Sylvvaja in an instant and leaned over Sylvvaja's other shoulder. Her eyes widened as she took in the footage. Isn't that darling? Gwen, Natasha, and Laura are also there. Can they handle this symbiote army? I don't know, Sylvvaja replied with a trembling breath. It's way too many. We have to help him. Now. Ava turned her head slowly, staring at Felicia like she had just suggested flying to the moon. You. She let out a short, mocking laugh. What the hell can you do besides shake your big lolas and look pretty? Felicia's eyes flashed. Her claws slid out quietly, each curve of which gleamed ominously under the light. At least I'm trying to help. What are you doing? Sitting here praying your sister's boyfriend gets torn apart. That's exactly what he deserves, Ava shot back, baring her teeth in a feral grin. Cheating bastard. You can only talk shit when he's not around. The second he shows up, you become a submissive bitch. Submissive kitty would be the better word. She tilted her head mockingly. So much for the white tiger representation, Hermanita. Say that again, Ava hissed, taking an aggressive stance. I dare you. I will say it again, you immature brat, Felicia growled. I shouldn't have taken your side. Having a traumatic childhood doesn't give you a free pass to be a jerk. Grow the fuck up, kid. Enough. She grabbed Felicia by the collar of her jacket, Ava by the strap of her tank top. If you two don't stop right fucking now, Sylvvaja said, voice low and menacing, I'm going to beat the shit out of you. Both of you. Her presence had the kind of authority that made soldiers obey into paying attention. Rage only amplified this aspect of hers. Both women went silent. Ava looked away, jaw clenched tight. Felicia smacked her lips. You're right. Sylvvaja released them and stepped back. Felicia, get your suit. We're going to Roosevelt Island. The world already knows that suit is mine. Whatever suits you. Sylvvaja turned to Ava, who opened her mouth probably to argue or make excuses. If things get too heavy, you run. Your amulet's faster than any symbiote. Use it. Ava's jaw snapped shut. Then, slowly, a grin spread across her face, feral and alive with the thrill of violence. She cracked her knuckles. Nah, sis. We live together, we die together. Sylvvaja felt something warm in her chest. Pride of watching Ava grow, maybe. Or just relief that she had a strong warrior to help Dante. She smiled softly. Let's go. I'm fucking tired of sitting on the sidelines while he fights alone. Same. Felicia chimed in agreement. If he wants to fuck things up, I wanna be there. I didn't want to become stronger to be powerless at home. You might not get a normal life after this. Sylvvaja asked in a heavy voice. Are you sure? I have a trick to cover my identity. They won't know it's me. Felicia struck a pose with a hand on her hip. It'll be the debut of new Felicia. I need to get something. Be back in a second. She dashed out of the room. Ava laughed. More like the debut of 3 badass women saving one dumb guy from his own stupid decisions. Sylvvaja shook her head, but she was smiling. She grabbed her tactical gear from the closet and strapped everything useful. Felicia returned a few moments later in her black cat suit. The correct choice since the suit was easier to move around in than casual clothes. You really think we can handle that many symbiotes? Sylvvaja showed a calm smile. Chance or not, we're going to fight like hell. It wasn't just about Dante anymore. It was between Norman and her. The billionaire had made use of her by having her protect a massive torture chamber. Now, she would make him pay for this decision. And she had the perfect excuse for this decision. She didn't know Norman to be the mastermind behind the symbiote plan. Ava pushed them both from behind. Start walking now. Sylvvaja took the elevator up to the 3rd floor first, her mind already running through tactical scenarios. The numbers weren't in their favor. They never were. The elevator doors slid open with a soft chime. Anna sat at the reception desk. Her brunette hair pulled back in a neat bun, posture immaculate. She looked like she belonged in a corporate lobby, not a mercenary headquarters. But Sylvvaja had learned long ago that appearances meant nothing in this line of work. Anna, Sylvvaja said to get her attention. Keep an eye on everything for me while we're gone. If anything happens. Wait, Miss Sylvvaja. Anna pushed back her chair and stood, then bent down behind the desk, rummaging through something out of sight. When she straightened again, she was holding a custom semi-auto 12-gauge using the Benelli M4 base with matte black finish, shortened barrel, an extended magazine tube, and the other good stuff. Anna somehow held the 12-gauge in one hand like it weighed nothing. She rushed to the elevator, tossed it up, grabbed it from the other side, and presented the firearm's grip to Sylvvaja like a mother handing the birthday cutting knife. A present Sylvvaja loved from the bottom of her heart. She could imagine its explosiveness just from its dangerous look. You might not get another chance to be his guardian angel. Anna smirked. An angel with a shotgun. Sylvvaja took the shotgun, feeling its weight settle into her hands. She hadn't expected her usually reserved receptionist to pull out such a sick shotgun. Then again, nobody around her was normal. Even Pyotr and Amychen had absurd backgrounds. One turned out to be a mutant and the other had deep ties to an all-assassin female clan. She frowned slightly, looking up at Anna. You're stronger than you look. Anna flexed her right arm to show off non-existent biceps with a completely straight face. I work out every day. This is really adorable. Felicia reached past Sylvvaja and jabbed the elevator button. But we're on a clock here, ladies. Anna waved her hand as the door slid close. See you soon, boss. Sylvvaja didn't get down to the parking lot right away. She returned to the supply unit on the 2nd floor to fetch some ammunition packs for her new gift. Only then they took the elevator to the parking lot. The elevator door opened to 2 friendly faces smiling at them. They were waiting down there for her. Commander, did you think we would let you go alone? The towering Pyotr punched his palm with a grin. Comrade made a promise to me. I won't let him die before he fulfills it. Beside him, Amychen stood with twin swords strapped to her back. I want to get back to my post. That all right with you, Commander? The two didn't have to accompany her since it wasn't a merc mission. They weren't being paid for it, yet they chose to accompany them to hell. Sylvvaja's chest tightened. Her throat suddenly thick with emotion she hadn't expected. She tossed the shotgun to Ava and crossed the distance between her and the two with hurried steps. She wrapped her arms around both of them. Pyotr froze for half a second, surprised, then patted her back gently with his massive hands, careful not to crush her. Commander, don't do this. I'm so glad to have you too, Sylvvaja said quietly, voice muffled against Amy's shoulder. So fucking glad. Amy stiffened in the hug like she had been electrocuted. She stood there, arms pinned awkwardly at her sides, face flushing red. Listen, she groaned. I'm trying to get over you. This isn't helping. Sylvvaja pulled back with a laugh. I hope you'll find someone better than me. Someone who'll treat you for the great woman you are. Amy rolled her eyes. So melodramatic. Don't we have a boyfriend to save? He can hold out for an hour, Sylvvaja said confidently. Whose man do you think he is? Amy and Pyotr burst into laughter. Felicia also chuckled. Only Ava had a sour face as she watched her older sister open herself emotionally more than she had ever been. She wasn't sure if she liked or hated the change Dante brought in Sylvvaja. 90. On the cruise. Random art. Dante observed the horde of symbiotes writhing like a living ocean. His gaze tracked upward to the chopper broadcasting everything live and the sun still casting a pale sunlight. The sun would set in an hour or maybe 80 minutes. He had to finish them all before the sun went down, or he would be left with no way to replenish his solar radiation reserves. So he had to take down an average of 13 symbiote hosts per minute. It seemed quite plausible. Natasha's chains clinked as she shifted her stance, the hellfire around them burning in agitation. She turned her flaming skull toward Laura, who stood rigid beside them, fist still clenched from the earlier skirmish. It's fine if you want to leave. You have no obligation to fight here. I do. Laura wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. If he dies, I'll be forced to go back. Dante couldn't help but chuckle at her brutally honest answer. It was so like Laura to be fixated on one thing. He turned to Captain Yuri Watanabe, whose face had been drained of color. The officers behind her looked equally shaken. Some were openly staring at the mass of monsters, others kept glancing back toward the bridge as if wondering escape was a better option. Sometimes, even the most elite needed proper leadership under dire circumstances. Evacuate everyone from this island, Dante said. He kept his tone level, neither pleading nor commanding. We'll take care of these monsters. Yuri just stared at him for a moment, then her expression hardened. She whirled sharply toward her squad. What are you waiting for? Yuri roared. Move your asses. I want residential blocks cleared first. Go, go, go. The paralyzed officers jolted into motion. Some sprinted toward their patrol cars, others grabbed radios and started barking evacuation orders. The sudden surge of activity seemed to break the spell of fear that had gripped them. Natasha, go with them, Dante said without looking at her. I'll deal with this. He wasn't being heroic. In fact, it was quite the opposite. Natasha's hellfire would obliterate symbiotes if he wasn't there to collect them. He needed them to recover Venom's strength. Natasha grabbed his collar and forced him to look into her eyes, a pair of small flames in hollow sockets gazing right into his soul. Work with me. I weaken them off, you absorb them. To see right through him under such circumstances was what separated Natasha from the rest. I don't answer to you or shield. He stared into her eyes. Penance stare was quite useless if he had nothing to be guilty about. Don't order me around again. As much as he wanted to make his life easier, he wasn't going to let anyone walk all over him. Natasha, right now, was quite blatantly disrespecting him, even though he was trying to help her. Natasha loosened her grip and patted the fabric, staring at him. I'll weaken symbiotes so you can absorb them. Can we cooperate on this? That's how you treat people, he said with a chuckle. Are you sure, though? You won't be able to escape the bride's allegations after this. She groaned. I'll worry about that later. Focus up. Gwen Ghost Spider stirred beside them. She had been unnaturally quiet until now. The teardrop lenses of her mask narrowed as she focused on Laura. You Laura, right? What? Laura asked, blunt as always. Do I know you? Can you help out without killing anyone? You don't want to make this broadcast X-rated. Gwen's voice had that forced cheerfulness. Kids might be watching us. Dante was happy to see Gwen's quippy side back. She had let rage consume her earlier. But when a real crisis arose, her heroic instincts kicked back in. Her father had suffered to protect this place. She wouldn't let that sacrifice mean nothing. Laura stared down at her hands, at the 4 adamantium claws. Each blade was razor-sharp and unbreakable, designed for the purpose of killing. The weaker symbiotes wouldn't stand a chance as she could slice through them like paper. But that was the problem. It wasn't that she was squeamish about lethal force. She could only kill them with her claws. Dante saw the conflict play across her face and communicated with Venom. Give me a symbiote for her. I can't, Venom replied. All absorbed into me. He had thought of giving her base stats boost through the symbiote, but that option was off the board, at least for the moment. He stepped closer and rested a hand on her shoulder. I'll take you, but you have to listen to my orders. She nodded and stepped closer, allowing him to hold her in his arms. Ghost Spider, he said as he fired a thick black tendril toward a streetlight at the dock's edge that latched on with a wet thwack. I'll leave the evac to you. Hey, wait, don't just. Gwen called out from behind, but he had already slingshot himself. He was thinking of occupying the bow deck area to only worry about enemies from one side. Then again, he was too durable for these symbiotes. Better to fight and absorb as many as possible at a time. He landed right on the top floor of the cruise, right in the middle of the horde. The more attention he garnered, the more time Gwen and Yuri would have to clear the island. The boat steered to the cruise's direction, as he had expected, and all symbiotes started rushing to get him. Laura left his arms and positioned herself beside him. Natasha wasn't as mobile as him. She had to use brute force to leap from the edge and reach the cruise. And she did so with grace. The 3 stood in the middle. For 1 perfect second, nobody moved. Then the horde shrieked, 100 voices screaming in unison, a sound that would have terrified any weak-hearted. Elixirs link, with permission acquired. Level 4 resonance link created. New abilities added to Administrator's Archive, 3. The first wave approached like a black tsunami. He smashed 2 symbiote heads into each other. Their symbiote matter converged and rushed up his arm, becoming one with Venom. What's left were 2 unconscious young men. Laura, get them to safety. Laura grabbed both men and leaped to the side, putting the men in the clear corner. The symbiote's claws came at her from every side. Then a hellfire-covered chain swept a bunch of them away. Laura's slender figure slipped through with just 1 scratch at her face, which healed instantly. She got into position to cover his back and released her claws. Let me go lethal. No, he denied firmly as he absorbed another 2. You aren't a monster. Natasha cleared a 3-meter area with a swipe of her chain. He's right. She groaned, putting her claws back again. This time, she didn't need to be told about fetching the unconscious hosts. She grabbed them before they were trampled under the symbiotes and got them to a safe corner. Dante engaged with the horde once again. As much as he wanted to use a weapon, using his fists was the best option. It allowed him to easily absorb them and reduce their numbers. Killing them was the easiest option, of course. He had the brute power to insta-kill everyone with Death's powers. It's not worth it. Besides, exposing that level of power would put a target on his back. Now that he had grown somewhat strong on his own, Death's link was better kept as a trump card against the stronger enemies. So, he optimized his body for defense and strength at the cost of mobility. Natasha wasn't the type to stand still while he acted. She kicked the symbiote in the lead. The graceful kick landed with a boom and swept the entire horde of one side with it, throwing them off into the river. More symbiotes rushed up from lower decks. Natasha dashed into the flock, wrapped a bunch of 3 symbiotes under her chain, and hurled them at him. Catch! He caught 2 out of the air and slammed them on the deck. Laura grabbed the last one's arm and grappled it to the floor. He quickly absorbed the 3 weakened symbiotes after exposure to hellfire. Symbiotes converged at him from behind. He turned around, charging his fist with a burst of solar radiation power. The closest symbiote was lunging with its sharp teeth out, ready to bite him. His fist smashed into the symbiote's face with the power FJN, explosive force release, and sent it flying. A cascade of black shadows was blown back. The sight wasn't that different from what Natasha had achieved. You had a reason for your confidence, Natasha complimented, hurling another pair of symbiotes at him. Laura, you're doing great. Keep it up. He ripped the symbiotes apart and let Venom devour them, letting Laura take them away. Venom, make a symbiote for Laura. It'll weaken us, Venom argued, hesitant to cooperate. Are you sure? Do it. The symbiote matter around his chest rippled and a small piece fell in his hand. He kicked an annoying symbiote away and slapped the newly born symbiote on Laura's shoulder. Bond with this. It'll make you stronger. Her minute hesitation disappeared when she heard the word, stronger. The symbiote covered her. Her symbiote suit appeared sleek, completely covering her except for her hair and face. Just like Felicia. Laura perhaps didn't want her face to appear monstrous, so the symbiote created a suit accordingly. Feels weird, she muttered, then caught a lunging symbiote by its throat mid-leap. The strength boost was immediate and obvious. She twisted and hurled it toward Dante without apparent effort. But stronger. Way stronger. Told you. Dante caught the airborne symbiote, absorbed it in a flash of black tendrils, and immediately pivoted to punch another attacker. Now keep up. Natasha's chain whipped through the air, wrapping around 4 symbiotes clustered near the ship's railing. Incoming left side. Got it. Dante shifted his weight, already moving before she'd finished speaking. Natasha yanked the chain back toward herself. The hellfire seared into the symbiote's biomass, making them shriek and writhe. Their host screamed in agony as they were burned on a spiritual level. She released the chain's hold and the momentum carried all 4 directly into Dante's path. He caught the first 2 by their heads and let Venom strip away the weakened symbiotes before they hit the deck. The third he caught with a rising knee strike that lifted it off the ground. The fourth got an elbow to the spine that dropped it instantly. Venom consumed all 4 symbiotes in rapid succession. The hosts collapsed, unconscious but breathing. Laura. On it. She was already moving, her new symbiote-enhanced speed letting her blur past 3 attacking shadows. She grabbed 2 unconscious hosts by their collars and dragged them towards the growing pile in the corner, then dashed back for the other 2. A symbiote tried to intercept her. She ducked under its claws and kept running. Great work, Natasha called out, satisfied. She pivoted, scanning the symbiote still pouring from the ship's interior. I should have ordered something in the restaurant. I'll treat you after this, he said and smashed his fist in a symbiote. A shockwave rippled outward in a golden pulse and staggered every symbiote within a 10-foot radius. They reeled, their biomass disrupted by the solar energy Venom had learned to tolerate but other symbiotes couldn't handle. Solar radiation can also be used in place of chi. He still had a long way to go in mastering his helio-reactor. Natasha didn't waste the opening he had made. Her chain swept in a wide arc, catching 6 stumbling symbiotes and dragging them into a tight cluster. Dante. Yup. He launched himself forward, and both fists hammered down on the clustered group. The impact cratered the wooden deck. Venom eagerly absorbed all 6 weakened symbiotes, leaving their hosts in a groaning pile. Laura was there before he could call her. The symbiote suit was learning her preferences as it formed handholds on her palms for better grip and redistributed mass to her legs for explosive bursts of speed. A particularly large symbiote, its host had to be at least 6'7" and built like a tank, charged Dante from his blind spot, its claws extended and jaw distended impossibly wide. Natasha's chain snapped out like a snake and yanked the giant symbiote off its feet. It skidded across the deck and slammed into a support beam with a loud sound. Dante stomped on its back, pinning it, and absorbed the symbiote in one smooth pull. The Hosta dockworker by the looks of his torn uniform went limp. Another one for you, Laura. Stop yelling my name. Laura shot back, but the feral grin on her face betrayed her mood. Physical drills were her bread and butter, the area where she excelled at. She grabbed the unconscious dockworker by his arm and dragged him toward safety. I know what to do. Then do it faster. Natasha replied, dodging a swipe from a symbiote's clawed hand. She caught its wrist, twisted until something popped, and kicked it toward Dante. Gift wrapped for you. He caught it out of the air and absorbed it. Appreciate the delivery service. You're welcome. Now catch, she spun, her chain wrapping around 3 more symbiotes in a single flowing motion. These. Dante barely had time to brace before all 3 came flying at him. He caught one with each hand and headbutted the third, the impact echoing dully. Venom stripped all 3 symbiotes away, and Laura was already in motion to collect the hosts. Without anyone creating a command chain, they were finding a rhythm. Natasha weakened the symbiotes and called out positions. Dante absorbed and adjusted. Laura stopped waiting for orders and just moved on instinct, reading the battlefield to cross the distance as efficiently as possible. That was the 100th. Laura shouted, depositing another pair of hosts. Is there no end to them? As though answering her question, a new fresh group of symbiotes erupted from a room. Natasha's chain whistled through the air in a fiery arc and carved a burning path through the front ranks. Hellfire enveloped the symbiote flesh. The creatures shrieked. Some dropped to their knees and others tumbled into their allies, creating a domino of chaos. Dante plunged into the opening she had carved, shouldering aside a staggering host. Venom's tendril snatched the destabilized symbiote right off the host and pulled it into his armor. Recovering quickly, Venom hummed. Soon, I will be whole. Natasha launched her chain toward the upper deck where more symbiotes were emerging from below. Watch out for that rooftop. Dante looked up. At least 20 symbiotes were crawling along the ship's upper structures like spiders, unwilling to face Natasha and Dante head-on. They were starting to fear them on an instinctual level just like Felicia and Walter's symbiotes. Oh, that's just creepy, Laura muttered. I want to kill them. Patience. He rested his hand around her shoulder. Natasha, I'll leave them to you. Natasha swung her chain in a wide overhead arc, the hellfire blazing brighter and hotter. The chain extended far longer than it should have been physically possible and wrapped around the upper deck support beam. Then she pulled. The metal beam twisted and snapped. 20 symbiotes lost their footing all at once and came tumbling down in a shrieking mass of black and white. Natasha called out cheerfully, big prize. Just brilliant. He positioned himself under the falling swarm and leaped through the swarm. Laura, be ready. Black tendrils erupted from his entire body and pierced into the symbiotes. The hellfire exposure allowed him to easily separate their connection and absorb. Venom consumed them all in a feeding frenzy, and Dante felt the surge of power. His strength and durability spiked from Venom's growth. The 20 hosts collapsed in a heap around him, unconscious but alive. That's a lot, Laura grumbled, still moving to do her work. A thought came over her as she stopped before the 20 people. Black tendrils came out of her and swept under the people, forming a platform that lifted them all up. Took a lot of energy, Laura muttered, dragging all 20 people toward the safe zone in one go. It's good I had those pancakes. I'll get you more later. How are you liking the suit? It's good, she replied. Can I keep it? No, Venom sent the thought to his mind. I'm weaker without it. Dante ignored Venom. Yeah, sure. Venom could only groan in his mind. I will be weaker. Natasha landed beside Dante and glanced at him, those hollow flame-filled sockets locking on him. You can still fight, right? Of course. Dante rolled his shoulders, feeling Venom settle back into layered armor. I'm going to take every single one. After this, Natasha's chain burned brighter. Mind telling me why you can absorb them? Dante conjured a 3-meter-wide shield with intricate rotating patterns and pinned a dozen symbiotes against a wall. Natasha's hellfire poured upon them, raising screams of agony. More easy pickings for him. In exchange, you tell me how you met that spirit of vengeance. Natasha stared at his back. Forget about it then. Your loss. He jumped on the upper deck and noticed the boats had converged on the cruise, and symbiotes kept pouring in. Only one boat was docked near the island. Gwen was powerful, but she wouldn't be able to deal with a group of symbiotes without his help. Should I send Laura? A glint on the bridge caught his eyes. A SUV accelerated through the bridge. It stood out just because it was entering the island rather than leaving. A fancy motorbike trailed behind this car, driven by the Russian giant. They took their sweet time. 91. The cleanup. Random art. Dante dialed Felicia's number. The call connected before the first ring finished. She must have been watching the broadcast live. Darling. Felicia's bright voice burst through the speaker. Wave at the camera. He glanced at the news helicopter hovering closer and raised a hand in a lazy wave. The glinting lens captured it all. What's the point? Blow a kiss, she said, as if she were requesting something completely reasonable. Give your adoring public something to remember. Fuck off, he replied with a short chuckle. Her ability to flirt in the middle of a crisis was impressive. Can you help the people on the island? Gwen's handling it, but she could use some backup. There was silence for a brief moment. Contemplative silence. When she spoke again, her voice had lost all playfulness. I came here for you. He didn't need to see her face to face to understand the underlying meaning. She wanted to show off her combat power, that she could fight. Last time, he had forced her to drive Gwen and Amy to safety. He almost repeated the same mistake again. To her, it might look like he did not believe she could stand beside him when the danger became real. She would go back into her shell if he stopped taking her seriously. Besides, it would be unfair if he only favored Sylvvaja. Come here with Sylvvaja. Let the others handle evacuation. The silence stretched for half a second. Really? Really? Got it. Give me a moment to explain it to Silver. He pocketed his phone and waited. Half a minute later, Felicia kicked the SUV door and then jumped onto the roof. She drew her grappling hook, aimed at the bridge's support beam, and fired, using it to swing in a long arc over the water. She had chosen to wear her symbiote suit again, tweaked with cameras in mind. The black material had covered the upper half of her face completely, leaving only her mouth and jaw exposed. Her platinum blonde hair, which was normally her most distinctive feature, was wrapped in symbiote matter. Her hair trailed behind her in thin, snake-like strands. It was not a perfect disguise, but it was more than enough to prevent the public from connecting her to the woman they had recently watched get possessed on live footage. The other version was sexier. This one is beautiful, Venom said in its resonating voice. A perfect mate for the host. Every powerful woman is perfect for you, dumbass. Strength above all, Venom growled. One is worthless without it. The experience with Norman had pushed Venom to the extreme. Felicia hit the first boat and launched herself toward the next one. Boat to boat to boat, closing the distance with reckless speed. More movement from the SUV drew his attention. A silver figure burst from the vehicle. Sylvvaja followed Felicia's path without wasting a single second. Her symbiote, Agony, did not sit covering her body like Felicia was underneath her silver tactical suit, making her silhouette look distinct from Felicia. Her long silver ponytail whipped behind her, the only part of her left untouched, as she pursued Felicia. Dante, stop slacking. The voice snapped his attention around. Natasha was standing on the deck, arms crossed in a pose of nonchalance, utterly unbothered by the 5 symbiotes clinging to her body. One had its jaws locked on her shoulder. Another gnawed uselessly at her forearm. A third wrapped around her legs like a python. 2 more clung to her back, clawing and biting aggressively. Meanwhile, Laura was a black blur across the deck, dodging and weaving through the cluster of symbiotes. His inactivity didn't bother her. If anything, the spring in her movements suggested she was having a blast with her new mobility. I should wrap it up and check up on Gwen's father. Otherwise, the old man might kick the bucket before he even had a chance to heal him. He jumped down and grabbed the first symbiote clinging to her shoulder and ripped it free. Venom's tendrils surged out to pierce the weakened creature and drag all 5 into his mass. We've got more help coming. Great. This is taking. Her flaming eyes flickered with sudden awareness, and she shoved him hard in the chest without hesitation. He staggered sideways just as Felicia came hurtling through the air, trying to surprise him. Natasha didn't think of Felicia as an ally, but as a special variant. Nobody would in her situation. Her burning chain lashed out to deal in response. The moment he registered the hellfire-covered chain whipping toward Felicia, his body moved on pure instinct. He snapped out a tendril and caught the chain mid-swing, wrenching it away from its trajectory before it could make contact. Hellfire would hurt Felicia like hell. He wasn't about to stand there and watch that happen. Despite his own resilience, the instant of contact felt like fire had burned him directly. Hurts, Venom howled through their connection. The pain wasn't just limited to flesh as hellfire burned could burn souls. It burns. It burns inside. Felicia twisted mid-air and flew in his arms, then rubbed her face in his chest. I appreciate that, darling. He shook his head. You've handled worse. That is true. Venom forced itself to calm down after hearing his words. Been through worse in the lab. Don't get sentimental now. We'll fuck up Norman soon. Fuck up Norman. Natasha cleared the remaining symbiotes from the immediate area surrounding the deck with a powerful swing of her chain, then turned to glare at him. Before she could ask anything, Sylvvaja gracefully landed beside him and glared at Natasha. You're out here proving that there are no eternal enemies. Felicia left his arms to stand beside him. He skipped the first few steps and made her his bride. That's just a joke people started, Sylvvaja said, clearly unwilling to let Dante tangle with a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. It would unnecessarily complicate things. It's not meant to be taken seriously. Natasha clenched her fist tighter around her chain. We'll have plenty of time to talk after we deal with this. Agreed, Sylvvaja said with a sharp nod, unconsciously glancing toward the helicopter that had drifted even closer to capture better footage of them. She grabbed the shotgun from her back and aimed it one-handed at an approaching symbiote. One shot blasted it all the way into the river. Rushing here was unnecessary. He shook his head. Of course not. We'll feel less pressure with you here. Felicia patted his back with what might have been reassurance or just affection. Silver, whoever gets the most symbiotes wins a solo date with him tomorrow. She lunged forward, moving through the horde of symbiotes with movements so fast they blurred, her claws swiping through them like they were made of paper. When she landed, she did it in a cat-like pose. This will get addicting, hey. Sylvvaja stepped directly on Felicia's back to use her as a springboard, leaping at a particularly large and dangerous-looking symbiote. With one close-range blast from her shotgun, she knocked it clean off its feet. She planted a foot on its chest and shot its head. This should count for 10. Felicia groaned. That was my prey. Natasha hurled her chain to wrap around the giant's neck and drag it toward Dante. He let Venom accept the gift while he watched his official and unofficial girlfriend bicker and compete over their respective kill counts. With Laura helping from time to time, the process became so effortless that he didn't even have to lift a finger. The symbiotes were being weakened and dragged toward him to be harvested. "It's delightful," Venom muttered in his mind, satisfied. "But it is tiring." It reached a point where even Venom was exhausted from swallowing fragments. He still wasn't complaining, not when the numbers disappeared until only a few scarce could be seen. It was at that exact moment that the news helicopter decided to land on the cruise ship's top deck. It definitely wasn't an approved landing zone, but the news channel clearly couldn't resist the opportunity to interview his group live from the site of the action. "Laura, come here." Laura kicked the floor and dashed to his side in an instant. "What?" "I'll be going for a while." He pointed at Felicia. "Listen to her until I'm back." Laura frowned. "What if I'm hungry?" "She'll give you food." She looked at Felicia, who waved back with a grin. "Okay, be back soon." "I will." "Natasha," he said, "take care of the rest here." He reached for Felicia to pull her aside, and then his hand was grabbed. When he looked back over his shoulder, he saw Natasha staring at their joined hands. "Romanoff." Natasha released his hand immediately, clearly realizing the kind of rumor that could grow from a single camera frame. "Backing out of your promise to treat me." He knew it was to ask him more about the operation tonight rather than the dinner itself. "I really need to be somewhere else." Natasha nodded reluctantly. "Let me know if plans change." On the other side of the deck, Sylvvaja was staring at him with a deathly glare, and the glare felt even more terrifying with the symbiote mask. He had to feign ignorance of the jealousy and make plans to address it later. He pulled Felicia away to a more isolated corner of the deck, away from cameras and curious ears. "I need to go see if I can actually help Gwen's father. His condition is critical." That received an immediate nod of acknowledgement from Felicia. She continued listening attentively, clearly waiting for whatever additional directions he had for her. "Take Laura when you leave. She's officially part of Wild Pack now." He would have preferred to give these instructions directly to Sylvvaja herself, but it was better not to involve her too publicly in these decisions while cameras were still recording. Felicia nodded twice. Silver is going to lose her mind. Of course Sylvvaja would appreciate having such a capable and powerful fighter officially joining her mercenary organization. Having Laura in Wild Pack would significantly strengthen their operations. "When will you return?" Her deep emerald eyes showed hesitation behind the symbiote mask. "Any estimates?" He saw through her intentions and smiled, which wasn't noticeable to anyone. "I haven't forgotten our promise," he said, holding her shoulders firmly enough to reassure her. "We're going." Her eyes shone with joy, and then she pouted as if she was annoyed at herself for showing it. "I wasn't trying to pressure you about that." He chuckled. "I know. I'll see you back at home." Felicia had taken a room in Sylvvaja's office building, so technically it qualified as her home now as well, even if the arrangement was still relatively new. She gently punched his chest. "Be safe. You too." He shot out a webline and swung toward the island, leaving the cleanup and media circus for S.H.I.E.L.D. Meanwhile, bang! Norman threw his wine bottle at the screen. Crystal shattered across the floor and red wine trickled down the wall like blood. "He stole it from my vault." He gritted his teeth in frustration. The timing couldn't have been more perfectly designed to infuriate him. Just minutes ago, he had been riding the high that came from betting Whitney Frost, savoring the conquest of a Maggia princess. He had been imagining his future kingdom, feeling invincible. And then this. Watching Skullfire absorb other symbiotes raised suspicion in him. Only the source symbiote should be capable of it. So he had sent Frank Castle into the vault for verification. His worst fears were true. The source symbiote was gone. Norman sat there for a long moment, staring at the cracked screen. Then, slowly, a smile spread across his face. "No, not everything is gone yet." He reached into the neural network that connected him to every symbiote. The connection formed in an instant, adding more perspective into his vision. He watched through another slave's eyes as they focused on a blonde woman's face. A masked vigilante now full of despair. She was emotionally devastated. Watching her made his smile widen. He would look terribly deranged to any observer. The source symbiote wasn't useful at this stage of his plan. He had created more symbiote vials than the number of people he could acquire as hosts. And the real reason he had launched this invasion of Roosevelt Island had never been about the symbiotes themselves. It had been about luring Ghost Spider out into the open where he could take her. And despite Skullfire's interference and the public humiliation of watching his symbiote army get systematically dismantled on international television, Norman had succeeded. Splendidly. 92. The Canon Event, by Random Art. Gwen stood with Captain Yuri Watanabe, chewing a piece of hard jerky that tasted like salted cardboard. At least it provided some calories to keep her going. So tired. She had been ferrying elderly residents and children to the bridge checkpoint, getting them as far away from the symbiote hot zones as possible. She had to take a break when her arms couldn't properly endure the weight of her web swing. For weeks, she hadn't rested properly in stress and overthinking. Yesterday was mostly sleepless for her. Her body was barely holding up after fighting those symbiotes, but she couldn't stop until work was done. Shaking her head, she watched the civilians moving in 3 orderly streams to leave the island. Pyotr, the steel giant, held down the left lane with his imposing physical presence alone. Amy Chen managed the center lane with her twin sword strapped visibly to her back. Ava prowled the right lane in her white tiger suit, her eyes radiating the type of bully presence, like someone looking for an excuse to hurt someone who stepped out of line. Most civilians were smart enough not to test these three. But, of course, a few idiots had tried to push their way forward or start arguments about priority, but those troublemakers had been very quickly and very efficiently put back in their proper places. Regular police officers also worked alongside them to coordinate the flow and keep things as minimally hectic as possible given the circumstances. Gwen chugged a bottle of water to force the jerky down her throat. If possible, she would never like to taste it ever again. I hope things are fine on the cruise, she thought, letting her eyes drift toward the massive vessel in the river where Dante and the others had drawn the attention of every symbiote. His strategy of concentrating the enemy forces in one location had worked flawlessly. It made the evacuation easier, but also raised the pressure on them. She could only imagine the type of battle they would be having over there. In her current state she would only be a burden. Otherwise, she'd have gone to help them. Cap, is there anything else I can help with? Gwen asked, turning her attention back to Yuri. Anything? Yuri shook her head, concerned. Others will handle. Her gaze shifted to the officer sprinting to them, breathing hard. What happened? Gwen knew this was an emergency. Captain Watanabe, message from Captain Morales' squad. He's run into trouble and needs backup. Gwen's eyebrows raised slightly. Captain Jefferson Morales was a longtime friend of her father, someone he had worked with for years and spoke highly of. Gwen had only met Jefferson a handful of times at informal gatherings, but he had always struck her as a decent person who cared about doing the job right. His son Miles was also a good kid, quiet and artistic. They would have been great friends if Miles wasn't living in Brooklyn. Give me the location, Gwen said before Yuri could respond. I'll check out what's happening. The officer quickly relayed the address of a relatively secluded school building in a residential section. Gwen tried to pull up a map on her phone, but the screen stayed dark. Dead battery. Great. Yuri noticed the problem and held out her own phone without being asked, then reached over to pat Gwen's shoulder. Sorry for running you into the ground. Gwen understood this wasn't just an apology for the physical labor, but she didn't want to think about it. It's all right, Gwen said, crushing the empty plastic bottle and shaking her head. I'll report when I get there. She threw the bottle in the air and webbed it to the metal beam, where it wouldn't become litter. She turned and swung back toward the residential areas of the island. On the way, she passed the husks of vehicles burned down by the bikers. The evidence of the terror Norman had unleashed. The fear those people must have felt when they realized the thing attacking them wasn't human, that their car doors and windows couldn't protect them, made worse by the fact that the law couldn't help them. This was why someone had stepped up and fought back. Harry's dad is a demon. There were no other words adequate enough to describe the scale of destruction and suffering Norman Osborn was causing. She had to stop him at all costs. A few minutes later, Gwen landed on a fence and observed the school. Police cars sat empty in the lot, parked at odd angles like the officers had arrived in a hurry. Her spider sense remained quiet, but her instincts kept telling her something felt slightly off about the whole situation. She dropped to the ground and pushed through the front doors. The hallway was empty. Strangely, there wasn't any sign of recent activity even though Captain Morales' entire squad was supposed to be here. Hello, is anyone here? Captain Morales. Help. A male voice called out desperately from somewhere deeper in the building. She immediately sped up toward the source of the plea. Her fatigue was temporarily forgotten in the face of someone who clearly needed assistance. The voice called out again and again as she navigated the school's corridors, growing louder as she got closer, until she found herself standing outside one of the classrooms nearly out of breath from the sprint. She paused for just a moment. This could easily be a trap to lure the hero to an isolated location with calls for help, then ambush them when they let their guard down. Help me please. But the voice called out again from inside the classroom. She realized she didn't actually have a choice. Even if it was a trap, she couldn't just walk away from someone who might need help. That was the reality of being a superhero. With a deep breath, she pushed open the classroom door and saw a man bound to a chair in the center of the room with his back turned on the door. His build and hairstyle were enough for Gwen to recognize him. Jefferson Morales. Gwen looked around the rest of the classroom carefully, finding nothing threatening. Her spider sense remained quiet, and that made her even more nervous. Untie me, Jefferson said, clearly having heard the door open but unable to turn around to see who had entered. Gwen walked forward slowly and used her enhanced strength to simply rip apart the rope binding his wrists. How did this even happen to you? I don't know, Jefferson said, embarrassed. I was ambushed. Someone hit my head. Gwen was speechless at the absurdity of a veteran captain being so easily ambushed. Where is the rest of your squad? The officer who called for backup said it was your whole team. Jefferson suddenly twisted around to look at her with wide eyes. Behind you. Her spider sense rang at the warning, and she jumped to the side. Several figures rushed into the classroom, and the door slammed shut behind them. Someone had been waiting just outside for exactly this moment. She found herself surrounded by symbiotes. 7 of them, each one a massive 7-foot giant, making the classroom look cramped. They might be the strongest symbiotes she had ever seen. With her web, she brought Jefferson to her side and positioned herself between him and the symbiotes. I have to escape. Her eyes darted to the windows, but she immediately saw they had been barred shut from the outside. Officer, get those window bars open however you can. Gwen said, hoping Jefferson's experience would bail them out. I'll try. Gwen smirked. Is it your master's doing, or are you folks evolving to set up traps? The question was to buy time to think. She couldn't fight this many symbiotes head-on, not in her current exhausted condition. It might have been doable with flames around them. What's worse, she had a civilian to protect, which limited her options even further. The symbiotes, of course, showed no sign of humoring her. They lunged at her in a coordinated rush, and her spider sense flared even brighter. She webbed to the ceiling and kicked the most aggressive symbiote's jaw. The creatures had barely moved from the impact. She wasn't in any condition to overpower these monsters through raw strength. That left her with only one option: distract and buy time. Her heart pounded like a freight train as she pushed her focus. She used her web to zip around the cramped space, dodging and weaving between fists and kicks, each one of which could knock her out on the spot. Thankfully, the symbiotes only targeted her, leaving Jefferson with plenty of room to experiment. After 5 minutes of fighting the symbiotes for her life, a metallic sound suddenly echoed in the classroom. Done. Gwen finally heard the voice she had been waiting for. She webbed a symbiote to the wall, then leapt towards the window. Lifting Jefferson in her arms, she prepared to jump out, only to see nothing had changed. The window hadn't been touched at all. Her spider senses flared as an attack came from behind, forcing her to dodge sideways. Captain, what did you mean done? You are done. Suddenly, an arm gripped the back of her neck. Jefferson's. He brought his other arm to her neck and began choking her. Meanwhile, the other symbiotes closed in on her and struck her from the behind. Gwen fell to her knee and coughed. Why? More than the physical pain, she couldn't understand why Jefferson had betrayed her. Jefferson Morales rose to his feet with a smile. That was the smile of someone taking pleasure in maliciousness. You're finally in my hands, Ghost Spider. Gwen's eyes widened as understanding crashed over her. He was possessed just like Felicia and her father were. The symbiotes grabbed her hands and wrapped her completely in thick slimy matter. It's always the kindness and heroism that gets superheroes killed in the end, Jefferson said, except it wasn't really Jefferson speaking, it was Norman Osborn using the man's mouth like a puppet. He reached out with one hand and gently touched the edge of her hood, then slowly pulled the fabric back. Let's see the face of our friendly neighborhood Ghost Spider, shall we? Gwen tried desperately to shake her head, but the symbiote matter holding her was too strong. She could only watch helplessly as her mask was slowly peeled away from her face, exposing her identity to her enemy. She felt a cold rush of air on her damp face. Are you happy now? Norman stared at her for a long moment. Gwendolyn A. Stacy. The way he said her full name made her skin crawl. Norman Osborn, Gwen said, forcing her voice to stay steady. Release me right now if you have even the smallest amount of love for Harry. Norman placed one hand over his face and laughed, unhinged. Oh, I could let you go, certainly. But the real question is whether you actually want me to let you go. You only got one chance to save your father's life. The mention of her father twisted something painful in Gwen's chest. It's your fault he's in that condition, she said, trying her best not to scream at him. You did this to him. And I can make up for it, Norman said with a smile and bent down in front of her, bringing himself to eye level. Aren't you here running around playing hero because you're too afraid to go back to the hospital and see your father in that horrible broken condition? She found herself unable to deny it. That was the truth she had been trying not to acknowledge. She had thrown herself into this crisis and volunteered for every dangerous task not just to save innocent lives. Staying busy meant she didn't have to think about her father lying paralyzed in a hospital bed. I can get rid of your suffering, Norman whispered, almost sincere in his tone. I can heal your father completely. Surrender yourself to me, and George Stacy will be alive like before. Gwen stared at him while her heart beat so violently she could feel it pounding in her ears. I don't accept, a familiar voice whispered directly behind her. Norman's eyes went wide at the sudden appearance of the man who had been ruining his plans every time. He didn't even get a chance to speak or react defensively before an invisible force launched him backward. He bounced off the window and blood spurted from his mouth. Dante materialized out of seemingly nothing. With one claw hand, he sent out multiple black tendrils towards the other symbiotes. Their connection was severed as the black matter was ripped apart. The creatures didn't even manage to put up a meaningful fight against him. He yanked away the symbiote matter that had been restraining Gwen. She looked up at him, still trying to process what had just happened. Thanks for the rescue. You were going to say yes to his offer. Gwen looked away from his gaze, unable to look into the flaming blue eyes. Gwen was ashamed of the choice she'd have made if he wasn't there. Yet, he didn't sound disappointed. Or maybe he faked it to comfort her. I just want to help my dad. I just want him to be okay again. Too bad you lost your only chance. Norman laughed as he pushed himself back to his feet. This hero of a man, who is loved everywhere. A great father and a husband, he will die because of your actions, Ghost Spider and Skullfire. Stop. Gwen yelled, aiming her web shooter at him. Dante rushed forward at his best speed to grab Norman and stop whatever he was planning. Jefferson's body suddenly ballooned up. His eyes showed a look of fear, what he hadn't shown before. Gwendoline, say sorry to Miles. Tell him I love. Jefferson's body exploded like a bomb before he could say his final words. Blood and tissue splattered across every surface in the classroom. An invisible barrier had appeared between them and the explosion, stopping them from being covered in gore. Gwen was too stunned by what she had just witnessed to even notice his protection. She just stood there with her eyes wide and her mouth slightly open, staring at the space where her father's friend had been standing moments before. No. She whispered. How can he? Norman Osborn had just murdered Jefferson Morales. And he had done it purely out of spite. Her father was still alive, but Miles Morales had lost his forever. Because of a choice she made. 93. The Canon Event 2. Random Art. Meanwhile, Jean Grey was having mixed feelings watching the live broadcast in Emma Frost's luxurious room. A full-blown nightmare scenario had been contained by 5 people, one of whom was a mutant working for S.H.I.E.L.D. It left a bitter taste in Jean's mouth. Emma Frost put down her porcelain teacup with a smirk. He left without an interview. How boring. Logan, who had chosen the least luxurious armchair in the room and still looked uncomfortable in it, snorted. That lying punk. He said he won't use Laura. Then he drags her into a war and uses her like an errand girl. His claws came in and out as he sat with his head low. That filthy black suit, how dare he put it? Logan, Aurora interrupted him with a soft voice. Laura wasn't being forced into killing. She was fighting to save people. Aurora was trying to defuse Logan's anger. Nobody liked seeing someone who meant well get torn apart. And Aurora hated senseless conflict more than that. Jean had read Logan's emotions. He was anxious the whole time Laura had been rushing back and forth on the cruise. Although he seemed to despise Skullfire, he also had a begrudging respect and goodwill towards him. At least his memories revealed Skullfire's identity. Dante, a mercenary for Silver Sable International. One glance at Emma told her that the White Queen also knew Logan's state of mind but did nothing to dissolve his anger. Scheming fox. Logan lifted his head slowly and glared at the TV as the feed cut to yet another replay. When did Charles get you kids? A while ago, Aurora answered, still calm in the face of Logan's provocations. Charles told us about your past. We'd be happy to have you back at the academy. Logan clicked his tongue. I'll go back when I feel like it. His eyes flicked to Emma, and his mouth curled into a sneer. Don't hang out with this fox. She'll sell your heart while it's still beating. Emma chuckled. I admit I've had my fair share of villainy, but I'm not that terrible towards mutant kind. We are all working under the same oppression. Logan pushed himself up out of the chair and rolled his shoulders. Whatever you tell yourselves to sleep at night. He headed for the door without waiting for an answer and let it slam shut behind him. Jean exchanged a look with Aurora before saying, Emma, I hope you can arrange a meeting with Dante. Jean wasn't a fan of polite speech. She preferred to be direct, but this was Emma's courtyard. Getting on Emma's bad side just to prove she didn't care about etiquette would be pointless. Why not let him do his thing? Emma Frost asked, puzzled. You saw him in action yourself. He isn't stopping his fight against the symbiotes. I still want to tell him what we know, Jean said, maintaining eye contact. Face to face. It would only benefit Dante to know the utterly insane scale of Norman's operations in person. And if possible, she wanted to meet him in person to confirm her doubts. Regardless of his intentions, he and 3 of the women around him were walking around in symbiote suits. There could be a chance they were being played like a fool in Norman's grand scheme. I agree with Jean, Aurora said in full support. I'm also curious to meet him. Emma's pleasant smile went stiff on the edge. She set her cup down with a loud clink. I'll try. But if you two try to poach him from me, I will bring your X-Men to their knees. Jean blinked at Emma's protectiveness. Emma was known to protect her assets but never her allies. She couldn't check on Emma's mind to confirm anything either. Aurora chuckled softly. Listen to yourself, Emma. You sound like he's your man. I don't care what it sounds like, Emma snorted. I won't let him go anywhere near Charles or Eric. Aurora lifted her hands a little in a gesture of peace. We're not recruiting him. We only take in mutants. He isn't a mutant as far as we know, though. We did pick up a new mutant signature yesterday, Aurora said. A very powerful signature. Jean looked between the two and knew Aurora used the information to bait Emma into lowering her guard. Emma's eyes glistened with a naked desire. Oh, and where, precisely, did this signature appear? She reached out on instinct, letting sonic waves wrap around Aurora's mind like silk threads. Jean immediately acted to sever the connection. Emma frowned at Jean. Stop getting in my way, little girl. Stop trying to dig through people's heads without asking, Jean shot back. You're supposed to be a queen, right? Have a little dignity. A small muscle ticked in Emma's brow. She leaned back and took a deep breath to reclaim her composure. We'll be civilized then. What about this new mutant? This is interesting, Aurora said, as if nothing had happened. The mutant signature appeared inside Silver Sable International. The same building Dante calls home. It has to be Pyotr Rasputin. The professor has met Pyotr before. This signature was nothing like Charles has seen so far. Then I suppose I'll have to ask my dear Dante about this little mystery. The door swung open without a knock. A lavender-furred cat walked in silently and her eyes flicked around like she was a human. Then she made a clean jump onto Emma's lap to curl there. Jean knew of her as one of the Hellions, Sharon Smith, codenamed Cat's Eye. Where is warm human Dante? Cat's Eye asked with a yawn. Death left, so Cat's Eye is alone. Jean didn't know any mutant who went by the codename Death. Perhaps a new member of Emma's Hellions. Emma brushed Sharon's fur, stroking down her back. Sharon, how was your training? Cat Eyes trained hard, clawed bad robots and ran around the room. Good, Emma said with an approving nod. Train a bit more. Dante will be back sooner if you keep it up. Sharon's ears perked. Cat's Eye will beat up metal boxes. She hopped off Emma's lap and trotted back out of the room, determined to train even harder. Jean watched her go with a sigh. Emma had a mutant girl who still thought like a cat, working herself to exhaustion. It was not the worst manipulation Jean had ever seen, but it was manipulation all the same. What disgusted her most was the fact Emma would use her students to fight for power in Hellfire Club. Emma lifted her gaze to Jean and asked lazily, "It's manipulative and evil, isn't it?" "It very much is." Emma laughed gently at her answer, which puzzled Jean. Her next words made everything sound reasonable. "At least I'm doing something," Emma said. "Better than preaching about utopia while waiting for a future I'm not lifting a finger to build." The contempt in her tone when she said utopia made Jean's fingers curl into fists against her thighs. She couldn't even say anything as Emma was speaking truth. Emma stood and smoothed her dress. "Let me know when you're done judging me. In the meantime, I'll keep training my people to survive the world." She walked toward the door with her usual unhurried grace and left without looking back. The silence that followed felt heavier than the one Logan had left behind. Aurora's hand slid gently over Jean's hand. "She's trying to use your anger to push you away from the professor. Don't let her succeed." Jean took a long breath in and let it out slowly. "You're right. I'll decide who I become." Aurora, should we wait at Silver Sable International?" Aurora stared at her in surprise. "I know your information is important, but he deserves a few hours to breathe, and you need to cool down." She looked at the screen one more time, then turned away from it. "You're right, we'll go there tomorrow." Dante had a hard time finding Gwen, since her phone was dead and there was nothing to track. He ended up having to ask Yuri directly. The isolated address had made him suspicious. When he arrived, the feeling only got worse. Instead of rushing in and risking being seen too early, he activated his invisibility and followed the sound cues. He found the classroom just in time to see Gwen being unmasked and Norman pressing her emotional wounds to twist her mind. Gwen was trapped in her own guilt, carrying the kind of helplessness that makes even smart people think like idiots. Norman had dangled a cure in front of her, and Gwen was actually teetering. Just giving her a symbiote would have turned her into a mindless puppet. Norman perhaps wanted someone capable of making their own decisions. Dante had to step in before Gwen made a terrible choice. Well, it didn't end well for the officer under Norman's control. He might be partially responsible for not ripping the symbiote from the officer right away. Then again, he never thought the random officer on the island would be someone Gwen knew and cared about, someone Norman could use against her. Miles, Dad. After that gory explosion, Gwen stood there stiffly, as if her mind had not fully accepted what her senses had just witnessed. "Gwen." He put away his Venom suit, removed his death mask, and only then put a comforting hand on her shoulder. "It wasn't your fault." Norman wanted Gwen to suffer and blame Dante. The billionaire was trying to plant the idea that everything happened because he had interrupted Gwen. Gwen shut her eyes tightly as if she could erase the last minute from her memory by force. "I could have stopped him. By saying yes." Her face was full of emotions that almost made him angry on her behalf. She was obviously still stuck on the reality that if she had accepted Norman's offer, maybe her father could have been saved, and maybe Jefferson Morales would still be alive. She was too nice to blame him openly since she knew he had come to help, but deep down, she might just be blaming him for everything. He picked up an unconscious officer and carried him out of the classroom, letting him lean against the hallway. "It wouldn't have worked out." "Why?" The question came in a slightly furious voice. "You could have saved me after Norman did his side of the deal." "That's assuming he'll try to keep his word." "Well, the thing is, he has nothing to help your father." He flipped his palm and protruded a tentacle. "This is the source of every symbiote in the town. Even it can't fix that level of damage. A small fracture or two were doable, but perhaps only anti-venom had the power to deal with severe injuries. That, too, because of its innate healing properties. Norman would have dangled that carrot to turn you into his accomplice, then used you to hurt others. Like that biker gang." He pointed at her face. "By the time you're sober, you'd be too deep into this. Left with no other choice." Gwen went still as she imagined herself in such a scenario. "Do you want that?" he asked in a firm voice. "Do you want to put on his leash and hurt people for a chance to help your father?" Gwen flinched like the words hit her deep. "Then what am I supposed to do?" Her voice came out small and broken, almost like she was crying even though no tears were falling yet. Just watch my father die." He stepped forward and hugged her. After putting her on the spot like that, he couldn't just stand there and watch the usually energetic and cheeky woman break into pieces. "Hey," he said, holding her firmly. "I'm here, aren't I?" She shook her head against his chest. "I don't know what to do." She sounded lost, like someone who couldn't see a path forward. She hadn't even remembered to put her mask back on after Norman had taken it off earlier, showing exactly how psychologically scattered she was in the aftermath of witnessing Jefferson's death and confronting her own powerlessness. He pushed her back slightly by the shoulders, not in the slightest surprised about her wet eyes. "Hey!" He pinched her cheek to get her attention and snap her out of the spiral of despair she was sinking into. "Do you think I would have interfered if I didn't have a solution?" Gwen's eyes went wide with surprise. A fragile hope, that she was clearly afraid to believe in, sprouted. She roughly rubbed her eyes and glared at him. "Don't joke about it if you're not serious." "I'm not fucking around," he said and turned his head slightly to whisper to his companion who was always watching. "Death, take us to her dad and keep us hidden." He tried very hard not to rely on Death's powers for anything since he didn't want to become dependent on her all-powerful capabilities, but some situations called for it. The world shifted and folded. Suddenly he found himself standing in an ICU room that was filled with sterile air and the beeping of medical equipment. George Stacy lay on the bed surrounded by the aftermath of emergency work. His condition was immediately obvious even to someone without medical training. His head was wrapped in bandages. The various monitors tracking vital signs showed his body was fighting hard just to maintain basic function. The emergency treatment team had clearly done everything within their power when he had been brought to this ward, but conventional medicine could only do so much for injuries this severe. Gwen's dad was an aging man who was thrown at a hard wall with the speed of a vehicle. A normal human wasn't meant to survive that level of physical trauma, much less someone of his age. "Dad!" Gwen rushed to him like she had been starving for this sight and terrified of it at the same time. She grabbed his hand in both of hers and knelt beside the bed as silent tears finally began streaming down her face. He activated his biokinesis to assess the full extent of the damage. "This is a disaster." There was spinal damage and head trauma, both of which could cause permanent impairment even if the spine got fixed. Internal bleeding and inflammation in the brain, both of which would get worse with time. Death appeared beside him. "Don't use your powers to change his fate. You'll destroy this universe." So this is her canon event. If he hadn't arrived, Gwen would have faced Norman alone or with Felicia. Silver Sable would have been probably the first boss in Gwen's path. Mutants would have stayed out of this mess. And Shieldhe didn't know what role it could have played for Gwen's story. That story was no more. Death hummed in agreement. "It's her destiny. Only a native can alter its trajectory." He had seen the catastrophic effects of violating canon events in Spider-Verse. Miles Morales had saved Police Inspector Singh in a reality where that death was supposed to happen, causing the entire reality of their universe to begin unraveling. The same thing would happen here if someone from outside this universe saved George. He frowned. The loophole showed a disconnect from the facts before him. "I'm also a native." Death hadn't thrown him into this world. She had changed reality to put him in someone else's life. He should be able to change the event. "Your biokinesis power isn't," Death corrected him patiently. "It might seem yours with how easily you can access it, but that power is still something you borrow from another universe." He exhaled through his nose in frustration. He had yet to max out Elixir's link and make the power permanent through Nexus. If he had, solving Gwen's problem would only require lifting a finger. "Null, show the percentage." Resonance link, Elixir 63.1%, level 4. "I can't bet on maxing it." But the process would consume time without any guarantee of success. The matters of mind were just that complicated. "What if I used Death's resonance?" Same result, Death said without hesitation. "Still power from another universe." "What if you used your power?" he asked, even though he already knew the answer. Death's eyes narrowed dangerously, sending a chill down his spine. No. This was her response despite their relationship. She might bend the rules if it was for a normal person, but she would never yield for someone at the core of a canon event. Now he was left with an ugly dilemma. He needed George Stacy healed while making it look like a native power of this world was responsible. There was the gamble of just saying fuck it and healing George, letting the Spider Society take care of the aftermath. But it was just that, a gamble. What other choices do I have? The only helpful place was Wakanda with their advanced medical technology, except they wouldn't welcome outsiders right now. Other than that, there was the method of magic, but George had to learn it on his own and use the mystical energy to keep himself alive. He very much wasn't in a condition to open his eyes, much less dedicate his time to learn magic. Dante had medical expertise but not good enough to create a miracle. Venom also wouldn't be able to help, not unless George shared a true symbiosis bond like him, quite impossible considering Venom's preference for strong hosts. Wait, I can try creating that. But Death furrowed her brows with obvious suspicion. Did you find another loophole in the rules? He smiled, and it was not a happy smile. It was the smile of someone who had just found a way to win a rigged game. Something even better. Let me exhaust my options first. Getting back into his Skullfire appearance, he walked to the door while dialing Emma's number. A nurse tried to enter but stumbled back when she saw his burning face. Skullfire. He put a finger on his mouth and gestured to her to leave. She hurriedly nodded and scurried away. He was hoping for her to inform everyone else to not interrupt him while he was here. Dear, Emma teased from the other side. Good job pissing all over Norman's army. I'm not shameless enough to do that, Liv. He shook his head. Do you know any mutants with healing powers? He briefed George's situation and made up an excuse that his powers weren't available at the moment. Not as far as I. She fell silent for a few seconds and spoke in a completely serious tone. Celine might be able to. Yeah, no. He knew Celine better than Emma. The moon which would heal George then turn him into a zombie or something worse. Right now, his own power wasn't enough to threaten Celine into obedience. The death threat just wouldn't work on the ancient witch. Do you know someone named Anna Marie? Rogue? Emma asked in a surprised voice. You're talking about Raven's adopted daughter, right? Yup. Any idea where she is? The easiest loophole was getting Rogue to steal his biokinesis and make it her own. The problem, however, was finding her location. No idea, Emma replied. Raven hasn't shown her face for years now. Her brotherhood is also staying under the radar. That's unfortunate. He sighed. Thanks for trying, though. Don't lose hope, dear. There has to be a way. She gave rare words of encouragement. If nothing works, just beg Death on your knees. What kind of woman will she be if she can't help out her man? Death crossed her arms beside him, listening to Emma's helpful advice. I'll try. I'll talk to you later. He hung up and smiled at Death. Don't mind her. The lion does not concern himself with the opinions of the sheep. Death's eyes suddenly glimmered with anticipation. She was looking forward to seeing his last bet. What now? The door's not here, so I'm going to build my own. 94. Creation. Random art. Dante returned to Gwen, who was now sitting on a chair and staring at George with soulless eyes. She hadn't even bothered wiping her tears after crying. He put a hand on her shoulder, which she immediately grasped for warmth. It'll be fine. The back of her head bumped against his stomach, more out of tiredness than anything. What's the plan? Come with me. I'll show you. He made her stand up. She looked confused and disoriented as Death teleported them back to the school building where Jefferson's body was still scattered across the classroom floor. The civilians who had been possessed by Norman's symbiotes were still unconscious. He used biokinesis to keep them unconscious for half an hour more. He channeled his biokinesis to cure her immediate exhaustion to make her hope stronger. Let's get them back to Yuri first. Gwen blinked and looked down at herself, startled by the sudden return of strength in her limbs. What did you just do to me? Some magic. He tried to lighten her mood just a bit. It'll work out, I promise. Magic, she repeated, as if she was trying to decide whether to believe in it. Then she forced a smile. If it works, then I will owe you my life. For Gwen, her father was her life. The way she had broken at the bedside made that abundantly clear. He picked up her discarded mask from where it had fallen earlier and handed it back to her. Don't forget this. Gwen froze for a second, realizing she had been walking around with her face exposed. A look of embarrassment flashed across her face as she snatched it from his hand and put it on. She pulled her hood back into place as if she could hide the fact that she had been falling apart. What happened on the cruise? She asked, trying to shift the topic. Did you manage to stop all the symbiotes? He casually hauled 5 grown adults over his shoulder. Yup. Gwen shook her head in quiet amazement as she lifted the remaining 2 cops over her own shoulder. You're amazing. I am only filling in until you are done with your rookie arc, he said, trying to push her self-image back toward strength instead of helplessness. After that, this city will be yours to protect. She let out a forced laugh. I don't know if I'll still be a vigilante after this. Even though he had given her hope, her confidence had still hit rock bottom. It wouldn't return easily after today's events. Death smiled softly and teleported them back to the bridge, where Yuri and others were almost done with the evacuation. The process was meaningless since he had taken care of the symbiote army. But then again, they didn't know if Norman would end up sending more symbiotes to claim the island. Better to relinquish the land for a while than fight over it. Skullfire. Yuri exclaimed in startled surprise. How did you where did you even come from? Long story, he said and set the unconscious people down against the barricade in a neat line so the officers could triage them quickly. Then he looked toward the trio of Piotr, Ava, and Amy Chen. Captain, make sure those 3 receive proper recognition for what they did here. Yuri raised an eyebrow skeptically. Whether they get official state recognition will be up to the state, but I'll make sure to treat them to something good as thanks. Gwen stood beside Dante, tense and desperate, waiting for him to do the impossible. Unlike Death, her future hinged on his results. Death, please send us to a lab. She dropped them into a laboratory. The space wasn't flashy, but the equipment looked advanced enough to be one of the best labs in New York. He didn't dwell on the details and pulled out one of the lab stools to sit down. I hate this smell, Venom growled. Disgusting. He held back a devious smile. What he would do with Venom might trigger flashbacks about its time in the lab. He looked over his shoulder at Gwen, who was still standing out of her element. A lab was the last place she'd have expected his magic to take place. Gwen, he said, nodding toward one of the equipment cabinets. Fetch me some tools to sample materials. Gwen snapped out of her daze and crossed to the cabinet. Who is this Death you keep talking to? She spoke as she worked through drawers and set equipment on the table. Is she teleporting us everywhere? The woman of my dreams. She brought the equipment to his desk and crossed her arms. Even with the mask still on, he could practically hear her question, "Are you right in your head?" He cancelled his symbiote transformation. Venom, spit out some fragments. What? Venom shrieked in a surprised voice. A miniature version of Venom showed half of its body from his forearm. "Why do you need to dissect me? You haven't digested all of them. I need some for an experiment. This is not right." Despite the whining, Venom spat out several writhing balls on the slide. Venom knew better than to test his patience. One slip and it might be forced to experience real terror again. Gwen seemed speechless about the situation. How will torturing it help Dad? Just keep watching. He stored every symbiote in a different vial and touched one to study its cellular structure. Biokinesis wasn't just about humans but all organic matter, including symbiotes. Death appeared through black smoke, sitting on the desk next to him. "You're trying to make anti-venom." He indeed was. The hard part was understanding the symbiote structure and modifying it to inherit anti-venom's properties. In comics, anti-venom was born due to strange coincidences during the time Eddie Brock, without venom, was inflicted with cancer. When Eddie's body interacted with Mr. Negative's light force, his white blood cells and the leftover symbiote cells underwent a change. And when those changed white blood cells interacted with Venom, a symbiote with tremendous healing power and a bane to normal symbiotes was born. Dante had to replicate the same process without light force, or rather, he had to replicate the effects of light force through his biomatter manipulation. He'd have loved to make it easier by starting a new resonance link for the light force manipulation. Alas, his mental state wasn't in any condition to dive into any character's consciousness. "I can do it." But he had the broken ability to manipulate organic matter at a cellular level and a near-genius intellect. Creating anti-venom was only a matter of when. His skin glowed golden as he poured his all into recalibrating the symbiote bit by bit and testing its interaction with other symbiotes. The process was excruciatingly slow and tedious while also exhausting his mind. The biomolecular energy, the energy powering his biokinesis, was being used in abundance. "You shouldn't overuse it," Death whispered from his side. "Elixir went into a coma doing less. You will suffer similar consequences." He shook his head. "I can handle it. Besides, it was the only feasible way to overturn the calamity of Gwen's canon event." Gwen watched him work. She'd never seen anyone concentrate like that. Not even herself when she had tried to figure out her superpowers and web shooters. He probably forgot the rest of the world in his single-minded research. Until now, she hadn't really understood why Sable and Felicia were so infatuated with him. She'd written it off as charisma or his power, or maybe the circumstances in which he had saved their lives like a knight in shining armor. But watching him now, she realized it was none of those surface things. It was this. After fighting a grueling battle of his own, he didn't go home to relax. He had come to check up on her. And when she lashed out afterward, he hadn't snapped back. He'd stayed calm and talked her through it like he understood exactly how terrible she felt at that moment. He had comforted her, given her hope, and now worked his ass off to make it real. All of it without asking for anything in return. They barely knew each other. If she wanted a significant other, it had to be someone like him. The experiments became stranger and stranger over time, as the symbiotes turned into different colors under his touch. "Please don't fail." She set her butt down on a chair and quietly prayed to every god out there. It was then she noticed the thin red trail sliding out of his nose. She was horrified at his sudden nosebleed. "Dan." Invisible fingers pressed against her lips, stopping the word before it could fully form. "Don't disturb him," a soft voice said directly inside her head. Gwen went stiff as she watched the blood disappear from his face, wiped clean by something she couldn't see. It was like a hand made of air itself had reached out and erased the evidence. So this was Death, the entity Dante kept talking to. This might be the goddess Felicia had mentioned, who was also in a relationship with him. Gwen frowned under her mask and pointed her finger at his nose, where a second trickle of blood had already started, darker than the first. She tried with her body language to point to his condition. "The consequences are his to bear," Death replied in her mind again. "If he wants to change your destiny, he has to suffer for it." Gwen felt something twist painfully in her chest. The nosebleed didn't stop. It got worse. Everything got worse as a strand of his hair lost its dark luster and turned white. Then another. Slowly, a quarter of his hair had turned white. Whatever was providing the golden glow on his body was slowly stealing his life. She wanted to yank him away from the desk and tell him it wasn't worth it, didn't have to lose his life over her father. She wouldn't be able to live with herself if he broke his body trying to fix hers. But she didn't. Because part of her wanted him to succeed. Not just for her father's life, but for the effort he was pouring in. For the fact that he cared this much to keep his promise. So she sat there, hands clasped under her chin in a praying gesture, and watched him bleed for her. His frown eased, and his lips curled up into a tired, triumphant smile. "It's fucking done," he said, poking at the white symbiote on the slide. He raised his gaze and grinned at Gwen. "Let's go save your father." Gwen wasn't sure what made her move. Maybe it was the white strand of hair or the blood. She stepped forward and hugged him from behind. She had never held anyone this hard. Right now, she just needed him to know how much she appreciated him. 95. Anti-venom in work. Random art. Dante was confused by Gwen's sudden embrace. He would never say no to it, though. It was nice and comforting. I appreciate it, Gwen said, releasing him before stepping back and clasping her hands behind her. She kicked at the floor lightly, fidgeting in a way that was completely unlike the sharp-tongued ghost spider he'd been fighting alongside. So what does this symbiote do? Dante chuckled at the rare sight of Gwen Stacy visibly flustered under her mask. For starters, it can do this. He picked up the scalpel from the tray and began moving it across his finger. A line of red cut across his skin after several attempts. He beckoned the white symbiote, and it moved in response to his gesture to wrap itself around his finger. When it pulled away a moment later, the cut was gone. Not even a scar remained. Wait, what the hell? Gwen leaned in closer. Since when can a symbiote heal? Anything's possible in this world, he said and held out the sample dish containing the pale, writhing mass. Bond with it. Gwen's lenses widened as she pointed at the symbiote, then at herself. You're giving this to me? Yeah, it doesn't have a strong consciousness like Venom, so you don't have to worry about it talking to you. She hesitated for only a second before extending her hand. The white mass climbed onto her palm like it recognized her, then merged with her suit. The transformation happened in an instant. The biggest change was sharp claws and a black giant scorpion-like mark stretching across her chest. When paired with black accents along her hood and her lenses, her suit appeared as quite a sinister villain's costume. Check para comment for image. Gwen's head swiveled left and right as she examined herself. It looks more like a villain's costume. Dante nearly laughed out loud. His own appearance with skull and flames was infinitely more villainous than hers. He pulled out his phone and snapped a pic without her noticing. It's already 7:30. Anti-Venom's creation took more time than he had expected. He hadn't noticed the passing of time in his focused state. He uploaded the image to the group chat he'd made with Felicia and Sylvvaja, then scrolled up to catch the messages. He sees both had sent replies that he hadn't seen. Felicia, I love the chat's name. It's like saying, till death do us part, without actually saying it. Sylvvaja, you forgot Death is his girlfriend. Felicia, it's not my fault. Felicia, I forget people who aren't around me all the time. Death needs to show up more. Felicia, that's the fluffiest cat I've ever seen. That last one was in response to the picture of Sharon he had taken at the academy. Sylvvaja, can I adopt her? He blinked at Sylvaja's unexpected interest in Sharon. Wolves and war dogs seemed more her speed. Then again, she had a surprisingly soft side when she wasn't playing commander or queen. When she was just Sylvvaja. A new message popped up as he scrolled. Felicia, goddamn. Felicia, why is her symbiote white? Sylvvaja, a special variant? Sylvvaja, sucks it's not silver. Felicia, learn to be happy with what you have. Sylvvaja, kill yourself. Felicia, no you. Felicia, you old hussy. Then they devolved into arguing with each other, flexing their lingual skills by slandering each other in different languages. Felicia threw out random French curses while Sylvvaja flexed her insane fluency across 5 languages. Dante, any idea what happened after I left? He decided to intervene, or they would spend a whole hour cussing at each other. Felicia, they tried to interview us. Silver did this. Felicia attached a video clip. It showed Sylvvaja, without her symbiote suit, standing in front of a cluster of news cameras. A reporter held a microphone up to her for the interview. Visit Silver Sable International for any mercenary work. We handle small personal contracts and large corporate operations. She gave the most perfect corporate smile. And for the New Year celebration, we're currently offering significant discounts on our services. Dante was impressed. This segment was probably being watched live by millions and would be replayed by billions over the next few days. Sylvvaja had just turned a waste of time interview into a corporate marketing goldmine. Felicia, she is going to be flooded with work soon. Sylvvaja, I've got Dante to help me with contracts. Sylvvaja, I'll have to bring in some of the merc squads I hired for Norman's job. Felicia, fuck Norman. Sylvvaja immediately joined in, unleashing some of the most vulgar profanity Dante had ever seen in his life. It'd be his fate too if he made her angry in the future. Felicia, wow, Silver is good at trash talking. Sylvvaja, don't mess with me again. Sylvvaja, Dante, when are you coming home? Felicia, it's almost dinner time. Dante, in an hour at most. Dante, still need to treat Gwen's dad. Felicia, oh. Sylvvaja, why didn't you use your ability? Dante, it's complicated. I'll explain later. Felicia, when is it simple with you? She sent an eye roll emoji. Felicia, come back soon, darling. Felicia, this bully won't give me dinner without you here. Sylvvaja, whether she goes to sleep full or an empty stomach depends on you now, boyfriend. Felicia, save me darling. Dante, I'll be back soon, don't worry. He knew they were just trying to make him hurry home. He pocketed his phone and cleaned up the desk. Death, take us to the hospital. Death appeared on the desk, sitting cross-legged on the desk like a queen. You'll rest properly after this. It wasn't a request but a demand. She wouldn't allow him to disregard himself anymore. I know. He wouldn't be able to stay awake much longer anyway. The moment his head hit a pillow, he wouldn't be up for 5 hours at the very least. Death brushed his cheeks, touching the mask which had appeared with her intent. It's the last time today. I can't keep using my powers freely without consequences. Thank you. She teleported them. They appeared in the middle of an operating room. George Stacy lay on the operating table, draped in blue sheets. His head was immobilized in a rigid cervical collar, his body positioned carefully to avoid any movement that might worsen the spinal damage. Monitors beeped in the background. The surgical team froze mid-prep at their sudden appearance. "What the?" one of the nurses gasped. "Who allowed you in here? Out now." The lead surgeon stared at Dante. "Skullfire, Ghost Spider, please, whatever you want, we don't want trouble." "My business is with George Stacy," Dante said and gestured to the door. "I'll be grateful if you all can leave him to me." The surgeon hesitated, glancing at the monitors tracking George's vitals. "Sir, this is a critical juncture. We're about to begin spinal decompression and stabilization surgery. If we don't..." Dante stomped a foot to create cracks on the floor. "Out before I found you all up like pigs." Gwen scratched her head. "Please leave. We'll take it from here." The surgical team exchanged glances. The nurses were the first to leave. Then the rest slowly backed toward the door like they were retreating from a wild animal. "We'll be outside," the surgeon said, trying to salvage some semblance of control. "If you need anything, just go." They hurried and the door swung shut behind them, leaving the room eerily quiet except for the beeping of the heart monitor. He gestured Gwen to her father. "We can start." Gwen moved to her father's side and began peeling away the monitoring lines and 4 tubes. Her hands trembled slightly as she disconnected the oxygen sensor from George's finger. She glanced back at Dante, and her voice came out small and embarrassed. "How do I do it?" He stepped up behind her and guided her hands to rest on George's chest. "Venom, can you control it?" The black symbiote rushed up his body, covering him in its familiar armor. Venom immediately felt a distaste for the sterile air and anti-venom smell. "Just staying around it is weakening me. It's like your kid. Get used to it." "I do not claim it," Venom said sourly. "But I can command it." White symbiote matter began to extend from Gwen's hands and across George's body. In a few seconds, George looked like a mummy cocooned in pale, writhing tissue marked with faint black spots. "He won't suffocate, right?" Seeing her father like this, Gwen was unable to stop herself from imagining worst-case scenarios. "It'll be fine," he said with a yawn, then rested his chin on her shoulder. "You mind?" "And not at all," Gwen stuttered, clearly flustered but trying not to show it. "You can ease up more. I can handle it." Her trying to be tough even when she was clearly freaking out on the inside was quite adorable. "When this is done, I hope you can convince him to retire." "Huh?" Gwen turned her head slightly, confused. "Any particular reason?" Dante thought for a moment, then decided to reveal the truth. He explained the canon events and how they happened to Spider Totem across the multiverse, how interfering with them could destroy entire universes, and why he had to create anti-venom instead to bypass the restriction. She might need the knowledge in case the Spider Society decided to pay this universe a visit. There wasn't any point in hiding it from her anyway. Gwen took a long moment to process it all. "I can't believe that. It's hard to swallow, I know." He wouldn't have believed a word of it if someone had told him the same thing a year ago. Saving one person destroying the universe sounded absurdly silly. "Why?" Gwen whispered a question. "Why go so far for me? I didn't like seeing you sad, broken." It felt like the right thing to do, but he nuzzled his face against her masked face. "I wouldn't mind something for my trouble." He was obviously teasing, trying to make her flustered enough to say something stupid. Gwen just went quiet. The silence stretched out, awkward and heavy, until he couldn't take it anymore. "I was joking. You didn't have to take that seriously." "I know," Gwen groaned. Is he really healing under this? He communicated with Venom, who was quite focused at this moment in redirecting anti-venom. "It is done," Venom said in a slightly sluggish voice. "I will sleep. Don't die without me, host." The white symbiote matter receded into Gwen's suit. At first glance, he looked the same as before, but his face was no longer as pale as before. His cheeks were ruddy and his breathing stable. "Good night, my little symbiote." He released Gwen's hands and stepped aside, sitting on the edge of George's bed. Gwen cast an anxious glance at him that seemed to be conveying, "It worked, right?" He raised his hand and made a series of quick gestures in the air. Golden light flickered around his fingers as he muttered under his breath, weaving a simple illusion spell. The white and black ghost spider suit shimmered and faded, replaced by the appearance of casual clothes in jeans and hoodie. A basic sorcery capable of fooling the masses. Now wasn't the time to reveal Gwen's secret identity to George. Gwen looked down at herself and blinked in surprise. "I appreciate it." He nodded and reached out to gently tap George's face a couple of times. George's eyes flickered. His lids fluttered open slowly, then he sat up on the bed with a groan, rubbing his eyes like he had just woken from the deepest sleep of his life. Gwen saw this and threw herself into his arms. "Dad." Dante chuckled quietly as he watched George try to process everything. The older man's arms came up automatically to hold his daughter, still half asleep but already patting her back on instinct. "Gwen." Death appeared beside Dante. "Are you going to take Gwen as your girlfriend?" He glanced at the father and daughter embracing each other, Gwen telling how glad she was to see him fine. "I do like her a bit," he whispered just enough for Death to hear him. "I don't think Gwen will be down to be my girlfriend." If it was just Gwen, he was confident to make her accept him, but he was already in a relationship with 3 women. Besides, he quite liked the friendship they had at the moment. It was enough. Death rested her head against his shoulder. Whoever you end up with isn't my concern, but I'm always the priority. Well, you're my true companion. George patted Gwen's back one more time, then gently pushed her shoulders back so he could look at her properly. Then he turned his head toward Dante, revealing a serious expression. Gwen said you saved my life, George said, his voice rough but sincere. How did you do it? It was magic, he said with a shrug. I can't guarantee I'll do it again. With that, he got off the bed and left the room. The moment the door opened, the surgeons waiting outside rushed in. He ignored them and took a seat on one of the steel benches in the lobby. Death, can I have another teleport? I told you I can't, companion. Death sighed. Any more use of my power would alert some annoying people. Annoying people. Just some ancient people I rage-baited in the past, she said dismissively. Companion, you can take a cab. Fuck. He took out his phone to book an Uber. Before he could confirm, Gwen walked out of the room and took his hands. Come with me. Without accepting an answer, she started dragging him through the hallway. 96. The receptionist. Random art. Gwen, Dante said as she pulled him down the hospital corridor by the wrist. Why aren't you with your father? Those surgeons want to run some tests to make sure everything's okay, Gwen replied without slowing her pace. They'll be poking and prodding him for a while. Where are we going then? I'm taking you home. She pulled him through a service exit and onto a narrow balcony overlooking the city. The cold night air hit them immediately. She finally let go of his wrist and pointed at his face. Put that away. The flames will attract too much attention. Death did that without him saying a word. Gwen showed a complicated gaze as she wrapped her arms around herself. Her lips pressed together like she was holding something back, something heavy she didn't want to say out loud. I'm so sorry. This happened because of me. He furrowed his brows, confused. What happened? She shook dismissively. Nothing. Just can you remove the spell on me? Something was wrong. He could feel it in the way she avoided his eyes. But she clearly wasn't ready to talk about it. Pushing her wouldn't help, so he let it go for the meantime. He snapped his fingers. The illusion shimmered and vanished, revealing her anti-venom ghost spider suit once more. Convenient, isn't it? I'd love to have that. It'll save me from changing in bathroom stalls. Those were the best places for her to change in the university. She turned her back to him and glanced over her shoulder. Hop on. It's all right. I'll get a cab. Gwen moved back and bumped into him, grabbing his arms and putting them around her neck. Don't be shy. This is more exciting and quicker than a cab ride. He sighed and leaned his weight onto her, deciding that if she was offering to be exploited, he wasn't going to say no. It was a little awkward due to their height difference. He was taller and heavier, which meant he had to coil his legs around her waist like a koala to make it work without throwing off her balance. The white symbiote matter extended from her suit and stuck to his clothes, securing him firmly in place. She fired her web shooter and pulled them both into the air. Soon, they were swinging through neon-lit New York. The city stretched out below them in a glittering sprawl of light and motion. It was beautiful. It must be amazing having fire-based powers in this weather, Gwen said, her voice carrying over the rush of wind. It's like I'm carrying a heater on my back. It felt like she thought hard to find a topic to talk about, and this was the best she could come up with. It's convenient. Then it went back to silence. He let his head rest against her shoulder, enjoying the view and the pleasant feel of her figure. I wasn't sure if I wanted superpowers before, Gwen said suddenly, breaking the silence. I mean, I didn't ask for the spider bite. It just happened. And for a while, I thought it was a curse. Just something that made my life harder. And now I'm glad it happened. Her voice softened. Because I got to meet wonderful people. Felicia, Amy, Piotr too. He tightened his arms around her neck slightly. You're missing someone. Oh, yeah, that person with the burning skull, she said cheerfully. I don't know her name, but I'd love to be her friend. She was just way too cool. He groaned. To think he would be teased to such an extent by Gwen Stacy of all people. I guess I'm a horrible person then. She chuckled. You aren't on the list of wonderful people. I know. You're on that person I'll do anything for list. She lowered her voice. Seriously, thanks for everything. I don't know what I would have done without you. Her sincerity made him smile. Just keep being a vigilante so I don't have to come out of my cave. That'll be the best thanks possible for me. Don't worry, I've gotten strong with your symbiote. There'll be a day when criminals will start running the moment they hear my name. You'll make your dad proud. She didn't say a word after that. It didn't take long for them to land smoothly on the sidewalk in front of the Silver Sable International Building. The symbiote loosened its grip, and he hopped down. Home sweet home. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Gwen tug the lower edge of her mask to expose her mouth. He turned toward her, puzzled by her decision. She suddenly stepped closer, rose onto her toes, and kissed him. A quick and soft, barely more than a brush of lips type of kiss. Yet it was this kiss that left him stunned. Good night. Gwen blurted in a flustered rush, then fired a webline to launch herself into the air as if staying another second would kill her. He stood there on the sidewalk, one hand rising slowly to touch his mouth. What was that for? He whispered to himself. Then he shook his head with a wry, bewildered smile. Has to be her way to say thanks. He shook his head with a wry smile and walked inside. Before heading to his room, he decided to greet Anna on the 3rd floor. The elevator doors opened to a surprisingly busy lobby. There were lots of people here, most of them just expressing gratitude or hoping to meet Sylvvaja in person. Despite being the sole receptionist, Anna handled them all without any stress. A real professional. He walked up to the reception desk and leaned against it. "Hi." Anna looked up at him and blinked. "Wow, I like the new look." "New look." "Hairstyle." He pulled out his phone and flipped the camera to selfie mode. A lot of white streaks ran through his black hair. He had burned through his biomolecular energy making anti-venom. And when that ran out, his body had drawn it from his life force. He stared at his reflection for a long moment, and suddenly realized what Gwen's earlier guilt was all about. She blamed herself for this. The kiss was also out of guilt. "I gotta tell her to stop worrying about it." He shook his head and pocketed the phone. "How is my angel doing?" "Boss is our new guardian angel," Anna said with a grin. "She came in clutch for you today." "She sure did." He glanced at the crowded lobby. "You look busy here." "Nothing I can't handle," Anna said, already turning to answer a question from someone waiting nearby. "It's almost time to close up." "Good luck. I'll see you tomorrow." Anna waved him off. As he walked toward the elevator, he noticed a pair of teenagers who stood out from the crowd. One of them was wearing expensive clothes like he was some wealthy businessman's son. He seemed like someone who might be here to offer Sylvvaja a contract. Yet Dante couldn't shake the feeling that he'd seen them somewhere before. "Death, can I have their names?" "Robert Drake," Death answered immediately. "Warren Worthington." Dante's eyes narrowed. "X-Men." They had come to investigate Silver Sable, Iceman and Angel. One was already classified as an Omega level in the main timeline while the other could become a great fighter after Apocalypse's enhancements. Currently, they were still in their rookie days and nowhere near as strong, but given enough time they would be a force to be reckoned with. It made him wonder if Thanos' threat would be as great in this universe. Then again, mutants wouldn't be able to stop him once he completed the Infinity Gauntlet. "Inform me if they try anything." Death hummed in agreement. "They aren't here with hostile intentions." He stepped into the elevator and caught his reflection again in the mirrored panel on the wall. White streaked hair and tired eyes. "How much lifespan did I burn?" "I know the lifespan of your vessel," Death said, "but the lifespan of your soul is unknown." The entity responsible for Death couldn't see his end. He laughed at that. "What a crazy flex." "Your body is still affected by it," Death answered. "You can reverse it through biokinesis anyway. The power to alter organic matter is quite handy. It's the next ability I'll take through Nexus." The elevator doors slid open on the 2nd floor. Sylvvaja was waiting with arms crossed and a cold expression on her face. "Surprise. Can your voice be less dead?" Felicia stepped from the other side, smiling. That smile disappeared in an instant. "What happened to your hair?" Sylvvaja's eyes went wide. "Is that hair dye?" "A side effect of my new ability," he said, brushing the topic aside before they could start interrogating him. He took both their hands and started walking toward Sylvvaja's room. "Give me dinner. I'm so starving." Anna sat behind her desk, staring at the two young men who had been waiting even after she had told everyone they had closed for the day. And what a pair they were. The first guy had brown hair, an easy smile, and the boy next door face. He looked nervous as hell. Cute in that harmless, approachable way. He seemed to be the type of guy a girl would bring home to meet her parents because he would help with the dishes and compliment her mom's cooking. The second one, though, was completely different. Christ. He was tall with short blonde hair and a sharp jawline. He stood with his shoulders back, chin slightly elevated. Slightly arrogant, slightly dominating. The type of young man who had grown in mansions with more rooms than he could count, who spent more money in one day than Anna's monthly pay. Still, Dante is better. Just the thought of Dante had her sighing in misery. Her boss had found someone who was quite out of this world. She had hardly seen anyone better in her 1.5 century of life. He was carved in the image of male perfection, made to attract women like a magnet. She forced herself to focus before she felt an urge. "How may I help you?" Whatever these two were here for, it wasn't about hiring mercenaries. These two looked too young and naive to be hiring professional killers. The brown-haired Robert Bobby Drake fumbled immediately. His face flushed, hands gesturing vaguely at nothing. He looked at his friend desperately. "Buttercup, I tag you." Anna couldn't help but smile. She might not be Sylvvaja-level beauty, but her youthful energy and perfect smile still had an effect on young men. "What the fuck, Bobby? We're already 6 hours late because of your impromptu family visit." The blonde man Warren Worthington cursed his friend. Even so, he sounded cultured with that accent. "Now, you're pulling this stunt. Why did you puff your chest and accept this assignment then?" Bobby revealed a disgusted look. "You should have been honest with the professor. Jeannie and Aurora are out for movies. Scott and Beast are still there. Eugene was present during this. How could I be a coward in her face?" Bobby was stunned speechless. Anna leaned back slightly, finding this very entertaining boy drama. Mutant boy drama over a mutant girl specifically. She knew exactly who these two were, even if they thought they were being subtle. Warren Worthington III, heir to a pharmaceutical fortune, codenamed Angel. Robert Drake, middle-class kid from Long Island, codenamed Iceman. Both were students at Xavier's school, which was a polite way of saying Charles Francis Xavier's mutant training facility. She had read thick dossiers on every single one of them. Powers, weaknesses, psychological profiles, and even family histories. She had memorized most of it. Warren could fly with those wings hidden under his expensive coat. Bobby could freeze that entire office in seconds if he wanted to. She also knew they were both hopelessly in love with Jean Grey, who was in love with Scott Summers, who was hopelessly loyal to Charles Xavier. Kids, always so dramatic. Bobby crossed his arms. She already likes Scott. Stop embarrassing yourself. Rich coming from you. You gave her flowers last week, asked her out for dinner. You made chocolates for her a week before that. Last month, you froze the entire pool because Jeannie wanted to try skiing. Bobby placed his hands on Warren's mouth and turned to Anna. Sorry for bothering you, miss. We need to meet the owner of this building. Warren shoved Bobby's hands away, immediately straightening his shirt and resuming that aristocratic air like nothing had happened. Silver Sable is her name, Warren said in a haughty voice. One of the world's premier mercenary commanders. Also the queen of Symcaria. They call her the mercenary with a heart of gold. She may fight with guns, but she does it with the dignity of a royal. Anna had to hold back a smirk, otherwise, it'd affect her professional smile. Angel had definitely done his homework, or maybe he was fascinated with Silver Sable like a dozen more men who wanted the queen as well as the wealth of her enterprise and her nation. She gestured to the photo on the wall. It showed Sylvvaja in a clean black suit, silver hair pulled back. She was wearing one of those rare, genuine smiles that only appeared when she thought nobody was watching. Anna had caught it on camera, but its preciousness had faded. Sylvvaja showed this smile every other minute after she met Dante. My boss, Miss Sylvvaja Sablinova, also my cousin. Anna whispered the last part to herself. Bobby leaned closer to the photo, squinting. She looks too young to be a queen. She is 27, Warren answered, seemingly knowing everything about Silver Sable. Don't taint her dignity with those swine-like eyes. You might be great for an average woman, but a queen as dignified and pureblood as her is far out of your league. Dude. Bobby looked genuinely offended. I wasn't even trying. My heart belongs to Jeannie, my one, true, love. Warren snorted and turned to Anna. His demeanor shifted as he smiled warmly. Forgive my companion's rudeness. May we have the pleasure of meeting with Queen Sablinova. Anna felt heat creep up her neck. The polite and old-fashioned manners did something unfair to her brain. A century of discipline pulled back her composure. She's resting after a long night of work. Please, leave your number with me. I'll arrange a meeting for tomorrow. Warren pulled a business card from his wallet. Thank you. Anna also passed Silver Sable's business card. This number will connect to me. They exchanged a few more pleasantries before the duo headed toward the elevator. The subtle bulge on Warren's back was where he had folded his wings. Anna watched them go, unable to suppress a smile. Dude, you should have done it from the start. Bobby punched Warren's shoulder as they waited for the elevator. You acted like a dumbass for nothing. Warren scoffed. Screw your mother. I wasn't pretending. I was testing the waters. Screw your mother too. Bobby grinned. I'm not lying, though. Your mom is kinda hot. I love that whole noble persona she has going on. Warren clicked his tongue. Go ahead and screw that woman. I don't like her one bit. The elevator doors closed, but their bickering didn't end. Real friends were like that. Anna's smile faded. Then her hand moved to the bottom desk drawer, the only desk requiring her fingerprint scan to open. She picked the burner phone and unlocked it with a 78-character alphanumeric password. 2 wrong guesses, and it would wipe itself clean. The screen opened to a stark black background displaying a single symbol, a skull with 6 tentacles like an octopus. The mark of an organization that had been cut off a dozen times and always grew back. Hydra. Anna opened the encrypted messaging app and typed, mutants made contact with Skullfire and Silver Sable. Requesting next orders. Her thumb hovered over the send button. She thought about Sylvvaja and Dante, the warmth in their treatment, but she could not disobey. Sorry, cousin. She pressed send. The other phone buzzed, showing a text. The sender was also coincidentally named Anna. Anna Marie, can you come home tonight? It's my birthday. Her adopted daughter rarely asked anything. What's more, it was on her birthday as well. How do I explain my disappearance to Sylvvaja? With Sylvvaja's limited technical staff, Anna was put in a tough situation. She had only volunteered for this laborious task to earn Sylvvaja's trust. Now, she couldn't take a day off without concerning every higher-up in Sylvvaja's mercenary order. After thinking for a while, she typed her answer. Busy with job. She did feel sorry for not being there. However, her work took more priority than keeping her daughter company. Besides, Anna Marie wasn't a kid anymore. As an adult, she needed to learn the harsh reality of this world more than she needed to celebrate a birthday party. She had to understand how lucky she was to live in peace and comfort, unlike 80% of mutants who were taken by S.H.I.E.L.D. Author's note, Anna was redacted this whole time. 97. The Spirits Demand. 97. The Spirits Demand. Random art. Dante knocked on Felicia's door at 2:50 a.m. A beat later, soft footsteps shuffled closer, and the door cracked open to reveal Felicia wrapped in a baggy gray sweatshirt and loose cotton shorts. Her hair was mussed and eyes half-lidded with drowsiness. "Darling." She yawned, rubbing one eye with the back of her hand. "Do you need something? We had a promise, remember?" The question hit like a splash of cold water. Her posture straightened, and the sleepy haze drained out of her expression so fast it was almost funny. "I thought you wouldn't after everything. I made a promise." He pushed the door wider and invited himself in, crossing the room to drop onto the edge of her bed. He found her still standing there, one hand planted on her hip, staring at him. "You want to leave like that?" "It's fine with me." Felicia raised an eyebrow, still worried. "Doesn't your invisibility drain you mentally? You sure you're up for this?" She had seen him suffer nosebleeds when using his invisibility, and she refused to sacrifice him to save her father. "I've already recovered." 5 hours of sleep was more than enough to bring his body back to peak condition. Felicia turned away and walked to her closet. Silver publicly demolished Norman's plan. How do you think he'll retaliate against her? Why does it feel like you're worried about Sylvvaja? Didn't you tell me to get along with her? She picked the black cat suit hanging inside and brought it to the bed beside him. "Now I kinda like that thick-headed queen. A queen without any pride whatsoever." He had witnessed their friendship in action firsthand on the cruise. Still, it was a bit surreal to see the two on friendly terms with each other, especially after how their first meeting had went. If Felicia was a sleek cat, Sylvvaja was a wild wolf. Two had clashing personalities, but perhaps that made them bond with each other in his absence. "Sounds like you've already charmed her." He chuckled, sliding back a bit to watch the strip show. "How does it feel having real friends?" "Not terrible." She grabbed the hem of her sweatshirt and pulled it over her head. Her hair spilling messily around her bare shoulders, falling to cover the cleavage revealed by her simple white bra. "Gwen counts as one. She is pretty chill." The mention of Gwen dragged his mind straight back to that flash of a kiss. That moment still bothered him. Was it just gratitude, guilt, or something else entirely? Only Gwen knew what it meant. He shook off the spiral of thoughts and focused on admiring the splendid figure of his half-girlfriend. "You said Norman wanted you because of your potential. He'll probably try the same approach with Sylvvaja." She stepped out of her shorts, standing there in just a white bra and matching underwear. Too simple a design for someone obsessed with fashion. "You already have a plan to help her?" "Nope." Felicia turned to face him with a thoroughly skeptical look, with a hand on her hip. "Are you for real?" He cleared his throat and glanced away before a certain part of his body decided to react. "I've asked Ava to keep an eye on her. She'll alert me if something goes sideways. Last time I saw Ava, she looked like she wanted to rip your head off for juggling 3 women. She loves to exaggerate." Felicia shook her head and slipped into the black cat suit. The whole process took barely 10 seconds. "I'm ready." As she pulled up the zipper with a grin, a sudden knock rattled the door, making them both freeze. He stood and answered it, finding an unexpected visitor on the other side. Laura looked up at him through dark lashes, wearing the clothes he had stolen for her minus the cute winter cap. "I'm here. Did you follow my scent?" She stared at him like he had just asked if water was wet. "I don't need my serum for something this basic. Why are you in her room?" Felicia yanked the door wider, stepping into view with her arms crossed. "Why are you in my room, sweetheart?" Laura's gaze flicked to Felicia for half a second in acknowledgement, then back to him. "Natasha is waiting." His eyes moved between them, then he swallowed a sigh. Sylvvaja had treated Laura with respect from the moment she arrived, but Laura had shut herself away from everyone, refusing to trust anyone besides him, and even that trust felt like it came with conditions. After being exploited by nearly everyone in her life, he couldn't exactly blame her. He nudged Felicia gently with his shoulder. "Laura, come in. We'll leave in a bit." "Darling," Felicia said with sugary sweetness dripping from her voice. "You never mentioned this was a joint operation." "Doesn't matter. Our goal stays the same." Felicia went silent for several heartbeats, then shrugged nonchalantly. "Right. We can use them as meat shields if things go sideways." It didn't matter if she pulled this off with just him or 5 other people. As long as they rescued her father, she would consider it a success. Laura didn't react with anger, only showing that calm look that made her feel like a predator waiting for permission to move. He stretched a hand toward both of them. "Give me your hands." Laura's fingers found his immediately, no hesitation whatsoever. That made Felicia's eyes narrow sharply, though she held back from speaking her mind and placed her hand in his as well. He gave her a quick rundown of the teleportation process, explaining she needed to ride the flow of mystical energy with him. She blinked in confusion. "What flow are you talking about?" "Just stick with me," he said. "Try not to panic." Felicia nodded skeptically, placing her faith in him despite her obvious uncertainty. He closed his eyes and pictured the space outside Wild Pack's command center. The teleportation took only a moment this time. Oscorp Island was close enough that the jump didn't feel like tearing across the world. Felicia and Laura both sucked in sharp breaths as their astral forms slammed back into alignment with their bodies, both experiencing that unpleasant lurch that always came with the displacement. "Sweet mother of darling, this is worse than astral sorcery." Felicia rubbed her belly, looking a bit pale. "But I'll admit this could change the art of stealing. Imagine the possibilities." Laura gently struck her own chest and grumbled, "I'll never like this." He had the urge to fix them with biokinesis, but decided against using it at the moment. Better to let his body recover biomolecular energy first. He also made a mental note to experiment with creating stable portals instead to allow his allies to step through without any displeasure. He took a moment to carefully expel the residual mystical energy clinging to their bodies before pulling out his phone and dialing Natasha's number. He had already asked Sylvvaja to grant her clearance before he had crashed for the night. "Where are you?" she asked him, as if she had been waiting for his call. "Around the command center." "Give me a second," Natasha said curtly, then hung up. Seconds later, she emerged from inside the building. Her gaze was sharp even at this hour. "I'm not the only one who recovers fast." Her gaze landed on Felicia at Dante's side, and a knowing smirk tugged at her mouth. Skullfire actually showed up on time. "He is here for his bride." Felicia chuckled. "I'm so jealous you get to be his official one. How does it feel having that kind of claim?" Natasha showed an unamused expression, then she turned to Laura. "If you're on your own now, would you consider taking bounty contracts? I know someone who needs killing." Laura extended her claws with a grin. "I'll do it for free." The old comrade still shared a chemistry even if Laura's heart wasn't with S.H.I.E.L.D. anymore. Felicia's eyes went wide and she ducked behind Dante, gripping him like a shield. "Darling, they're bullying me." He gave Natasha a blank stare. Did Fury say anything about reopening negotiations? The island incident had effectively ruined their chance to talk, which frustrated him deeply. He wanted to sever Laura's connection with S.H.I.E.L.D. once and for all, giving her a clean break from that nightmare. "Nothing as far as I'm aware." Natasha replied with a thoughtful look. "Coulson said the director seemed pretty pleased with your performance on the ship." "I don't want him pleased. He wanted Fury miserable. That was the bare minimum acceptable payment for giving zero fucks about Laura." Laura pinched Dante's arm to grab his attention. "What now?" For all her calmness, he could see the anxiety beneath it. Whatever came next would decide whether she got a life or got dragged back into a cage with a different logo on it. He placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "I won't let them drag you back to your old life. Natasha, you're with me on this, right?" Natasha held Laura's gaze for a long, meaningful moment. The old comrades discussed something through their eyes alone. "Naturally." Laura's features softened as she nodded. Felicia watched the exchange in silence, clearly trying to piece together the full picture without asking a single question out loud. He gestured for everyone to move closer. Laura quietly grabbed his arm without being asked. Felicia tilted her head with exaggerated sweetness. "Is this one of those group hug moments? Should I get sentimental?" "I don't believe in sentiments," Natasha said in a flat voice. "I agree with B.F. Skinner for saying emotions are conditioned responses shaped by reward and punishment. They aren't real." Felicia blinked, then burst out laughing. "Darling, I absolutely adore your bride's sense of humor." "Me too." "Ugh, let me be a happy, miserable single woman in peace," Natasha muttered, sounding more tired than angry. She stepped in and placed a hand on Dante's shoulder. "Hurry it up. I want to go home, pour myself some vodka, and sleep until the next symbiote apocalypse." "Shouldn't you prepare for that level of calamity?" She gripped his shoulder, smirking. "The Hellfire Duo can handle 1,000,000 symbiotes. Billions if we give it our best." "The Hellfire Duo is a nice name for our team." "It's the official name people gave us," Natasha said wryly. "I'll have to publicly execute you to cross that off my resume." With how viral the cruise incident had become, she would never get to wipe this from her superhero career. Her name would always be linked with his. He smiled softly. "I don't think you're strong enough to do that. Feel free to try it though." Although her Ghost Rider form could be summed up as terrifying, his Death Resonance form was far from weak. If they ever fought seriously, neither side would come out victorious. He might lose in the endurance battle just because of his time limit. After this symbiote disaster is over. Natasha gave a dismissive answer. He connected to Sue Storm's link and wrapped them all in an invisible force field before teleporting directly outside the vault entrance. The displacement was imperceptible over such a short distance. Last time this hallway had been guarded by Clint, Frank Castle, and Walter. Now it stood completely empty. Norman found out. But it didn't matter either way. Laura's nose wrinkled. "It reeks of symbiotes everywhere." Natasha stared at the black, glossy matter covering every surface like a spreading disease. "We have eyes too, Laura." Felicia put her hands on her hips, looking at them with pity. "You both aren't prepared for how fucked this place is." Natasha turned to him, her eyebrow raised in silent question. "Are you hiding something?" "Whatever you see, don't overreact and mess up my force field," he warned. "I can't put Sylvvaja in a bad spot with the contract. Symkaria's economy depends on it." Natasha gave a dismissive wave. "Not really a team player, but I'll try my best." "I hope so." They moved through the hallways, staying close so none of them drifted outside the force field's coverage. Natasha glanced sideways at Dante as they walked. "You'll make a terrifying assassin." Laura nodded once, like she'd already reached the same conclusion. "Why do that when you can steal priceless artifacts and become obscenely rich?" Felicia grumbled under her breath. "You'll have the money in the world to hire assassins. Why make everything complicated?" The other two silently approved of Felicia's method. Laura probably was too sheltered to care about money. Natasha had too much guilt to live as a wealthy woman. Speaking of simplicity, he said in a mischievous voice. Most men will use it to peep on girls. I'm also a bit tempted. Darling, Felicia purred. I can strip naked for you anytime. Just give me a word. Yes, Laura added, dead serious. It's not a big deal. Natasha was the only one whose expression turned cold, her eyes narrowing with a dangerous intent. Try that on me, and I'll shoot you. It was a joke, geez, Dante said quickly, raising his hands in surrender. I'm not that desperate. Some people can never get enough of anything, Natasha muttered, shaking her head. Am I wrong? I can understand that feeling, Felicia admitted shamelessly. I physically cannot stop myself from stealing things. That runs in your blood, Natasha answered, giving him a side glance. I'll cover my apartment floor in white powder. It'll keep invisible creeps away. The last whisper was only meant to warn him. He couldn't help but groan. I was kidding. Call me your bride again, and, invisible creep, will be my story for our divorce. She leaned closer, whispering with a smirk, the media is thirsty for any coverage related to you. They will gobble any story up and run with it. Fine. I'll stop mentioning it, he said, relenting under her threat. It's not funny anyway. Even if he stopped, the people won't stop. He wasn't losing anything by not bringing it up. She nodded in approval. Good choice. It is not the strongest or the most intelligent who will survive but those who can best manage change. He scoured the winding hallways, noting far fewer symbiotes than during his last visit. No signs of Walter Hardy or Clint anywhere. He checked every containment pod in the massive holding room. They were all empty now. Left with no other option, he redirected them toward the prisoner section. They were near the prisoner section when flames suddenly erupted beside Natasha, twisting and coalescing into a burning skull surrounded by flames. The skull's eyes glowed with hellfire as it addressed Natasha. Romanov, the spirit of vengeance spoke in that hollow, echoing voice. Honor our pact. Punish the sinners under my name. 98 to heaven. Random art. Dante knew something was wrong the moment Natasha went silent for a few seconds. It's not time yet, Natasha said, forcing a composed look despite her clenched fists. Go away. Every 30 days, you are obligated to punish sinners at my request, the spirit of vengeance boomed. I have asked nothing of you for 3 months. I ask now. Punish the sinners gathered in this forsaken place. Natasha shot him a look. Her eyes conveyed a sense of panic. I think I messed up. It has to be now. The spirit roared, and its flames surged into Natasha like she was swallowing a storm. Natasha's expression turned helpless as half her face transformed into a flaming skull, skin burning away to reveal the bone underneath. Sorry. I can't control this. Part of our agreement. But why now? The ship had hundreds of symbiotes. Why did it not punish them? It sensed something specific here. Her voice was already changing, taking on that supernatural echo. Something it considers worthy of judgment. If I knock you out right now, it won't help, she interrupted him, shaking her head. Nothing can stop it until the sinners it desires are judged. Fire swallowed her whole. In seconds, the Ghost Rider stood where Natasha had been, jackets ablaze and chains forming in her grip. Bright flames engulfed her skull. His force field warped and melted under the hellfire, sending a splitting headache through his skull. As he pressed a hand to his temple, trying to manage the psychic backlash, Ghost Rider charged and blasted straight through the prison wall like it was paper. Felicia grabbed Dante's arm hard. You all right? I'll manage. She hesitated and then spoke in a low voice. What if Dad is inside? Shit, we have to stop her. If Walter Hardy was caught among the prisoners, then he would be burned for his sins. A thief carried plenty of them on his soul. He couldn't allow that to happen after promising Felicia to get her father out. He sprinted after Natasha and straight into hell. The prison crawled with symbiotes. Prisoners screamed, some in agony, some in terror, some driven beyond the limit of sanity, and some relishing the chaos. Researchers in half-formed symbiote suits laughed like lunatics as they jabbed electric rods into the helpless captives. They had been driven utterly insane by Norman's influence, reduced to sadistic puppets. Ghost Rider's chain snapped out and yanked a researcher to her side. Her skeletal fingers clamped around his jaw, forcing him to meet her blazing gaze. The man's screams turned utterly inhuman as the penance stare induced self-mortification by imposing every negative actions, behavior and sensation, and sins to the pain of others that individuals had ever committed in their lifetime. His body convulsed violently before collapsing into a twitching heap. She moved to the next. Then the next. Each sinner crumbled the weight of their own accumulated guilt and evil. One of the symbiotes suddenly slingshot itself across the place and landed directly in front of their group, standing with its hands clasped casually behind its back like it was a big shot. You are Skullfire, it spoke in its own deep voice, but those words belonged to none other than Norman. I had a feeling you would target this location. How thoughtful of you to bring your bride along. Felicia's suit flowed over her instantly. She vanished and appeared before the scrawny symbiote, grabbing it by its throat. Her razor-sharp claws dug into the black flesh on its face. Where is my father? The symbiote gave her a disdainful glare, unaffected by her intimidation. The slave is exactly where he belongs, serving his master like an obedient dog. Worry about your own skin, little kitten. Norman's maniac laughter echoed as an army of symbiotes launched themselves from every surface. A black tsunami crashed towards them, feral and hungry and endless. Felicia shoved him away and came back to Dante's side to confront the symbiotes together. "Darling, it's not time to hold back." He took a deep breath. "I'm not going to." His patience had completely run dry. And with a single thought, he engaged Death's resonance link. Power flooded him as Death's mask return edit had become almost obligatory by Death at this point for every battle. His senses became sharp to the point of overwhelming him, forcing him to suppress them. He pointed a hand at the oncoming symbiote army. The wet, slithering sound of black bodies, the maddened laughter of researchers and prisoners, the screams full of agony, and the Ghost Rider judging them all with hellfire and penance stare, all of it froze for a single, stretched-out moment. The prison held its breath as Death roared around him, and a thick death aura erupted out of him. Hundreds of shadowy tentacles materialized in an instant. They whipped through the prison with terrifying speed, each one lashed around a symbiote. The tentacles slammed them down. What had been a tidal wave of mindless puppets became a field of pinned-down bodies thrashing uselessly on the ground. "Damn," Felicia muttered behind him in awe. "Darling, try not to kill them." Laura said nothing, but her claws extended. Then she realized he didn't need any help, so slid them back with a complicated look. He smiled at the quiet cues about her emotional state. Natasha suddenly swung her chain. A wide arc of hellfire roared out and slammed into the death aura. The black smoke-like wave hissed and peeled apart. "I don't know who or what you are," Natasha said, her voice layered. "But it'll be best for you to stay out of this." That wasn't Natasha speaking anymore. The spirit of vengeance had seized full control. He narrowed his eyes. "Is Natasha still in there?" "She can hear you, but she cannot act," the spirit replied, flames dancing higher around her skull. "The pact binds her. The sinners must be judged. There are innocent people here. You can't just kill them all." The spirit's head tilted slightly, as if she was mocking his naivety. "The innocent have nothing to fear from my gaze." "Bullshit." He swept his hand again, and more death aura surged forward. A dense, endless wave of death aura met the hellfire. The flames didn't die so much as they were swallowed whole, trapped inside the dark sea. With another gesture, he changed the aura's shape. Hundreds of tentacles emerged and bit into the symbiote hosts. The aura ripped the black mass clinging to their bodies. Some hosts collapsed immediately. Others screamed, trying to cope with the reality. The death aura delivered the symbiotes back to him, letting Venom merge with it. "Laura, protect Felicia." "I don't need." "Yes, you do," Laura interrupted, stepping between Felicia and the wider prison like she had been ordered to guard a VIP. Felicia opened her mouth to argue with him, but stopped and looked at Norman. "You irredeemable bastard, where is Dad? Ask me again, and I swear I'll end his life." Felicia bit her lips and glanced at Dante before going quiet. Norman was fixated on Natasha and Dante showing their powers. Dante walked toward Natasha, toward the spirit controlling her body. "I don't care who or what you are." He threw her words right back at her face. "Just get the fuck out of here." The spirit turned her burning skull toward him, glowing eyes glaring at him, reaching deep into his soul. "You serve the cosmic entity Death." "I don't serve anyone," he snorted. "Death is my companion." The death aura pulsed around him in agreement. "Companion," the spirit repeated, almost amused. "How mortal of her." "Are you stopping this?" he said, taking another couple steps toward hers. "Or do I have to use force?" He wasn't defending the criminals, but he couldn't allow indiscriminate judgment in this room. The spirit might accidentally catch Walter in the inferno. And Sylvvaja, if the spirit turned this prison into a mass grave under her watch, she would never forgive herself. He wasn't going to let the spirit of vengeance write that guilt onto Sylvvaja's ledger. The spirit's skull tilted slightly, flames dancing higher around her head. "You would threaten judgment itself." "I didn't fear death herself." "What makes you scarier than her?" "How audacious." The spirit chuckled. "Death doesn't bring the soul-searing agony of hellfire. I do." She kicked off the ground. One moment she stood there wrapped in hellfire, chains clinking on the floor. The next she was in front of him. The chain snapped out like a striking serpent and whipped toward his throat. He pivoted using minimal motion. The chain missed his neck by an inch, cleaving through the death aura around him with ease. He stepped closer, approaching where most would back away. "You're slow." The spirit yanked the chain back and swung again. Another horizontal swipe meant to behead him. He ducked, letting the chain pass over him. He exploited the opening with a tight upward elbow. Death aura bloomed around his forearm like black flames. The spirit twisted her head away, but the sheer pressure of it shoved the hellfire, making her flames flicker. "You have skill," she acknowledged. "But skill alone will not save you." "Are you sure about that?" The spirit's chain looped around her fist as she threw a punch at his face. It was a simple punch without any technique, yet this strike became deadly when used with a spirit of vengeance's strength. His hand, surrounded in death aura, brushed away the fist. He neutralized the force by redirecting the punch's momentum. The shockwave blew back Laura and Felicia, who were standing behind him. He didn't need his eyes to check their condition. Their death wouldn't come today. What's more important was counterattacking, and that came in the form of a crushing blow on her ribs. The spirit didn't even try to dodge. She let her durable body endure the monstrous power of his cosmic link. The spirit skidded a few meters back and brushed the spot he had punched. Even if he did any damage, her enhanced regeneration had already healed it. Amazing, the spirit complimented him like they were in the middle of a spar. How did Romanov not know about your martial skills? She knows nothing about me. Yet you know about her past in the Red Room. She let the chain hang freely down her hand. You would make for a brilliant host. Alas, you have no drive for vengeance. I don't need vengeance, or you. The spirit chuckled. Show me then, the power of death's companion. She moved again, closing the distance with a shoulder tackle meant to throw Dante off his feet. He stepped to the side and smashed his elbow in her burning skull. Grabbing her arm in a clutch, he repeatedly smashed his elbow in her skull. Each strike came with a sonic boom, creating a tiny crack in her skull. He pulled his hand all the way and poured all his strength in the final elbow. The skull splintered and shattered into pieces. Natasha's headless body dropped to the ground. It's over. Felicia asked in surprise. What an anticlimactic ending. Laura dragged her a few steps back. Stay quiet. The flames around the spirit's neck burned brighter and the skull regrew from ashes. She rolled to her feet and punched her own jaw, skull tilted slightly like she was smiling. Impressive. If you're so impressed, why don't you get the hell out of Natasha? I cannot do that until I have judged that corrupted man's soul. She pointed a bony finger at the symbiote Norman possessed. Norman Osborn and all these prisoners will be judged for all his sins. I can give you that guy, but can you spare the rest? She shook her head. No sinner will go unpunished. The spirit before him was calm and friendly, unlike the embodiment of rage and fury Zarathos and other spirit of vengeance. Yet she remained unwilling to compromise. Then I'll just beat you until you accept it. He lunged at her, death aura compressing around his fist until it looked solid darkness, and threw a tight sequence Lin Hun Kun straight punches down the center line. The air itself stuttered and popped with each impact. The spirit blocked with the chain. She tried at least. She wasn't like Psylocke, who had lived and breathed swordsmanship. More than half the punches struck her body. The death aura enhanced strikes broke bones. You fight so well. The spirit continued to praise him as she brushed the impact areas like she hadn't endured blows that could annihilate tanks. Yet S.H.I.E.L.D. has never heard about you. Which hell did you crawl out of? The ashes of a dead universe, he said with a click of his tongue. Listen, I'm a sucker for compliments, but there has to be a limit. That is a valid point. I should finish you off quickly and cast my judgment on these sinners. The spirit whipped the chain low, trying to hook Dante's ankle. He stepped on the chain and drove a thrust kick toward her skull. The spirit jerked her head back just enough that the kick grazed instead of landing cleanly. Then she retaliated by bringing the burning chain down like an executioner's blade. The death aura around him thickened and slowed down the chain. It bought him just enough time for him to plant his feet and drive a short-range palm strike into her chest. CNJN, inch force. It wasn't the polite version he had used on Psylocke. It was performed with Death's resonance link and further enhanced with Death aura. The force was released with FJN, explosive force release, principles. In simple words, he dealt a devastating strike, almost the strongest attack in his current form. The impact erupted inside the spirit's body. The kinetic energy rattled through bones and flames, everything holding the Ghost Rider together. A loud, sick cracking sound echoed. Then the spirit flew backward like a bullet and smashed through the reinforced prison cell glass. Shards exploded outward in a glittering spray as she slammed into the wall. For a few seconds, she didn't move. Did he? Felicia whispered, trying not to jinx it again. She wanted it over with as much as him. He knew Natasha's condition better than Felicia. The spirit pushed herself up slowly as dust and glittering shards of glass slid off its shoulders. She rolled her neck once casually, acting like she hadn't been hit with his best strike. Her burning hand gripped the chain again. That actually hurt, the spirit said, sounding almost pleased. I haven't taken anything like that in my entire life. A Ghost Rider's durability and regeneration when the spirit was fully in control was beyond superhuman. She wouldn't die from physical attacks. Only divine attacks could weaken her. The easiest way to beat her was through containing her. I'm running out of time. As strong as he physically was in Death's resonance, he would burn through his stamina long before he could inflict any real damage on the spirit. He had to win through wits. The spirit wants these sinners. What if I take her away? The spirit wrapped her chain around her fist and lunged again. He crossed the distance in a blink to arrive in front of the spirit and grabbed her by the skull. The heat surged around his palm. Hellfire tried to burn him, and it did. The damage healed as quickly as it happened. The pain didn't diminish though. The spirit's burning eyes narrowed. What are you trying? For the first time since the transformation, she looked alert and cautious, as though she suddenly recognized that his plan would be as reckless as it gets. He shut his eyes, focusing. Mystical energy. The spirit gasped. No, you cannot use sorcery on us. He opened his eyes, gazing into her burning eyes with his own. Let's visit heaven. Together. And then they disappeared. 99. The Golden City. Next chapter on Sunday. Random art. Once every 30 days, the spirit of vengeance got to make a request to judge any number of sinners. Such was the price for a near-invincible level of power. For that privilege, the spirit could do more than ask. It could take over and puppet her, turning her into an instrument of divine wrath. Natasha only had 2 non-negotiable lines in the contract for this condition. No targeting the widows. If the spirit wanted sinners, it could have anyone except for the Red Room girls. The second was staying on Earth. The sinners had to be present here. By the spirit's own words, hell existed and so did heaven. There might be other alien worlds out there. The clause would save her the effort of leaving her home planet on the spirit's whim to explore other worlds. Until now, these conditions hadn't mattered. The spirit hadn't stumbled across a soul rotten enough to push the limits of her patience. To the spirit, the combined corruption in Norman and prison full of tortured souls was worth upsetting Natasha over. The instant Natasha felt the spirit take over, she knew her promise to follow Dante's orders had become meaningless. As a part of their contract, she wasn't even allowed to fight back. If she resisted, the contract's punishment was absolute. Her soul would be annihilated on the spot. Make it quick. It was the only request she could make to the spirit, who began judging the mad researchers, saving the evil Norman for last. The spirit suddenly felt a wave of strange power. Through the spirit's eyes, Natasha saw Dante surrounded in a dense black aura. The symbiotes recoiled in fear. She thought she had seen the full extent of his powers on the ship. She hadn't even come close. Looking at him now gave her chills. A cold feeling of dread as if she was looking at her own end. This power wasn't simple. Dante used his aura to ensnare the symbiotes, which ticked off the spirit. Bothersome. The spirit didn't appreciate someone meddling in her business. With the chain, she hurled hellfire to obstruct Dante. I don't know who or what you are, but it'll be best for you to stay out of this. The spirit gave a warning, which was rare for someone with her temper. Her usual response would have been to burn everything in her path. An absurd thought flashed through Natasha's mind. Is she not confident in defeating him? Natasha didn't know the spirit's true limits. She didn't even know whether her contractor had limits. But if a warning came out of her mouth, then something about Dante made her wary. Perhaps there was a chance he could stop this from turning into indiscriminate slaughter. The flame in his eyes flickered. Is Natasha still in there? Yes, I am. Of course that voice never reached Dante. The spirit answered instead, she can hear you, but she cannot act. The pact binds her. The sinners must be judged. There are innocent people here. You can't just kill them all. Natasha agreed with him. People deserved a chance at redemption. If someone had decided she was irredeemable years ago, she'd have died in the Red Room. She was the living proof of it. The spirit's judgment would just end their lives. She felt mockery from the spirit. The innocent have nothing to fear from my gaze. Bullshit. Natasha would have laughed if she could. Yes. Exactly. Bullshit. Dante attacked again with a dense wave of death aura. The clash between the bright hellfire and dark smoke-like flames surprisingly ended in his victory. He still had the spare strength to free the symbiote hosts by ripping out the symbiotes. He talked to Felicia then fearlessly approached the spirit like he had complete confidence in his power. I don't care who or what you are. He threw her words right back at her face. Just get the fuck out of here. Though the spirit's skull remained impassive, Natasha felt her emotions through the connection formed by their contract. The one that bestowed power upon her. Awe, fury, and a little bit of curiosity. The spirit fixed her gaze on Dante. You serve the cosmic entity death. Natasha had no idea what a cosmic entity meant, but she understood enough to tell they were powerful. Someone having cosmic in their title implied they were extremely vast and important, most likely beyond the human scale. Death might be the source of his power as well the source of his flames and supernatural appearance, which got her the title of his bride. I don't serve anyone. Death is my companion. Companion, the spirit repeated. How mortal of her. Judging from the spirit's tone, Natasha could discern Dante's feat of making a companion out of a cosmic entity was quite impressive. Are you stopping this, or do I have to use force? That was a confidence bordering on arrogance. It rubbed the wrong way on the prideful spirit. You would threaten judgment itself. I didn't fear death herself. What makes you scarier than her? How audacious. The spirit chuckled, and Natasha agreed with her for once. Death doesn't bring the soul-searing agony of hellfire. I do. The battle started right there. The first exchange told Natasha everything about the gap in actual combat skill. The spirit had no sense for combat and techniques, she only knew brute strength. It was precisely why the spirit rarely tried to take over and let Natasha judge on her behalf. Dante, on the other hand, moved like a trained martial artist. You have skill, the spirit acknowledged without hesitation, but skill alone will not save you. Are you sure about that? Another exchange occurred, and once again Dante came out on top. His counterattack was a straight right to her ribs, which sent the spirit skidding backwards. Amazing, the spirit complimented him again, becoming more and more impressed. How did Romanoff not know about your martial skills? She knows nothing about me. Natasha felt that one in her chest. It was aimed straight at her competence. She had no choice but to accept it. Nothing in the official records matched the man before her. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't find out why a depressed intel broker suddenly grew powerful and involved himself in the mutants' business. Yet you know about her past in the Red Room, the spirit mused. You would make for a brilliant host. Alas, you have no drive for vengeance. The offer stung more than Natasha wanted to admit. To the spirit, Natasha was the best vessel for the insatiable vengeance she had for the people controlling the Red Room. However, Dante was the opposite. He seemed aware of the darkness of the world, yet acted like it didn't exist. A man who acted on his heart. I don't need vengeance, or you. Nobody needs them. An ordinary, boring life was worth more than divine power if the price was losing yourself. The spirit chuckled. Show me then. The power of death's companion. The third round was brutal. It was also the most tense. The spirit lost her head at Dante's hands. As a result, the world went dark for a few moments until the spirit regenerated. He isn't holding back. But she was grateful he wasn't pulling punches and giving everything to stop the spirit. But also sad at the same time. It was still her body being shattered and remade. Impressive. The spirit didn't share Natasha's mixed feelings. If anything, the spirit grew more and more fascinated with Dante, to the point she had forgotten her initial goal of judging the sinners. If you're so impressed, why don't you get the hell out of Natasha? Natasha's thoughts crashed right there. Did he just? Was he doing this for her? That didn't seem right. He wanted the fastest solution. Getting the spirit out of her body was the fastest way to end this conflict. But maybe there was more to it. Maybe he wanted to help her. After all, they had fought together and even cooperated, things that made people connect. She couldn't reach a neat conclusion as most of what the Red Room had taught her didn't apply to him. I cannot do that. Norman Osborn and all these prisoners will be judged for all their sins. I can give you that guy, but can you spare the rest? The spirit refused to back down. Why would she compromise for one man when she could judge every evil soul here? Dante's flaming eyes blazed. Then I'll just beat you until you accept it. Please do, Natasha thought. Beat up this stupid spirit until she lets go of my body. The next exchange brightened her flames of hope. He used a striking technique that the spirit couldn't defend despite her best efforts. Her bones shattered with cracks that made her want to sob. She wasn't feeling pain, but feeling her body break down wasn't a pleasant experience. You fight so well, the spirit continued to praise him. Yet S.H.I.E.L.D. has never heard about you. Which hell did you crawl out of? Natasha wanted to know too. The ashes of a dead universe, he said with a click of his tongue. Maybe serious, maybe joking, only he knew. Listen, I'm a sucker for compliments, but there has to be a limit. That is a valid point. I should finish this quickly and cast my judgment on these sinners. The spirit started to take the battle seriously. The result was ugly. The spirit got completely outclassed and shoved into a prison cell, every bone broken down into a pile of ashes. Fury thinks he can control him. The director couldn't tolerate not having a leash on something this powerful. Laying hands on such a powerful man wouldn't end well for anyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. Not even the Nimrod Sentinels could stop him since his powers weren't based on mutants. She had to stop Fury from trying anything reckless. It's not over yet. However, that would come after Dante survived the spirit's wrath. That actually hurt, the spirit said, sounding almost pleased. I haven't taken anything like that in my entire life. Dante stood there, staring at the spirit regenerate like nothing had happened. That wasn't the profile of a triumph victor. If anything, he seemed to be in despair after realizing the spirit's unlimited regeneration. He could break her, but she would just come back. Again and again. Until Dante ran out of fuel. Anyone would despair in such circumstances. The spirit initiated another attack. Dante moved forward rather than retreating, grabbing her by the skull and lifted her in the air. The hellfire burned his hand, yet his flesh regenerated just as fast. What are you trying? The spirit demanded to know. For the first time, Natasha heard uncertainty in it. She knew exactly why that was. Dante was trying something reckless to stop this battle. Mystical energy. The spirit gasped. No, you cannot use sorcery on us. Sorcery. Her mind jumped to the teleportation he had used to bring them here. His way to end the battle was to bring them away from the sinners. He opened his eyes, gazing into her burning eyes with his own. Let's visit heaven. Together. The world changed in an instant. The color flooded everything, violent and beautiful. Glittering skies and colorful galaxies swirled around them. And she understood one thing immediately. Wherever they were going, it was very, very far from Oscorp Island. The answer soon revealed itself. The first thing Natasha noticed was the smell of damp earth and clean air. They were in a forest. A mountain forest. The slope angled upward behind them and the terrain was littered with boulders the size of cars half buried in roots. To her right, the land fell away into a valley. And in the distance, visible through gaps in the branches, a city rose against the horizon. A sprawling golden city with towers and spires reaching the sky. The architecture was vast and futuristic, yet had a ceremonial aesthetic to them. She even saw structures floating on their own. It looked like something out of myth. Although quite different from heaven in her mind, the city could easily pass as some version of heaven. Asgard, the spirit whispered the name under her breath. The feeling Natasha felt from her was that of contempt and disgust. You brought me to Odin's little realm. Dante brushed his chest, casting away the golden glow on his body, and laughed. The laugh of a victor. Meanwhile, Dante. Felicia's voice cracked as she screamed his name. She sprinted toward the prison cell where Dante had vanished. Nothing. She pressed her hands against the cracked wall where Natasha had slammed into moments before, as if touch could somehow tell her where he'd gone. He had teleported away with that terrifying womano, not woman. Natasha's body was inhabited by a supernatural being, the being who provided her power. The fight she'd just witnessed, it was something she never thought she would see outside of a fever dream, and even with all that, he hadn't been able to hurt his opponent. So he'd done the only thing he could. He had taken her somewhere else to give her a chance to find her father amidst these symbiotes. She forced herself to breathe deeply and forced the spiral of worry down. She could deal with emotions later. He had given her an opportunity. She couldn't let it go to waste. "Laura," Felicia said in a steady voice. "Help me find someone in this." All the symbiotes were stripped away already, leaving only humans. Hundreds of humans. Laura retracted her claws and tilted her head slightly. "Who?" Felicia rattled off Walter's features quickly. Laura absorbed it all silently, processing. Only when Felicia finished did she speak again. "Will he?" Laura hesitated, looking at the empty space where he had disappeared, as if she couldn't help it. "Be all right." Something softened in Felicia's chest despite all the worries. She forced a smile and patted Laura's shoulder. "He's a lot tougher than you think. And he isn't alone. Whatever heaven he had dragged the spirit to, death wouldn't let him die there." Felicia was certain of that much. She didn't worry about him dying. But the damage he would take was another story. After all, he couldn't abuse his powers endlessly. There was a mental limit, where exhaustion led to nosebleeds and possibly worse consequences. He had collapsed for 17 hours when using Death's powers, or so Sylvvaja had told her. Laura nodded slowly, accepting the answer. Perhaps witnessing that battle finally humbled Laura into seeing him clearly, that he didn't need to scheme to get what he wanted. He had no ulterior motives for her. Now she wouldn't doubt his intentions or suspect ulterior motives, as he could achieve feats like that on his own. Felicia glanced back one more time at the empty space. Then she forced herself to move, following Laura towards the unconscious group of people. Felicia felt Norman's gaze like a crawling thing. In any other moment, he would have made it a show. He would have twisted the knife and used it to humiliate her. But it didn't come. Norman had gone quiet after witnessing the battle. As if the fight had stolen something from him. He was no longer arrogant. Only now did it seem to be sinking into him that Skullfire wasn't his opponent. Skullfire wasn't even playing the same game. For people at that level, Norman Osborn was an insect. A clever insect with toys, sure, but still something that could be crushed underfoot the moment it became inconvenient. If she had wanted to humiliate him, now was the best chance. Unfortunately, she wasn't in the mood to gloat or joke around either. Neither of them. She took out her encrypted device and sent a comm to Sylvvaja. Norman knew everything, so they might as well bring these people out and hand them over to the authorities. She is probably sleeping. Felicia rubbed the back of her head. How long do I have to wait here? 100, the backlash. 100 chapters, yay. Random art. Dante couldn't be bothered to ask the spirit about her relationship with Asgard or Odin. Whatever history existed between them could wait, or better yet, never be his problem. He exhaled and pushed the excess mystical energy out of his system. It left him in a sharp gust of wind that swept through the forest. Then he laughed, which was abruptly cut off by Death's whisper. "Companion, you've reached your limit. It would be wise to disengage." He ignored Death's warning, crossing his arms confidently. "What will you do now?" The spirit stared at him, flames dancing around her head. "You think I cannot travel between dimensions?" Dante let the silence do the work. In the MCU, Robbie Reyes' Ghost Rider had the ability to travel dimensions. He was banking on the possibility that Natasha's spirit was maybe bound by different rules. The spirit clenched her hellfire chain and approached him. "While I'm here, I can't judge you. But I can still punish you for your arrogance. I'm stronger than you," he bluffed. "You can't beat me." She paused her footsteps. A cosmic entity's power is not a trivial thing. How long can you maintain that form? Perhaps for an hour at most. Do you think Death would choose such a useless vessel for her companion? The bluff made her pause in contemplation for a few moments. That might be so, but every human has a limit to their stamina. You'll eventually hit a wall. I will never. Let's say we fight like hell here. Won't that bring Odin's attention? He tilted his head to the glorious architecture in the distance. He might not be able to kill you, but he can seal you with magic or split you from Natasha. Asgardian magic is pretty versatile. Using Asgard gods to deter the spirit of vengeance was the real reason behind dragging her here. In the comics, Odin with Odin Force was just below the cosmic entity level, capable of multiversal scale feats. Sometimes he was on Galactus level, sometimes he was weaker. And even in the MCU, he was powerful enough to defeat Surtur and Hela in his prime. The spirit's chain tightened around her fist. "You think I fear Odin?" "No," Dante said honestly. "I think you won't make unnecessary enemies over some corrupt souls. Besides, Odin might be aware of us already. He has great awareness across 9 realms. Companion." Death's voice sounded urgent. "Please, end this now. You'll make the backlash worse." He shook his head. "Only a few more minutes. There is no point fighting anymore. Can you return Natasha so we can leave?" The spirit grabbed his throat with both skeletal hands. "You're infuriating me. I want to end you right here." He gently grasped her hands and guided them down. "You'll only be sending me to my beloved's arms. That's a win for me." That froze the spirit. She was reminded again of his lack of fear toward death because that was the entity bonded with him. Threatening him with death was like threatening a man with sleep. She released her clenched fist. I'd have gone all out to kill you if I wasn't thirsting for revenge myself. This wasn't her just way of trying to appear strong. She truly meant what she said. Who is it? She slung the hellfire chain over her shoulder, letting it wrap around her. A Hell Lord. A Hell Lord? Does his name start with M? He didn't say the name. Some beings hear their names across dimensions, and he had no interest in inviting that crazy demon's attention. The spirit chuckled. Aren't you full of surprises? He shrugged. Superficial knowledge. She put her skeletal hands on his shoulder. I'll propose an alliance. Between us. I let go of the prisoners and owe you a favor. In return, you aid me in killing that damned demon. No, he gave a plain answer. You can have the prisoners. And the favor. He would rather go back to his previous world than fight the sadistic Hell Lord. Mephisto would never fight fair. No, that demon would make the people around his target suffer, tormenting them until they broke down. That's unfortunate. The spirit shook her head in disappointment and stepped back. I'm giving control back to Romanoff. Come to me if you change your mind. Never. She placed a hand on her hip, posing seductively despite the fact her figure was very much a skeleton. You'll be surprised how much I can teach you about demonic magic. He was quite curious about her background now. Her knowledge of demonic magic confirmed her race as a demon or something close to it. However, Natasha's spirit wasn't Zarathos, the most famous spirit of vengeance. His sharpened senses through Death's link had told him about her gender. The spirit was a female. A powerful female demon with grudges against Mephisto. Nothing clicked. Which meant the background was either not from his knowledge, or the universe had a female Zarathos. Companion, don't panic, Death whispered, and suddenly, a blanket of darkness fell over them and lifted them in the sky. He felt a solid platform under his feet. The spot gave a great view of Asgard. The city of gods was truly breathtaking. Resonance link severed due to an external factor. The notification flashed across his mind a moment before the pain hit. It made him want to pass out right there. Strangely, he didn't feel exhausted enough to pass out like the previous times he overused Death's powers. His entire body was wrecked with pain more than it was with exhaustion. He swayed on his feet but didn't fall as arms wrapped around his waist. Natasha's first action after regaining control wasn't to demand answers or freak out over floating in the air. It was to catch him. I got you, Natasha whispered, a hint of concern in her voice. You pushed yourself too hard. He let his head drop on her shoulder. I wouldn't have, if someone didn't start rampaging. Natasha chuckled bitterly. It's my bad. Contracts always screw us over, don't they? All's well that ends well, right? He forced a smile. Besides, I could happily die right now. If he'd told his past self that one day Natasha Romanoff would be holding him like this, past Dante would grow jealous to the point of committing war crimes. She paused abruptly and pushed him away. Hooking his arm over her shoulder properly, she took more of his weight. Then she looked down. Look there. Who are these people? He followed her line of sight. In the exact spot where he'd been standing with the spirit, an old man in ornate bronze golden armor knelt beside a patch of grass scorched black by hellfire. The one-eyed Skyfather, Odin. Behind him stood two younger men. A tall and broad-shouldered young man, handsome in an universal way, with blonde hair and blue eyes. He wore silver armor, a red cape falling behind him. Thor Odinson. The other was slimmer, paler. His long black hair fell over the green cape attached to his silver armor. Loki Odinson. Dante and Natasha floated roughly 10 meters above them, yet the father and sons weren't aware of them. This is my veil, Death said, reassuring him. It will keep you concealed from their senses. He nodded gratefully. Below, Odin stood slowly, crushing a handful of burnt grass in his fist. He let the ashes drift away on the wind, showing a grim expression. Father, Thor said respectfully with his hands clasped behind his back. Is there a reason we're here to observe nature? Oh, brother, what do you mean? Loki smiled warmly. Nature is worthy of reverence. The All-Mother herself teaches that even gods must respect the balance of life. To ignore nature is to ignore the foundation upon which even Asgard rests. Thor gave Loki a sideways nudge with his elbow, signaling toward the grim look etched on Odin's face. Father, did you notice something troubling? Odin stared at the scorched grass and the empty spot next to it, where Dante's death aura had touched. Hellfire and sorcerer energy. Our realm was invaded. Invaders. Thor's brows lifted. His hand instinctively moved toward where Mjolnir would be if he'd brought it. Why did Bifrost not inform us? Someone's power had blocked our perceptions, Odin replied grimly and tapped the ground with his Gungnir. The earth responded as a massive chunk of forest floor ripped from the ground and floated, surrounded by a shimmering magical bubble. Return to the palace. I have an important business to handle. Thor and Loki exchanged a glance, but neither questioned him. With another tap of Gungnir against the ground, Odin vanished in a flash of golden light, along with the floating piece of forest land. Dante winced at a sudden pulse in his skull. Shit. Don't use biokinesis. Death appeared directly in front of him, gazing at him with a concerned frown. You still haven't recovered from its excessive use from yesterday. Natasha almost lost her footing at Death's sudden manifestation. Who? Death, she replied with a nod. Natasha Romanoff, I know what you want to ask. The answer will disappoint you. I can't teleport you back. Why not? What's holding a cosmic entity back? Odin will notice instantly the moment I use my powers. Then he will hunt you down. Natasha furrowed her brows. How long will I be stuck here then? Until Dante can recover his ability to use mystical energy. Death's hand rose and gently cupped Dante's face, a thumb brushing his cheek. His astral body is injured from absorbing a lot of mystical energy at once. The pain he feels is comparable to torture. The journey to Asgard made him exceed the capacity of his astral body. He thought he could bypass that in his death resonance form, but that had been his wishful thinking. His astral body stayed the same regardless of death's resonance. Natasha gave him a complicated gaze, probably blaming herself for this, then she turned back to Death. Who were those three? Why are you avoiding them? Asgardian gods. They hold a bit of a grudge against me from the past, Death patiently replied to Natasha's question. Help me take care of my companion until he recovers. Wait, why is Odin holding a grudge against you? What did you do to him? Death drew close and pecked his cheek. Focus on resting properly for now. It was clear she was trying to reduce his stress by withholding information. Okay, fine. Death smiled softly. Natasha, your answer. I don't mind taking care of him. Natasha tightened her grip on his wrist. But Norman, he's the problem. It'll be hard to stop him with both of us stuck here. They were two of the hardest hitters keeping Norman in check. Without them, Norman's symbiote army might decimate a city. Unless the X-Men decided to show up. Hela Odinsdottir paced the dead realm. Hell wasn't cold like winter, but cold like the warmth never existed here. Fortunately, as a goddess of death, she never required warmth to exist. She had traveled the barren landscape with stone and ash enough times to memorize every detail. Even the sparse clouds in the dark, sunless sky were etched into her mind. She stopped beside a massive boulder and sat down with her back against it. Her eyes lifted to the dead sky. Damn you, Odin, she muttered in a poisonous voice. Damn you and your righteous cowardice. Then her gaze sharpened, turning more vicious. And damn you, Death. Her clenched fist trembled in fury. Backstabber. The air suddenly shimmered. Her head snapped toward the disturbance. Odin appeared from nowhere. He stood tall despite his age, with Gungnir planted firmly in the ground. Hela's lips curled into a mocking smile. Well, well. The dear father finally misses his firstborn. How touching. Odin's expression remained the same stoic. You and I both know it was your bloodlust that led to this. Hela laughed scornfully. My bloodlust. She stood slowly, brushing ash from her dark dress armor. You dress it up as a flaw in me to cope with reality. Her sharp gaze landed on Odin's face. I was your executioner. Say what you will, but it won't change that millions died because you gave the order. Her bloodlust was to conquer the entire universe for her father. Maybe not entirely for him, as the crown would have been passed down to her one day. It didn't change the fact that Odin was the man who set her on this path. He showed her the thrill of conquest and then abandoned her. Odin closed his eyes, and once again, he averted his gaze from reality. Believe what you will. He tapped Gungnir. A rift opened, and a piece of land floated through, wrapped in protective magic. Odin lowered it before Hela, then dismissed the protection. Fresh scent hit the dead air. Fresh soil and living greenery, the scent of life. Pleasant. She moved her hands through her hair, inhaling deeply, savoring it like a drug she had been denied for centuries. Suddenly, her eyes snapped wide open, burning with fury. This scent belongs to her. It seemed my suspicion was right. Odin turned towards the distant ruined landscapes of Hel, gripping Gungnir in his aging hands. She has chosen a new apostle. Odin, Hela spoke in a voice colder than Jotunheim's deepest frost. Release me, now. Odin stayed quiet. I will slay her apostle. Hela stepped closer and looked at Odin from the side. No, that would be too easy a death for one serving that treacherous entity. We must torture them for as long as we can. Odin shook his head. You will stay here as long as I breathe. Then don't kill him. Hela's smile turned vicious. Cast them into hell with me. Let me sever her apostle's head with my own hands. Odin simply turned his back on her. I only came here to confirm my suspicions. Before he used Gungnir to return, Hela spoke. Father. Odin stopped, giving her a chance to speak her mind. You're aging. There will be a day your life reaches end, she said softly, voice filled with affection, but her words couldn't be crueler. And that will be the day I conquer the 9 rulers, starting from Asgard. Odin tapped Gungnir without a word and vanished. Hela stood alone again, surrounded by unbroken silence. She stared at the patch of grass Odin had left behind. She walked over to it and stomped on it. Her boot crushed the green beneath until nothing remained but pulp. Death, Odin, my Necro's words will bathe in your blood one day.
Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, You will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.